Chapter 181. Celadonic is different from the average aristocratic pervert. He has his own pursuits. He hopes to have a gradual emotional process. And he hopes to understand these two women. What he wants is the comprehensive art created by young people with a bright future under extreme conditions. Otherwise, peeling their skins will be no different from peeling the skins of animals. So the three of them started chatting. After just 10 minutes of conversation, Celadonic confirmed that the woman with long black hair was a fool. She was totally ignorant of many common sense topics. I really didn't understand why she wore glasses. Was it for decoration? On the contrary. The young woman with long blonde hair and neutral voice seemed quite knowledgeable. They talked about everything. And the woman with long blonde hair could answer every topic. Celadonic liked the blonde woman in the cap more and more. He decided to leave her behind and let her witness the whole process of her companions first, so that the effect could be best achieved. In this case, the dosage of anesthetics must be carefully considered. He stood up casually and asked kindly, "Would you like anything to drink?" "You're welcome." Sure enough, the stupid woman with long black hair ordered a glass of orange juice, which was extremely childish, while the blonde woman ordered a famous wine. This wine happened to be liked by Celadonic, and he also collected a bottle. He liked this woman named Arya more and more. Celadonic got up and poured 2 glasses of wine and a glass of orange juice, then took out the DD anesthetic produced in NGL, calculated the dosage, and shook some powder down. It is called anesthetic, but in fact it is a drug that can make people's body limp. But the spirit and feelings are infinitely elevated, which can easily make people reach the climax. Celadonic wanted the 2 women in the living room to take it and reach the limit state, and then start peeling them when they are awake and the pain is doubled. He seemed to have heard their screams of fear and despair. He was carrying a plate with 3 goblets and just walked into the living room when he saw the black-haired woman opening the door of the room without permission for some reason. A tall man in a tuxedo walked in from outside. There were a few drops of blood on the man's face. The black-haired woman touched her face with her finger as if to remind him, and the man reached out to wipe off the blood. Celadonich's smile gradually disappeared. He threw away the plate in his hand, letting the glass shatter on the ground with a snap. Celadonic turned around and ran to the windowsill, trying to jump out of the window, but ended up running into the blonde woman in the cap. Arya took off her cap and golden wig and threw them on the ground. At the same time, the chain on her right wrist was raised like a venomous snake, and it rolled up and bound Celadonic's hands. Kurapika exerted a little force, and Celadonic, who could lift a woman with one hand, was pulled to the ground by the chain, and fell to the ground with stars in his eyes. This guy is a man. He is actually a man. Damn Mark. At this time, Celadonic also knew that he had been tricked, and cursed in a low voice. He struggled desperately, but found that the chain was very hard and strong, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Celadonic frowned, staring at the chain that bound his hands, and then looked at Kurapika, not understanding where the power of this restraint came from. At the same time, Germain and Shiati came over and nodded to Kurapika. "I have dealt with the guards outside." Germain was saying something that Celadonic couldn't understand. However, considering that there are still quite a lot of private soldiers, we probably only have 10 minutes. His only 10 minutes means that after 10 minutes, the fact that all the nearby guards have been killed will be exposed. And after another 5 to 10 minutes, a large group of people will swarm in. Celadonic said nothing. He looked up and looked at the faces of the 3 people seriously, but he didn't recognize any of them. Who sent them? What was the purpose? Was it Benjamin, the eldest prince, that bastard? Or was it Camilla, the second prince? No. No. Without the approval of that old man, they would never dare to do such a thing. Was it Melina? She betrayed me? Impossible. Now I am the only one who dares to accept her, with her personality that only wants the world to be in chaos. No prince can control her except me. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Kurapika pointed to a wall not far away and said, "It's there. I just checked it." His confirmation meant that before Celadonic came back, he used the soul-chasing chain on his ring finger to find the secret door behind the wall. However, Mark was also in the room at the time, although Shioti was dealing with him. Kurapika was somewhat worried, so he silently endured it and did not go in to check. German nodded and said, "Well, let's get started quickly." So, German and Shioti walked towards the wall. Kurapika followed behind, dragging the chain Celadonic. Celadonic's eyes were full of disbelief, and he couldn't help but roar ferociously until they really opened the secret door and were about to go in. King guys. Did you arrest me for this? King guys. Is that what you did? King guys. Are you sick? The three of them turned around at the same time, and then looked at Celadonic on the ground with indifference. Then turned around and stepped into the dark room together. Celadonic was still cursing. Kurapika dragged him in without any hesitation and threw him into a dark corner. Then looked up and looked around. What caught his eyes were hanging human skins. Probably backs. Covered with beautiful tattoos. Then, there were jars of solution, with limbs and organs soaked in the solution on both sides, which looked quite creepy in the green light. And in the middle, Kurapika finally saw what he wanted to see. Rows of jars filled with fiery red eyes. And at the top, the head of Pyro. Shiaudi had a bulge-eyed fish in her hand. And she asked, "Should I start?" Kurapika pursed his lips for a while, and said in a trembling voice, "Well, please start. Gently." "Okay," Shiaudi replied, and the bulge-eyed fish began to work. Soon, the red eyes and the head of Pyro were absorbed into it. Germain pointed to the other collections and said, "Shiaudi, take them away too." Shiaudi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay." So, Shiaudi used the bulge-eyed fish to loot the entire dark room. Everything that Celadonic had carefully collected for many years. Chapter 182. Celadonic stopped cursing at this moment. He looked at the strange vacuum cleaner in Shiaudi's hand. How it swallowed the collection far beyond its capacity. And the chains that bound his hands. And he knew that he had encountered something beyond common sense. At the same time, he saw the same look in the eyes of this group of people as Melina. "So that's it. Melina? Is this the strange ability you hid from me?" His expression calmed down, but he began to get excited inside. As long as he also mastered this ability, then what would greet him would be an unimaginable future. He had a hunch that his ability must be quite powerful. So powerful that even he himself was afraid. Celadonic restrained his previous resentment, and he first thought of looking at the problem from the perspective of this group of people and resolving the dire situation in front of him. So he smiled and said, "I just collected them. But someone else actually did it." He lied without blinking. "I know who the murderers are. And I know where the other red eyes are." And Kurapika completely ignored him and looked at Germain. Shiaudi asked directly, "Are we going to run away?" Germain took out his pocket watch from his arms, took a look, and said, "We have 5 minutes." After he said this, he walked straight past the lying Celadonic on the ground, walked to the entrance of the dark room, and slammed the door shut. Soon, only the green light of the lamp was left in the dark room. Ceradonic's face changed, and his breathing became rapid. He opened his mouth slightly, but didn't know what to say, and then he felt the chains on his body tighten. He looked up and saw Kurapika had taken off his contact lenses, revealing his scarlet eyes in the dim environment. He had seen these eyes countless times, whether in this dark room or in dreams. But this was the first time he saw them in the eye sockets of a living person. Celadonic's body froze. Kurapika looked down at him and asked coldly, "Why? Are you afraid too?" This time, the chain bound Celadonic's body like a python, blocking any words he could say. 10 minutes later, Germain, Shiaudi and Kurapika simply washed their hands in the bathroom, then left the mansion of the fourth prince and met with Biscuit outside. She put her hands on her hips, sighed, and said, "You finally came out? I was worried that something might happen." "Don't worry," Germain said. "The goal has been achieved. It's all over." No matter what form Biscuit was in, it was not suitable to sneak into the ball, so he was arranged outside to meet everyone. However, seeing that the alarm suddenly sounded in the mansion, and Germain, Shiaudi and Kurapika came out safely, Biscuit knew that everything was going well. Now that she heard what Germain said, she was even more certain and felt more secure. Speaking of which, the disguises of the three people in front of her were done by her and Sheila. After all, the two of them were considered to be the women with more normal aesthetics in this team. Biscuit noticed that more and more people were walking in the mansion. So she said, "Let's leave here first." Everyone agreed. After the four of them met up, they turned left and right on the street, and then found a car on the side of the road, walked over, opened the door, and got in one after another. The person sitting in the driver's seat was Sheila. Sheila was startled by the sound of the door opening. She turned around and saw that it was them. She was relieved and wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. Bisji did not get in the car, but waved to Sheila outside the car and said, "Come on. Change seats." Sheila quickly changed seats with Bisji and sat in the co-pilot seat. She was just sitting here pretending to be the owner of the car. But now of course she had to change to the real driver. Bisji started the car and drove into the main road. While watching Biscuit driving, Shira said, "Just now a group of police were checking cars nearby. They came to talk to me, and I almost thought I was going to be exposed. Fortunately, I have my mind ability." Shira's mind ability, called Accumulated Strong Luck, belongs to the special system. In short, Shira will be very unlucky in normal state, and it is common for her to get injured from time to time. This is because her luck has been accumulated, and once the luck value reaches the peak, she can use the accumulated strong luck, and she will be extremely lucky in the next short period of time. This was indeed the case. After she used her accumulated good luck, a robbery occurred in the store across the street. The robber took a handbag with a gun and put the money in it, and then rushed out in front of the police. The police couldn't stand such an arrogant robber, so they drew their guns and rushed over, leaving her who was just a little suspicious. However, only Biscuit responded to Sheila's topic briefly. She felt that the atmosphere in the car was not good, so she stopped talking silently and looked out the window. A quarter of an hour later, when Melina stepped into the crowded bedroom of the fourth prince, she first saw the 6 people who were in the same period as Celadonish, all vomiting in the corner. I don't know if this can be considered as destroying the crime scene, or too young. Melina glanced at them, and the young in her mind refers to both physical age and psychological age. Then, under the guidance of the guard, she walked into the fourth prince's exclusive dark room, and her high heels stepped on a pool of blood, making a clattering sound. She looked down. The blood here was just like a tap that was turned on but not tightened, and it was everywhere. She looked up and looked at the tap. The dead Prince Celadonic was nailed to the wall naked, with 2 lines of blood and tears flowing from his eyes. 10 fingers were all broken, and a lot of blood was flowing from his lower body. He was put in a posture like being tortured on a cross, and he had already died. It was really spectacular. Melina thought to herself, if His Royal Highness the fourth prince could see it with his own eyes, he would definitely praise the scene. Right? Ah, I almost forgot that the fourth prince has no eyes now. What a pity. Besides Celadonic, a symbol that is not big but quite eye-catching was drawn with his blood. It is a spider with 12 legs. Phantom Troop. Melina recognized the source almost at a glance. Is this a frame-up? Or a confession? I really can't figure it out. My fourth prince? Please tell me the truth. Haha. I almost forgot that you were already dead. There is no way. Chapter 183. September 9th. In the Kajin Empire. Welcome again. The store's automatic sensor door swung open to both sides, and the mechanical and stiff female electronic voice sounded. Sheila walked out with a bag of snacks, fruits, and drinks in each hand. She was uneasy and saw several LCD TVs playing the same news when she passed by the window. On the evening of September 7th, a large number of royal guards and medical staff poured into the residence of the fourth prince of the Kajin Empire. The current situation is unclear. The fourth prince has not appeared for more than 36 hours. When Sheila listened to those key words, she felt cold in her palms and backs, secretly regretting how she got involved in this matter. With her personality, she was inclined to keep to herself. But that day, when she saw Kurapika's expression, she got excited and impulsive and joined the plan. Now, the assassination has happened, and it is impossible to turn back. Shira swallowed her saliva, hoping that her accumulated good luck would come into play when necessary. She no longer hesitated in front of the TV, but carried her bags, crossed the zebra crossing, and turned the corner. During this period, she fell on the flat ground once. There was no bump there, and it was simply that her left foot tripped over her right foot, and she fell to the ground. A small amount of skin was scraped off her left wrist, but it was not a big deal. She checked the items in the bag again, and found that they were not broken. So she breathed a sigh of relief. Shira had long been accustomed to her bad luck. It should be said that if she suddenly stopped being unlucky one day, she would be afraid, which meant that her mind ability was very abnormal. She walked for a while, and finally met up with another companion in the makeshift team. The girl Biscuit, with her long golden hair tied into a bun, put the 2 bags she was carrying aside, squatted on the ground, and looked forward. Biscuit usually ties her hair up, and she will not let it down except when taking a bath or sleeping. This is because although she says she is a lady every day, she still inherits the fighting spirit from President Netero. Any woman who has ever been in a fight knows how troublesome it is to have long hair hanging loose. Once it is grabbed, it is like being grabbed by Jackie Chan or Donnie Yen's clothes, and you will be beaten. Biscuit ties up her hair into 2 ponytails, a single ponytail or a bun, which is the last stubbornness of her beauty-loving self. Sheila looked forward from Biscuit's perspective and saw a black cat standing next to the base of a street lamp, with its long tail raised and its cat eyes staring at Biscuit vigilantly. Be good. Meow. Come here. Biscuit laughed like an old man, twisting his 10 fingers like earthworms, saying, Meow. Come to my arms. I won't do anything to you. Sheila walked to her side, looked down, and thought, with your obscene expression, you are definitely going to do something weird to it. Biscuit turned around and saw Sheila, and said, You've finished shopping too, and stood up. Her sudden action scared the black cat not far away, so it jumped far away and hid behind the red mailbox. Ah, Biscuit sighed regretfully, and said, Am I so scary? Sheila asked curiously. Do you like cats? Don't use honorifics. Biscuit put her hands on her hips and said with a smile, Cats are cute. I like them very much. But it's okay. I tease them for other reasons. Other reasons? Sheila became even more curious. Biscuit pointed at the black cat that half stuck out from behind the red mailbox, and asked excitedly, Do you think it looks like Germain? German? Sheila looked at the charcoal black cat, blinked, and shook her head. I don't understand what the similarities are between him and this cat. Look at its eyes. Biscuit pointed out the key point. Isn't it an arrogant, cold, and distant look? Sheila thought about it and hesitated. If you put it that way, it seems there is indeed a little bit. Biscuit smiled. When I first met Germain, he was like this. But the more he looks like this, the more I want to see him lying down, exposing his paws and belly for me to stroke. Do you understand? Because the contrast is too great. Well, Sheila's eyes moved from left to right, frowned slightly, and said perfunctorily, I understand. Bisji saw her like this and knew that she didn't understand this joy at all. However, Bisji didn't force it. She bent down and picked up 2 bags and said, Let's go. They are still waiting for us. A quarter of an hour later, Bisji and Sheila came to the jeep parked at the edge of the park and saw that the other 3 were doing different things. Germain sat in the back seat of the jeep with his eyes closed. Kurapika sat on a park bench flipping through a book, and Shiati stood by the sand pool, holding her hands behind her back, curiously watching several children using their hands, shovels, and spoons to build a sand pool castle. Everyone noticed that Biscuit and Shira had returned. When they put all the purchased items in the trunk of the jeep, Shiati and Kurapika had returned to the jeep. They changed several cars on the way, and this jeep was only changed this morning. Everyone got in the car, and they took turns driving. This time it was Kurapika's turn. He sat in the driver's seat, meticulously checked the dashboard, tightened his seatbelt, glanced at the rearview mirror outside the car window, and then slowly drove the jeep out of the intersection. After the car started, Shira looked back at Germain in the back seat as if unintentionally, and then exchanged glances with Germain, who noticed something. What's wrong? Germain asked. Shira smiled and waved her hand, saying, It's okay. It's okay. She turned around, but suddenly felt that for a moment just now, Germain's eyes were indeed very similar to that of the black cat. This time, Germain and his party will go to a port city in the Kaken Empire, where they will board a black ship to leave the country, cross the ocean, and return to the European continent. The black ship here does not refer to the gangster cargo ship that Germain and Kurapika took when they came, but to the passenger ship of illegal immigrants. Although the Kaken Empire has royal families, nobles, civilians, untouchables and other classes, it is indeed a parliamentary country, which was determined by the most peaceful revolution in history almost 30 years ago. Many run people tried to try their luck in the rapidly developing Kajin Empire and become the so-called superiors, but in the end most of them became pariahs. The jeep quickly drove out of the town and drove on a straight road, with open deserts on both sides of the road. About half an hour later, The jeep still hadn't left the desert. At this time, Kurapika glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly said, "The car behind is following us." This sentence made the people who were relaxing and chatting in the car alert again. They looked back from various angles and saw two vans following slowly. Chapter 184. There was almost no obstruction in the desert, and the scorching sunlight swept the long road recklessly. The atmosphere in the jeep became serious because of Kurapika's words. "I noticed that these two vans turned into this road from the small road 10 minutes ago, and then followed us, and almost kept the current distance." Shira looked back uneasily and asked, "Kurapika, are you overthinking? After all, there is only one road, and it is normal for them to drive slowly behind? Maybe I am overthinking." Kurapika also frowned hesitantly. "It's just that I was driving slowly just now, and they didn't overtake me, which is quite strange. Generally speaking, on a flat road, the rear car will not like to stay behind the slow-moving front car, neither honking nor overtaking. It does sound a bit suspicious." Sheila couldn't help but clutch her dress in worry, and her wrist, which had just been bandaged, was shaking slightly. Germain looked at the van from the rear window and said, "They have a new move." The van behind lowered the window and a Germain, Kurapika and Biscuit leaned out. "Germain? Is the person sitting in the car in front Germain?" Shaho Shio held up a loudspeaker, and the voice was amplified. "Stop. We have something to talk to you." "Shio?" Biscuit frowned. "Shio? This guy. He's not pretending anymore." She was quite surprised when she first learned from Germain that Shio was from Bayongda's side, because she couldn't see it at all. She thought Shio was very loyal to the old man, President Netero. "He knows that we are connected," Germain said. "I know his position, and you must know it too. So there is no need for him to hide." "What is his purpose?" Bisji asked. "Probably to complete the mission that was not completed before," Germain said calmly. "If I am not mistaken, in that van, in addition to Shio, there was also Bayongda." "Bayongda?" Bisji didn't know what expression to show. She was also about to see President Netero's son in person for the first time. "Does he have any ill intentions towards us?" "Not sure," Germain answered. One of the two vans accelerated past the jeep that Germain and others were riding in, and blocked it in front. They sandwiched the jeep from the front and the back, causing the jeep to slow down. Kurapika turned back. "Teacher, it's okay. Stop the car." Germain knew that Bayongda and Shio were determined to win, and they couldn't avoid this meeting. So, Kurapika slowly parked the jeep on the side of the road, and everyone got off one by one. The two vans also stopped, and a group of people got off the cars. The two groups of people stood with a jeep in the middle, looking at each other. Except Shio. The others were wearing uniforms of the same style, but two of them were wearing black uniforms. They should be the captain and vice captain, and the rest were wearing white uniforms. They should be team members. These people were all tall and strong, although they were unarmed. They had a more courageous aura than those with weapons. They must have been experienced in many battles. They surrounded a man. The man's clothes were very ancient, with a bun, a long beard, a long gown, and arm armor on each arm. He was tall and straight, exuding a heroic spirit. It can be seen that this man deliberately dressed himself up to resemble Guan Yu, but he had two cross scars on his face, which made him look even more fierce, like a villain. This man is Bayongda. There is no mistake. Basiji was slightly stunned, because Bayongda looked 70% similar to President Netero in both appearance and temperament. There was no need for blood relationship identification at all. She was very sure that he must be the son of President Netero. She believed that anyone who was familiar with President Netero would come to the same conclusion here. "Ha ha ha." Bayongda started with a big laugh. He walked over like an old friend who had met after a long time. "Finally I see you. You made me look for you so hard. I believe you all know me. Right? My name is Bayongda, a man who has been unknown for decades. There shouldn't be many young people who know me. Right? Ha ha ha." Although there was a hint of self-mockery in his words, his actions were quite bold, and he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Bayongda took the initiative to extend his hand to Germain, but Germain didn't want to shake hands with him. He didn't care either, and put his hand down generously. "It seems that you are still a little wary of me, but it doesn't matter. I believe that as we get along longer, you will understand what kind of person I am, and you will trust me." Bayongda waved his hand and pointed to his van. "Come, Get in the car with me. And it will take less than half an hour to get to our temporary base nearby. We ate and drank there and chatted. I'm really curious. How did you get to the Dark Continent without our knowledge? And how did you travel back and forth safely in such a short time? He smiled kindly, his tone unquestionable, as if things should develop in this way. If it were an ordinary person, he might be led by his words and get on the car in a daze. Kurapika and Shiro were the only two people present who didn't know why the topic suddenly turned to the Dark Continent. The former was confused, while the latter was terrified. Shiro was secretly shocked. What on earth have I been involved in? What bad luck? What bad luck? Biscuit finally reacted at this time. She exchanged glances with Shiori, then looked back at Kurapika and Shira, and then reached out and pulled Germain's sleeve. German, Biscuit whispered. I negotiate. The current situation is not suitable for conflict with Byanga's forces. Byanga looked unfathomable. Shio was also a martial arts expert among the 12 zodiac signs. The men in uniforms around him were probably mercenaries, all of whom were decisive and ruthless. Once a conflict or even a war arose, German and Basiji would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. German looked back at her. Basiji shook his head and took the initiative to walk in front of German. Usually Basiji would pretend to be a delicate and harmless girl. But in this critical moment, as a senior of German and others, she would not retreat behind everyone. Basiji took the initiative to strengthen her physique, so that her princess dress was about to tear. Standing in front of Byanga, she was even half a head taller than Yongda. She looked down at Byanga. At this time, she must not lose her momentum. Byanga, you should know who I am. Right? Byanga smiled. Of course I know. The old man's favorite disciple. I was surprised when I heard that he actually trained a disciple. I have wanted to meet you for a long time. After all, you are the person the old man has chosen. You must be very suitable for the old man's appetite in some aspects. For example, this rebellious wildness. Ha ha ha. He laughed and pointed at Basiji, and then pointed at himself. Whether it is you who inherited his martial arts, or me who inherited his bloodline, we have all violated his wishes. This is inevitable. If he said that we are not allowed to go to the Dark Continent, and as his son or disciple, you just obeyed, then you are not worthy of being his son or disciple. You did a good job, and it suits my taste. I also understand why the old man chose you as his disciple. He simply cannot like a fool who listens to him and follows the rules. At this moment, even the knowledgeable Bisji was suppressed by Byanga in terms of momentum. She even felt a little shy. After all, before she met Germain, even if she was attracted to the Dark Continent, she would not look for a way to go there like Byanga and Jean. More importantly, the aura of the man in front of her gave her a familiar feeling of longing. Byanga was the kind of man in the novels who would make people push the Golden Mountain, overturn the Jade Pillar, bow down and worship as soon as they met, and call him brother. Basiji seemed to really see President Netero here, and remembered the kindness of him stroking her head when he taught her the heart source flow. This is really too scary. Chapter 185. It had been less than 3 minutes since they met, and Basiji couldn't help but have this feeling. This was definitely unnatural, and she was easily influenced by Byanga. Byanga was even more terrifying than she had imagined, especially for those of them who were very familiar with President Netero. It was an attraction that was almost irresistible. However, she had to refuse and stand on the side of Germain and others, who were her companions. If you have anything to talk about it here. Basiji made her expression and tone cold. Byanga raised his lips, and gave the old man's disciple a few more points in his heart. However, he was more interested in German standing next to Basiji. He had just quietly observed these people. Among them, Xiaodi had clasped her hands in a vigilant manner, which was obviously the starting position of the telekinesis. She looked at the people around her with distrust through her black-framed glasses. Xiaodi also glanced at Byanga, but finally gave up and never looked in this direction again, but focused on guarding against Shio, Muhair, mercenary captain, and others. It was a wise judgment. This young woman knew that the gap between us was too big after just one look, so she gave up decisively and chose an opponent that she could handle. Byanga observed the other two. Shiro looked terrified, as if she would collapse to the ground in the next moment. Kurapika was relatively better, with a calm expression. It seemed that he had controlled the flow of his mind and emotions well under the guidance of Germain, but he had not practiced for a long time. And in Byanga's opinion, He was still full of flaws. Among these people, only Germain stood silently beside Biscuit, suppressing his breath. This does not mean that he gave up the fight. On the contrary, it was like he had compressed a spring to the lowest point. His posture was a fighting posture ready to attack at any time. Elite and above-men users often outline certain moments of the next battle in their minds before the battle begins, as if predicting the future. These are the various conclusions drawn from countless intelligence under the high-speed operation of the brain. A bit like a war simulation. Bayonda glanced at Shio, then at Maher, who had pointed ears and looked like an elf in Western mythology, and smiled slightly. You should have seen it, right? Shio and Maher did see it after seeing Germain's posture and feeling his breath. The former saw a meat saw slashing his face, and the latter saw a shotgun piercing his chest. Both of them were stiff, and at the same time, they were calculating quickly in their minds, looking for new ways to attack. At this time, they saw another scene. Shio saw himself being burned by the flames of the flamethrower, while Muhil saw his lower body being pierced by the threaded cane. This was of course not an accurate future, because various factors were too complicated, and Shio and Muhil were not sure whether Germain had other means or trump cards. However, these were difficult for them to accept. The two frowned and competed with Germain in their minds again, looking like they were in a daze on the surface. Bayonda stroked his long beard, retracted his gaze, past Basiji who was blocking the way, and stared at Germain. The first time he saw Germain, he confirmed that this person was even more magnanimous than himself. Although magnanimity cannot determine the outcome of a battle, it is still incredible. Bayonda was not affected by Germain's momentum, but Shio and Maher were not immune. As for the weaker mercenaries, they could only feel the coldness and did not see the materialized scene, which was a good thing for them. Bayonda laughed again at Biscuit's words. To be honest, this is not a good place to talk, and I can't show my sincerity. But it is true that some things would be better to make it clear at the beginning. The fourth prince, Caledonic, was killed by you, right? Bayonda glanced at Kurapika. From the West Journey, I knew that you were very interested in the Red Eyes. The atmosphere on the scene changed drastically again. Bayonda seemed to be unaware, and continued to speak. When all the collections of the fourth prince disappeared, we guessed that it was probably you. This is really difficult. The royal family of the Kajin Empire is our largest sponsor. If you can't give us something that is quite beneficial to us, I can't help you completely settle this matter. It's a pity to say that there was a very good prospect of cooperation between you and me, but it was all messed up by such trivial matters. Who killed whose relatives and whose eyes were taken away? Compared to the Dark Continent, there is no comparison at all. I forgot about family affection half a century ago. Kurapika narrowed his eyes, while Shira prayed silently and trembling. Bayonda's aura suddenly rose at this time, making him like a giant, giving Germain in front of him a strong sense of oppression. Do you know the 4 great classics? When I have free time, I like to read the 4 great classics. I really hope to be sworn brothers with you, instead of forcing you to Lianshan. Whether you are willing or not, I have waited long enough for half a century. Whether it is the means of the Kajin Empire or your means, I want them all. Bayonda issued a declaration of determination. In the original timeline, the Kajin Empire and Bayonda launched an exploration of the Dark Continent not long after President Netero died from the severe injury of the Ant King and the explosion of the Poor Rose. And they need to take a giant tanker black whale that can accommodate 200,000 people at a time, also known as BW-1. This ship is obviously not something that can be built in just a few months and launched immediately after it is built. It always needs to go through a period of testing, so it is impossible without a few years. This means that the Kaken Empire and Bayonda seem to have predicted the death of President Netero and made various secret preparations, which makes it hard not to think of conspiracy theories. In other words, was the so-called Chimera Ant disaster caused by the Kaken Empire and Bayonda? There have been precedents in history for Chimera Ants to invade the 6 continents. So professional hunters such as Kate are so familiar with the habits of Chimera Ants from the Dark Continent. And Chimera Ants are creatures with a strong pyramid-like class consciousness. And the center is undoubtedly the Queen Ant. Even after the birth of the Ant King, only the Ant King and his direct guards will leave the pyramid, and most of the remaining Chimera Ants will still surround the Queen Ant. The Ant King will force other species to mate or other means to create a new Queen Ant and start a new cycle. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the Queen Ant is unlikely to leave the nest. And there are also a large number of chimera ants guarding her. But the final result was that she was thrown alone into the sea near NGL country and drifted. Injured. It is hard not to make associations. Moreover, the chimera ant disaster may not be the first action against President Netero in half a century. It should be the last and only successful one. Perhaps there is no need for evidence. Whoever benefits the most is the most likely to be the mastermind. This is Bayanda's method. He will never be merciful even to his own father. Now that he has finally caught Germain and others, he will not give them a chance to leave. The next thing to do is to dig out Germain's method, and then use the lives of Kurapika, Shudi, and Shira to give an explanation to the Kaken royal family. That's all. Chapter 186. Bayanda held up 3 fingers to Germain and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Leave 3 people in your team to us, and I can guarantee that your cooperation with us and the royal family of the Kajin Empire will be successfully achieved. 2 of them are the main culprits in the murder of the 4th prince, and they will be handed over to the royal family of the Kajin Empire. He pointed to his mercenary captain again. The last one will be handed over to my mercenary captain Muhil. Bayanda distributed the fate of 3 of the 5 people in Germain in a "this is quite fair" tone. Just like pigs in a pen. Which was extremely uncomfortable. Germain glanced at Muhil, somewhat curious as to why he had to hand someone over to him. Muhil, who had pointed ears, explained at this time, "Germain, do you remember the hijacking of the airship you dealt with in April?" Hijacking of the airship? Germain quickly remembered that it happened when he first met Kurapika, and they encountered a group of crazy gangsters on the airship. Later, the gangsters were dealt with by Germain alone. So they are related to Muher? Looking back, they are indeed a group of mercenaries. Germain looked at the captain of the mercenaries calmly, waiting for his next words. "They are not my direct subordinates," Muher said later, "but we are connected because of the Noel Mercenary Survivors Mutual Aid Fund. As the name suggests, this fund is specifically used to ensure the basic living of some mercenary survivors. Indeed, their act of hijacking the airship is too extreme, and it has brought shame to us mercenaries. But, after all, they are still on our side, and they died for the Noel Mercenary Survivors Mutual Aid Fund. In this way, we can't just ignore it. We don't want much. Just one life of any one of you. It's justifiable. You will have to deal with those mercenaries in the future, and I think it's worth it if one person's death can get the minimum trust." Bayanda laughed again. "Muhil is right. We will cooperate in the future, and we need to weigh the pros and cons of many things, so as not to hurt the harmony. I think we should distribute it like this. These 2 people will be given to the royal family of the Kaken Empire." He raised his hand and pointed at Kurapika. "Shira, the reason for the crime is the red eyes." Kurapika frowned. Sheila's expression was stiff. Bayanda pointed at Xiaodi again. "Hand her over to the mercenaries. This way, both sides have an explanation. After all, killing someone means paying for their life, which is only natural." Xiaodi's expression did not change. Bayanda smiled and nodded. "Even if they know that these 3 people are not the real murderers, or not all of them, they will admit it for the sake of the Dark Continent, and I can easily settle the rest of the matter. How is it? This is the lowest price I can think of. If you don't have the heart to agree, my people can do it for you, and do it directly." Shio, Muher and the mercenaries seemed to respond to Bayanda's words, and took a step forward together, approaching their prey like a pack of wolves. Xiaodi and Kurapika directly materialized the bulging-eyed fish and chains this time, staring at Bayanda and his group vigilantly, ready for battle. Shira hid behind them trembling, and continued to pray in her heart. The atmosphere suddenly changed. "What are you kidding? Biscuit put on a strong body and protected the 3 of them. We will never trade them, and you don't have the power to do so." She was aggressive and prepared to resist to the end. Bayanda showed an embarrassed expression at this time, and the cross scars on his face wrinkled together. "This is difficult, okay? We can each take a step back. You can replace the 2 women with other 2 people. As for Kurapika, he can't be replaced. His eyes, and the large number of red eyes that you took away can explain some problems very well. We can't just find some scapegoats. If we just perfunctorily deal with it, the royal family of the Kaken Empire will lose face, and our sincerity is not enough. I hope you can understand. You can't just not give anyone away. Right? That would be too much. And it would damage our cooperative relationship. Who wants to cooperate with you? What do you call this? Take a step back? Basiji got excited. Her neck turned red. And she turned to look at Germain. Say something too. Bayonda stroked his long beard and looked at Germain with a smile. Yes. Say something too. You are their backbone. But I think you should be able to see the situation clearly. He pointed at Shio, Muhair, and then at himself. For me alone. You and Basiji have to work together to deal with it. So how are you going to deal with Shio and Muhair for the remaining 3 people? The result is the same. But at least I don't want to evolve into that kind of situation. So I want to leave a little dignity for each other. Germain, what do you think? Bayangda always has a negotiable attitude. But he will use practical actions to make the people he talks to walk into a dead end without knowing it. And finally have to listen to the choice he gave at the beginning. Germain really sees the situation clearly. He nodded to Basiji, signaling her to be patient, and then walked forward. Basiji was stunned for a moment, then understood. Germain said, we can cooperate, but no matter what, we can't use them as a transaction. Bayangda shook his head and sighed. What's the point of your persistence? Do you really have to go to war with us? We can find 3 other people as scapegoats. Germain stretched out his hand to Bayangda and continued. At the same time, I can tell you now how I travel to and from the Dark Continent. As for how to weave lies, and how to convince the royal family of the Kajin Empire and those mercenaries, that is your responsibility. If you don't agree, then we can only resist to the end. Bayangda looked at Germain's outstretched hand and frowned slightly. This time, it was his turn to be unwilling to hold it easily. Tell me about your telepathic ability first. Germain took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Bayangda and his group. My method is actually my telepathic ability. By materializing the teleportation lantern and letting the messenger imp catch the teleported person, the teleportation can be triggered. Bayangda and others were not surprised that Germain's telepathic ability was a method. They probably guessed it. What really surprised them was Germain's next action. It's like this. Germain suddenly squatted down and pressed one hand on the ground while Bayangda and others were still digesting his words. Hunter badge, teleport lantern. Activate. A purple light flashed, and the teleport lantern appeared. 4 skinny ghosts howled. 3 of them rushed towards Bayangda, Shio, and Muhair without saying anything. Bayangda, Shio, and Muhair were shocked. If they were caught by the 3 messenger ghosts, they would be forcibly teleported to the Dark Continent or somewhere else. In the short reaction time, Bayangda and the other 2 were impressed by what Germain said, and made the most reasonable judgment and action. They all chose to fly back and evade the attack of the 3 little ghosts. The 3 little ghosts failed to catch anyone and fell to the ground, screaming in disappointment, as if they were going to tear everyone's eardrums. However, when Bayangda, Shio, and Muhair were forced to retreat more than 10 meters away, they reacted one after another. They realized that this kind of ultra-long distance force transmission should be impossible, because it was too easy to trigger, violating the constraints and oaths. This is indeed the case. Germain's teleportation lantern can send up to 4 people to the Dark Continent, and Bayangda is still wearing the shackles set by Netero. Once he is really teleported to the Dark Continent, he may be attacked by the shackles on the spot. Therefore, even if there is only a slight possibility, Bayangda cannot take risks. He can only stay away from the messenger imp, and cannot even try to fight back. However, Germain never expected this attack to succeed, just as Bayangda and the others thought. There are too many restrictions and oaths required to activate the teleportation lantern. First, Germain must squat down and place his palms on a flat surface to complete a series of actions to pierce and light the lantern. Second, one of the people being teleported must be Germain himself. Furthermore, the teleportation lantern has a cooldown time, and Germain himself will be infected with stress, characteristics, and diseases every time he returns. Finally, the teleporter must shake hands with the messenger imp, and must not have a strong desire to resist being teleported. The above 4 points, especially the last one, have determined that the teleportation lantern cannot be used as a means of attack under normal circumstances. Not to mention, it is almost impossible for Bayangda, Shio and Muhair to achieve the above conditions at the same time. In addition, Germain could not use the teleportation lantern to take away the people around him in the current situation, because there are exactly 5 people in total, and the teleportation lantern can only send 4 people at most. Someone will definitely be left behind, which is also what Germain does not want to see. In addition, even if Germain and others teleport to the Dark Continent, Bayonga and his party can always crouch near the teleportation lantern. German and others will always come back, either by teleporting lanterns or trying to find gatekeepers and guides to return. The former still has to contact Bayonga and his party, and the latter not only has a difficult journey and many difficulties, but also has a high probability of bringing back disasters. Either way, the risk is too high. Chapter 187. Miao Hire stood firm, thinking clearly that it was not so easy to achieve super long-distance force transmission. So he looked at Bayonga inquiringly. Bayonga nodded, with a smile on his face. So, Miao Hire shouted to the mercenaries, who had just reacted, "Shoot them." The mercenaries in white uniforms were all people who followed orders. After hearing Miao Hire's order, they acted subconsciously without thinking. They materialized submachine guns in their hands, and fired at German, squatting on the ground. The bullets swept over. German retreated, and the teleportation lantern and the messenger imp turned into purple light particles and dissipated under his thoughts. At the same time, a jeep took off into the air and smashed into the group of mercenaries like a boulder, making a loud bang. It not only blocked most of the bullets, but also forced the mercenaries to retreat. And the one who threw this jeep was, of course, Biscuit. When she and Germain looked at each other just now, she knew that Germain was going to take action. They still had this tacit understanding. She was well prepared. When she saw Bayonga, Shio, and Mahair were forced to move away by the messenger ghost, she immediately picked up the jeep next to her and threw it over. The jeep rolled over, raising dust and temporarily blocking everyone's view. "Are we going to run away?" Shudi asked. No one answered yet. At this time, Bayonga's penetrating voice came clearly. "After all, you chose the plan that I can't accept the most. It's really disappointing. Why are you unwilling to give up the weak and choose to cooperate with the capable? If you can't use the lives of the weak to pave the way forward with peace of mind, you can't go further. You are too naive. It seems that I must forcibly correct your ideas." Boom. The momentum that soared into the sky was like a tall building, and in an instant this overwhelming momentum turned into a giant phantom, swaying in the wind. The giant also had a long beard and wore a long robe, but he held a guandao with a wide blade in his hand, looking majestic. With a snap, the jeep was cut in half before it could be seen clearly, and then it exploded and caught fire, with thick smoke rising. Bayonga jumped into the air, pointed his right hand diagonally like a knife, and the giant phantom in the air also pointed his guandao diagonally. BCG saw it clearly, and was quite surprised. Bayonga's state at this time was really like President Netero's 100-style guanin. That was not a mind beast, but a phantom with the power of strengthening as the core and releasing as the auxiliary, symbolizing the terrifying mind energy and the experience of the old Taoist. There is no need to use a mind beast for the reinforcement system. Germain looked at the giant phantom holding a guandao and whispered, "They are indeed biological father and son. Not only do they look and have similar temperaments, but they also have similar mind abilities." He paused, raised his voice, and said, "Bisji." Bisji had already assumed the posture of the heart source flow, fluctuating his mind energy. "What's wrong?" "I hold Bayonga back later," Germain said. "He doesn't know what the restrictions and O's of the teleportation lantern are. I will use this to hold him back for 3 minutes." Bisji pursed his lips. "So? I must solve Shio within 3 minutes. This is a very difficult task. Shio is not a weakling. I help you." Shiori adjusted his black-framed glasses and interrupted. Kurapika swung the chain. "Leave the rest to me and Shira." Shira wanted to say, "Don't leave it to me. I'm unreliable." But at this moment, it seemed difficult to say this. She prayed in her heart again. "My accumulated good luck. No matter what, please turn it around soon." Just then, a strange, roaring sound really came from the distance. Germain and Bijan were facing each other across a jeep of fire, but they still couldn't help but glance over there. At the end of the road, a black dot appeared. The black dot roared, and its size became larger and larger. Finally, it came closer, and everyone finally saw clearly that it was a dilapidated car. The roaring sound came from its engine that seemed to be overwhelmed. With a creak, the dilapidated car stopped not far from the crowd, and 2 people got off the car on both sides, revealing their faces in the dust raised by the desert. These are 2 men. One man wore a tattered hat, dressed like a fisherman, had a scruffy beard, put his hands in his pockets, and strode over without caring about his image. The other man was much neater and cleaner. He wore a blue hat, had long silver-white hair that fell to his waist, and had a thin face and figure, looking quite gloomy. As a third party, they suddenly intervened, directly changing the situation on the scene, making the battlefield that was about to explode seem to be frozen. Germain looked at the image of the two people, blinked his eyes, guessed their identities, but did not expect to see them here. He could not help but turn his head to look at Sheila. Perhaps it was Sheila's accumulated good luck that brought these two men after attracting Bayonda and his group, using good luck to hedge against bad luck. Yo! At this time, the unshaven man raised his right hand and took the lead in greeting Shinho Shio. Shio. Long time no see. Shio stared at him, silent, muttering in his heart why he met him here. He did not hesitate and directly compared Yonda and Muhire to explain the identities of the two men. In fact, without him saying anything, Bayonda and Muhire also recognized them. The man turned to Basiji again and said with a smile, Basiji, I forgot whether I have met you before, but I often hear your name, and you should also hear my name often. Basiji was obviously very surprised by the appearance of the man in front of him. He did not wait for Basiji to respond, and then looked at Germain on his own. You must be German. It seems I came to the right place this time. I'm Kim Foolish. He dug his cheek with his fingers, looking embarrassed. I see that you two seem to be about to fight, so I won't waste your time and just ask and answer quickly. I ask straight to the point. How should I put it? I heard that you have a very convenient means of traveling to and from the Dark Continent. He pointed at himself. Can your means allow me to go to the Dark Continent as well? The man spoke several sentences in rapid succession, and there was indeed no intention to hide anything. He didn't like to beat around the bush at this time. The man who suddenly appeared was Pig Jean Fulishi, one of the 12 zodiac signs along with Shio. The man with long white hair behind him was his apprentice Kate, a professional hunter who was supposed to be investigating camping tigers and other creatures in the forest with the support of the Kajin Empire. Germain only thought about it briefly and understood what would be beneficial to his side. He replied, Okay, but the premise is that you have to help us leave here safely. Okay. Jean smiled and agreed decisively. Then we talk about the details later. Compared to the back-and-forth negotiations between Germain and Bayonda, Germain and Jean reached a contract within 5 seconds of meeting. The speed was so fast that most people hadn't reacted yet. Jean turned around and looked at Bayonda. You are Bayonda. He touched the stubble on his chin. I've heard of you. It seems that you and Germain and the others have completely broken down. Otherwise he and I wouldn't have been able to reach an agreement so quickly. That's how it is. I think we should shake hands and make peace, and then go back to our own homes. How about that? Bayonda smiled and stroked his long beard, looking at Jean, unmoved. Jean Fulishi, I know you also want to go to the Dark Continent, so I once asked someone to invite you. You can't do it. Jean waved his hand. As long as President Netero is alive, you can only shrink. I'm not interested in following a turtle. I know you've been planning various actions against President Netero. To be honest, although many people call me a bad guy, I can't bring myself to do anything to President Netero. If President Netero dies, we may still be able to cooperate. If President Netero is alive, forget it if you want me to participate or watch your plans against him. Not to mention, now there are more convenient and advantageous methods, and your ranking will be lower. Jean scratched his head, as if he was very distressed. Although the battle of telekinesis is not a simple competition of the points on poker cards. After all, there are some things that you and I can foresee. Next, Germain and I will deal with you. Bisji will deal with Shio. Kate will deal with your elf-like guy. And the remaining mercenaries will be handled by the 3 people from German's side. If the battle continues, your losses will be greater than ours. Maybe you will be killed by me and German if you capsize in the ditch. You have been suppressed by President Netero for most of your life. Finally, when you are about to see the dawn, you die here. It's not worth it no matter how you look at it. Right? And if you choose to leave like this, both of us will remain silent about what happened today. And there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. After all, we only have different ideas and styles. But our goals are always the same. In the future, as long as you have a way to go to the Dark Continent, our communication is inevitable. Just think of it as giving me face. How about it? Bayonda laughed for a while after listening. But I have to let you get ahead. Right? Jean spread his hands. No matter what. We will get ahead. You have to accept this. Don't forget. You have to get past Netero first. Your biggest enemy has never been us as competitors. Since you can't go now, just wait patiently. Bayanda's face finally changed at this time, becoming gloomy. He stared at Jean, and then glanced at German, Bisji, Kate and others. Finally, he snorted coldly and retracted the giant phantom behind him. Chapter 188. The old sedan roared along the desert highway, the car stereo playing quite exciting rock music, the lead singer screaming at the top of his lungs. If you ignore the crowded situation in the car, perhaps with this timeless song, this journey would be considered a good family trip. The driver was Kate, who had silver hair and a dull temperament, and he hardly spoke. Jean was qualified to sit in the co-pilot seat, acting carefree. As for the other 5 people, they had to put up with it and squeezed into the back row. From left to right, the seats in the back row were Shiati by the window, Germain in the middle, Shira, and Kurapika by the window on the other side. Kurapika was squeezed to the window seat. Shiati took the initiative to ask for a window seat, saying that she wanted to see the scenery outside the window. She was the only one who really wanted to treat the trip to the Kaken Empire as a journey. The 4 people's shoulders and thighs were put together, with almost no gap. The situation was definitely overloaded. But they had no choice, because Kim and Kate only drove a shabby sedan, and their Jeep was cut in half by Bayanda? Let's squeeze in. Everyone accepted this. So where would the last person of the 5 sit? Bisiji? Her original strong body must not even be able to squeeze into the car. So she turned back to her petite appearance. After getting on the car, in order to save space, she, who was as big as a girl, could only sit on someone else's lap. Although it was not very elegant, it was more likely to be realized than 5 people squeezing in the back row. Biscuit looked left and right, and finally prepared to sit in Germain's arms as if nothing had happened, enjoying the treatment of a princess. She was in her 50s, and just wanted to enjoy happiness occasionally. What's wrong? However, Shiati intervened at this time, and she reached out without saying anything, and hugged Biscuit on her thighs, like a doll. Hey, Biscuit struggled a little, and then felt that Shiati was chubby, and it was quite comfortable to lie in her arms. So she laid down obediently and stopped moving. The vehicle had been away from the battlefield for half an hour, and everyone relaxed a little before starting to chat. Biscuit leaned on the warm cushion with peace of mind, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Kim, it's about time you told me. Right? How did you and Kate appear here? Don't say it's a coincidence or something like that. It's a lie. At this time, Jean reached out and turned down the volume of the stereo, making the car quieter. But there was still some travel atmosphere. He liked this atmosphere very much, and just smiled easily when he heard Biscuit's question. No. When it comes to lying, Biscuit is an expert in this area. I won't teach you how to be an expert. It's really not a coincidence that Kate and I are here. Coincidence is unintentional, and we are looking for you on purpose. But we just happened to meet here. Biscuit leaned out her upper body with interest, like a snail sticking out of its shell. But she was quickly hugged back by Shiati. Hurry up. Don't keep us in suspense. Jean held the back of his head with both hands and looked at the people in the back seat through the rearview mirror in the car. The story started in early August. At that time, I was on an isolated island, studying in ancient ruins with my team. That night, when I returned to the camp, I found a notebook among the documents I read every day. The notebook contained information about German and his companions, and gave quite a lot of indirect evidence, trying to prove to me that German and his companions had the means to travel to the Dark Continent. The indirect evidence was the corpses of the monsters that you secretly cleared in the black market, many of which were highly similar to the monsters recorded in New World Chronicles, East Chapter. You should know New World Chronicles, East Chapter. Right? Well, it's good to know. So there's no need to explain it in detail. Finally, the notebook mentioned Germain's whereabouts at the end, pointing to the Kajin Empire, and predicted that Germain was going to meet with a man named Byangda, and that the meeting and negotiation would end in failure. When Basiji heard this, he couldn't help but sit up straight, and was hugged back by Shiati. Who gave you this notebook? How did you know that Germain's negotiation with Byangda would definitely fail? What is its purpose? Jean still sat with his hands on the back of his head, but he relaxed and pulled his legs and shoes onto the chair. Sitting cross-legged, the notebook did not leave any other information. and I could not find out who had entered my tent before. As for predicting the future, if it is not a telepathic ability, it must be that he knows the nature of Germain and Byangda very well. This person must have been in direct or indirect contact with Germain, Byangda and me for a period of time. And he has rich experience, enough to judge that Germain and Byangda will not be able to cooperate because of their different styles of doing things. And I must be very interested in this matter. In addition, this person has a very large intelligence network, and there are many people with outstanding abilities who are willing to work for this person, so that they can master the information of me, Germain, and Byangda at the same time. But even if this person has such power, he did not deliberately command me what I should do. It seems that he really just kindly put the dark continent information that I care about here. Bisji, I believe you have heard who I am referring to. Right? I think his purpose is also very clear. Jean touched his nose and curled his lips, looking helpless. Bisiji was originally warm in Shiodi's arms, and after hearing these words, she became even hotter, and even her forehead and neck began to sweat. She remembered this familiar feeling of embarrassment, this feeling of slacking off during practice and then being caught. Bisiji couldn't help but cover his face, and the tips of his ears were hot and red. Shiodi felt that the body temperature of the doll in her arms rose rapidly, and fell into a strange silence. She put her chin on Biscuit's head and became curious. Biscuit, who is the uncle in front talking about? Are you familiar with that person? Even Jean, who was calm in the face of adversity, couldn't help but be stunned at this time. Uncle, well, I'm over 30 years old, and I'm also at this age. He crossed his arms and pouted stubbornly. Biscuit covered his face for a while, then rubbed his cheeks hard, rubbing them red, and finally poked his head out of the snail shell. The only one who can do such a thing. And it's so messy. It seems to be a choice for you, but it's actually a forced style. It can only be President Netero. Shira, who was listening in confusion, was shocked when she suddenly heard the name of the president of the Hunter Association. She wanted to stand up in astonishment, but she forgot that this was inside the car. With a bang, Sheila's head, which looked like Mickey Mouse ears, hit the roof of the car. She was so painful that she held her head and bent over to sit down. Kurapika had heard about the legendary President Netero from Germain, Biscuit and others. Hearing his name here, he was also surprised, but he was attracted by Sheila's series of actions. Sheila, is your head okay? Do you need me to use the healing thumb chain on you? Sheila shook her head, then rubbed her head and sat up, looking quite aggrieved. For some reason, Kurapika's words, which were clearly sincere and caring for her, sounded like he was scolding her for having a bad brain. She hypnotized herself in her heart. I chose it myself. I chose it myself. I chose this path myself. I don't regret it. I don't regret it. I definitely don't regret it. Biscuit glanced at Shira, and after confirming that Shira was fine, she considered her words, and then pointed to her ears. Do you know that President Netero has a nickname called Shafong Ear? This is because he can always inexplicably know the whereabouts of others, and guess their next move. Bisji sighed deeply. I actually thought that our affairs would be discovered by President Netero sooner or later. But I at least hoped that it would be discovered after we got one of the hopes, so that we could take the initiative by acting first and reporting later. Unfortunately, it was still discovered. However, after President Netero grasped the basic situation, he did not immediately stop the negotiation between Germain and Byangda, but instead sent a message to Jinfa. I am afraid that after weighing the pros and cons, he planned to give us a chance. To put it bluntly, the President Netero I know is such a person. If we can achieve results, that is, bring back hope safely instead of disasters, he will agree with our private actions. If we fail, he will take action to settle the matter. He will punish and dismiss us. And at the same time, he will do the same thing to German as he did to Byangda, putting him in chains. If I'm not mistaken, President Netero must have set a deadline, such as completing this A-level mission before January 1999. He is like this, often giving me or my subordinates things that should take a year or two to complete. But he tells them to be completed within 1 or 2 months. President Netero's intention is very clear. I can pretend not to see it, or I can get all the permits, qualifications, and contracts for you afterwards. But the premise is that you must take back hope, not disasters. Netero has never mindlessly rejected the members of the Hunter Association from exploring the Dark Continent. because he knows that the desire to explore the Dark Continent is the nature of hunters, and cannot be stopped at all. What he wants to reject is Byanda's way of clearing minds with human lives. Otherwise, maybe in the end, hope has not brought changes to human society, and disasters have completely defeated the order of human society. Chapter 189. Besiji knew that President Netero had let them off, but she still felt a lot of pressure, because there were probably less than 3 months left before the deadline in President Netero's mind. The Dark Continent exploration that she had been doing with great enthusiasm before immediately became a purposeful and difficult task, which changed her mentality. Xiaodi seemed to feel Besiji's emotions and stroked Besiji's golden hair in a comforting way. Germain, who had been silent and listening, shook his head at this time and finally spoke. The only time I had contact with President Netero was after the professional hunter exam. He may have been suspicious of me since then and started a secret investigation. It is normal for him to find some clues by following the clues he knew about my connection with Biscuit. As for the deadline set by President Netero, I think it's better to relax a little. I originally planned to conquer the ancient Maze City before the beginning of next year. Everyone looked at him involuntarily, surprised at his calmness and determination. He completely transformed the pressure brought by President Netero into motivation. Even Kate, who was concentrating on driving, couldn't help but look back at him. Biscuit almost forgot that this guy was different from me and Xiaodi. His original goal was to explore the Dark Continent, and it never changed. Then getting a hope would naturally be beneficial to his future exploration. As long as the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, he would do it decisively. However, even if Jean joined now, would it be so easy to conquer the ancient Maze City? The car fell into silence, with no one responding. Jin's eyes left the rearview mirror in the car, and his right hand stroked his stubble-covered chin, wondering if it was time to shave. After a while, he broke the silence in the car. So the first target you chose was the ancient labyrinth city. Well, it just happened to be an ancient ruins, which is a professional match for me. In short, after I received the notebook, I handed over the work of studying the ancient ruins on the isolated island to the team, and then took a boat to a nearby town to rest for a while. After that, I rushed to the Kajin Empire while collecting information about you, because I had been isolated from the world before. I learned a lot about you since then, including your legend of the fastest one-star hunter, your conflicts with the Phantom Troop, the 10 old men, and the Een Beast. After that, I remembered that Kate was in the Kajin Empire, so I contacted him and asked him to act with me. Kate, who was driving, still had his eyes on the road, even though there was no car around. After I received Jin's message, I met up with Jean at the port of the Kajin Empire. At the same time, I told Jean that the last time you appeared was when you were fighting with the Phantom Troop on the train, and then you disappeared. But Jean still decided to find you. So we began to search for your traces in the Kajin Empire until just now. Jean nodded. We looked for you for a while, but there were basically not many clues. Later, I heard that the 4th prince of the Kajin Empire had an accident. I instinctively felt that something was wrong, so I came to the scene of the incident, but I didn't expect to meet you on the way. Shira, who had been rubbing his head for a while, raised his hand a little aggrievedly at this time. This is probably caused by the strong luck accumulated by my ability to read. Bad luck attracted by Yonda and others, and good luck attracted you. Jean nodded again. That's right. All the clues and links are tied together. It seems that our meeting is not just a coincidence. Now that we have come to this point, since we have decided to cooperate, President Netero is likely to set a deadline for us. Time is urgent. I would like to make a request now. German blinked and looked at Jean in the co-pilot seat. What request? Jean raised 2 fingers to the people in the back row. I want to be the second person in our team, which means replacing Biscuit's current position. However, in return, I will pay a reasonable price. German and Bisji looked at each other. The second person is Bisji, and the number 1 person is of course German. This is normal. The 2 are the founders of the stagecoach, and German has the means to the Dark Continent. They are undoubtedly the leaders and decision makers. Bisji spread her hands indifferently, and then she suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but smile cunningly and licked her mouth with her tongue. The pressure from President Netero just now was swept away at this moment, and greed made her think faster and clearer than ever before. Jean, I have been working with Germain for more than half a year. We have a harmonious and close relationship and a tacit understanding. Others in the team also trust me. Many of them were brought in by me. You can't just replace me. Tell me your reasonable price first. Biscuit put his hands on his waist and tried to show an attitude of not giving in easily, but was hugged back by Shioti, completely destroying this image. Jean knew that Biscuit was lying, but he didn't mind. First, the most practical cash. I will pay you the corresponding price in 3 tiers. German and Biscuit are the first tier. The other core members are the second tier, and Kurapika and Shira, who don't seem to know much about what we are talking about, are the third tier. Everyone had introduced themselves to each other before, so Jean knew the names of Kurapika and Shira. The so-called third tier is simply hush money, because it is obvious that Kurapika and Shira are on the edge of this team and don't know much. Kurapika hesitated for a moment and refused. I don't need it. Don't worry. I will keep everything I heard here confidential. Shira also shook her head at this time. I'm the same as Kurapika. I don't need it. Jean waved his hand, then took out his mobile phone and entered a string of numbers on the mobile phone calculator. Don't rush to refuse. This is the third price I pay you. Let's see. Shira took a look and was stunned. She wondered if she was dazzled. Why are there so many zeros behind this string of numbers? Or is the comma in the wrong position? Kurapika was also shocked. He didn't expect that the so-called hush money could make him financially free in the future, but he still planned to refuse. At this time, Germain said to him and Shira, "It's okay. You can accept it. Jean is not short of money, and you have a generous startup capital, so you can choose to do what you like more easily in the future." Kurapika and Shira looked at each other, hesitated for a while, and then nodded. Since Teacher Germain has spoken, just accept it. Jean took back his phone and entered another string of numbers, which was much more than the previous one. He showed it to Shioti. This is the second price I paid. Shioti tilted his head strangely, then pointed at Germain, Biscuit, and then pointed at himself. What are you showing me the second price for? Germain, Biscuit, and I are all veterans of the stagecoach, so I should get the first price. Shioti's expression was not pretended, but really confused. She stroked Biscuit's blonde hair like a pet, and turned to look at German. It's so strange. Why did he show me the second price? Did he make a mistake? Jean choked again, but he was a generous man, so he quickly took back the phone and entered the third string of numbers, which was much more than the first 2 strings combined. He showed it to German, Biscuit, and Shioti. This is the first price I paid you. Shioti reached out to take the phone, and looked at it with German and Biscuit, and then she nodded with satisfaction. Biscuit tried her best to cover her mouth, but couldn't suppress her laughter. The wealth she had accumulated over the past few decades was amazing, but many of them were gems that would never be sold. And how many people in this world would not want to have as much money as possible in the vault? She was willing anyway. Biscuit suppressed her giggles and coughed a few times. Ahem. Ahem. Jean, you just said first. Then there is also second. And finally? Germain seemed to see the erected pointed ears and raised corners of the greedy goblin's mouth from Biscuit at this time. He was not surprised, because this was Biscuit's nature. Jean did not keep the secret, and after taking the phone from Shioti, he continued, Secondly, do you know the game Greed Island? This was developed by me and my partner. I am willing to give a portion of my shares to the 3 of you. Shioti, Kurapika, and Shira were all unaware of the value of Greed Island. The former did not care at all, and the latter had not yet been exposed to this aspect through channels such as professional hunter websites. But Germain and Biscuit knew. Biscuit could not help but stand up from Shioti's arms again, as if he was equipped with a spring. And of course Shioti held him back again and refused to let go. This game was made by you and your team. Its single sale price is 5.8 billion. And now the lowest auction price is more than 8 billion. The actual auction price will be at least more than 10 billion. I remember that there was a rich man named Batra who had been eyeing it, and was determined to buy all the Greed Island circulating in the market. He was even more active than the game hunter. Kurapika and Shira took a breath of cold air. Shioti clapped his hands and said, That's great. It must be very valuable. Jin's tone was calm, without any pain in his heart. It's good that you know about Greed Island, so it's much easier to explain. In short, when we developed it, we established a company, and I held the most shares. Now I am willing to share them with the 3 of you. In this way, you can not only get the corresponding dividends, but also have certain rights to influence the decisions of the company and Greed Island in all aspects. Jean paused, but did not finish. Finally, most of the expenses required for the exploration of the Dark Continent can be borne by me. The above 3 points are my greatest sincerity in exchange for the number 2 person. If you have any opinions or suggestions, we can discuss it again. Biscuit finally couldn't help turning around and looking at German. German, I don't have any opinions. I feel a little embarrassed for him to do this. Let him be the second person. I don't care about this kind of ranking anyway. She thought to herself. The most important thing is that you can't ignore what I say. If Jean insists on this kind of empty name, let him take it. Jean smiled, then turned around and stretched out his hand to German. Happy cooperation? German thought about it, and without hesitation for a long time, he shook hands with Jean, and reached a preliminary negotiation. Happy cooperation. Chapter 190. Jin's unkempt appearance and unconventional style are all enhanced by his wealth. Even if his temporary car is a shabby sedan, it will be considered as experiencing life. Jean clearly felt that Besige's attitude towards him was an order of magnitude better. Although it was a bit strange, he was more curious about other things now. Speaking of which, where is your base? I want to see the information you collected about the Dark Continent as soon as possible. Of course, I will share my intelligence with you. I have a fragment of New World Chronicle, E's chapter that I found at home a few years ago. I can show it to you later. The complete versions on the market have basically been recycled by V5. Jean couldn't help but sigh when he said this. If he was not a descendant of the Fulishi family, it might be really difficult for him to see the famous work of his ancestor Dong Fulishi. V5 controls it too strictly. However, it is precisely because it is collected at home and there is no good way to preserve it. After more than 300 years, the New World Chronicles Dong chapter in Jin's hands has been damaged, incomplete and blurred. However, Jean has read and sorted it countless times, but he does not feel regretful because it is a fragment. On the contrary, the missing and unclear contents in those fragments are what attracted him to the path of professional hunter, and he never gave up exploring the Dark Continent from beginning to end. In this respect, Germain and Jean are the same kind of people. Germain replied, Our base is in the Elubian continent. The exact location is... Ah, that place. Jean remembered. I have been to that area before. Coincidentally, Greed Island is also in the sea near the Elubian continent. This way, it will be much easier to arrange the itinerary. I take you to Greed Island first. German had long ago told Biscuit and Shouty that the mystery surrounding Greed Island was revealed, and that it was a real-life game that existed on an island. Therefore, Biscuit and Shouty, who knew the truth, were not surprised. Sheila, who didn't know the truth, was confused. Huh? What's going on? Didn't you say Greed Island is a game? Greed Island is also in the sea near the Elubian continent. What does that mean? Does it mean the address of your company? That's about it, Jean replied. Didn't I explain it before? German, I see that you, Biscuit and Shouty are not very surprised. So you should have known it a long time ago. Right, German said. I do know the truth about Greed Island. I told Besige and Shouty a few months ago that I used it as a metaphor to describe my teleportation lantern. The teleportation lantern is a means of traveling to and from the Dark Continent. German has explained it to those who don't know it in the car. Jean touched his chin. The teleportation lantern and Greedy Island are indeed a bit similar. I didn't expect that my original idea was realized by your telepathy. It's an incredible fate. The original idea? Besige asked curiously with his hands on his chin in Shioti's arms. Do you have some special purpose in developing Greedy Island? Jean explained. My team and I developed Greedy Island for several purposes, one of which is to establish a connection with the Dark Continent and then conduct ultra-long-distance teleportation. The current teleportation of Greedy Island is enough to cover the entire 6 continents. But whether it can be safely and stably teleported to the Dark Continent is an unknown. I need to conduct field experiments in the Dark Continent. If it succeeds, it will completely change the way we explore the Dark Continent. Biscuit nodded knowingly. So that's how it is. You have big ambitions. Your own achievements are enough to become a 3-star hunter. If Greed Island and the Dark Continent really succeed in establishing a connection, then you will really go down in history. Jean is still a 2-star hunter. The reason he didn't become a 3-star hunter is that he didn't care about the honor and didn't apply for it. It doesn't matter if I go down in history, Jean said. But if I just apply to the International Ferry Permit Office, I probably won't have the chance to go to the Dark Continent in this lifetime. Therefore, I need Germain's method. His method is the only repeatedly verified and stable way to travel back and forth to the Dark Continent. Biscuit nodded. That's the truth. She looked at Germain again and said to herself, the brain circuits of these two people are really similar. When we normal people face the Dark Continent, the first thing we think of is difficulties and obstacles. But what they think of is how to solve these difficulties and obstacles and achieve their goal of moving forward. At this time, Shira finally caught the gap in everyone's conversation and asked, wait a minute. You still haven't explained clearly what Greed Island is about? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Indeed, they had digressed, and still did not answer Shira's original question. Greed Island is a real game on a real island. Biscuit saw that Shira was still a little confused, thought about it, and pushed the explanation work out. Jean, you are the developer. You explain it clearly. Jean scratched his head. It's a game for people with the ability to read. It's quite troublesome to explain. Germain, you explain it. Anyway, you have explained it to Biscuit and Shiati once before, so you have experience. They all felt that it was difficult to explain in a few words, so they gave way to each other for a while. And the ball was kicked to Germain's feet. Sheila stared at their evasions, always feeling like she was being bullied. Fortunately, Germain stopped evading. He thought for a while, and after coming up with a reasonable explanation, he answered Sheila's question. They are actually all right. But Greed Island is a new open-world adventure game independently developed by Jin's Greed Island team. The game takes place in a real world called Greed Island. Players who are teleported here by the Greed Island game console will be given a book to guide the power of the cards. You will play a mysterious character called Adventurer. Encounter gamers and NPCs with different personalities and unique abilities in the free Greed Island. Defeat different types of enemies with them, and gradually discover the truth of Greed Island while collecting the designated 100 cards. It's fast to do the questions with a formula. Listening to German's fluent explanation, everyone in the car was a little confused. Jean was stunned for a moment and said, what you said is true, but it sounds a bit too formal. It's interesting. It can be used as the slogan of Greed Island. I will have someone install it later. You don't have to gradually discover the truth of Greed Island. I will take you to see the truth directly. By the way, after we arrive at Greed Island, it's best to split into two groups. Why? German asked. I plan to use the Greed Island cassette and game console to connect Greed Island with your mansion base, so that you can directly teleport back and forth, saving time and effort. However, to achieve this, you need one of you to take the Greed Island cassette and game console and return to the mansion base. So that's it. Biscuit raised his hand when he heard this. If that's the case, let me take the Greedy Island cassette and the game console back. It's just right. I can finish explaining to Sambika, Minchi and Bahala, by the way. They don't know that Jean has joined yet. Nor do they know what happened to us in the Kajin Empire. Nor do they know about Byanda's group. I have to explain all this information to them in person. Yes, Jean said. Then it's decided. I call Greedy Island now, and ask them to arrange to find a private airship on the Asian continent. Biscuit said, that will be more convenient. The 10 old men and the Phantom Troop have not completely given up tracking Germain and Kurapika. It will be much more relaxing to take a private airship. Chapter 191. Kate, who was driving, said at this time, Jean, my mission is over. I have to rush back to my team tomorrow, so I won't go to Greed Island with you. Jean said, well, okay. Thank you for troubling you this time. I treat you to a meal next time when I have time. Kate couldn't help but complain, Jean, I've heard you say many times that you treat me to a meal when you have time. We haven't met since I started my apprenticeship with you. If you hadn't come to the Kajin Empire this time, you wouldn't have thought of contacting me. Right? Kate's tone was a little resentful. He had great respect for his teacher, but Jean had been elusive and he was busy with work, so it was really hard to see him. Jean looked a little embarrassed. He scratched his cheek with his fingers and replied, then I treat you to dinner tonight. No. I treat everyone to dinner together. A man like him, who was away from home all day, didn't even go back to visit his son Sijia, who was left on Whale Island, let alone his own disciples. Ah. No. Maybe he spent much more time with Kate than with Sijia. In this respect, the one who is truly pitiful is perhaps gone. Gone? Killua. Kurapika and Leorio all have painful life stories, among which Kurapika has the worst life story. And he is also the most extreme. Leorio is already the most normal and realistic person among the 4 protagonists. Shira became interested at this time and asked, Mr. Kate, I heard that you and your team are studying various creatures in the deep mountains and forests. Right? Yes. Kate looked back. Recently, I am studying camping tigers. Are you interested? Yes. Shira answered half-truthfully. To be honest, don't look at me like this. I am actually a landscape hunter, specializing in finding various beautiful scenery and making travel guides. If you are going to study wild creatures, you will definitely go to many places where few people go. And there are often beautiful scenery there. Can I go with you? Don't worry. I won't hold you back. She actually thought about it seriously. Now she doesn't dare to act alone, for fear of running into Paknota and the others, exposing her information and putting her life in danger. However, going to Greed Island with the others in the car is definitely not a good choice for her. After all, it is the Dark Continent. Getting caught in it is another whirlpool that you can't get out of in time. Thinking about it this way, wouldn't it be wonderful to follow Kate, Jin's disciple, a man who looks very reliable, hide in the primeval forest, and fulfill her duties as a professional hunter? Sheila was surprised by her genius idea. I am worthy of it. I found the escape route easily. Kate didn't mind adding a companion, especially since the other party was also a professional hunter. Even if he was not a combat type, he would always provide help in some unexpected ways. Okay. If you are willing, then we will set off together tomorrow. I am definitely willing. Sheila nodded heavily. Biscuit said, in this way, Kate and Sheila will go to work. I will take the Greedy Island cassette and game console back to the mansion base, and the others will stay in Greedy Island. I always feel it this way. I am so pitiful and lonely. Shooty, do you want to go back with me? Huh? I won't go back, Shiati said. I want to go to Greed Island with Jermaine first. I haven't seen the real-life game world yet. Shiati, you can go back with me first, and then teleport to Greed Island through the game console, Biscuit said unwillingly. That's too troublesome. Shiati adjusted her glasses and remained unmoved. Shooty, you are so cruel. You were not like this before. You are still holding me now. And you can even say that you want to abandon me. Biscuit leaned down, covered her face, and pretended to cry. Ah? Shiati tilted her head to look, and saw Biscuit covering her face with her hands and sobbing. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, Are you really crying? But she didn't mention going back with Biscuit. After all, one thing is one thing. Teacher Jermaine. Kurapika was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, Biscuit and I will go back to the mansion base. When Biscuit heard this, he suddenly looked up and shouted in surprise. Really? As a result, her head collided with Shiati's face, and both of them covered their corresponding parts in pain and whimpered. If you want, you can, German said to Kurapika. Kurapika pursed his lips and explained the reason for his choice. After the mansion base establishes a connection with Greed Island, I plan to let Shioti send the tribe's red eyes here, and I will place them together with the pair of red eyes I got before. After that, I plan to retrieve the remaining red eyes. After all, I already have the address and contact information of that group of people. In addition, I will take the professional hunter exam next year and obtain a hunter license. This is my next plan. All of Kurapika's basic and advanced training, including the training of the entanglement of the four-fingered nin ability, has been basically completed. From mid-April to late August, it took more than 4 months. Kurapika's progress in nin ability training was faster than the original timeline. He didn't think he could graduate like Kate, but in order to improve his nin ability, he had to leave the protection of teacher Germaine. Germaine also understood this and replied, Okay, take advantage of this time to continue to polish yourself. I hope that next time we meet, you will have become an elite nin user. Yes, Kurapika agreed, and then said, Thank you for your guidance during this period. I will not forget your kindness to Biscuit, Shooty, and Shira. He said this sincerely, and Biscuit and Shira felt a little shy after hearing it. Shiati's expression did not change much. She thought it was natural. After all, in Meteor City, gratitude is also a popular virtue. No, to be precise, it should be equivalent exchange. You help me do something, and I will do something for you in return. Germain thinks this is good. Kurapika has the idea of owing a favor. So when he chooses to travel alone, he is not likely to go to extremes. The current Kurapika's combat power is definitely not as good as Kurapika in the original timeline in Yuxin City. After all, the latter is gambling with his own life and is a Kryptonian player. But now, he has a brighter future than him, who is likely to burn out completely. His Nen ability users will also practice more smoothly, instead of suddenly raising their combat power like in the original timeline, and paying a heavy price. Jean said at this time, actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. After arriving at Greed Island, I will have a way to teleport you directly to a designated location on the Elubian continent. That is a fixed teleportation point, specially used by those game players to leave Greed Island. Although it is a certain distance from your base, it is faster than taking an airship. When the game cartridges and game consoles arrive at your base, I will set it as a secret teleportation point, and it will be more convenient later. Biscuit was surprised. You should have said this first. She looked at Xiaodi again. No. Xiaodi shook her head and said, it will take time for you and Kurapika to return to the base from the teleportation point. I want to take a look around Greed Island first. Xiaodi was so stubborn that Biscuit could not persuade her, and had to give up. Everyone discussed and decided where to go in the car. At dusk, the old car finally drove out of the desert highway and drove into a town full of car repair shops. They stayed overnight in the hotel in this town. Jean did not break his promise this time. He treated everyone, including Kate, to dinner. He did not lack the money, but the time and energy. The next morning, Kate and Sheila first said goodbye to everyone solemnly and promised to keep in touch with everyone. And then they left together. So, when everyone set out again, Jean would drive the old car. Biscuit sat in the co-pilot seat. Germain, Xiaodi and Kurapika sat in the back seat. And the space suddenly became a little more spacious. However, when they arrived at a big city in the Kajin Empire in the afternoon, they immediately abandoned the roaring car. The reason why Jean and Kate drove it here was to make it easier to handle now, and save some trouble. They went directly to the airport of this city, and waited in the private airship terminal to receive the careful service of the stewardesses. Jean arranged a private airship to depart from a city in the Asian continent, and land at the helipad of this private airship in the Kajin Empire. This private airship is dedicated to the Greed Island team, and is reliable in terms of confidentiality. In this way, we can go directly to Greed Island, Jean explained. Then the airship will send Biscuit and Kurapika to the European continent. Everyone got on the private airship. After Jean chatted with the driver for a few words, the airship took off and slowly rose into the air, leaving the Kajin Empire that night. Chapter 192. 2 days later, on September 13th, the airship sailed under the clouds. German looked down from the porthole and saw a bay exposed by Greed Island. And then a town dotted in the forest appeared in his field of vision, against the many low houses. The castle built on the top of the hill was particularly conspicuous. This is the core of Greed Island, Lime Road, the last place you must come to reach the end of the Greed Island game. Players who reach the ending will be warmly welcomed here, and can choose 3 designated cards to take away. But so far, no one has been able to reach the ending. The airship passed over the tip of the castle, and landed on an empty plain not far away. The propeller slowly stopped turning, and then a ladder was lowered for people to get on and off the airship. Under Jin's guidance, Germain, Biscuit, Xiaodi and Kurapika got off the airship and stepped onto this land that seemed like a fantasy world. Everyone looked around curiously. Not far away, 3 people had received the news and had been waiting here for a long time. They were all core members of Greed Island and game administrators, with the highest authority on Greed Island. The strong and powerful Leijia, with his eyes narrowed. Du-In, with a messy afro, holding a cigarette, and disheveled. Lister, with golden curly hair and a boyish figure. Seeing Jin's long-awaited appearance, Du-In, who was originally scratching his abdomen, immediately put out the cigarette in his hand, stepped on his slippers excitedly, and rushed towards Jean aggressively. Jean, you bastard. You finally know how to come back. Do you know how long you haven't been online? You actually threw everything to us. Du-In's expression was like a woman who was abandoned by Jean, and now she was resentfully asking for an explanation. Jean was not panicked in the face of Du-In's questioning. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, thought hard for a while, and guessed a number. About 5 years? 9 years. Du-in showed an unbelievable expression. You brought Xiao Jia here that time. I can't believe you actually forgot. Don't tell me you don't even know how old your son is now. This? He is 11 years old this year. Jean, you obviously just did the mental calculation. It's unbelievable. Xiao Jia is so pitiful. Note: the comics do not clearly mention the time when Jean brought Kate into the game and created the character Nigyu. It is now set to be before Jean brought Xiao Jia into the game. I will teach you a lesson as an incompetent father on behalf of Xiao Jia. Du-in reached out to grab Jean, but Jean resisted. The two put their palms together and pushed each other like children wrestling. Don't move. Don't move. The people who got off the airship watched with interest. Excuse me. List, wearing a formal suit that matched the body shape of a Shota, bowed slightly to everyone. Jean and Du-in are old friends. This is their way of communicating. They are estimated to wrestle here for 5 minutes. Let's go in first. Yes. Take us in. Biscuit smiled and said to List as if coaxing a child. Biscuit only likes handsome men who are unmarried and childless, and look between 18 and 35 years old. List's real age is unknown, but his appearance is definitely not consistent with his age. So Biscuit's reaction is not big. At most it is normal love for a young boy. Kim's voice came from afar. Hey. 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 List. Don't think I didn't hear you. At this time you actually want to abandon me and take the guests directly into the castle? Let's go in. Lister pointed to the direction of the castle. Don't ignore me, Jean yelled, and was finally knocked to the ground by the slovenly Du-in, who then hugged Jean and cried, You bastard. You're finally back. You're such a bastard. German and his group, under the guidance of Lister, had just walked towards the castle when they were stopped by a tall figure. Liza? Lister looked up at the tall figure in confusion. Lei Zha's expression was serious and resolute, which made Lister, and even Jean and Du-in, who were hugging each other on the ground, realized that something was not right. I have heard Jin's account of what happened, and I have no fault with Jin's lifelong wish. However, I have objections to Jin's distribution of shares to 3 of you, allowing you to become game administrators. I was once a death row prisoner. Without Jin's help, I would not be where I am today. Therefore, I must fulfill my duties more effectively, fulfill my promise to Jean, and ensure the stable operation of Greed Island. I will eliminate any obstacles stuck between the gears one by one. This is the right way for me to repay my kindness. List understood what Lei Zha meant. His face was a little ugly, and he could not help but stand in front of him. Lei Zha, are you going to use force on them? They are guests invited by Jean. At least give Jean some face. Face? Lei Zha laughed. Jean didn't hire me to make me care about the so-called face. He looked in Jin's direction and shouted, Jean, what do you think? You asked me to be merciless when I see your son. You are such a man. Have you become a soft after not seeing you for a few years? Du-in climbed up from Jin's body uneasily and reached out to help Jean up. Lei Zha. He began to be unsure whether it was a good idea for him to pester Jean just now. Maybe if he didn't pester him, there would not be such a situation now. Jean scratched his head as if in a dilemma, then looked at German. That's the thing. It seems that he has put all the debts that I have accumulated for not showing up for many years on your head. So you want to solve the problem with force? It's probably just a test. Can you accept it? Then come on. Okay. German's hunter's black robe was torn and missing, and now he was only wearing a cool light-colored long-sleeved shirt. Like a tourist, he walked slowly towards Lei Zha. Du-in looked at Jean anxiously. Jean. No. You didn't try to stop him? Jean touched his tattered felt hat and waved his hand. It's okay. Germain won't kill him. He will just stop when he gets to the point. Huh? Du-in was stunned for a moment, still a little unresponsive. What does Germain won't kill him mean? Shouldn't it be Liza won't kill him? Liza is very strong. Those who work with him every day know it best. He doesn't know how many people who want to force their way through have been eliminated by him. Lister, standing in front of Liza, watched Germain approach. He noticed that Jean had no intention of stopping him, and noticed that Germain's companions were just watching. He rolled his eyes and understood. Are they all so confident? Then let me see the ability of this fastest one-star hunter, the Phantom Troop and the Een Beast Killer. So, Lister put one hand on his chest, made room, bowed slightly, and made a pleased gesture. Liza looked down at Germain, who was gradually approaching, and his narrowed eyes finally opened. and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that in terms of courage alone, you are absolutely qualified. He was not careless. Clenched his fists, and after the muscles in his arms bulged, the mind energy surged out. Activate the telekinetic ability. Release the System 14 demons. Liza is capable of releasing and operating up to 14 telekinetic beasts. But under normal circumstances, he will not use 14 telekinetic beasts to fight. Release and operate telekinetic beasts. The more the better. The more the number, the more mental power and telekinesis are consumed. If you are dealing with a weak opponent who is far weaker than you, then it doesn't matter if you release 14 demons to bully them. But German is obviously not such a weak opponent. 8 figures suddenly appeared beside Liza, each demon wearing a knitted hat with jingling bells on it. They also wore a white shirt with their own code printed on it. From 0 to 7, Liza began to retreat. And as he moved, the 8 demons also performed their duties. 5 of the demons formed a circle, and the remaining 3 demons rushed towards Germain. Germain carefully pulled out the meat saw and shotgun, and fired the shotgun first, hitting the first demon that came towards him. Bang! The demon was smashed, flying like debris. The other 2 demons took the opportunity to circle around Germain's left and right sides, and then launched an attack together, one with fists and the other with legs. German swung the meat saw, causing it to deform with a click, and cut the 2 demons in half in an instant. He knocked down the 3 demons responsible for the feint attack, and then looked at Lei Jia and the remaining demons. I saw 5 demons in a circle, with 10 hands raised together, holding a red bullet that they gathered, which looked like a small sun. This is much bigger than the bullet Liza used to hit Sijia in the original timeline. Liza had gained enough running distance and started to sprint. The 5 demons worked together to lift the red bullet high and let it fly into the air. Liza also jumped up suddenly at this time, as if he had completely gotten rid of gravity, and jumped under the red bullet. He shouted loudly, swung his strong right arm, hit the red bullet, and then blasted it towards Germain. Squeak! Squeak! A teeth-grinding sound came out. On the way to Germain, the red bullet suddenly made irregular shaking, as if it was as difficult to predict as the trajectory of a missile. Coupled with this terrifying speed and the destructive power it contained, this red bullet is undoubtedly a killer. Chapter 193. German gave up on using his naked eyes to capture the red bullet and used the circle instead. The red bullet broke into the heart of the circle in the blink of an eye and approached German. He reacted when the red bullet drew a strange arc and suddenly turned to his side. He suddenly jumped upwards and barely avoided the strange arc attack of the red bullet. Boom! The red bullet fell to the ground, and a huge explosion immediately occurred in the wilderness. And a shock wave of mind energy, like an inverted bowl, suddenly appeared. The gravel flew in all directions. Liza's heart sank. Did he dodge it? Liza hung in the air for a moment and began to fall to the ground. But it was enough for him to see that the attack just now did not work. What a fast move! Where did he go? Before he could react, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Liza's eyes, which were originally narrowed, were half open, and now they were completely wide open, and a palm was pressed on his face. He couldn't help but tremble all over. Is this considered my victory? Liza saw German's black eyes and his shotgun against his chest through his fingers. He was stunned for a moment, and then smiled with relief. Yes, I lost. The 2 landed on the ruined wilderness and landed steadily. Germain loosened his palm and weapon and stood aside. Liza dispersed his mind energy. Lister was quite surprised. He was not surprised that Germain could deal with Liza's mind beast. But Germain easily read the almost irregular direction of the red mind bullet and subdued Liza in an instant, which surprised him. No wonder Jean would have such a high opinion of him and was willing to give away some of his shares. Lister clapped his hands lightly. Biscuit, Shooty, and Kurapika were stunned for a moment and followed suit. At this time, Duin shouted in discord, Ah! Lei Jia, look at what your telekinesis has done to this land. Lei Jia narrowed his eyes and laughed. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I can fix it with administrator privileges and some cards. You guy, do you think the power of the cards is for nothing? Do you know how long it takes to collect them? Duin, wearing slippers, strode over and pointed at Lei Jia's nose and cursed. Lei Jia raised his hands like surrender. Yes. Yes. My fault. My fault. At this time, Jean came over and stood beside German. Lu Jia still chose to challenge you after seeing that there was a gap in strength between him and you. On the one hand, as long as the gap is not too big, it is not uncommon for the weak to defeat the strong in telekinesis battles. On the other hand, this is also a kind of endorsement. The fact that you fought him, and won quickly, will soon reach the ears of other members of the Greedy Island team. This will produce a kind of conviction. German looked at him sideways. I know. He thought for a moment and added, you have a good friend who will respond to your decision with practical actions. I know. Jean answered calmly. The dinner held in the castle that night was quite lively and sumptuous. Anyone in the Greedy Island team who could get away from their posts came to show their faces. For example, the silver-haired twin sisters Ida and Elena, who were petite, entered the palace hand in hand. First talked to Jean, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, and then came to meet the guests. However, they seemed to be very busy at work, and they both left after half an hour. Jean, Liza and Duan were drunk in the room, and when Germain and others left the banquet, they were still drinking at the table. Liszt arranged a separate room for everyone in the castle and prepared all the daily necessities, which was so thoughtful that Bisky praised him repeatedly. That night, while Germain was lying on the sofa listening to music, he received a text message from Abengani. Abengani, Mr. Germain, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I heard that you have killed 2 more members of the Phantom Troop. Right? Germain did not mean to hide it and replied, yes. After a while, when Germain thought that the other party was busy with other things and had no time to reply, he saw another text message. Abengani, you are the most incredible professional hunter I have ever seen. The 10 old men have been forced to cancel the bounty on you. This is the second time they have done so. They rarely remove the bounties they set. And the 2 exceptions were both because of you. Abengani said 2 more paragraphs. The reason is probably that the Phantom Troop has disappeared. The Zoldyck family is unwilling to take on this assassination commission. And the 10 old men are busy rectifying the internal strife and resisting the expansion of the Kaiken-san gang. It's incredible. You made them hold their noses and swallow the bitter fruit again. After a while, Abengani sent another text message. If I say that I plan to join your team now, do you think I still have a chance? However, Germain went to take a bath at this time, and soaked in the bathtub for a while, quite leisurely. By the time he wiped off the water droplets on his body and returned to his phone, half an hour had passed. He saw the text message from Abengani and replied happily, okay. I tell you an address. You wait there. My companion will pick you up. Abengani replied almost immediately, okay. I'd be there on time. German probably didn't expect that Abengani had experienced such a tormenting wait in the past half hour. After seeing the text message from German, he even felt like a cardiac arrest. But fortunately, the result was good. So, German left the room and went to find Biscuit, telling her about Abengani and asking her to pick him up when the time comes. Okay. It's just on the way, Biscuit agreed. And she was applying nail polish on herself without even looking up. German reminded, be careful. Although the possibility is relatively small, he could still be a bait sent by the Phantom Troop or some other hostile force. Biscuit nodded, well, you have a point. I will be cautious when the time comes. Isn't the soul-chasing chain on Kurapika's ring finger a lie detector? We know when we try it. The next morning, Jean will send Biscuit and Kurapika to the fixed teleportation point on the European continent as promised. Originally, they needed to get the corresponding cards, pass through Elena, one of the twins, and then teleport to the fixed teleportation point on the European continent. However, I have administrator privileges, which is much more convenient. By the way, I help you guys get the privileges later. It's different with privileges. After Jean explained, he handed the spare Greed Island game console and cartridge to Biscuit, and Kurapika took it. Then, he took out a card, similar to the administrator-only card, Exclusion, that Ryza used against the Phantom Troop in the original timeline. Jean showed the card to the 2 of them, as if he was showing a red card. A huge wave of mind energy enveloped the 2 of them, and teleported them away directly, watching Biscuit and Kurapika disappear on the spot. Xiaodi nodded with interest. After a while, Biscuit called, German, Kurapika and I have confirmed that we have indeed been teleported back to the Eulibian continent. We will go and meet up with Abengani first. Okay. Remember to observe him for more than an hour, and make sure there is no danger before showing up. I see. I don't need you to remind me. A few hours later, Biscuit called again. How is it? German asked. I have met up with the Bingani. Biscuit's tone was a little strange. I think he is fine. And Kurapika passed the lie detector test. But what? German was a little confused. What did you do to him? Biscuit asked in surprise. Do you know how respectful he is to us? I'd let it go. But when he heard that Kurapika was your disciple, he actually took the initiative to show his goodwill. Germain frowned. I don't remember doing anything bad to him. He did ask me about the Phantom Troop and the 10 old men last night. Biscuit sighed. I almost understand what's going on. What's going on? Those of us who are familiar with you, of course, know that you are not a vicious person. But people outside don't know. Think about it. From last year to now, apart from the Dark Continent, what have you done? 1 month. We met in November last year. And after we met, you killed 4 killers. What were you doing in December? Killed the assassins who came to kill me. What were you doing in January this year? I took the hunter's license test and killed a few ean beasts. You were training in February. And what about March? Killed Finks. What about April? Killed Phaeton and Franklin. And accepted Kurapika as a disciple. You stayed in the base quite safely in May and June. And in July you eliminated the ean beasts that had just been replenished. What about August? Weren't you there? In August, I killed Eugen and Nobunaga with you. Listen to me. Do you understand? You have been killing people for 7 out of 10 months. And quite a few of them are very famous. If a Bingani knew that you just killed a prince this month. Tut tut tut. Germain probably understood how he was seen by those who didn't know, except for the 4th prince. The others came to me on their own. I was acting in self-defense. Self-defense? You idiot. Tell the judge. I won't talk to you anymore. I believe a Bingani has no ill intentions. I will take him back to the base later. And I estimate he will arrive tomorrow morning. Germain still trusted Bisky's judgment. So he agreed. Chapter 194. Liza was stationed in the coastal city of Shofurabi. So he was not present at lunch. And the others sat around the table. Liz brought a table full of sumptuous dishes. Both Eastern and Western dishes. Please enjoy it, he said kindly. Really like a butler in a castle. Jean took a fork to roll up the pasta. Stuffed it into his mouth. Then looked up and asked curiously, German. Shooty. What are you going to do in the afternoon? We are going to visit the entire Greed Island. Shiati adjusted her glasses and answered for German. She was rarely a little excited. That's it. German followed suit. Then picked up a piece of cut beef and put it in his mouth to chew. Do you want to be our guide? No. Jean immediately waved his hand. I have to spend some time to organize the relevant information and texts about the Dark Continent. And then compare them with yours. Duan and Lister also have their own jobs to do. After all, to manage all aspects of an entire island. The Greed Island management team needs to work together. He paused, and added, however, I can briefly introduce the structure of Greed Island. And you can decide where to go. Is this okay? Okay. Germain had finished eating and wiped his mouth with a napkin. You said? Shiati also put down his knife and fork and drank juice with a straw in small sips. His big eyes blinking as he listened attentively. Jean swallowed a mouthful of pasta and began to speak. Greed Island. Spelled out as G. R. E. E. D. I. S. L. A. N. D. A total of 11 English letters. Each of which is the first letter of a team member's English name. I'm G. Liza is R. Yida and Elena are both E. Duan is D. List is L. Jean was only halfway through his words when Duan slapped the table and interrupted him unhappily. My English name should start with W. But Jean insisted on changing it to D to match the game name Greed Island. Tell me, how can it be so unreasonable? President Netero set the 12 zodiac signs. But he did not force members to dress up as the corresponding zodiac signs. They are like this now because they respect President Netero very much. And it is their own will. Not to mention, Jean and the rat Pariston are exceptions. You two did not intend to match the pig and the rat at all. What about me? I didn't have the chance to object. Before I could react, Jean helped me to complete the procedures for changing my name. It was really weird. I didn't see him do other things so quickly. Of course, after changing my name, my luck also improved. I have money and women. This is the truth. But he still shouldn't take the initiative. Duan stiffened his neck and complained to Germain and Shiati. Unfortunately, He found the wrong person. These two people were not the kind of people who would help him say a few words for social etiquette. They all just showed an expression of "so that's how it is." And there was no follow-up. Lis couldn't help laughing. He took a sip of soup with a small spoon and almost spit it out. Duan didn't expect that Germain and Xiao Di would react like this, and couldn't help but sigh. In short, Jean successfully took back the initiative of the topic. Since you, Biscuit, and Xiao Di are new members, you should also follow this convention. However, it's not easy to change the name of Greed Island. It's difficult to insert your initials. By the way, what are your initials? Duan muttered again in dissatisfaction. You never asked what my initials were back then. Just decided. This is too double standard. I'm the G in Gehrman. Gehrman. Like Jean. Ignored Duan and said. Biscuit is the B in Biscuit. And Shizuku is the S in Shizuku. G. And then SB? I thought of several combinations. But none of them seemed too good. Forget it. I think about this later. Jean scratched his face with his fingers as if he felt troubled. Anyway, each letter represents a member of Greed Island's production and management. We spent several years together to complete the game Greed Island. We designed and materialized cards, NPCs, monsters, terrain, treasures, etc. In order to make this huge game system run, we need a lot of mind energy. And this mind energy comes from those game players. When they use the book card system or mind ability, a small amount of mind energy will enter the circulation of Greed Island. As for the abilities of some of the most core cards, our mind energy is used to ensure the strength. For example, Liza is responsible for the supplement of the spell cards of the release system. In addition, we must ensure that the main line of the game is complete and smooth. That is, whether the game players can pass the level. So there are administrators present at the most important nodes. From the beginning of the game with Yida, to the game content, main line and branch lines in charge of other administrators, and then converge to the most dangerous level of Liza. Then the final level in charge of Duan and Lister. And finally end the game at Elena. The game player obtains the designated 100 cards. After reaching the ending, he can get 3 of them, and can use them outside Greed Island. This is the basic process of the game. Jean then introduced the most important cities on Greed Island, including the Bounty City Indakaba, the Magic City Macedora, the Gambling City Dulias, the Love City Ai, and the Seaside City Shifulabi. The city under the castle, Limi Road, is where they are now. So there is no need to introduce it in detail. Then, you can just walk around in the afternoon. Jean finally said. Duan, List and I have things to do, so we can't take you for a walk. Sorry. It's okay, Germain said. Xiao Di and I will probably just take a look around and come back. However, the afternoon journey took longer than Germain imagined. Germain and Xiao Di first walked around the city under the castle, Limi Road, and interacted with the people coming and going. Gamers cannot reach here without meeting the prerequisites for the ending, so they cannot see real people here except themselves. It looks so real, Xiao Di said in surprise as he walked. These NPCs are like real people and can answer many of my questions. But they always try to guide me to the main line. After all, this is their job, German replied. Did they ask you to play cards? Play cards? No. Oh, you mean the cards? They really want me to collect cards. The two chatted as they walked. And soon they reached the end of the city under the castle, Remy Road, and were already in the forest. So they decided to change cities to have a look. The distance between cities is still very far. If you rely on your feet alone, you will definitely not be able to walk through all the cities in half a day. So game players have special moving spell cards, such as Come Again, Fly to a place you have been to. Drift, fly to a place you have not been to. Magnetism, fly to players you have met in the game. Go Together, fly to a place you have been to or a player you have met in the game with surrounding players, and so on. However, these cards are limited in number, and the total number is just that many. If all of them are stored and occupied, other gamers cannot obtain them. They will return to the card pool after use, and then be assigned to certain locations. The administrators must not occupy the gamer's cards, so they have administrator-exclusive mobile cards. German used the administrator-exclusive mobile card that Jean gave him, allowing him and Xiaodi to fly to the destination together. Bounty City and Dakaba. A wave of mind energy enveloped the two people, bringing them to the bustling city, and finally met many gamers. they are still easy to recognize. After all, there are still differences between humans and NPCs in various actions. NPCs will not interfere with game players unless there are mission requirements or special encounters, and will do what they do every day. Game players will not have so many concerns, and will do their own thing. Anyway, no one here will say that they are breaking the law. Even if you kill other game players here, you will not suffer any punishment. At most you will be morally condemned. These game players were either excited, depressed, or worried looking at the bounty board not far away. It turned out that tomorrow was September 15th, which happened to be the start time of the monthly bounty competition in the bounty city in Dakaba. And the final winner would get certain designated cards. This should be the first place for novice players to get game experience, German said. It's the so-called anti-refund teaching level, right? Huh? Shiori looked at him. You are saying some weird things again. Speaking of weird things, you are not qualified to say me. Right? Well, is it? Alright then. Xiao Di actually accepted what Germain said. Then, Germain and Xiao Di went to the gambling city, Dulia's, and the magic city, Macedora. The former is a place for gamers to gamble and get money, and the ring is still common here, while the latter is a place where gamers use the ring to buy spell cards. In this way, the more common game elements such as teaching level, money point, and store all appeared. The two of them watched with great interest. Chapter 195. In the Magic City Macedora, Germain and Xiaodi can clearly feel that the number of game players has increased. It seems that many people like to stay here. This is also normal. After all, Greed Island is a collectible card game, and the Magic City Macedora is the core area for card circulation and exchange. They can see that many game players directly materialize a magic book, display, use various cards, or trade, or threaten, or fight. Anyway, the scene was quite lively. German and Xiaodi watched several exciting card battles from a distance, and left after losing interest. After that, they came to Love City Love. This is a place where love is everywhere, and you can encounter love flags almost anytime and anywhere. However, they walked around in Love City Love and did not trigger any love events. How strange. Xiaodi tilted her head and said, I clearly remember Jean said that when we come here, different types of men and women will chat with us. It should be because we are administrators, German inferred. We cannot be regarded as the target of the effect by NPC. Xiaodi raised his eyebrows, hit his palm with his fist, and said suddenly, so that's it. However, German thought about it carefully and felt a little strange. After all, in other cities, although there are few, there are still NPCs who will find them and try to let them complete the main or side quests. Why is there no NPC doing this here? Is there something wrong? The two did not take it seriously, and just left the Love City Love and came to the last stop of the afternoon, the seaside city Shofurabi. Liza deliberately walked out of a tavern to greet them, who were strolling casually in the street market. How did you know we were here? Xiaodi asked in surprise. Liza said with a smile, I can see the records of all mobile spell cards after they are used, not to mention the monitoring of Ida and Elena. Come on. Sit in the tavern. Because Liza is set as the pirate leader in this area and a vicious thug. The nearby NPCs all showed corresponding fear and panic when they saw him. The reaction of your NPCs is so real, Xiaodi observed and said. Thank you for the compliment. Liza pushed open the door of the tavern and made room for German and Xiaodi to go in. But the main quest still needs humans to complete it. NPCs are already very smart, but there will be places where they cannot understand the thinking of game players, and they are easily exploited by them. In some special cases, humans can only handle special matters. My subordinates are all real humans. They are death row prisoners like me. We all signed a contract and must take on this responsibility for life to avoid the death penalty. Soon, Germain and Xiaodi saw Liza's subordinates. Most of them were men, with only one woman. They all wore black knitted hats like clowns and white shirts or t-shirts. When they saw Liza bringing two people in, they couldn't help but put down the bottles in their hands and were a little confused. Germain and Xiaodi were obviously not NPCs. But if they were game players, why did Liza bring them here in person? He is not such a kind-hearted person, and the death row prisoners know this best. Liza quickly answered their questions, to avoid misunderstanding. I will tell you now, Liza said loudly. In the future, The Greed Island management team will have a new batch of administrators. And there are 2 of them. The pirates understood that a group of administrators had been airdropped. However, they just watched blankly, neither cheering nor applauding, because the new administrators would not make much difference to their situation. They just didn't have to execute the death penalty. But the other treatments were not much better. Liza didn't force the group of death row prisoners to greet Germain and Chiati, but entertained the 2 of them himself. After talking, Germain found that Liza was unexpectedly a very talkative person. He had no grudges about losing to Germain, and he always spoke and acted openly. Perhaps this is why Jean chose him from a group of death row prisoners as a member of the Greed Island management. Of course, Liza's fighting power is also a very important reason. When it was getting dark, the 3 people who had been chatting happily separated. I won't go back to Limy Road tonight. Liza pointed his thumb down and pointed at the noisy pirates behind him. Many of them were drunk and yelling and provoking each other. I have to watch them. When I was away last night, 2 people tried to escape and were later executed by me. Now I have to add new death row prisoners. They really don't learn their lesson. Okay. Let's talk about it when we have time. Yes. Let's talk about it when we have time. Leaving the tavern, Germain and Chiati used the administrator's exclusive mobile card to fly to the city of Limy Road under the castle. Liza waved at them until their figures disappeared in the sky. At the dinner that day, Jean, List and Duan asked Germain and Chiati about their experiences that day. Germain and Chiati told them one by one. When they talked about being cold-treated in Love City Love, Jean looked at the other 2 administrators in surprise. Did you change the settings of Love City Love in the past few years when I was away? No. Duan spread his hands in confusion and touched his chin full of stubble. Just changed a little bit. Harmless aspects, generally speaking. Unless the administrator ring is actively displayed, the NPC will act according to the general action mode. Germain's administrator rings are not ready yet. We just gave them administrator exclusive cards today. The NPC's action mode should be the normal mode. Gamers have gamer rings, which materialize the magic book and play the game. Administrators also have administrator rings, which give them authority over all gamers. As long as they wear the administrator ring, it will disappear, but the administrator identity will be locked. NPCs will also have special reactions when facing administrators. That is, special dialogues and actions, which are basically related to the main and side quests. Even if they have administrator rings, they shouldn't react like this. Liz frowned. This is very strange. NPCs cannot ignore administrators, because the interaction between administrators and NPCs will give gamers information about various tasks. Is this some kind of BUG? Duan curled his lips and said, I go to Ida and Elena to check later. It doesn't matter. This is not the first time that a bug has occurred. Just fix it. Wait. Jean raised his head and suddenly asked. The trigger mechanism of the love event in Love City, Love is still the same, right? There are some minor changes, but it's basically the same as before. Duan answered. Then he widened his eyes and looked at Jean. You mean? Jean pointed a finger at Duan and List. This time, even List reacted. The 3 of them looked at each other for a while, and then looked at Germain and Xiaodi. Xiaodi looked at them in confusion. What's wrong? Your eyes are so strange. Germain also frowned. That's it. Jean thought for a while. Forget it. Let it go. I'm not qualified to teach you anything. Then, Jean led the topic to Leja and the group of death row prisoners, and no one mentioned this matter again. After the dinner, Germain asked Jean, Do you have anyone who can make clothes here? Yes. Jean replied. Do you want to customize a set of clothes? Germain nodded. Yes. I draw a sketch for you. Can you draw? Xiaodi asked curiously. A little bit. Germain found white paper, pencils and erasers from List and started drawing. Jean and Xiaodi were watching from the side, watching the suit gradually take shape under Germain's pen. You're really good at drawing. Jean was a little surprised. Hood, robe, gloves and trousers. Quite detailed. You must have been thinking about it for a while. Right? This is someone else's design. I just copied it. Oh. So, does it have a name? Yes. It's called the Grave Hunter Black Robe. Grave Hunter Black Robe. Jean thought. Grave hunters explore ancient tombs and ruins. You're here for the ancient maze city. He agreed without hesitation. No problem. I have someone customize it for you. It's just a set of clothes. It will be done quickly. And it will definitely be done before the next exploration. Jean took the sketch and left excitedly. But Xiaodi stayed. She pointed at the paper and pen in Germain's hand and asked, "Can you draw a picture for me?" Germain looked up at her and said, "I can. But my level is limited. And I may not be able to draw a face that resembles a person. If you want a self-portrait, you might as well find some famous artists. I just want to draw a picture casually." Xiaodi moved a chair and sat in the moonlight in front of the window, saying relaxedly, "You draw it." So, Germain drew a picture for Xiaodi and then handed it to her. Xiaodi pinched her chin with her fingers and tilted her head to look at it for a while. "Is it okay?" "I think it's okay. As long as you think it's okay." Xiaodi adjusted her glasses, accepted the painting, and slowly went back to the room. Chapter 196. Time goes back to this day. The morning of September 14th. In the capital of the Kajin Empire. On the 7th day after the death of the 4th prince, Caledonic, the news of his murder was finally announced to the public, which immediately caused a national shock. The news media exploded, and the social network was full of dense discussions. In the next 1 or 2 months, the core topic of most people will be the 4th prince. Although there have been various rumors in the past few days, one of which is that the 4th prince was murdered. When it was confirmed, the world was still quite shocked. After all, he was a prince. It's not like there have been no assassinations of royal family members. Similar assassinations have occurred in the Kajin Empire and other countries. But after the news came out, it was still shocking and eye-catching. The royal family and the police of the Kajin Empire hid all the news of the whole incident very well. Netizens still don't know the details, let alone the real murderer who killed the 4th prince. They can only make unlimited associations based on a few clues, most of which are absurd, and some are half true and half false. After a lot of analysis, most people believe that this was definitely a tragedy caused by the struggle for power among the princes of the Kajin Empire, and even pointed out certain princes. Then their accounts were blocked, but they still couldn't resist the enthusiasm on social networks. This situation reached its peak when the 9th prince, Hakenbrug, mourned the 4th prince on Facebook. Celadonic and Hakenbrug have always had a good image in the outside world, and are considered gentlemen among princes. The two princes also sympathize with each other, and often interact with each other. Hakenbrug never concealed his respect and attention to Celadonic, and once said bluntly, "Among the princes, I only recognize Celadonic. He did not have a good relationship with other princes, even though they were sisters and brothers from the same mother. But he was quite close to Celadonic." People were not surprised that he would release a eulogy at this time. Hakenbrug's eulogy ended with, "No matter who committed such a horrible murder, I, Hakenbrug, swear in the name of the prince that I will never let them go. Never." 1. No matter, and 2. Never made netizens imagine that the internal struggle between the princes over the right of succession has begun, and Hakenbrug will avenge the 4 princes. For a while, the internet was arguing fiercely. Shio saw the news report and the Facebook statement of the 9th prince Hakenbrug. He touched his golden hoop and felt confused. So he walked quickly through the corridor, stepped over the threshold, came into the room, and found Bayonda. Bayonda was riding on the oriental wooden windowsill, his back against the window frame on one side, his right foot on the windowsill, and his left leg hanging to the ground. He looked at the rockery and flowing water outside the house with a heroic and unrestrained momentum. Bayonda. Shio put his hands on his waist, next to which were his slender abdominal muscles revealed by his short clothes. The news of the murder of the 4th prince, Celadonic, has been reported. The 9th prince, Hakenbrug, seems to be interested in inheriting the 4th prince's estate. There are reports that he has been in contact with the leader of the AI family, Melina. In addition, the royal family of the Kakin Empire has expanded its investigation of the assassination of the 4th prince, Celadonic, from tracking the traces of the Phantom Troop to investigating the princes and members who attended the ball. Shio was silent for a while and asked, Why didn't you tell the royal family of the Kakin Empire that Germain and others are the most suspicious?" "No. They must have done it." He didn't understand. Shio waited for a long time, but Bayonda didn't answer. When he thought Bayonda was not interested in answering his question, Bayonda suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He turned over and came down from the wooden window, stepped on the floor, put his hands behind his back, and walked majestically. Bayonda stood in front of Shio. Shio was already very tall. But Byanga was taller than him. So Shio had to look up to see Byanga. The son of Netero suddenly stopped laughing and stared at Shio seriously and condescendingly. The invisible sense of oppression made Shio hesitate for a moment, then lower his head. Shio, let me ask you a few simple questions. What can I get if I expose this matter? Is it in my interest? And how much can this interest help me? This. Shio was stunned. The Kajin Empire will issue a warrant for Germain's arrest. Put pressure on B5 and the Hunter Association, and force Germain into a desperate situation. Shio, didn't you hear my question clearly? Byanda's broad hands pressed on Shio's shoulders. Although he didn't use any force, it seemed like a heavy burden. I asked what I can get. Shio was speechless. That's the problem. Byanda let go of his hands, walked around Shio, and walked out of the house. When we expose this, he and Jean will also expose our affairs. In this way, V5 will know what we are plotting with the Kajin Empire, and will be on guard against us. At that time, the situation will be quite troublesome. Of course, we can still deal with this situation. So the focus of the problem is not here. The focus of the problem? Shio followed and whispered, then let the Kajin Empire retaliate privately? No. If it fails once, German and Jean will definitely know it was us. You still haven't thought out of the box. Byanda looked at the eaves outside the door and shook his head. The Kajin Empire is indeed our biggest sponsor, but we are not their slaves. Nasby, King, that fat guy has more than a dozen children, all of whom have inheritance rights. In the future, they will definitely die until only one is left. What impact will the death of one now have on us? Shio, you must always understand one thing. From beginning to end, what are you and I pursuing? If it is not for it, then everything you do is meaningless. Do you remember what Jean said a few days ago? Shio thought about it and said hesitantly, it is the sentence that your biggest enemy has never bid us as competitors. Right? Byanda nodded. He walked through the corridor of the garden building, raised his hand, and knocked on his chest 3 times. Dong dong dong. That is where the heart is. Jin's words hit the nail on the head, and reminded me again, my biggest enemy has never been them, but my father, Isaac Netero. I even suspect that since Jean can get the information about Germain, then the old man Shunfinger should also know it. No, maybe Jin's appearance was guided by him. Shio was shocked by this. The first thing he thought about was whether his undercover identity in the 12 Zodiacs was known, and his scalp tingled. The bad news is that he probably knew that you and Pariston were on my side. Byanda smiled and said, the good news is that his attitude towards exploring the Dark Continent has loosened. You know, I don't dislike Germain and Jean at all. On the contrary, I admire these 2 young people. Especially Germain. He used practical actions to make the stubborn old man waver. The old man knows that he can't lock me up. Even if he locks me up, he can't lock others. Then after his death, there will be a chaos pointing to the Dark Continent. By then, no one can preside over the overall situation like him. There is no other person in the world with his fame and strength. He must start thinking about the future now. In my opinion, he seems to be planning to place part of the bet on the 12 zodiac signs. Germain, Basiji and others to counter my influence. Byanda smiled. Journey to the west. It has been almost half a century since I was planted with shackles. Do you know why I have been patient and have not used weapons like the poor man's rose at all costs? Even my father would never survive from a weapon of mass destruction like the poor man's rose. But I didn't do that. Do you know why? After hearing this, Shio thought of many possibilities in an instant. But he didn't say it in the end. Instead, he asked, why? Byanda came to a pavilion and stood there, looking at the lake with duckweed floating not far away. There are only 2 ways for me to unlock the shackles. The first is to remove the thoughts. Unfortunately, for half a century, no mind remover has been able to remove the shackles set by the old man, even if they paid with their own lives. It is estimated that only a mind remover with strength close to his can do this. Unfortunately, there are not many people with strength close to his in the 6 continents, let alone mind removers. The second is to meet the conditions. And the condition set by the old man is his death. Shio. Listen. What a cunning condition this is. Shio frowned, thought for a while, and reacted. It's the resentment of the dead. That's right. Byanda smiled, but not smiling. After the old man dies, there will be 2 possibilities. The first is that the shackles are removed and I regain my freedom. The second is that the shackles are not removed. But the resentment of the dead reinforces the shackles, making me completely lose all hope. The resentment of the dead is terrible. Not to mention the resentment of that old man. He is such a cunning person. He is telling me that before he is satisfied, I will never be able to step out of the 6 continents. Therefore, for half a century, I have not been looking for a way to kill him. There are many such methods. I am looking for a way for him to burn his enemies in a hearty battle. I know my father too well. Only in this way will he not leave any regrets or complaints. Even if he knew that I was the enemy, he would still fight. Only by dying in this situation would he be most likely to leave no resentment, but relief and liberation. This is Isaac Netero. Chapter 197. Shiyo was stunned again. He found that he had a new understanding of President Netero. And he didn't even feel strange. This was what the president would do. Worthy of being Isaac Netero. At the same time, he looked at the tall man in front of him and felt similar emotions. Worthy of being Bijan Netero. Bijan raised his head and looked at the horizon outside the courtyard, staring at the clouds that were curled up or stretched out, and slowly stretched out 3 fingers. Next, there are only 3 things I want you to do. The first thing is that Black Whale No. 1 has been built in secret. I need the Kaken Empire to invest more in the Dark Continent and be fully prepared. The second thing is that I will use German, Jean, Bisji and others as pawns to negotiate with the old man and ask him to remove my shackles. Of course, the probability of success of the second thing is not high. So I need you to complete the third thing. The third thing is that I want Pariston and his assistants to start working and arrange some tasks that will take at least a year and a half to complete for the 12 zodiacs, so that they can go as far as possible. Bayonda showed a sinister smile. He once again thought of what Jean said that day, and of German's calm face. You will get ahead of me no matter what? Hee hee. 2 brats. It doesn't matter if you get ahead of me. It's just that the winner of the Dark Continent is the one who can survive there to the end. Shiyo's face changed several times as he listened to Bayonda's orders. He felt the suffocation before the storm that was about to come in the next few months. Late at night on September 14th, somewhere in the Kajin Empire, Kuroro was silent for a long time in front of 2 thick white candles before opening his closed eyes. A dry, discordant voice came from the shadows in the corner. Aren't you taking them back? Ilmi, with long black hair, walked out and stood in front of the dim, swaying candlelight, with one hand on his waist. They don't care where they are buried. Kuroro was referring to Uzumaki and Nobunata. Besides, there are no such conditions now. Yeah, that's right. Ilmi opened his eyes expressionlessly, like a dead goldfish, and answered in a mechanical tone. After all, there is a guy who lingers. Ilmi was referring to Hisoka. It has been exactly 1 month since the battle on the train on August 14th. The train exploded after rushing into the train station, and Shiyo took the opportunity to leave. However, Kuroro and Ilmi were bitten by Hisoka. Hisoka did not attack them directly, but just followed them from a distance, launching sneak attacks from time to time to show his presence, and then retreated and disappeared. He seemed to treat this as a long hunting game, and he enjoyed it and was quite patient. In order to deal with the threat of Hisoka, Kuroro and Ilmi tried many solutions. On one occasion, Illumi even deliberately left Kuroro for more than a week, hiding in the dark, using Kuroro as bait. But Hisoka was not fooled. Kuroro and Illumi had no way to completely get rid of Hisoka's tracking, nor could they catch Hisoka, so the situation remained deadlocked. Hisoka wants me to find the knight, Paknota and Maki, Kuroro said, or reveal their whereabouts and then kill them. Hisoka and Germain did something similar, to cut off all Kuroro's help. Kuroro once said that what is important is not the leader or the members, but the phantom troop as a whole. If the leader dies, then someone else will be the leader. If a member dies, then a new member will be added. The most important thing is to ensure the survival of the phantom troop. However, now that the 7 members of the group, Finks, Kubi, Peeler, Franklin, Pheidon, Eugen, and Nobunata, have died one by one, his original idea is difficult to realize. Not just anyone can replace their existence. That kind of words is more like an ideal concept, not practical. Even if Kuroro said it coldly, he couldn't deceive his true feelings when things got to the current situation. He wasn't as cold-blooded as he imagined, and he couldn't treat them all as tools. He built the phantom troop by himself and watched it gradually fall apart. If Kuroro wasn't a person with a strong will, he would have collapsed by now. Right? He was facing tremendous pressure now, especially when he thought that Germain and Hisoka might not stop and would continue to take away everything from him and the phantom troop. How did things evolve to the current situation? Even Kuroro can't recover. At this time, Ilmi said, Kuroro, I think his main target is still you. This cat and mouse game will never end as long as I am here. It's almost time to stop here. Kuroro paused and turned to look at him. You want to leave? Yes. Ilmi didn't mean to beat around the bush and said directly. Anyway, I am Hisoka's second choice. He will come to me only if he kills you. And he will go to Germain only if he kills me. If it is handled well, he may go to Germain first. In addition, I received intelligence not long ago that someone saw my brother. He has been away from home for almost half a year. My mother is very worried and asked me to bring him home. Kuroro lowered his head, thought for a while, and replied, I don't have the ability to restrain you. You can do whatever you want. I will return all the money you paid. Ilmi then said, since the mission has not been completed, the price cannot be collected. This is a humiliation for the Zoldyck family. Kuroro pursed his lips and said nothing. Ilmi no longer paid attention to Kuroro, turned around and left. And soon, his figure disappeared in the night. The draft blew like a ghost howling, and the candlelight swayed to the point of almost leaving the wick. The shadows in the abandoned building swayed like a group of demons dancing wildly, and it was impossible to tell which was which. The next morning, Germain woke up from a good night's sleep and felt refreshed by the cool breeze. He began his daily, simplest basic and advanced mind training. After sweating profusely, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and then picked up the mobile phone on the bedside. There were many text messages from people in the phone, such as the text message from Biscuit saying all is well. See you later. Germain scrolled for a while and saw a text message from a person named Pervert. Pervert always sent text messages unilaterally. Sometimes it was a greeting. Sometimes it was an inexplicable selfie or landscape photo. And sometimes it was some strange feelings or observations. Illumi left Kuroro again. I wonder if this is a trap. It's really interesting. It's worth observing for a while. Kuroro's expression now is really never boring. I really want to keep it forever. Germain, who do you think will win between me and Kuroro? As always, Germain did not reply to Hisoka's text message, but got up and went out, and then met Xiaodi in the restaurant. The two greeted each other and started to eat breakfast. Not long after they finished breakfast, Jean walked in quickly. You are still eating? Jean was a little surprised. Biscuit is ready, and will start to try to teleport now. After he said that, he reached out and took a sandwich from the table, stuffed it into his mouth, waved to Germain and Xiaodi, and turned to leave. Germain and Xiaodi packed up and followed. The three came to the depths of the castle, an empty hall specially used to establish a connection with the mansion base. It was surrounded by walls on all sides, dark, just like the dungeon of the castle. Jean pressed the switch on the wall with a snap, and the fluorescent light came on. He handed Xiaodi a card and said, Biscuit said that you should go first and return the red eyes to Kurapika for disposal, and then you can come together. Okay. Xiaodi took the card. To enter Greed Island from the outside world, game players need a game console, a cassette, a ring and a spirit, and enter Greed Island at Ida. To leave Greed Island, game players need a spell card and a ring, and choose a teleportation location at Elena. Although the process is a bit cumbersome, it is a necessary constraint and oath. The administrator has high authority, and the required conditions can be reduced. For example, if Shiri leaves now, she does not need a ring, but only an administrator-exclusive card, and does not need to go through Elena. The principle is similar to the administrator-exclusive exclusion card used by Lei Jia in the original timeline against the Phantom Troop who tried to break into Greed Island. Xiaodi used the administrator-exclusive teleportation card and soon disappeared from the spot. 10 minutes later, under Biscuit's reminder, Xiaodi remembered to report that she was safe. So she sent a text message to German. I have arrived and am handing over the red eyes to Kurapika. German replied okay. Then looked up and said to Jean, everything is going well over there. Okay. Jean seemed to have been prepared and pulled out a camp bed from the corner, placed it on the ground, and then laid down on it carelessly. I sleep for a while. Wake me up when they come. Then, he picked up the tattered hat, covered his face, put his hands on the back of his head, and really fell asleep on the folding bed. Germain also felt a little bored, so he didn't wait in the room, but went outside for a walk. Half an hour later, Basiji, Shiodi, Menchi, Bahala and Abengani were teleported to the hall, only to see Jean sleeping soundly there. Germain only returned here after Basiji reminded him. But that's another story. Chapter 198. In the lush woods outside the Limelu castle, an ancient and mysterious ritual is being performed. Abengani, who is protected by the forest spirit, finished the ritual to remove the thoughts of Germain. The process is no different from the previous one, so I won't go into details here. This time, Germain removed the negative trait of greed. It has a higher probability of affecting Germain than another negative trait, kleptomania, so it is cleared first. After completing the removal of thoughts, Abengani was obviously relieved. The situation this time was much better than the previous times of exorcism. At least the number of beasts did not increase. This made him feel much more relaxed. Maybe this job was not as difficult as he imagined. He thought so while walking towards Germain. This time, Abengani took the initiative to ask for exorcism for Germain, and his attitude was so positive that even Germain was surprised. It seems that Bisji's description of Abengani as very respectful is very appropriate. Mr. Germain, the next exorcism will have to wait until I am fully adjusted. Abengani even felt guilty when he said this. He was like the kind of person who works hard but is still worried that his boss might be dissatisfied and deduct his salary. Germain was not a demon or vampire after all. He said, okay. Maybe Bisji's ability to read can help you recover faster. You can go to her later. I understand. Thank you for your reminder. Abengani was more relaxed when he heard that Germain did not rush him to remove his mind. The two walked towards the castle, and Abengani followed Germain like a humble servant. Germain suddenly asked, Bisji should have told you about the Dark Continent. Right? Ah. Yes. Abengani swallowed and became nervous again, because this topic was too stressful. If possible, he really wanted to skip it. But unfortunately, there was no such if. I was quite shocked at the time. But please rest assured that I will never reveal what happened here. He did not lie. When he heard Bisji tell him what they were doing yesterday, he was really shocked and thought they were crazy. That's the Dark Continent. What kind of crazy organization did I enter? However, after calming down, he immediately realized that his situation was even more difficult. After knowing this kind of thing, if he didn't keep his mouth shut, with Mr. Germain's style of doing things, I'm afraid, he has already imagined the scene of his head falling off. The more Abengani thought about it, the more he sweated. At this time, he naturally had to express his attitude at the first time. Germain noticed the change in Abengani's mood and simply comforted him. This is good. You can work with us in peace in the future. The salary will definitely not be less. Abengani is actually a very greedy person. In the original timeline, he tried to conquer Greed Island and remove Kuroro's thoughts just for money. Now as long as he helps honestly, he will definitely not lack for rewards and bonuses. And his dream of becoming a rich man can also be realized. Germain is not just making up stories for Abengani. This is a future that can definitely be realized. The two followed the path back to the Rimelu castle, walked deep into the castle, and entered the dungeon hall. Only Biscuit was in the hall, sitting on the sofa and reading a magazine. The cover of the magazine was undoubtedly a shirtless, strong and handsome man. You guys are back? Biscuit was reading with great interest, and put down the magazine when he heard footsteps. Did everything go well with the exorcism? Yes, Germain answered, then looked around the empty hall and asked, where are the others? Jean wanted to see the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, and the decapitated antler knight with his own eyes. I asked Sambika to take him to the research institute. The two of them have been teleported there for a while. Minchi and Bahala wanted to visit the castle, and Shiodi volunteered to take them for a stroll. They are probably in a room in the castle now. Duin. Lister is completing his daily work on Greed Island and cannot get away for the time being. Germain nodded. At this time, Abengani said, since this is the case, I will also walk around the castle. After all, I will work and live here in the future and need to familiarize myself with the environment in advance. Well, go ahead, Germain replied. Abengani bowed slightly and then left. Biscuit covered his mouth and laughed, saying, it seems that he feels very uncomfortable around us and can only find a reason to go out for a breath of fresh air. Germain shook his head. He will understand what kind of people we are in the future. That's right. Words are not as good as actions. Biscuit suddenly slapped his forehead and remembered something. Oh! I almost forgot to tell you about Kurapika. Biscuit sat up from the sofa, put the magazine aside, pursed his lips, and his expression became serious. Kurapika spent the whole afternoon yesterday to sort out a cemetery on the flat ground near the mansion base. He originally planned to take the fiery red eye to the cemetery of his tribe and bury it, but later changed his mind. Originally, after the tragedy of the Kaluta tribe, there was a cemetery belonging to them, but it attracted some crazy tomb robbers who destroyed the tomb. This group of tomb robbers probably wanted to see if there were any parts of the fiery red eye left. In short, Kurapika was worried about burying the red eyes in that area. So he sought our advice, and we let him bury him there. And he decided to open a cemetery there. And we all helped. Not long ago, Shiri teleported over and gave him all the red eyes. After that, we held a simple funeral together, so that his people could rest in peace underground. He planned to find all the red eyes, then go to the old cemetery of the people, and move the ashes here for burial. Except for Pyro. The other red eyes can no longer be identified to whom. So the final probability is that they will be buried together. Kurapika has started his journey now. He asked me to say goodbye to you, and said that as long as you need him, he will rush back as soon as possible. Germain listened quietly. He felt that this was a good start for Kurapika. In the original timeline, Kurapika stored the recovered red eyes in a dark and candlelit tomb, facing them all day long, which was a constant reminder to himself. The pain of the tribe members must not be forgotten. If even he forgot, then no one would remember the death of the tribe members. Now, he is willing to bury most of the red eyes, which means that he has let go of some of his obsessions, which is good for his mentality and practice. Chapter 199. So, Biscuit said again, You and Jin's disciples all have their own directions. What a good group of kids. Kurapika will go to find the remaining red eyes, and take part in the professional hunter exam next year to become a professional hunter. Yun-gu and his disciple Jishi arrived at the Sky Arena, and began to train the next generation of disciples of the Heart Source Stream. This was a few months earlier than the original timeline. Kate continued to conduct investigations and research in the mountains and forests with his original team, and later joined by Shira. They all have a bright future. Basiji smiled, with a sentimental feeling of an old person. Every time she came to this point, she had to admit her actual age. At this time, there was a bang in the center of the dungeon hall, and the spirit energy was overflowing, and two figures emerged from it. Jean and Sambika are back. Sambika stood there timidly, still dressed in a strict manner, holding a writing board tightly in both hands, with dense and beautiful small words on it. It seems that she and Jean had a very intense exchange about the plant weapon gold and silver ingots through the writing board. Biscuit walked over curiously and asked Sambika in a low voice. And Sambika handed the writing board in her hand to Biscuit. Where was her unilateral record of the conversation? I have seen the corpse of the monster and your information. Jean walked towards German excitedly at this time. It's a pity that they are already dead. I really hope to see the living plant weapons and gold and silver ingots now. Jean is not a Yigong Halong, but he is really interested. He said to everyone, I think we should move the things related to the Dark Continent in the mansion base over here through Xiaoti's ability and the transmission of Greed Island. I will vacate a room in the castle and arrange it according to your previous structure of Research Institute. Treatment room, training room, storage room, and library. Your information, as well as the fragments of the New World Chronicles East chapter that I compiled, are all stored in the library for all of us to consult. As for the mansion base, it will also be preserved as one of the many transmission points of Greed Island in the Eurubian continent, which may be beneficial for future travel. What do you think? Germain didn't care. He looked at Biscuit, who had contributed the most money to the mansion base. Let's do it this way. Biscuit didn't mind. She said, the most important thing is to facilitate centralized management. The matter was settled. And with Xiaoti's ability as a bulge-eyed fish, it took only a quarter of an hour to complete the relocation between the mansion base and Greed Island. Among them, most of the time was spent on collection and sorting. Jean asked Duan and Lister to help sort out the corresponding rooms in the castle. For a while, the castle was quite busy. Germain was not idle either. He was reading the fragment of the book New World Chronicles, Eastern chapter written by Dong Fulishi. It was like an encyclopedia of the eastern coast of the Dark Continent, recording various landforms, climates, flora and fauna, etc., all summarized in very concise words and illustrations. Many of the contents corresponded to the actual scenes that Germain saw. What he paid the most attention to was, of course, the chapter on the ancient Maze City. Some of the contents made him frown. Some made him suddenly realize. And some surprised him. Dong foolishly wrote down everything he knew in the fragment of the New World Chronicles, E's chapter. But he seemed to have doubts about some places, and did not answer them. For example, the original reason for the construction of the ancient labyrinth city. It is unknown whether Dong foolishly is still alive now. And if he is alive, whether he has found the answer to this question. In the ancient labyrinth city chapter, he gave two most valuable contents. First, the herb that cures all diseases really exists. And Dong foolishly used it to remove the plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, that were parasitic on his body. In other words, the herb that cures all diseases, which is guarded by the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, is precisely its antidote. It was named the herb that cures all diseases because Dong Fulisai had used it to treat hundreds of diseases that he had contracted in the Dark Continent. Dong Fulisai had been in the Dark Continent for a long time, and it was almost inevitable that he would be infected with diseases. The herb that cures all diseases laid a solid foundation for his subsequent travel around the East Coast. Second, the route map from the entrance of the ancient Maze City to the core area where the herb that cures all diseases is located was drawn by Dong Fulisai. Since it is a maze, the paths must be complicated, and people who enter for the first time may get lost. Dong Fulisai has explored this place more than once. So more than half of the areas of the ancient Maze City have been briefly drawn by him, which has become a treasure for future generations. Germain was fascinated by it for most of the day. At first, he was still standing, and later, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the fragment of the New World Chronicle East chapter sorted out by Jean. Only when Xiedi finished the relocation work and came to ask him to go to the restaurant for dinner, he reluctantly put down the fragment of the New World Chronicle East chapter. At the dinner, the topic of the crowd still revolved around the Dark Continent, and then gradually focused on the destination of the next Dark Continent trip. Due to the urgent pressure from President Netero by Yongda, everyone had no objection to choosing the ancient labyrinth city as the next exploration location. After all, this is the only hope with a teleportation lantern stationed there. If you want to find the other four hopes, it is almost impossible to complete the task before 1999. Therefore, the members of the four-member team that extended from this also became clear. Germain, Jean and Biscuit must go. They are the top three fighters here, ranked in no particular order, and can better cope with the strength of the ancient Maze City. Biscuit's magic beautician Miss Cookie also has the ability to soothe the body and mind, which will continue to play a role in the next 64 hours of exploration. The remaining fourth person was finally decided to be Xiadi. Minchi and Bahala prepared food for this exploration, and Sambika prepared antidotes, bandages and other medical items, all of which can be carried by Xiadi's bulging-eyed fish. Of course, the most important thing is to take the healing herbs with you on the return trip. The more the better. German, Jean, Bischi and Xiadi all have combat capabilities, but the first two are the main attackers, and the latter two are more auxiliary, so the responsibilities are temporarily divided. In the next few days, they were all making various preparations, and decided to set off at 8 o'clock on September 25th to the Dark Continent. Chapter 200. September 17th. 8 days left before the agreed departure time. The sky suddenly turned gloomy in the afternoon, and then heavy rain poured down on the ground without any scruples. Then the sky cleared up again. The sun shone brightly, and the heavy rain just now disappeared like a gust of wind. In fact, this rainstorm was not sudden, but was arranged by the management team of Greed Island. There is no doubt that the climate on the island is also under their control. The cold and hot weather outside, spring, summer, autumn and winter, cannot easily invade this sheltered island. German, Jean, Biscuit, and Xiodi walked out of the washed Lamilu castle together. They walked on the wet grass, making wet footsteps, as if they were stepping on a layer of green cushion. Now that the members of the team who were about to set off were determined, the four decided to conduct imaginary training every day to get familiar with each other's mind abilities and cultivate each other's combat tacit understanding. First, German reported his mind ability and status. His mind ability is the Materialization System Hunter Badge / 4-stage gas tank. In the past month or so, his physique and energy have increased by 1 point each, reaching 88 and 94 points respectively. The radius of the circle has also expanded from 60 meters to 65 meters during the practice. However, among the people present, the one with the longest exploration radius of the circle is of course Jean, who ranks in the top 5 of the 6 continents. German can now materialize a total of 10 types of treasures, weapons and armor. And the latest type is the sword Chikage obtained when he participated in killing Nobunaga. Then, there are the characteristics. 7 types of positive characteristics, and 1 type of negative characteristics. No stress or disease. How are your traits triggered? Kim asked curiously, wearing a worn-out coat with his hands in his pockets. Is it active or passive? German raised his hands, showed his palms to everyone, and explained, both. For example, my kleptomania. As long as I am always on guard against kleptomania, kleptomania will not be triggered. Kim suddenly realized, in other words, once you focus on other things and forget about guarding against kleptomania, there is a probability that kleptomania will be triggered. German nodded. Then he walked towards Jean, and gathered his energy between the index and middle fingers of his right hand, transforming them into a dagger. He stabbed Jean fiercely, but stopped about half a meter away from Jin's chest. Jean raised his eyebrows slightly, but never made a defensive gesture, and even did not pull his hands out of his pockets. German lowered his right arm. Most of my manifestations are visible to everyone, but the projections of the Hunter Badge and the transmission lantern are only visible to myself. When I had the intention to attack you just now, among the projections visible only to me, only the Light Warrior, Human Nemesis, and Robustness were highlighted among the 8 types of traits, while the others were dim. When there is sufficient light, the Light Warrior gives me an amplification, and when attacking humans, Human Nemesis gives me an amplification. And no matter what the circumstances, Robustness gives me resistance to various diseases and makes me less susceptible to infection. Similarly, when I attack beasts, Beast Nemesis is highlighted. When receiving life treatment, Genius is highlighted. And when receiving psychological treatment, Toughness is highlighted. When the light is suppressed below a certain limit, the Light Warrior will be dim, and the Night Owl will be highlighted instead, increasing the speed. In short, they are strictly passive, but I can achieve activeness by changing the conditions. So that's how it is. I have no more questions. Jean nodded. Next, I will talk about my mind ability. It is called Hardcore Game Strategy, which belongs to the strengthening system. Hardcore Game Strategy has strengthened my learning, understanding and application of mind energy. Jean stretched out a finger, and the mind energy swelled into a ball at the fingertips, and quickly changed into German's English name Gehrman. This is the first, and the second is the game strategy analysis. In simple terms, after you attack me, I can gain experience points in exchange for a strategy analysis of your skills and learn its principles. In theory, except for the trait system, I can analyze the principles of the other 5 systems. And the simpler and more direct the attack method of the strike system, the faster I learn. After all, my main system is the strengthening system, and the secondary systems are the release system and the change system. So I will be closer to the direct attack of the strike system. German roughly understood, which means that Jean is a bit like Palm and Wheat, who are also strengthening systems, especially the latter. Note, Xiaomai is the girl who beat the Ant King in military chess while having a runny nose. Biscuit put his hands on his hips, blinked his big eyes, thought for a while, and asked, if I use the Heart Source Fist to attack you, can you analyze my magic beautician Miss Cookie? No. I can only obtain the principle of the mind of the Heart Source Fist skill, and use it for myself. Jean answered. What if Shooty hits your head with a bulging eye fish? Biscuit pointed to the short-haired black young woman next to him, and then pointed to German. What if German cuts you with a meat saw? Jean shook his head. They are all materialization systems, distance enhancement systems, and there is a change system in between. After the analysis, I can use the mind to materialize the meat saw and the bulging eye fish. But it is just a facade, without much practical value, and at most it can be used to confuse the enemy. So, the characteristic system is the most difficult for you to analyze? Biscuit asked again. Jean replied, yes. As we all know, the special system is the classification of an ability that cannot be directly classified into the other 5 major systems. For example, Sheila's accumulated strong luck. Even if she attacks me, I can't analyze this nin ability because it is too abstract. German couldn't help but think of the other 3 special system nin ability users, Krallo, Paknana, and Aluka Zoldyck. Note, Aluka Zoldyck is determined to be a special system in Togashi's setting map, and it is likely related to Nanika. Krallo is stealing, Paknana is touching, and Aluka is making a wish, none of which are attacks. And Jin's hardcore game strategy cannot analyze them. As expected, it is the system farthest from the strengthening system. Just like a natural enemy. And like Netero's strengthening system, Zeno's release system, Hisoka's transformation system, Jin's hardcore game strategy has great potential. Just like returning home. But Jin suddenly changed the subject at this time. I guess, in one case, I can guarantee to perfectly replicate other people's mind abilities, no matter which system, without any difference. Everyone looked at him in confusion. He pulled his hands out of his pockets, held them on the back of his head, and showed a mischievous smile. As long as I die under the attack of the opponent's mind ability, relying on resentment, it is enough to fully analyze the opponent's skills. Germain and Biscuit looked at each other and ignored this possibility. Instead, Shiati thought seriously for a while and asked, "Then how are you going to revive?" Jin was stunned for a moment. He said that this possibility was just a joke. He didn't expect that there would be such a serious person here. He was speechless for a while. Shiati, he was joking. This time it was Biscuit's turn to laugh. "Oh, so, I thought he would have a second life, like in the game." Shioti shook his head, seeming a little disappointed. Jin shook his head and complained, "I don't have a second life. I'm so sorry." Chapter 201. Biscuit smiled for a while, then said, "It's my turn." Everyone present, including Jin, had experienced the massage and soothing ability of her magic beautician Miss Cookie, so there was no need for too much explanation, and it took less than a minute to finish. Afterwards, Biscuit stroked her left fist with her right fingers and said, "Actually, there is one thing I didn't say. I feel that my temperament is recovering, and my strength is rebounding. In 1 or 2 months, I should be able to return to my previous level. Maybe I have the opportunity to break through my own limits and reach a new peak at my current age like President Netero." Biscuit's words were not aimless. In the original timeline, when President Netero was fighting the Ant King, his memory went back to when he was 46 years old. At that time, he had just set a goal of swinging the Thanksgiving fist 10,000 times a day. And a few years later, after practicing the Thanksgiving fist and tempering his heart, he underwent a transformation. According to him, this was when his nin ability was the strongest. But considering his personality, this may also be a certain degree of modesty on his part. However, no matter what, more than 60 years have passed since then, and Netero is now about 120 years old, and is still a terrifying monster that spans the 6 continents. As a disciple of President Netero, Basiji has such qualifications. It is not surprising that she has made a breakthrough at a similar age. After all, Basiji has never given up practicing the heart source flow. However, she is unlikely to reach the level of President Netero. Jin stroked his beard-covered chin and said, "Is it just like an old tree sprouting and a dead tree coming back to life?" Basiji couldn't stand others calling her old, so she immediately glanced at her fiercely and said coldly, "What is that? Your last words?" So, for the next 10 minutes, the giant Basiji tried to strangle Jin naked, so that this 30-something brat could feel the anger of a 50-something senior. Jin dodged left and right, holding his broken hat, and ran fast. As he ran, he widened his eyes and said to Germain and Shiati, "Are you just going to watch? Don't stop her?" Germain and Shiati looked at each other and shook their heads. Biscuit was angry, and they didn't want to get involved. Finally, Biscuit kicked Jin in the back and kicked him out, letting out a breath of anger, and then stopped. Then it was Shiati's ability of the bulge-eyed fish. If it is said that Germain's ability of mind is the key to traveling back and forth to the Dark Continent, then Shiati's nin ability is the key to their team's ability to ensure logistical resources and final results in the Dark Continent. After briefly introducing their respective nin abilities, the 4 began a simulated battle similar to a war game on the plane, preparing carefully and attentively for the journey in 8 days. At the same time, Members outside the 4-member team were also making their own efforts. Minchi, Buhala, Sambika, Abengani, Duin and Lister gathered in the same hall, discussing enthusiastically how to make the most of Shiati's inability to transport supplies. Minchi, whose 5 hair strands extended in different directions with their own ideas, sat cross-legged on the ground, with his hands folded across his chest and a serious expression. Buhala and I have drawn up a recipe and customized a batch of food. Not to mention 64 hours. Even longer time is enough. Food and medical supplies of Sambika can be brought to the Dark Continent by Shiati's bulge-eyed fish. But the characteristic of bulge-eyed fish is first in, last out, which is not convenient for storage and retrieval. For example, in an emergency, if they want to use the antidote, they have to spit out the thing swallowed after it before it can take its turn, which is a great waste of time. If all are put into the same huge container, classified, and then swallowed by bulge-eyed fish, then it is convenient to store and retrieve. But the container itself limits the capacity. This is troublesome. As she said, she tilted her head in distress, closed her eyes, and thought hard. Actually, at this time, Lister, who had a boy-like body, raised his hand. We have a way to solve this problem. Minchi suddenly opened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Do you have a way?" Lister glanced at Duin, who was scratching his belly, and nodded. So he explained in detail. The cards of Greed Island are actually real treasures or mind abilities sealed in the cards. We can use the same principle to seal the supplies in the free cards. The cards of Greed Island are mainly divided into designated cards, spell cards, and free cards. Designated cards are the 100 cards required to reach the Greed Island ending. Spell cards are cards that can activate certain spell abilities. Free cards are all cards except designated cards and spell cards. Liz continued, as long as they prepare special rings and magic books. Jean and his friends can use free cards outside Greed Island to easily obtain supplies. In addition, some designated cards and spell cards that Greed Island originally had will be very helpful for their journey, so they can also be brought over. However, they all have different degrees of restrictions and oaths, or are only for viewing. There are probably not many cards that can be effective, so they must be selected. For example, the designated card risk dice. As long as you roll a good luck, you will have good luck. And once you roll a bad luck, the accumulated amount of good luck will be converted into disaster and misfortune in equal measure. Another example is the designated card Blue Planet, which is a unique and beautiful sapphire. But it has no meaning for this journey. Du-En interrupted and muttered. It makes sense. How can it be meaningless? Since Biscuit knew about the existence of the Blue Planet, she has been thinking about how to get it from us every day. She said that as long as she gets the Blue Planet before departure, she can get a great increase in her body and mind. And maybe she can return to the peak of her mind power. Everyone ignored Du-En's nagging and listened to Lister, who had not finished speaking. There is also the spell card Peeping, which can see all the cards in the opponent's magic book. This kind of spell card is also meaningless to Jean, German, and others. As for whether the spell card Come Again can be used in the Dark Continent and return to Greed Island from there, this requires field testing, but I think it is highly unlikely. Finally, the most important designated card Archangel's Breath can heal serious injuries and incurable diseases. It can be said that it is equivalent to giving Jean, German, and others an extra life. However, precisely because of the powerful effect of Archangel's Breath, its constraints and oaths are also of equal strength. That is, each person can only use it once. Therefore, they must use this card carefully. Once used, it cannot be used on the same person again. This is why no one tried to use the Archangel's Breath on Sigia when he was dying due to the constraint and oath after the Chimera and Arc. He had used it to heal the broken arm that was crippled by the bomb demon Gonshu in the Greed Island Arc, and the Archangel's Breath was ineffective on him. Chapter 202. At 7:20 a.m. on September 25th, originally set off at midnight, now changed to 8 o'clock. Everything gradually revived in the morning light. The room was quiet. After a while, the tall and straight Germain walked to a large floor-length mirror and looked down at his new clothes. The black clothes of the Tomb Hunter. A few days ago, Jean asked an excellent sewing master to make this set of clothes. When Germain tried it on, he felt that it fit well, so he kept it in the closet until this morning when he took it out and put it on. He took off his hood, revealing his messy short hair that looked like it was dyed with ink, and his black eyes. He was dressed in black, as if he was the symbol of darkness. Being a killer was indeed a good choice before, because he could better blend into the shadows and complete his tasks and targets better. When Germain felt that everything was ready, he turned around and opened the door. There was still some early morning gray outside, and the light was dim. Embracing him as he walked out, he turned off the lights in the room, walked through the long corridor with swaying candlelight, and then walked downstairs along the spiral stone stairs. Soon after, he finally approached the dungeon hall deep in the Lemilu castle. Not only was there light pouring out of the door, but there was also the sound of a group of people making noises. It seemed that everyone except him should have arrived. When he walked into the hall, the debate-like atmosphere only stagnated for a moment. And when everyone realized it was him, it rose again. However, everyone was just arguing, and they all maintained a certain degree of restraint, and did not intend to be angry with each other. German. Petite Biscuit came over with her skirt held up by her fingers, as if she was carrying some precious treasure. You are worthy of being here only half an hour earlier than the agreed time. German observed the people in the hall and asked curiously, what are they arguing about? Just discussing whether there are any omissions. Biscuit spread her hands in white gloves. I'm sure they forgot to give me the blue planet, but no one of them cares about this. German. I feel so pitiful. German leaned his back against the stone wall and said calmly, didn't Jean say that as long as you can pass the ending of the Greed Island game, he will give you the blue planet with both hands? In fact, Jean also said that when they come back from the Dark Continent this time, he will directly give Biscuit a blue planet. However, because it sounded too much like a death flag, Biscuit interrupted him before he finished. Stingy. Biscuit puffed up his cheeks like a squirrel stuffed with melon seeds. You are just like Jean and the others. You are all stingy, and you don't even stand on my side. In fact, it's not that Jean is stingy. It's just that the blue planet is a real gem, and it is quite rare. The content description of the designated card blue planet is a unique blue glowing gem, which is not a mineral. So it is named after the gift from the universe. It is unique, and it is precisely because of its unique beauty that Biscuit chose it at first sight from the many cards with gems sealed in Greed Island. Other gem cards include Dark Emerald, Sage's Aquamarine, Lucky Alexandrite, Wandering Ruby, Emerald of Beauty, etc. However, none of them are more favored by Biscuit than Blue Planet. No matter how many Blue Planet cards there are in Greed Island, they actually point to the same sapphire. Those who reach the ending can only get a blue planet, and the rest of the replicas are fake and cannot be taken outside the island. Although no one has ever cleared the level in all these years, and there is still no sign of such a thing now. Jean cannot completely eliminate the possibility that a player will clear the level recently. Therefore, before a new blue planet or a substitute is card, Jean will not give it away directly. Unless Basiji is the player who reaches the ending. He is willing to give Basiji a blue planet after this trip to the Dark Continent, which is very generous. As if he had heard Biscuit's complaint, Jean, who was obviously a wealthy man but wore a tattered hat and a tattered coat, walked over quickly. Okay. Jean curled his lips and said to Biscuit, blue planets are made of meteorites, which are very rare. You have to give me some time to make the second and third ones. With the second and third ones, it's okay to give you one. Really? Biscuit was coaxed into happiness. She pushed Jin's arm and said, you should have prepared a few more blue planets earlier, so I can get one now. Things are precious because they are rare. How can they be precious when there are many of them? Jean explained, and pointed to Duan and others not far away, and said, besides, I haven't been in Greedy Island these years. The replenishment of Greedy Island's cards is not decided by me. Compared with blue planets, the replenishment of one-time consumable cards, such as Archangel's Breath, spell cards, and free cards has a higher priority. In addition, the production process of blue planets is relatively high. So Duan and others did not deliberately make a few blue planets to stockpile. At this time, Germain took out his pocket watch from his arms and looked at it. It was almost 7:50. So he said, it's almost time. We should set off. When he said this, Jean was slightly excited, and Bisji was serious. Both of them nodded to Germain. So Germain walked to the center of the dungeon hall. As he came to the center of everyone's vision, everyone gradually quieted down. Each looked at their watches and pocket watches, confirmed it, and realized that the time had come. In addition to Minchi, Buhala, Sambika, Abengani, Duin, and List. Liza also took the time to come here to see them off. The twin Gita and Elena were unable to come to ensure the overall operation of the Greed Island game. But they also watched the current scene on the screen through the equipment provided by Duin. Germain looked in the direction of Xiaodi and asked, "Have you brought everything?" "Everything on the list is brought." Xiaodi stood with her body slightly tilted, her hands behind her waist, like a cute girl next door. They just added a few more cards temporarily. Duin pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and explained, "This is what we just argued about. In the end, we decided to let you take some cards that seemed to be useless." "Yes." List lifted the golden hair on his forehead. "It looks like the designated card Dark Emerald. This gem can pass the disaster that is about to befall you to the people around you." Germain was stunned. Lister quickly explained, "We are not providing you with tools to kill each other. We just added one temporarily considering that you might need it in extremely rare circumstances." German nodded, understanding what Duin and Lister meant. Then he looked around the hall and asked, "Does anyone have anything to add?" "No." "Oh, by the way, I wish you a safe journey and a safe return," Minchi said with a smile, with his hands on his shorts. The others followed suit and sent their blessings. Even Sambika timidly raised a sign of support and blessing. "Then we are ready to go," German said. Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi gathered and stood beside German. German touched the hunter badge that materialized, and then pressed his hand on the cold floor. After a faint light rippled, a teleportation lantern emerged in the ripples. 4 ugly, skinny ghosts crawled out from the base of the lantern, bringing uneasy associations and making creepy howls. Seeing this scene for the first time, everyone who heard this cry felt goosebumps all over their body. Germain stared at the projection of the teleportation lantern. Lantern location, Limalu Castle. Greed Island. Cooling time, 32 hours, already cooled. After confirming the cooling time, he turned around and asked the 3 people around him, "Are you ready? If you are ready, you can hold the hand of the messenger imp." "No problem." Jean showed an excitement that was not like his age, more like a child who got a new toy. He took the initiative to hold the hand of one of the messenger imps. "Wow, this hand is so cold. I thought I touched a popsicle." The messenger imp was different from the cold appearance. He looked at Jean, who chose to hold his hand with enthusiasm and surprise. Jean touched the back of his head with his other hand and frowned. "Is it my illusion? Why do I feel like it seems to have a crush on me?" "It has a crush on you." Biscuit smiled and held the hand of another messenger kid and teased. Jean knew it was a joke, so he shook his head helplessly. German and Xiaodi also held the hands of the messenger kid one after another. So all the conditions were ready. Liza's iron tower-like body stood up, giving people a sense of security. "Don't worry. There will be at least 2 people on duty here no matter what. As soon as you come back, we will gather here in the shortest possible time." Jean Chalet made an okay gesture and said to Germain, "Let's go." So, Germain activated the teleportation lantern. A dizzy twist and nausea came over them, and the 4 of them seemed to be on the most dangerous and intense roller coaster or super pendulum, spinning in an indescribable, bizarre world. In a flash, they disappeared along with the teleportation lantern and the messenger imp, like a bubble bursting in the sun. Except for Minchi and Buhala, who had experienced it once. The rest of the people in the dungeon hall were shocked and surprised, and it took them a long time to recover. Chapter 203. Du-En looked at his phone. He was calling Jean. After a few minutes, he gave up. Sure enough, I couldn't get through to Jean, and I couldn't locate them. It seems that as long as they cross a certain boundary, all signals from this side will be blocked. No one was surprised at this point. Liz took out 4 cards and handed them to Minchi and Buhala. "There is no time to lose. According to the original plan, let's try it out. Both of you have been to the Dark Continent, so you will try these cards." Minchi and Buhala took it. This was what they had agreed on at the beginning. In their hands were 2 pairs of spell cards magnetism and spell cards again. The spell card magnetism can allow the user to fly to a designated person that has been met in Greedy Island. The people here are of course specifically German and his friends. Theoretically, no matter where German and his friends are in the 6 continents, the spell card magnetism can teleport Minchi and Buhala there. However, long-distance teleportation is difficult in itself. And now it is the Dark Continent outside the 6 continents, so its effect is very uncertain. Now Minchi and Buhala need to practice. As for the spell card come again, it was to let them fly back and confirm the possibility of the whole process. Minchie and Bahala had been on Greedy Island for so many days, and they were already familiar with the steps of using cards here. First, wear the ring, then summon the magic book, and finally use the card. Use the spell card magnetism. The target is German, they said in unison. However, 10 seconds passed, and the two were still in the same place, and the spell card magnetism did not move. So they looked at each other and changed targets. Use the spell card magnetism. The target is Jean. The card was still ineffective. And then, they symbolically tried to change the target to Biscuit and Xiaoti. And the result was the same. They could not be teleported. After that, they asked the other people present to stay away from the dungeon hall. And then use the spell card go together. It can make all players within a radius of 20 meters fly to the designated card of a person or place seen in Greedy Island. But the result is still no difference. These cards have no effect at all. Minchie and Bahala were not disappointed. They called the others back and informed them of the final experimental results. Do inside and concluded, it seems that the spell cards that can let us go or let them come back are unlikely to work. Although it is expected, it is still a bit regrettable. Lisp pursed his lips. The method of using game consoles and cartridges to connect Greed Island and Dark Continent is probably not feasible. However, Jean should not give up easily, and may try to improve it in the future. I think that even if it works, at least 1 or 2 game consoles should be arranged in the sea between Greed Island and Dark Continent. Duan nodded repeatedly. I understand what you mean. It is something like a relay station. It is definitely impossible to achieve now. Jean must be very disappointed now. At the same time, Dark Continent. In front of the towering ancient labyrinth city, German stood beside the stone tablet erected by the Special Forces of the Sahelta United States. Standing on the weeds that were up to his heels, looking at the rising red sun between the mountains. It seems that the time we came just now is about the same. Around 8 o'clock. After all, the 5 major disasters are all on the east coast of Lake Mobius, quite close to the 6 continents, and are almost in the same time zone. He looked down at the teleportation lantern under his feet, and the projection appeared clearly. Lantern location, Ancient Labyrinth City. Cooling time, 64 hours, cooling down, 64 hours. That is, nearly 3 days. German and his party are destined to stay in the Dark Continent for 3 nights. And then, they will probably return to the 6 continents at midnight on the 28th. He thought for a while, recovered the transmission lantern, and then looked at the other 3 people who were moving freely, and then heard a sigh from Jean. Jean squatted on the grass like a biker, staring at the game console wrapped in mind energy in front of him, with a slightly unhappy face. It seems that it is indeed not so easy to establish direct contact with the 6 continents here. There is no network signal. Minchie and Bahala did not fly to us, and Greed Island should have failed. He did not hesitate too much, and stood up directly, looking around the unfamiliar surroundings, breathing the thicker mind energy here with his body, and his mood suddenly became comfortable. Jean turned to Germain and said, the bad news is that we can't get help directly from Greed Island. But the good news is that we have arrived at the Dark Continent. After being teleported here, he first glanced at the Sahelta United States stone tablet at Germain's feet, and then looked up at the towering buildings that looked like obelisks in front of him. In New World Chronicles, Dong Pian Fragment, Dong drew a sketch of the exterior of an ancient labyrinth city, which was quite similar to the scene in front of him. Only a few parts have changed. After all, it has been 200 or 300 years since then. I wonder if Dong was standing in this place, and sketching the ancient maze city from this angle. He was already looking at the entrance of the ancient maze city impatiently. But there was another thing that needed to be confirmed. Jean turned around and said to Xiaoti not far away, Xiaoti, let the bulge-eyed fish spit out our suitcase. In addition, recycle this game console. It needs to be improved later. Xiaoti did as she was told, and she materialized the bulge-eyed fish. The bulge-eyed fish's big tongue rolled deep into its throat, and rolled out a silver suitcase and placed it on the weeds. Then, the bulge-eyed fish used its tongue to roll up the game console next to it, and swallowed it into its mouth. Jean squatted down and opened the briefcase with a click, revealing the many cards that were sorted and placed in different transparent card boxes. Let me see. Which card should I try? Designated card. Spell card. Free card. Let's go with this. The designated stereo camera. since this place is completely out of the coverage of Greed Island. Everyone cannot summon the magic book to access it, and can only use the suitcase and card box specially made by Dunn and Lister. Jean pulled out the designated stereo camera from the card box and held it up to use. With a bang. After the smoke cleared, a camera appeared in Jin's hand. He raised the camera and pointed it in the direction of the ancient maze city. With a click, he took a photo and looked down to confirm that the function was complete. The photos taken by the stereo camera are like three-dimensional. You can enlarge or reduce them to see the details, and even reproduce some textures. Jean handed the stereo camera to Biscuit. Use it well. Don't worry. Biscuit blinked her big eyes and fiddled with the new camera. She was looking forward to the finished product when she went back to develop it. Or because this is not Greed Island. The equipment materialized after using the card cannot be recovered and turned back into a card. And the stereo camera can only be carried by someone. Jean took out 4 transparent card boxes, holding one for himself, and the other 3 were given to Germaine, Biscuit and Shooty. The cards in these card boxes are for your emergency use, and the other cards are kept in the suitcase and stored in Shioty's bulge-eyed fish. Count them and see if there are any missing. Germaine took the card box, flipped through it, confirmed that all 40 cards were complete, and put it into the pocket inside the black clothes of the tomb hunter. The card box, like the suitcase, is a substitute for the magic book. Its restrictions and oaths determine that its upper limit is 40 cards. If there is one more, it will be used automatically. In other words, as long as there are no more than 40 cards. If there are vacancies after using them, you can fill up the suitcase with 40 cards, and it will be fine. After the 4 people confirmed that the cards in the card box were complete and the number was correct, Shioty used the bulge-eye fish again to swallow the closed suitcase. German looked at the other 3 and said, "Let's keep the formation we agreed on and prepare to enter the ancient maze city. Jean will lead the way and find the most suitable path under the current circumstances through the map of New World Chronicle Eastern Chapter Ancient Maze City Chapter." Biscuit uses a stereo camera and mobile phone to record everything he sees along the way. Xiao Di. Protecting yourself is equivalent to protecting the card resources in the suitcase. Don't force yourself in case of emergency. I be at the back to prevent and resist tracking and sneak attacks from behind. Everyone nodded in response. So, Jean stood at the front of the team. He first straightened his tattered hat, and then took out a paper map of the ancient maze city from the arms of his tattered coat. It depicted the areas that his ancestor Dong Fulisai had explored, and other places were dark. In fact, Duin and Lister had already used technical means to store the map of the ancient maze city in the mobile phones of 4 people, and they could take it out and watch it. However, Jean was too lazy to use his mobile phone to zoom in and out to see the path. With his familiarity with the map location, looking at the mobile phone map is really not as good as looking at the paper map directly. The crowd passed the Sahirta United States steel and passed under the archway built of huge stones. Looking at the cracks on the archway, there was always a feeling that it would collapse right now. Soon after Germaine's feet completely stepped into the ancient maze city, he felt a strange feeling, like an ant gnawing at his heart, which was transmitted to his body from time to time. Soon, this feeling had a result. Pressure plus 3. Germaine still increased 3 points of pressure even with the master's aura. That is, the pressure that would have been applied to him should have been 8 points. However, the pressure did not increase as frequently as in the darkness at the bottom of the Spider Valley. Instead, it came again after a long interval. Pressure plus 3. This is the benefit of strengthening the physique. Walking through the forest of tall stone pillars, a sense of insignificance came over me. Everyone couldn't help but lower their voices, and no one spoke for a long time. Chapter 204. Perhaps sensing the heavy atmosphere, Biscuit tried to break the silence. So while taking photos of the pillar-like tall buildings, he casually found a topic. Jean, I have actually been paying attention to the gamers of Greed Island these days. I feel that the danger of your game is quite high. What will happen if a player dies on Greed Island? What else can it be? Of course, the corpse will be teleported back to where they entered Greed Island and appear next to the game console. Jean walked in front of the team and answered. Before they entered the game, they were told that it was extremely dangerous. However, from another perspective, as long as you can hold on, Greed Island is a good test ground for nin users. It's extremely dangerous. After all, it's real death. Biscuit suddenly realized that she seemed to have found a worse topic, and she felt a little annoyed. At the same time, she also realized that she was nurturing a kind of restless emotion in her heart. This emotion was affecting her mind little by little. So much so that she was dizzy and mentioned death not long after the exploration. This was definitely not what she would do normally. Is this the pressure that Germaine usually talks about? Am I also beginning to feel this kind of real oppression? Jean said at this time, speaking of which, thanks to you. The guy named Gonshu and his companions you killed were habitual murderers in Greed Island. After the three of them died, the death rate in Greed Island dropped visibly. Before this, Du-En and Lister were quite troubled by them. Because although their behavior does not violate the rules of Greed Island, it is inconsistent with our original intention of designing the Greed Island game. Greed Island is not a brave and fierce sky arena. After all, its essence is a game. If everyone takes this shortcut of killing to collect cards, it will be too boring. Bomb Demon. Gonshu. Biscuit thought for a while, and made a vertical gesture on his head. Is it the hedgehog-headed guy who can use telekinesis to plant bombs? That's the three of them. Jean replied without turning his head. Du-En and Lister saw the photos of the criminals in the train hijacking case, and recognized them at a glance. Biscuit nodded. Then it's good for them to die. Maybe the evil deeds were punished before. But the time has not come yet. Now Xiaodi and I are their retribution. If they die, they can no longer harm people. German observed everything in front of him, and found that the slightly dull atmosphere before was gradually dissipated in the conversation between Jean and Biscuit. Generally speaking, when Biscuit is happy, the other members of the team will also be infected and become happy. After all, German is taciturn. Xiaodi has a unique mind. And Jean is quite arrogant. In this case, Biscuit is the knob that adjusts the mood of the team. After walking for a while, Jean looked down at the spread-out paper map, drew a few circles in the air with his fingers, and then pointed to the right. Let's go this way. This action looks like pointing in a random direction. But German still trusts Jean. Jean is not the idiot as rumored. On the contrary, as long as he is attentive to something, he will appear very steady and act in an orderly manner, just like what is happening before his eyes. Jean led everyone to the right, turned around a stone pillar, and saw more stone pillars. They all looked exactly the same, but there were many marks left by predecessors on the stone pillars. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the stone pillars. Jean, the relic hunter, immediately urged Bisji to take a picture of the scene in front of him. This kind of mark left behind really contained too much information. German walked at the end of the team, stroking the many scratches on the stone pillars, many of which were engraved with huge USS marks, which was the abbreviation of the United States of Sahelta. He guessed that the Special Forces members carved the marks here so that they could better find the way out when they returned or lost their teammates. In addition, at the top of the stone pillar was an extremely conspicuous engraving of the Mobius strip. It has been 200 or 300 years, and wind erosion has not been able to smooth it out. It is just like a lighthouse beam, pointing the way to the passers-by. That was a mark that Dong Fulisai carved for himself, and for those who came after him. He was telling those who came after him that this was a certain location marked on his map. Seeing this Mobius strip, the Sahilita United States Special Forces, like German and his group, must have felt a sense of relief at this moment. Right? Because that means this road is correct. And someone has walked it for us. What remains is how to deal with the plant weapon gold and silver ingots. One of the 5 major disasters. They didn't stay here for too long and soon set off again. At this time, German felt the circle from Jean, radiating in all directions, scanning everything nearby. Don't go this way. Jean pointed in another direction. There is a monster on this road. Let's go another way. His circle swept a monster, blocking the road they were supposed to pass. Fortunately, Dong Fulisai had explored enough areas, and if Jean wanted to temporarily change the route, he only needed to confirm it on the paper map and make a decision. The comprehensive danger index of the plant weapon gold and silver ingot is B+, which is already quite close to the highest level A. Its destructive power is A-1, -1, -2, which represents a certain degree of difference under the level of A. And the mortality rate and disability rate are extremely high. The brutality level is B, but it will be converted to A-1 under certain conditions. One of these conditions is to set foot in the ancient Maze City. That is, as long as German and his party are still in the ancient Maze City, they will be actively attacked by them. The ancient Labyrinth City is equivalent to their nest, and the healing herb is equivalent to their cubs. in order to nourish the healing herb. They will hunt invaders. At the same time, their reproductive capacity is B-2, which is stronger than the human C. But the number is only C, which is less than 100, which means that their reproduction is not the same as that of humans. Plant weapon gold and silver ingot is parasitic. That is, part of the spores of the plant weapon gold and silver ingot are transferred from one living body to another living body. They control the body, and after blooming, they complete a reproduction. A plant weapon gold and silver ingot can split into more than a dozen parts, parasitizing on more than a dozen living things. And the original plant weapon gold and silver ingot will die. However, the number of plant weapon gold and silver ingots did not grow explosively because of the existence of the ancient Maze City. They seem to maintain some instinct or mission, and have been active in the ancient Maze City, and only leave the ancient Maze City in very rare cases. In this way, only living things attracted by the healing herb or accidentally entering the ancient Maze City will have the opportunity to be parasitized by them. Their individual numbers are controlled to less than 100 in this way. Once the ancient Maze City is no longer a constraint, the reproductive capacity of the plant weapon gold and silver ingots may even reach A. In this case, their number will also reach a terrifying value, and they will swarm out of the nest like cockroaches. Considering this characteristic of the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, German and others felt at the previous discussion meeting that they should avoid fighting if possible. The number C is the most significant shortcoming of the plant weapon gold and silver ingots. In such a large ancient Maze City, their distribution and wandering will be quite scattered. This means that German and others can avoid many unnecessary battles. And Jean Gocho's circle and the excellent stealth of the four people make this possibility a reality. German and his party will not forget that the primary purpose of this time is to obtain the herb that cures all diseases. One of the 5 hopes, being able to avoid fighting as much as possible before reaching the core area, is the most correct choice for the 4-person team. If the contents of the New World Chronicle, Eastern Chapter fragment recorded 200 or 300 years ago are still accurate, then Germain and his party will have a hard battle after arriving at the core area. Germain believes that all the text information indicates that there is a champion-level monster in the core area. When they bypassed another cubic stone pillar, Jin's circle captured abnormal biological activities at this time. Be careful. He frowned and reminded, there is a monster that has discovered our existence and is coming towards us at a very fast speed. We are moving fast now. Can we get rid of it? Biscuit asked. Once it is discovered, it can't be shaken off, Jean said. You can regard all the parasitic monsters here as elite and above non-users proposed by Germain. They also form circles, and their range is also very large. But their circles are often irregular, and there will be certain gaps between them for us to pass through. We are keeping hidden now, so we are not discovered by too many monsters parasitized by gold and silver ingots. However, these monsters are obviously very wild. Even if we use hiding, as long as we stay in the range of their circles for a period of time, we will be discovered. Once we are discovered, it will be difficult to get rid of it. And as it pursues, it will attract more parasitized monsters, and they will all notice the abnormality here, and finally form an encirclement. Xiao Di adjusted his glasses and said, but if we fight monsters here, it will also attract the attention of other monsters. Right? German probably understood Jin's thoughts, and he explained to Xiao Di, so we have to fight quickly and eliminate this relentless enemy before the other monsters parasitized by gold and silver ingots arrive. Continue to move forward in hiding and get out of their encirclement in advance. He drew a circle in the air with his mind, and deliberately left a few gaps, and pointed at those gaps for Xiao Di to see. Xiao Di, Biscuit used condensation to see German's schematic diagram, understood it, and nodded. Seeing that German understood his thinking so quickly, Jean couldn't help but smile. If it were an ordinary team of non-users, they might not be able to do this. But the 4 of us can do it. Within 5 seconds of meeting, we must resolve the battle. He thought to himself, this guy German, in some ways, has similar ideas to me. When he reaches my age, he might become a monster like President Netero. Chapter 205. If that's the case, I know what to do. Biscuit lifted her skirt and pressed her right palm on the neatly laid stone floor, like a rugby player kicking off. Let Xiao Di and I set a small trap first. A few minutes later, a green worm taller than 2 trains put together crawled out from the gap between 2 huge stone pillars. Its body clearly filled the entire road, but its soft and deformed body allowed it to move its huge green body forward quite flexibly. The caterpillar smelled the delicious spirit from a distance. So it followed. No. Strictly speaking, it was already half dead. It was the tumor on its back that smelled it. In the body of the caterpillar, there was a black round tumor shadow, which rolled back and forth in its body as it continued to crawl forward. The fruit of this tumor, the plant weapon gold and silver ingot, was already quite mature. When it broke out of the shell one day and bloomed, it would shoot out spores like peas, parasitizing nearby living things. Now, the time is almost up. It needs to find a new living thing to reproduce. At this moment, the two antennae on the head of the green worm stretched out, and almost immediately sensed the life hiding behind a cubic stone pillar. The gold and silver ingots rolled forward and directly pressed into the head of the green worm. It raised its short legs desperately and rumbled towards the cubic stone pillar like a locomotive. Xiaodi turned around from behind the cubic stone pillar. She had just released her mind energy on purpose to expose herself. Seeing that the caterpillar had crawled to the designated location, Xiaodi raised the bulge-eye fish in his hand. Bulge-eye fish, eat those broken stones. The bulge-eye fish immediately opened its mouth and sucked the broken stones under the caterpillar's feet towards itself with a strong suction force. It turned out that Biscuit had used a very exquisite secret of the hard source flow boxing technique not long ago to destroy a large piece of slate rock there, making its structure loose. The weight of the giant caterpillar itself, plus the suction of the bulge-eye fish, increased the looseness of that piece, and the simple trap was completed. With a bang, the giant caterpillar fell from the middle onto a large hole in the ground, and curled up reflexively. At this time, German flew out from the side, like a black lightning, and the meat saw at his hand changed into a long section with a click. He jumped up above the hole, looked at the giant caterpillar under his feet coldly, and slashed out with a huge mind energy wave. German aimed at the gold and silver ingot that was forcibly inserted into the caterpillar's body. Swish! 1/3 of the giant caterpillar was neatly cut off, and the sticky juice splashed out, spreading all over the ground. The tumor-like gold and silver ingot was also cut into 2 hemispheres in an instant, and then spewed out black mist. In fact, it was the tiny spores that could parasitize flying in the air. If it was in a mature state and bloomed and scattered spores, the parasitism success rate would be very high. Now this kind of gold and silver ingot was cut open and forced to parasitize, so the parasitism success rate was relatively low. However, it was still very dangerous to be entangled by this spore mist rashly. This time, the gold and silver ingot was several times larger than the last one, and the spore mist that spewed out also spread more widely, instantly covering the area where several stone pillars were located. Fortunately, Germain had been careful about this. He flew onto a stone pillar, ran on the side for a while, and then jumped onto another stone pillar, away from the fog. When he dodged and moved between many stone pillars for a while, he finally made a big circle and came to the tallest stone pillar nearby, where he met up with Jean, Biscuit, and Xiaodi. After Xiaodi finished the bait work, he immediately turned around and rushed here. Jean stood on the edge of the stone pillar, watched the whole process of German and Xiaodi's cooperation, and touched his beard-covered chin. This is to scare the silver-grade butterfly larvae. The species parasitized by the gold and silver ingots is called this name. It was named by Dong Fulisai and drawn in the New World Chronicles Eastern Chapter fragments. It is omnivorous. When hunting and defending, it will release threatening thoughts, thereby confusing prey or enemies, mistaking it for a very scary monster, and making a wrong judgment. He just looked through the information of the New World Chronicles Eastern Chapter fragments entered by Duan and Lister on his mobile phone, and quickly found the information of the corresponding monster. German noticed that his physical fitness increased by 5 points at this time. But he was not surprised. He said, "This monster parasitized by the gold and silver ingots is not very strong. We can continue to maintain this attack method. One person lures, the other kills, and then quickly leaves the range of the gold and silver ingots." Yes. Jean put his hands in his trouser pockets and nodded. Getting rid of it before it releases threatening thoughts is the fastest and safest solution. Next, we can form a group of 2 and take turns to solve the enemies we encounter as quickly as possible. If we encounter a stronger monster than the one we are facing now, we will add more people appropriately. This way, at least one group can be in battle while the other group can get a temporary rest. German replied. Okay. Then I will be in a group with Xiaodi, and you will be in a group with Biscuit. Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi all had no objection to the grouping. But Xiaodi objected to another question. Well, I think we should just move forward above the stone pillar. This way, we don't have to take a detour and can save time. No. Biscuit pointed to the sky not far away. Xiaodi, look over there. Xiaodi looked over and saw a group of strange monsters flying in the sky. They looked like carp, but they had 2 pairs of wings and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Their eyeballs, fins, belly, tails, etc. often have a gold or silver ingot, which looks quite discordant. Biscuit explained, moving above the stone pillars is too conspicuous, and those sharp-eyed monsters with flying ability can find us quickly. On the contrary, we move on the ground, and the stone pillars help us block part of their sight. If the monsters want to find us, they can only use perception techniques like circles, which will increase their search costs, and we can maintain short-term safety. Jean said on the side, that's what I mean. Xiaodi nodded and agreed with this statement. Let's leave here immediately before other monsters arrive, German said. Others didn't want to get too entangled with the parasitic monsters here. And more importantly, they didn't want to be surrounded and waste too much energy. So they all agreed. So, they stepped on the flat side of the stone pillar and ran all the way back to the ground, hiding their breath and moving forward cautiously. Next, they encountered 2 parasitic giant monsters wandering in the ancient maze city. They used a team of 2 people in a rotation mode and successfully eliminated them. German participated in killing one of them, so his energy also increased by 5 points. He felt that if he was not worried about being surrounded and had not yet achieved the ultimate goal of obtaining the herb that cures all diseases, he could really keep brushing up his physique and energy here. However, at the same time, his pressure was slowly increasing, and he had already reached 21 points inadvertently. The reason was probably because the ancient maze city had some kind of influence on him, and the crowd sneaked a distance in the ancient maze city, and several hours passed unknowingly. Germain looked at his pocket watch, and it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So he suggested, let's take a break and have lunch here. Okay. Xiaodi touched her stomach and said, I'm a little hungry. After she said that, her stomach started to growl. Biscuit covered her mouth and laughed secretly. But soon, her stomach also made a gurgling sound, and her face turned red. It seemed that the continuous sneaking, interspersed with 3 quick battles, plus the mental tension, consumed too much energy. So, they found a relatively safe area and stopped to rest next to a 3-dimensional square column. Xiaodi used the bulge-eye fish to spit out the gravel that had been sucked in before, and then spit out the silver suitcase brought from Greed Island and placed it on the ground. After the suitcase was opened, Xiaodi took out a transparent card box with the food item and asked, What do you want to eat? Sandwiches, sausages, sandwich cookies, macarons, milk. Thank you. Biscuit took out a card box from the suitcase with great anticipation, used the Freedom Card picnic carpet in it, and then spread the unsealed carpet on the floor. She was like a girl who came to camp, placing the sandwiches, sausages, sandwich cookies, macarons, milk, etc. that Xiaodi handed over after unsealing the cards on the carpet. Biscuit noticed that Germain and Kim were staring at her, and blushed. She said in defense, I am a lady no matter where I am or under what circumstances. Kim smiled and sat cross-legged on the carpet. Xiaodi, please give me fried pork chops, soba noodles, cherry tomatoes. Xiaodi took barbecue, omelette rice, orange juice, etc. by herself. Germain also asked for sour bean fried rice, beef ball soup, and mineral water. These are all delicacies carefully made by Minchi and Bahala. They fully considered the different tastes of everyone and made different styles of food for them to choose from. After all, it was the masterpiece of 2 gourmet hunters. German and his party enjoyed a rich and delicious lunch and felt quite satisfied. German's stress also dropped a little because of the food, and it came to 15 o'clock. However, considering that it is better not to accumulate too much stress, he asked Biscuit to help him use the magic beautician Miss Cookie to completely eliminate the stress. Biscuit also gave himself a round of massage. As for Jean and Xiaodi, they said that there was no problem at present, so there was no need to relieve stress for the time being. At 14 o'clock in the afternoon, they set off again. Jean once again used Yuan to lead the way in front, and German was at the back, and the 4-person team moved forward all the way. Chapter 206. The battle in the ancient labyrinth city continues. Bang! The scutellum, which was as big as a hill, and had its head and tail chopped off, still tirelessly crashed into German. Just an ordinary fatal injury was not enough to kill this giant beast. It was not until German cut a hole in the gold and silver ingots under its abdomen that were not covered by its heavy leather armor, and spores and black mist gushed out that it finally lost its power source. The parasitized scutellum fell to the ground like a hard landing of an airship, leaving a long bloody track. The parasitic spores came like smoke after an explosion, one wave after another, and soon approached not far in front of German. Shooty, holding the bulge-eyed fish, reminded from behind, German, we should retreat. Wait. German materialized a flamethrower and aimed it at the parasitic spore black mist. Let's see how effective the fire attack is. The flamethrower sprayed out a tongue of fire and injected it into the black mist, and the spores suddenly made a crackling sound like popcorn. At the same time, they also came alive, twisting their floating directions in midair, turning into the mouths of man-eating giant beasts, biting towards German. German moved the nozzle of the flamethrower and swept the flames over, blocking the advance of the black bloody mouth. A moment later, the parasitic spores in the sky were burned to ashes by German's flames, and the ground was covered with gray and black embers, like a thick carpet. German walked back to Shioty. The flames can't burn through the shell of the armored dragon, nor can they burn through the shell of the gold and silver ingots, but they are effective for the spores of the gold and silver ingots. Using flames to burn is like burning a nest of cockroaches. Just be careful not to let some of them escape and crawl onto you. But Shioty adjusted her black-framed glasses like a female scholar. Your mental energy consumption is also very large. Right? The flames are not burning the oil, but your mind energy. It's okay. I'm still full of mind energy now. As long as it doesn't keep burning. It's okay, Germain replied. He was not lying or showing off. But it was true. So far, he and Shioty, the duo, have killed a total of 5 monsters together. Both his physique and energy level have surpassed the champion level, reaching 103 points and 104 points respectively, thereby obtaining the champion aura, replacing the previous master aura. Under the champion's aura, Germain's magnanimity is already the best among the 6 continent psychic users, and his physique also allows him to reduce more pressure. For example, the pressure from the ancient maze city has been further reduced from 3 points to only 1 point. This means that the champion's aura reduces 7 points of damage for him every time he suffers pressure damage. Although his physique and magnanimity have reached the champion level, Germain's overall combat power is still at the master level. After all, most of his physique and magnanimity are suddenly raised because of his psychic ability, not through natural practice and spiritual enlightenment. It's like a person wearing a coat that is much larger than his body and frame. Germain took off his gravedigger hood, which allowed him to look Shioty in the eye better. The two walked in the same direction while talking. I actually tried to use the bulge-eye fish to absorb the entire gold and silver ingot, or its spores, but it didn't work. I can't fool myself. They are alive. Biscuit asked you to try. Right? Yes, she said. You can think they are dead. Let me try. But they are alive. They were able to turn around and rush to our side and actively attack us. Yeah. You think so too. Right? Anyway, I can't let the bulge-eyed fish eat living things. After cutting off the parasitic gold and silver ingots, I can absorb the monster's corpse. Why? What why? Why are you so obsessed with not letting the bulge-eyed fish swallow living things? That's my restriction and oath. Shioty opened his eyes wide in surprise, as if he was surprised why German could ask such a question. Then why did you make such a restriction and oath? German decided to explain his problem in more depth. Well, Shioty poked his chin with his index finger, thought seriously for a while, and replied, thinking about it carefully. It may be related to an incident that happened in Meteor Street when I was a child. What incident? Think about it. Aren't we in Meteor Street very short of food and water? Once, I broke into someone else's house, intending to steal some food. But after searching for a long time, I found that the whole family had no food either. German guessed something, but still asked, then what? Then I heard screams in the room, and saw them cutting open their own children and eating them. Shioty blinked her big eyes. Her expression did not change at all. I will never forget the way the parents looked at me. Did they want to eat you? No. Their eyes were like the dead people I saw on the roadside. They just looked at me and continued to eat. As if I didn't exist? German was silent. Xiaodi continued later. I heard that there would be food as long as I went to the church. So I went. After a while, I told the old priest about it. She touched the inverted cross necklace hanging on her chest. The old priest sighed at the time and said that they had committed a serious crime. But they were not unforgivable. They just wanted to survive. In short, from then on, I couldn't accept eating living things. It is very likely that this caused the bulge-eye fish to become like this. I know I am not a good person, and I will never become a saint in this life. But I still hope that I can abide by some bottom lines so that I can feel alive. German nodded. Then follow your own ideas. The bulge-eye fish's current ability must be because of you. If you change, it may not have the current ability. I think so too. Well, it smells so good. German heard Xiaodi suddenly say it smells so good, and was stunned for a moment, until he smelled the fragrance himself. And then he reacted. She wasn't talking about the meaty smell she imagined. It was a strong aroma, like the scent of an unknown flower blooming, floating from a very far place. You're back. Biscuit walked out from behind a cubic stone pillar, and said with a smile. Jean is urging you. He said if you don't come back, he will leave first. I didn't say that. Biscuit. Don't frame me. Jean followed Biscuit out, still holding the ancient maze city map in his hand. Looking wrinkled. But, isn't this something you can do? A fool who's acting recklessly? No matter how reckless I am, I know that I can't get the herb that cures all diseases by myself. You can learn from your ancestor. Dong Fulisai. Jean glanced at Biscuit and ignored her sarcasm. Instead, he spread out the rolled-up map and confirmed it again and again, saying, You all smell that fragrance. Right? Yes, Xiaodi said. I just said to Germain. It smells so good. That should be the fragrance of the herb that cures all diseases. Jean explained. The beasts have a more sensitive sense of smell than us. They were attracted to the ancient maze city, and finally became prey to gold and silver ingots. We are very close to the core of the ancient maze city. At our speed, I estimate that we will arrive before tomorrow afternoon. Yeah. Biscuit touched her golden ponytail and combed it to her shoulders. It feels that the journey has been quite smooth. The monsters we have destroyed are only elite level. Maybe we will encounter master level monsters next. Kim said. Don't say such unlucky words. Since German often uses the same personal opinion as Hisoka to classify the levels of nin-users. Everyone has heard it so many times that they gradually accepted it and said it naturally when chatting. Let's continue our journey. Jean tapped the paper map with his knuckles, making a popping sound. Don Fulisher left a residence. I don't know if it is still there. We have to get there before dark and spend the night there. Don Fulisher has been to the ancient maze city more than once. Of course, he needed a place to stay overnight along the way, so he dug several residences by himself. The one that German and his group were heading to was a safe spot that Dong Fulisai had left for them. The further they walked, the more they could feel the passage of time. The sky gradually changed from bright to dim, and then gray covered most of the stone pillars like heavy snow. German and his group seemed to be walking in the shadow of a sketch. And slowly, the colors on their bodies also blended into it, like ashes after burning. It should be here. Jean paused and looked up at the Mobius strip carved on the top of a stone pillar. That's the mark left by Dong Fulisai. There was a gap under the Mobius strip mark on this stone pillar. Looking at the other three walls, there were also such gaps. I always feel that as long as I see the Mobius strip, I will feel much more at ease. Bisji said sincerely. Help me look for it. Jean stuffed the paper map into his arms, then walked towards the stone pillar, gently stroking the surface of the stone pillar with both hands. There should be a secret door. Your actions are disgusting. Biscuit laughed, but also chose a wall, touched it with his fingers, and knocked it with his fists. German and Xiaodi looked at each other and started looking for it. In the end, Jean found it first. It's here, he said loudly. Everyone heard him and walked towards him. It's right here. Jean pushed the wall in front of him hard. The wall that seemed to be tightly closed was pushed in a piece, revealing a dark inner room with a dull atmosphere. With a bang, the stone door was pushed to the ground by Jean. He waved his hand to blow away the dust and smell, let in some air first. After a long time, everyone came in with flashlights. They covered their mouths and noses and coughed a few times, while illuminating the space inside the stone pillar with the flashlight beam. It was dark inside, with only a gap 2 or 3 meters high on each of the 4 walls, which served as a window for air circulation. Dong Fulisai dug out a cubic space at the bottom of the stone pillar as his temporary residence. And Dong Fulisai's temporary residence will become the residence of German and his group tonight. Chapter 207. Dong Fulisai should not have been here for a long time. Jean waved the flashlight and observed the interior of the temporary residence. There is no sign that anyone lives here. If I see Dong Fulisai here, I will find it scary, Basiji said. Jean turned back curiously and asked, "Why?" "It is still uncertain whether Dong Fulisai is alive or dead." "Right." Basiji spread his hands. "If he is dead, then he will be a monster we must face if he appears here." Jean fell silent. He understood what Basiji meant. A person like Dong Fulisai, who can wander alone in the dark continent, must be incredibly powerful. And if such a person is killed by something, and then turns into some kind of monster, and finally encounters the 4 of them, the consequences are unimaginable. Such a Dong Fulisai is a disaster in itself. Or even more terrifying than a disaster. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed a bit tangled. Jean dug his face with his fingers in distress. "I want to see him, but I don't want to see him anymore. It's really troublesome." At this time, German, who finally couldn't stand the dust in the room, said to Shiati, "Use your bulge-eye fish to clean up here?" "Ah." Shiati blinked. "Yes. Then you go out. I use the bulge-eye fish to clean up here." The other 3 walked out of the stone pillar residence and stood outside the door, watching Shiati wearing a gas mask unlocked by the freedom card, holding a bulge-eye fish, and constantly sucking away dust and debris back and forth. "It's incredible." Basiji pulled German's black robe. "Can you imagine it before this?" Shiati's bulge-eyed fish was actually doing the job of a vacuum cleaner. German thought about it. Indeed, what Shiati had sucked up with the bulge-eyed fish before were basically corpses, utensils, and all kinds of messes stuffed into the bulge-eyed fish's space. This time, she used the bulge-eyed fish to suck up the dust honestly, which made both of them a little uncomfortable. Finally, the stone pillar room was cleaned up. Everyone walked back into the room. Jean raised his hand and lifted the stone door, closing it to its original position, but not completely closed, leaving a gap for ventilation. At this time, darkness engulfed most of the room. Only the moonlight from the gap in the wall and the flashlights of everyone could illuminate a small area. Shiati took out the silver briefcase and used the free card in the transparent card box to unlock a lamp the size of a floor fan and placed it in the center. After turning on the switch, the light instantly filled most of the room. "Then let's eat something and have a good rest." Germain could only see the dark sky through the gap in the wall. "There are 4 of us, and we can take turns to keep watch." Biscuit laid a carpet under his feet and sat down with Shiati. "Finally, I can rest again. Really, since I started working with you, Germain, I always feel like I'm at work," Biscuit complained. German and Jean were not so particular. They just sat on the ground. Anyway, Shiati's bulge-eye fish should have sucked up all the dust and vomited it outside. They also had a rich dinner. So much so that Bisji touched his belly after the meal and silently thanked Minchi and Bahala for their dedication. After eating and drinking, sleepiness quickly came. They unsealed the freedom card sleeping bag and got in. But only Bisji and Shiati closed their eyes and slept. German and Jean just lay in the sleeping bag. German was the first to take the night watch. Then it was Jin's turn. Then Biscuit's turn. And finally Shiati's turn. Biscuit and Shiati could sleep first without worry. Jean went outside to relieve himself and came back after a while. He dimmed the light of the lamp and got back into his sleeping bag. German and his sleeping bag were moved to the side of the entrance to the stone pillar. As long as he looked sideways, he could see the situation outside through the gap that never closed. "Are you still not asleep?" He sat against the stone wall and noticed that Jean was also sitting by the wall not far away with his eyes open. Jean looked at German. "To be honest, you may not believe it. I am very excited now and can't sleep. I fell asleep as soon as I laid down last night." "Why can't you sleep?" German looked at Basiji and Shiati and deliberately lowered his voice. Jean also lowered his voice. "It's very simple. Because I really came to the Dark Continent." He pointed at German, although there is a lot of indirect evidence. "Although Basiji, Shiati, Minchi, and Bahala endorse you. But in the end, seeing is believing." Jean held his hands on the back of his head, raised his head, and looked at the sky through the gap in the wall. Unfortunately, the moon could not be seen from this angle. You are not playing tricks. Which makes me happy. He was convinced that this was indeed the Dark Continent when he actually saw the stone tablets left by the Sahirta United States. The ancient maize city that could not be forged. The gold and silver ingots. The Mobius ring mark left by Dong Fulisai. And the temporary residence. This sense of reality made his fingers tremble until just now. And he could only press his head to hide his excited trembling. German, he said after a while. Actually, the herb that cures all diseases is not my real goal. King Kong smiled after saying this, of course. I will do my best to get it. After all, I have to report to the old man, President Netero. Then what is your real goal? German was a little curious. It is a tall tower standing in the core of the ancient maize city. King looked at German, his eyes sparkling. Dong Fulisai mentioned it in the New World Journey East chapter fragment. He once climbed it, but found nothing. Even after the book New World Journey East chapter was published, he still didn't figure out what the tower was used for. Among the entire ruins of the ancient labyrinth city, the one I'm most concerned about is definitely this tower that even Dong Fulisai can't find many clues about. It's the core of the core, and it must play some role. But its purpose has never been discovered. If I can solve the truth about the tower, then I will roughly know who built the ancient labyrinth city. What was the reason for its construction? Germain remembered the ancient maize city sketch drawn by Dong Fulisai in the incomplete version. And he had an impression of it. Among the many cubic stone pillars and reed-like plants, there is a tall tower that stands out from the crowd. Quite conspicuous. It is indeed worth going up to check it out. Really? Jean couldn't help but raise his voice. The next moment, he looked at Biscuit and Xiaoti, and saw that they were still sleeping in their sleeping bags, and were not woken up. So he lowered his voice again. Very interesting. Right. Germain? Very interesting. Germain replied. Jean stared at Germain for a while, then smiled. You know what? I have said these words to many close friends for more than 30 years. However, some of them think that New World Chronicles East is just a novelist's fantasy about the Dark Continent. Others are skeptical, but think it is impossible for me to meet all the conditions, cross the ocean, reach the Dark Continent, and explore the truth. They feel sorry for me. I have such a strong and vigorous desire to know here, but I am destined to never find the truth in this life. But I don't need this kind of regret and pity. Liza, Duan, List, Ida and Elena. They all can't understand my obsession with the Dark Continent. They are willing to support me silently behind my back, but they can't fully understand me after all. Jean looked at Germain and said, So, after knowing your story, and actually meeting you, to be honest, I was relieved. I am not the only fool and madman in the world. I envy you for having such a mind ability, which is simply born to explore this place. At the same time, I also sincerely thank you for your mind ability. We are undoubtedly fellow travelers. You are exaggerating, Germain said. I don't think it's an exaggeration. Jean sat up straight and said seriously, It is actually very difficult for a person to meet like-minded people in his life. People who truly understand my feelings. By the way, Germain, I have something to ask of you. What is it? Germain saw that Jean showed a very serious expression. After obtaining the herb that cures all diseases, I decided to stay in the Dark Continent. Jean took off the tattered hat on his head, revealing his short hair. I won't go back with you. German was slightly surprised for a while, but soon understood. Look, Jean smiled. If it were you, you would understand why I did this. If it were anyone else, they would immediately raise all kinds of questions and try to stop me. In short, I stay here for both selfish and public reasons. Selfish reasons, of course, are that I finally came to the Dark Continent, and I really don't want to go back. I just want to spend the rest of my life in this place. Public reasons. Jean pointed at German again. Your teleportation lantern can only bring 4 people at a time, which is too inefficient. In the Dark Continent, you need more helpers. In this respect, you should keep me, and then you can bring a new trio here. In this way, your helpers in the Dark Continent will increase from the original 3 to 4, and so on. If I stay here, I can also provide you with accommodation, intelligence, etc., and you can provide me with a steady stream of support. This is a win-win situation between us. Germain thought for a while, and he had to admit that Jin's proposal tempted him. He had had similar ideas a long time ago, But he couldn't force Biscuit or Xiaodi to stay here. Now, Jean is willing to stay. This may be a brand new opportunity. But, German asked, what about Greed Island? What about your son? Haha. Jean laughed softly. It doesn't really matter whether Greed Island has me or not. Not to mention that I have already distributed the shares to you. You can't just sit back and do nothing. Right? So you started to plot against me since then. I guess. Didn't I mention it before? Each English letter of Greed Island is the first letter of the name of one of our members. You want the same in the future. I thought about it for a long time. Maybe there is no need to force your initials in. You see? Our names all start with G. One G leaves, and another G fills in. Isn't that great? As for my son Sujia, Jean seemed to be trying hard to recall his son's appearance. But his memory was a little fuzzy. If you meet him, tell him, Sujia, if you really want to see me, an incompetent father, come to the Dark Continent to find me. Chapter 208. German changed shifts with Jean at 1 a.m. the next day and got into a warm sleeping bag. With his excellent physique, his mental state can still withstand a day of fatigue and sleepiness. Such a clear consciousness may also be related to Jin's heartfelt words. German did not agree immediately, but promised to think about it again and again. He did not like to make promises casually. Promises mean responsibilities, especially those related to the future direction of the entire Greed Island. However, he could not be bothered by this matter and not sleep. Tomorrow would definitely be another hard and tiring day, and he needed enough rest. So, with his eyes closed and lying flat on his sleeping bag, Germain skillfully circulated his mind and energy, letting it flow through his body and slowly relaxing his mind and body. Finally, at a certain moment, he entered a hazy dream. In the blur, he saw the dark night sky, the messy wooden houses and tents, and the ragged people sitting around the campfire. For some reason, even if no one told him, he knew that this was Meteor Street. Slowly, he felt something, looked down, and saw that a black muddy pool had appeared under his feet at some point, with many bubbles coming out. A skinny hand reached out, grabbed his feet, and pulled him deeper into the mud. But he was surprisingly calm. So calm that he didn't react at all, and let the hand do it. German. He heard someone calling from afar. German! His shoulder was pushed, and he woke up immediately, subconsciously materializing a meat saw. In the dim room, a figure blocked German's vision. The man held down German's meat saw with one hand and put his other hand on his lips, making a gesture to keep quiet. He made room for the lamp and the moon, which shone in, revealing Jin's pale face, which might have been caused by the light. There's movement outside, Jean warned in a low voice. Germain first turned his head to look at Biscuit and Xiaodi, watching them sleeping soundly with their heads pressed together, still not waking up. Then, he turned over and sat up, nimbly got out of the sleeping bag, and came to the side of the stone door with Jean, looking out through the gap. At this time, the gray-white crescent moon finally moved to a point where they could see it from this angle. Look up. Jean pointed to a cubic stone pillar in the distance. Don't use a circle. It's likely to be exposed. German followed the direction of Jin's finger and flew his eyes along the stone pillar to its top. There was a huge, strange creature floating there. It was really floating, not touching the top of the stone pillar at all, but circling around the stone pillar back and forth, like a beast sniffing the air. From the outline alone, it looked like a great white shark, but with black smoke coming out of its body, and the smoke was spreading around in wisps, like blood spreading in the sea. As for its big mouth with interlaced fangs, it was enough to bite off the top of the cubic stone pillar and swallow it. This is a night attack species, Jean whispered. It is recorded in the New World Chronicle East chapter fragment, which is a very difficult beast that often appears in the dark and attacks prey. Dong Fulisai made a simple classification of all the life forms he encountered in the New World Chronicle East chapter fragment. First of all, there are humans, most of whom live on the 6 continents. Next are beasts, which is actually a general and broad concept. It includes beasts, plants, microorganisms, monsters, monster subspecies, etc. That is, living things other than humans. Then, there are evil, which are strange products after humans and beasts die and are resurrected for some reason. Finally, there are alien demons. That is, incomprehensible life that should not exist in this world. The night attack species mentioned by Jean is a branch of beasts recorded in New World Chronicles East chapter fragment. Quite a lot of beasts hunt at night. But this beast is listed as a night attack species separately. There must be a reason, Jean said cautiously. East Foolisher's description is difficult. We'd better be careful. Germain nodded. And at the same time, he looked at the night attack shark. And his mind quickly associated it with the dark nightmare leopard he met last time. He found that the two had similarities. Perhaps they are all night sharks. The two held their breath and watched quietly beside the stone gate, waiting for the next move of the night shark. If they could avoid the fight, that would be the best. However, the night shark lingered beside the stone pillar for a long time and never left. It circled in the air, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes rising, sometimes diving. It looked like it had no clue. But Germain and Jean were very cautious, keeping a calm posture, and blending well with the darkness and tranquility of the night. After a while, the night shark finally swung its tail and flew in the opposite direction of the stone pillar where Germain and his group were. Germain and Jean looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, they can continue to rest tonight. They all need to recover their vitality. But suddenly, the feeling of needles made them turn their heads at the same time and look out through the gap of the stone door again. Then, they looked into the small, empty black eyes of the night shark. It actually came back? Could it be that even though Germain and King were keeping their distance, it could still sense them with its far superior acumen to humans living in a comfortable environment? Just as Germain and King were stunned, the night raider shark slowly opened its bloody mouth, revealing its jagged, spear-like sharp teeth and dark red, stiff flesh in its mouth. It roared towards the night sky and the entire ancient maze city. This roar tore through all the silence, spread far away, and then rippled back and forth between the cubic stone pillars. Then, the whole area fell silent again. Damn it. Jean gritted his teeth and stood up. I understand what Don Fulisai meant by difficult to deal with. Germain immediately turned around and ran to Basiji and Xiaodi, who were lying in the corner. Basiji had been awakened. She sat up from her sleeping bag as if she was equipped with a spring, and her long golden hair was tangled into a mess. She squinted her eyes and saw Germain jumping in front of her. She was startled and asked, "What's going on?" "Enemy attack," Germain said concisely. "There should be a large wave of enemy attacks." He shook Xiaodi hard and woke her up without any hesitation. Biscuit didn't ask too much, and immediately got out of the sleeping bag and simply took care of his clothes. Xiaodi got up in a daze, and Germain grabbed the black framed glasses next to her and stuffed them into her hand, reminding her, "Wake up. We are going to break out." "What? What break out?" Xiaodi rubbed her eyes and put on her black framed glasses again. At this time, the second roar of the night shark came. Roar in this time. It was not only its roar, but also the roar of other beasts in the air. Xiaodi was fully awake now. She quickly climbed out of her sleeping bag and simply packed her clothes like Biscuit. "We have to leave here immediately." Jean stood by the stone door, staring at the night shark's every move. It didn't attack us immediately, but planned to call for more help. Before the encirclement is formed, there may be a chance. Biscuit had already packed up, and came to Jin's side with Germain and looked outside. Xiaodi used the bulge-eye fish to swallow lampposts, sleeping bags and other objects. Once they are unsealed from the card state, they cannot be restored to the card state unless they return to Greed Island and reseal. She stuffed everyone's belongings into the bulge-eyed fish, and then swallowed the silver suitcase containing the cards last, so that it could be taken out more quickly later. The room lost the light source of the lamppost and became dark, with only some gray light shining in from the gap in the wall. "I'm ready," Xiaodi reminded everyone after finishing everything. "Then let's break through," Germain said. The third roar of the night shark came at this time. And this time, there were not only the roars of other beasts mixed in, but also some heavy friction sounds. The first wave of beasts attracted by the roar of the night shark appeared between the stone pillars. Some of them were taller than the stone pillars, and some were shorter than the stone pillars, filling the gaps between the stone pillars. The parasitic beasts appeared in such a cluster, which was enough to make people feel creepy. "It's just like a monster from hell." Biscuit looked for a while and murmured in a low voice, "I attract firepower later," Jean said. "You take the opportunity to leave. Don't worry about me. I catch up later." Germain didn't hesitate. and didn't waste time saying we must never abandon our companions, but immediately said, okay. Jean nodded, and didn't even give Biscuit and Xiaodi time to react, and pushed open the stone door, letting it hit the ground with a bang. The giant beasts parasitized by the gold and silver ingots. Those twisted black shadows instantly occupied the front of the gate, completely annihilating the moonlight. The mountain-like bodies squeezed together. The low and rough breathing and low moans. The almost undisguised murderous aura. All gave everyone an indescribable sense of shock. German's pressure had accumulated to 34 points without him noticing. And he was not thinking about this at all. Jean rushed out first, and he strode to the monsters who were staring at him. Ha! This is good. This is more interesting. What Dong Fulis I can do. I can do too. He raised his hands, as if praising the moon. At the same time, the mind energy gathered at an extremely terrifying speed, gathering like a whirlwind to form a vigorous mind bullet. This mind bullet, emitting dazzling golden light, was quite dazzling in the darkness, and was enough to attract the attention of most monsters. The monsters roared at him, like thunder in his ears. They gathered more and more, getting closer and closer. Come on! Come on! Jean threw the huge golden mind bullet out. Chapter 209. Boom! The exploding golden light, the spreading waves, and the fragmented pieces of flesh filled the entire area, as if to completely engulf the darkness here. However, the light was fleeting, and the darkness took over again. Go ahead. Germain pointed in a direction without even looking at the direction of the gold. Don't stop. Try to maintain the formation. Okay. Biscuit and Xiaodi responded. The three of them shot out from the gate like three sharp arrows, running away under the shadow of the golden bullet. And in the blink of an eye, they left the block where the explosion occurred. However, equally huge and terrifying monsters soon came from all directions, and the second wave of monsters arrived. German and the other two knew that it was impossible to hide and avoid the battle, so they went straight to fight those towering monsters whose shadows could swallow them. After becoming huge, Biscuit shouted loudly and blasted out with a palm. The mind wave hit a monster like a wild boar, knocking it to the ground and creating a pit in the ground. Xiaodi sucked the surrounding gravel into the bulging-eyed fish, and then shot it out one by one, shooting at the monsters, interfering with their actions and judgments. Germain had already run up the arm of a giant bear-like monster that stood up, and the threaded cane in his hand turned into a giant spear and threw it out. Swish. Puff. The gold and silver ingots embedded in the giant bear's eye sockets were pierced, and a large cloud of black mist gushed out like a burst water pipe. Germain fell to the ground and joined Biscuit and Xiaodi, no longer entangled with the monsters here. They found the gap in the encirclement and broke out again. At this time, the giant bear fell down with a bang, shaking the earth. The beasts in the ancient labyrinth city are basically parasitic species, and they are all controlled by gold and silver ingots. The gold and silver ingots are independent, so there will be many gaps in the encirclement, giving them an opportunity to take advantage of. German and others rushed out of the encirclement of the second wave of monsters. However, the roar of the night shark in the rear came again, and there was also a loud noise when Jean fought with the parasitic beasts. Such a big noise soon attracted the third wave of monsters. Although the number of gold and silver ingot parasitic species does not exceed 100, most of them are huge in size. Just a few of them are enough to block all the paths in the ancient labyrinth city. Everyone had to use force to clear the obstacles. After Germain used the flamethrower to burn off the black mist of the parasitic gold and silver ingots, he saw a monster that was faster than the previous parasitic gold and silver ingots rushing out from the side. It looked a bit like a giant lizard, covered with scales, but when it opened its huge mouth like a black hole, it revealed not a tongue, but a gold and silver ingot. The gold and silver ingot suddenly split into 6 petals, revealing its fierce, fine teeth, and then spit out a ball of black mist at Germain, and then spit out 4 branches with hooks at the end, sweeping towards Germain. Chi. German used a flamethrower to deal with him, and the scene of blazing flames and sparks flying was like a scene of iron flowers. Xiaodi. At this time, German heard Biscuit scream. After repelling the giant lizard's attack, he looked in the direction of the sound. Biscuit was holding Xiaodi, and both of them were a little embarrassed. The giant Biscuit's golden hair fluttered in the wind. Xiaodi lay in her arms, with a piece of her side abdomen missing, and large patches of blood stained Biscuit's princess dress. German's eyes widened slightly, and then He heard the sound of branches flapping in the wind. He dodged the claws and turned sideways. He looked at the golden and silver ingot monitor lizard that was still spewing black mist, trying to parasitize German and block his sight. It was endless. German put away the flamethrower and pulled out the meat saw with a cold light. Night Owl highlight. At lightning speed, he circled to the side of the golden and silver ingot monitor lizard, jumped onto its scales, and jumped up. The meat saw was transformed into a long section with a click. Almost at this moment, he had a premonition. The beast nemesis is highlighted. With unusual momentum, German shouted loudly, holding the knife with both hands, and slashed a crescent-shaped slash wave downwards. At this time, the gold and silver ingot giant lizard also noticed the existence in the air, raised its head, half opened its mouth, and the blooming gold and silver ingots were looming in it. At this moment, it followed the beast's instinct and urgently closed its mouth, trying to protect the blooming gold and silver ingots in it. However, when the slashing wave landed on the gold and silver ingot monitor lizard, it exploded with extremely strong power, and a dazzling white light burst out, falling like a cannonball and exploding. Critical hit. Boom. After the explosion, German used a meat saw to tear open the dust from the floor in midair, and his hood fluttered in the wind. He landed steadily on the ground, and the gold and silver ingot monitor lizard behind him. The entire head and the blooming gold and silver ingots were completely turned into pieces of meat and scattered in the terrifying slashing wave. Bang! The headless gold and silver ingot monitor lizard finally died and fell to the ground, raising another wave of dust. Taking advantage of the smoke, Germain quickly moved to Biscuit and Xiaoti while being on guard against other monsters. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a goddess-like woman floating in the air, exhaling a large amount of strange breath towards the severely injured Xiaoti. Then, the missing piece of Xiaoti's flank was visibly restored. Her eyes, which were originally closed, moved, and her frowned eyebrows also relaxed slightly. The goddess smiled gently, slowly scattered in the wind, and became countless fireflies in the night sky. I used the designated card Archangel's Breath, Biscuit explained on the side. Fortunately, I used it quickly and it worked. You did the right thing, Germain said. At this time, Xiaoti gradually woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at Biscuit, who was holding her, and Germain, who was standing in front of them in a daze. I'm not dead? She blinked her big eyes. No. Can you stand up and move on your own? Biscuit asked with concern. We haven't broken out of the siege yet. Sure. Xiaoti climbed up from Biscuit's arms and jumped up and down. Hey, my injuries have healed, and my body is more energetic. That's the ability of the breath of the designated card Archangel, Biscuit explained briefly. It's not appropriate to talk about this now. Let's go first. Okay. Xiaoti responded obediently. The three continued to move through the gaps surrounded by the monsters, and continued to repel and kill the invading monsters. I always feel that the roar of the Night Raiders has increased their ferocity. Holding a meat saw, German chopped off the parasitic gold and silver ingots of another monster, and followed Biscuit and Xiaoti. Before Biscuit could answer, Jin's voice came from afar. That's because this is the ability of the Night Raiders. A huge monster was cut in half by a golden light. Jin pressed the broken hat and jumped out from the middle. He came to the crowd, covered in blood. Are you okay? Germain asked as he ran forward. Jin followed them, then showed his torn wrist and smiled. Just now, there was a parasite of gold and silver ingots that released poisonous gas. I injected Sambika's antidote to control the spread of the poison, but my fingers are still numb now. Biscuit was sharp-eyed and grabbed his wrist, forcing him to stop. What's wrong? Jin asked in confusion. Biscuit looked carefully and said to Jin, You are parasitized by gold and silver ingots. Germain and Xiaoti, who stopped, were both shocked and gathered around. The four of them looked at Jin's wrist together, and saw a tumor the size of a finger emerging from a long blood stain, which was throbbing with Jin's breathing. Its numerous tiny, blood-like tentacles had penetrated Jin's flesh and blood. TSK, Jin reached out to grab it without hesitation, and pulled it out violently. Blood spurted out immediately, and he threw the tumor far away. Just now, I was surrounded by too many parasitic gold and silver ingots. I was very careful, but I didn't expect to be hit. He suddenly frowned, and looked down again. Although the tumor disappeared, the tentacles were still wriggling, and his face could not help but look ugly. The parasitic spores have penetrated deep into your flesh and blood, German said calmly. Jean, use the designated card Archangel's breath. Otherwise there will be no chance to use it. Yes. Jean did not hesitate anymore. Took out the designated card Archangel's breath from his own card box. And used it. During this process, German, Biscuit and Shiodi fought off the monsters that were ready to surround him again, buying him time. Fortunately, the designated card Archangel's breath healed very quickly. Jin's injuries were healed, and the parasitic spores in his body were completely removed. However, in this way, 2 of the 4 people have used the designated card Archangel's breath, and the designated card Archangel's breath will be permanently ineffective against them. Jean and Xiaodi have lost the protection of their second life, and now they have to be more careful about their own safety. They broke forward again. The atmosphere was a bit dull. The 4 of them stopped talking and only focused on destroying and repelling the monsters until a huge shadow enveloped them. At first, they thought it was a dark cloud. When they noticed something was wrong and looked up, they found that it was the night shark that had flown over their heads and stared at them. Roar after the deafening roar. Another wave of monsters surged from the shadows of the stone pillars, from the broken ground, and from the wide night sky. It seemed endless and would never stop. So much so that they doubted whether the number of gold and silver ingot parasites really did not exceed 100. Chapter 210. When the sky turned pale, the ancient maze city that had been raging for almost the entire dark night finally began to calm down and become quiet. Of course, in such a large ruin, there are always discordant notes coming from corners. Those wriggling gold and silver ingot parasites are still trying to find clues of their target last night. When the night ended and the dawn came, the night shark that led them, and always found the target first, had quietly disappeared. Night raiders are only active in their home turf. In the long dark world, once the day turns to day, they will return the control here to the gold and silver ingot parasites. The sun tore through the dim shadows and finally covered a cubic stone pillar. A cubic stone pillar engraved with a Mobius ring. Dong Fulisai set up more than one safe point in the ancient maze city, and this is one of them. German and his party fought and retreated in the darkness, and finally got rid of the entangled pursuers not long ago, dragging their tired bodies and arriving at the second safe point. They had varying degrees of injuries that needed to be treated, so they hurried to unseal Sambika's medical supplies, cleaned and sutured each other's wounds, and bandaged their wounds. Even the 4 people who were already at the top of the pyramid structure of nin-users would feel heavy fatigue after experiencing almost non-stop round-the-clock battles. Before the night attack, Bisky and Xiaodi slept for at least a few hours, and Jean also slept for an hour. However, after changing shifts, German was awakened by Jean less than half an hour after lying down. And then he kept fighting against the gold and silver ingot parasites. In addition, he had been fighting at a high intensity throughout the day yesterday, so he was the one who lacked rest the most among the 4. Therefore, when Germain proposed to stand guard and let the others rest, he was immediately opposed by the others. No matter how good your physique is, you still have limits as a human being. Even if you are a robot, robots will run out of energy. It was Biscuit who said this. In order to facilitate fighting, she had already torn off the hem of her skirt below the knees and cut off her ponytail, leaving only short hair over her ears. Smooth long hair requires long-term maintenance for women, not to mention Biscuit, who loves beauty very much. Now she has taken the initiative to change into a tomboy, which shows that she was also forced into a corner last night. Not to mention, you have this. She pointed at the top of the silent Germain's head, where a dark crown flickered and continued to emit a strange aura. That was Germain's undeniable presence. Torture and tyranny highlight. In the fierce battle that could not be stopped, Biscuit had no time to clear the accumulated pressure for Germain. And finally they reached a peak at a certain point in time and broke out. The good news is that Germain was even more courageous at that time, with a spirit of killing gods and Buddhas. The bad news is that Germain was immersed in the killing and almost forgot the other 3 people, intending to fight alone. Fortunately, he was awakened when he almost risked everything in the end, so he was not trapped in the siege. At that time, he did have a feeling of I don't know where this is. I don't know who I am. I just know that I want to kill people. And the dark crown that was worn at that time has not been taken off until now. It's affecting your mind, Biscuit said. Let my magic beautician Miss Cookie remove it, and then you can have a good rest for a while. Yes. Xiaodi adjusted her black-framed glasses. There was a noticeable crack on the left lens of her glasses. This pair of glasses would definitely not be usable for long. Let me be on guard. I'd be on the next shift. Jin's tattered hat was lost in the constant shifting of positions. He sat cross-legged on the ground, scratching his short hair with his fingers. German. Just sleep peacefully. If Jin hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't understand the impact of the tormenting dark crown on German. What's even more chilling is that the other three were also vaguely affected. In the chaos before dawn, even Jin had a moment of wanting to meet Germain, join him in the battle, and kill more gold and silver ingot parasites. Fortunately, they still had their wits about them and pulled themselves out in time. Otherwise they would have lost at least one person there. And that person would most likely be the weakest among them. Xiaodi. And the worst case scenario, of course, is that Germain is killed. In this case, the survivors will face the same desperate situation as the special forces of the Sahilita United States. They must force their way out of the ancient maze city, run 400 kilometers, and then cross the treacherous and indistinguishable sea of trees to reach the coastline of the Dark Continent and seek help from the guide. In the absence of any support, only in this way can they return to the human world. Even if it weren't for these reasons, everyone couldn't watch Germain continue to suffer. You have been brave enough in the past few hours. Bisky was not comforting or deliberately persuading, but telling the truth. Don't feel guilty. Xiaodi nodded and agreed with Bisky's words. Jin also said, we came to the Dark Continent with you voluntarily, and we knew what kind of situation we would face in advance. To be unlucky, even if some of us died in the night raid or the subsequent battle, it can't be blamed on you. People who are afraid of death will never go with you. Xiaodi nodded again, feeling that although I can't say the same big truths as them, I am the same. Finally, Germain was persuaded by everyone and laid down to accept the comfort from the magic beautician Miss Cookie, and then fell into a deep sleep in the sleeping bag vomited by the bulge-eyed fish. Biscuit had consumed a lot of mental energy, and she was the third person to take turns to stand guard, so she also got into the sleeping bag and rested. When Germain woke up a few hours later, he felt that his limbs were no longer sore after the fight, but felt extremely comfortable. The dark crown disappeared. This was the result of the combined effect of the trait toughness and the comfort of the magic beautician Miss Cookie. After surviving the bloody night raid, German also received extremely rich rewards. His physique and temperament quickly climbed to 133 points and 139 points. Unfortunately, not all the gold and silver ingot parasites he killed or participated in killing could bring him resentment gifts. Otherwise he could rise even higher. However, his physique and temperament were far from the edge of legend. Every time before crossing a class threshold, he would have a premonition and know exactly where the line was. For example, he knew that the master level was 50 points and the champion level was 100 points. After the physique and temperament cross the master level and champion level threshold, they will also gain the corresponding amplified master aura and champion aura. At present, German has no premonition of when his physique and temperament will cross the legendary level, let alone actually touch the existence of the legendary aura. The only premonition he has is that the span from the champion level to the legendary level may be greater than the apprentice level, brave level, elite level, master level, and champion level combined. Chapter 211. German turned over in his sleeping bag and saw Xiaodi lying next to him. Xiaodi lay on her side in her sleeping bag, took off one of her broken glasses, and slept soundly, as if the night raid had not affected her mood at all. It was actually a good thing that he could still have such a good sleep now. And German was sincerely happy for Xiaodi. German slowly got up and then saw Jean leaning against the wall not far away, also resting with his eyes closed. Without Germain's knowledge, the sentry had been rotated from Xiaodi to Jean, and then from Jean to Basiji. So Xiaodi and Jean took a rest. Basiji was originally sitting cross-legged next to the stone gate of the second safe point, circulating the mind energy of the whole body. After noticing the movement here, he looked over and smiled at Germain. She didn't make a sound to avoid waking up Jean and Xiaodi. Germain didn't want to disturb the current peaceful atmosphere, so he simply sat cross-legged like Basiji and began to practice the practice of the Zhouyin Ning Yuan Jianliang. The more you insist on such daily practice, the more you can feel its benefits, especially in the fierce battle, when there are not many tricks left to fight to the end. It is the embodiment of willpower and basic skills. After a while, Jean and Xiaodi woke up one after another, and it was already past noon. Everyone was a little hungry. So they took out the cards from the silver suitcase and unsealed the food. After eating, not sure whether it should be considered breakfast, lunch, or afternoon tea, Bisji finished the last piece of dessert puff and praised it with satisfaction. The more times like this, the more I feel how important the resources prepared in advance by Minchi, Bahala, and Sambika are to us. At least it can give us a good rest. Everyone felt the same way. Afterwards, they had to break away from their temporary comfort and tranquility and start discussing the next plan. I originally estimated that we would be able to reach the core area of the ancient maze city by this afternoon, Jean said with regret. It is definitely not possible now. He spread out the crumpled paper map on the floor and pointed to the location of the current safe house and the core area of the ancient maze city. Fortunately, in the process of getting rid of the night attack, we did not leave the area that Dong Fulisai had explored. Although there are more detours, there is still a way to reach the core area. If we take this next path, we should enter the core area tonight. Tonight? Biscuit could not help but frown. Wouldn't this be too risky? In this way, we have to face the threat of the core area and the night attack species at the same time. If we can enter the core area, it will be safer, Jean said. Dong Fulishi once described that once the conditions are triggered, there will be obvious boundaries there, blocking other life forms that want to enter the core area. This must include the gold and silver ingot parasitic species and the night attack species. Biscuit pondered for a while and nodded. Then I have no doubts. In this way, it is indeed better to enter the core area as soon as possible. Jean looked at German and Shiati. What do you think? I am the same as you, German replied. Me too. Shiati nodded. So, the next itinerary was agreed upon. They rested for a while, packed up briefly, and left Dong Fulisai's safe house and set off. On the way, they continued the group rotation tactics of yesterday. That is, 2 people in a group killed the gold and silver ingot parasites, and the other group rested, and then switched. When it was German's turn, Shiati's group rested. Jean and Bisji went to kill the gold and silver ingot parasites that discovered them. German noticed that Shiati had been touching his abdomen. What's wrong? German asked curiously. Didn't you eat enough just now? Do you want to eat some snacks now? The free card has snacks other than the main meal. And Minchi and Bahala took into account that they might not have time to sit down and enjoy the food. In this situation, snacks can also play a role. At least it can make people feel full. I'm not hungry. Shiati shook her head and glanced at Germain strangely. Then why do you keep touching your abdomen? Oh, this. Shiati touched the area of her abdomen again. Didn't I get a piece of it knocked off during the night attack yesterday? Germain still remembered that scene clearly. If it weren't for the Archangel's breath, Shiati would probably have died there. He didn't expect that Shiati was actually stroking the healed wound while recalling the details of that time. At that time, I really thought I was dead. So I survived afterwards. Until now, I still have a feeling of unreality. Shiati stopped stroking and touching, and rubbed his belly instead. German? I feel scared, fear of death. I didn't have this feeling before. Am I weaker? Shiati lowered his head and asked softly. German thought for a while and answered. No. Shiati slowly raised his head and looked at him inquiringly. German said, whether it is human beings or anything else, as long as they have emotions, they will fear death. Many characters would rather die than surrender, and they are in a state of calmness in the face of danger. They are considered to be completely not afraid of death, or have no such emotion as fear. But I think this is a wrong concept. It's not that they are not afraid, but that they have transcended death in their spiritual will and have been sublimated. Once they cross this boundary, their minds will become more firm. Shiati, before you were just numb to death, but now you have faced and experienced death. You tremble for it, and you will cross it, and you will become stronger. Shiati pursed his lips and then nodded. In the following time, German and his team continued to advance, and did not encounter too many strong obstacles along the way. They defeated the lone elite gold and silver ingot parasites with great ease. Time passed by minute, and the sky once again ushered in a change. From dawn, bright, dim, to now gray and black, and night slowly fell. The closer to the core area, the more active and dense the gold and silver ingot parasites became. In the end, they were like a huge moving wall, blocking everyone in front of them. German and others had to force their way through through this wave of barriers to reach the core area. Chapter 212. The pale moonlight was not enough to illuminate every inch of the core area of the ancient labyrinth city. The shadows of many huge monsters piled up like moving mountains. After a while, they gradually stopped moving and turned their heads, if they still had heads. The gold and silver ingots parasitic on their trunks or bodies noticed something and gave instructions. The giant beasts turned around together, with overwhelming momentum, looking down at the tiny figure in black robes swaying in the night wind. German's hood hid his expression at the moment. But there was something that glowed slightly in the darkness. That was his gas tank. The gas tank was forced to materialize, and would be displayed to everyone. In order to prevent its materialization from constantly exposing his position, German always released it all at once without waiting for the gas tank to accumulate. However, it was different now. He deliberately controlled and accumulated the amount of gas tank during the dusk, and finally released them all at once at this time. 4 stage gas slots. Materialized mind beast. Ominous undead. The vortex formed by the spread and twisting of mind energy quickly formed around German. In the silence, light and darkness intertwined. Chaos concentrated and broke through the sky. The bones were raised in a strange clicking sound, and the flowing black hair was like the smoke rising from the burning ruins, exuding an ominous breath. The giant beasts confronted it, and the subsequent calm was completely broken by the roar. They overturned the stone pillars in front of them and rushed towards the ominous undead. The ominous spirit's finger bones closed, and a giant meat saw and a shotgun appeared in its left and right hands respectively. Facing the fierce beasts, the ominous spirit swung the meat saw without hesitation. At this moment, as fast as lightning, there was indeed a holy light shining like thunder in this area for a moment. After the light was gone in a flash, a giant beast's body was cut in half. A giant beast with wings spread landed from the sky, trying to press the ominous spirit to the ground, but was blocked directly in the abdomen by the muzzle of the shotgun. Boom! After the explosion was no less than the sound of thunder in ears. A huge pit immediately appeared in the abdomen of the winged beast. From this angle, it was enough to see the moon hanging in the sky. More giant beasts came and besieged it, but were repelled one by its meat saw and shotgun. The parasitic black mist that was spewed out, covering the ominous undead, was like harmless green smoke, and had no effect. Almost all the giant beasts on the edge of the core area were attracted by the ominous undead, and gathered one after another, like a rising tide, about to completely submerge the ominous undead. And German, Bisky, and Xiaodi took advantage of this opportunity to sneak in the black shadows and flying blood clots. How long can it last? Bisky asked. I can feel that the mind energy in your body is rapidly fading, and all of it is injected into the mind beast. This is, of course, if it is not for the champion level temperament. German can't maintain such a strong mind beast for too long. Originally, the ominous spirit was a mind beast that he materialized to deliver a fatal blow. But now it has taken advantage of the situation and become a warrior tank that continuously demonstrates its existence and attracts firepower. It's enough to last until we pass through this area and enter the core area, Germain replied. Compared with the release system mind beast, the operation system mind beast, and the characteristic system mind beast, the advantage of the existence of the materialization system mind beast and the transformation system mind beast is that they do not need to be continuously controlled. Needless to say, the operation system, the release system, and the characteristic system are close neighbors to the operation system. So when using the mind beast, they will inevitably have the characteristics of the operation system. The mind beasts of the materialization and transformation systems are relatively better in this regard. German needs to give certain instructions to the ominous undead. And as for how to complete the instructions, it is up to the undead to exercise their subjective initiative. Bisky is a good user of the transformation mind beast, so he naturally knows these points, and does not say much nonsense in this regard. However, the 3 people sneaking was not completely unnoticed by the giant beast. The night shark floating under the moonlight, which always lingers at night, appeared. It flapped its wings and tail, and flew over as if it smelled blood, but ignored the melee between the ominous undead and the parasitic species of gold and silver ingots below. The night shark was dark, and its tiny eyes seemed to have pure innocence and undisguised malice. It noticed 3 black shadows quietly passing through the shadows of the cubic stone pillars. 3 figures that were almost ignored by all the giant beasts here. But the night shark would not. It grinned with dark red gums, revealing its interlaced sharp teeth. And soon it would roar like it did in the early morning today, exposing the positions of the three figures. However, at this time, a man's voice came from the wind not far away. Finally caught you. Night Shark turned his head and saw a golden light rushing towards him. Jin's right hand was like a knife, and it pierced into the Night Shark's wide eyeball with a puff, and juice gushed out like a spring. Night Shark howled shrilly. Jin pulled the huge Night Shark, and while laughing loudly, he turned into a destroyed fighter plane and flew down to the ground of the ancient maze city. Bang! The golden light that cut through the night sky. The explosion sound from afar, and the sound of many cubic stone pillars being pierced, all made German and others confirm one thing. Jin had already caught the culprit of the night attack and fought with it. German and his companions successfully got rid of the encirclement of the gold and silver ingot parasites, and came to the front of the core area of the ancient maze city. In front of them were densely packed plants similar to reeds, with no end in sight. Most of them were as tall as shorter cubic stone pillars, which looked quite spectacular. However, they were not herbs that could cure all diseases. The closer they got to here, the more they could smell the rich fragrance, which even overwhelmed the bloody and rotten smell of the giant beasts, giving people an intriguing feeling. The fragrance came from the depths of this strange reed forest, and in the depths, there was a towering tower. It was the tallest building here, and it was also the place Jin really wanted to reach. German, Bisky and Xiaodi all looked at the tower from afar, and did not rashly step into this strange reed forest that could completely swallow them up. They still had to wait for Jin. 10 minutes later, German was about to be unable to bear the price of maintaining the existence of the ominous undead, and had to say to Bisky and Xiaodi, "I need some time to recover my mind." "No problem." Bisky and Xiaodi both responded. Then, the ominous ghosts in the distance suddenly turned into white and black particles, shot around and disappeared. Germain himself sat cross-legged on the ground, seizing the time, concentrating his mind, and gradually recovering the consumed energy. Xiaodi took out a card from the card box and used it on Germain. Used the designated card. The fragrant hair girl, a girl who looked a bit like Asuka in Neon Genesis Evangelion, was summoned. She was wrapped in bright red petals and sat softly beside Germain. The fragrance from her long hair has the ability to eliminate stress and restore spirit. Although the effect is weak and slow, it is better than nothing. Xiaodi used it to help Germain recover. Chapter 213. The parasitic species of gold and silver ingots, which had lost their target, finally noticed the presence of German, Biscuit, and Xiaodi after being at a loss for several minutes. They turned around one after another, pushing the cubic stone pillars, letting them collapse, and trampling on the corpses of the dead parasitic species of gold and silver ingots. Rushing towards this side, the short-haired Biscuit directly became huge, stretching his clothes to the point of tearing, revealing the lines of his strong muscles. Xiaodi held the bulging-eyed fish in his hand and stared at the attacking beasts. They used the designated card, Stand Armor, together, and then they both put on a layer of turquoise armor. This stand armor can resist physical attacks, but the restrictions and oaths destined the two to never rely on it for defense. The stand armor may break after being attacked 100 times, but it may also break after being attacked once. This is a completely uncertain durability, making it difficult to use with confidence. In short, the two put on the stand armor and fought against the invading monsters, while German silently recovered his mental energy beside the fragrant girl. He also paid attention to the conditions of Biscuit and Xiaodi. Once he noticed that they were unable to hold on, he would immediately take action. Fortunately, the ominous undead had cleared a lot of gold and silver ingot parasites, and only a dozen of them were left at this time. Biscuit and Xiaodi repelled them, and their substitute armors were broken one after another, but at least they were not seriously injured. After a while, Jin finally appeared. He appeared with blood all over his body, smashed a gold and silver ingot parasite with a mental energy wave, and rushed to the side of the crowd. The fragrant-haired girl had long since disappeared, unable to maintain her form. After Jin came over to join him, Germain also finished the process of recovering his mind energy. "I have killed the night shark," Jin said concisely. "In the next few days, before the new night shark species arrive, there should be no more troublesome night attacks." The four of them gathered together. Germain turned around and pointed to the strange reed forest behind him. "Then let's enter the core area now." "Okay," everyone responded. So, under the gaze of many gold and silver ingot parasites, The four of them plunged into the dense and strange reed forest. With their size, they soon disappeared. German and others stepped on the muddy ground. The huge reeds completely blocked the moonlight, plunging them into a dim environment. The roar of the gold and silver ingot parasites came from behind. Some giant beasts were afraid to approach here, but some followed German and others and rushed in, crushing a large area of reeds. It was also at this time that a strange atmosphere unfolded. The muddy ground began to tremble, and the tall reeds swayed wildly from side to side, as if a carnival was about to begin. The parasitic species of gold and silver ingots that had rashly entered finally realized some kind of danger. They turned around and wanted to leave, but in the rumbling vibration that resounded through the sky, they saw fog rising. Fog walls quickly appeared in all directions of the core area. The fog wall rose from the ground, stretching across like a wall of size, isolating the inside and outside of the core area. The parasitic species of gold and silver ingots outside could not enter, and those inside could not leave. The ancient labyrinth city was divided into two worlds. Hiss! 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 German held a flamethrower and spit out flames without hesitation, letting the flames spread and illuminate their vision. Under their feet, it was not mud at all, but bubbling, rotting flesh and blood covered by the fragrance of plants, turning bright red in the raging fire. In the open area that was burning, they looked towards the center of the rumbling earthquake. In that place, a throbbing gold and silver ingot gradually emerged from the flesh and blood, which was larger than anything they had seen before. It circled, shook off the dirt it had been stained with, and then cracked. The earthquake stopped at this time, as if it had never happened. The gold and silver ingots with several cracks were like a flower bud that was gradually blooming, and then many fat and thick branches lifted it high into the air. From the perspective of German and others, this blooming gold and silver ingot almost blocked the moon in the sky. Or in other words, it replaced the position of the moon, except for a few of the thickest and largest vines that supported the gold and silver ingots. The rest were smaller branches that swayed in the air like jellyfish tentacles. The rich and charming fragrance spread from its stamens and petals, drifting farther with the night wind, enough to float out of the ancient maze city and attract more nearby beasts. After a period of silence, Jean looked up at the huge creature and spoke first. This is the strongest monster in the ancient maze city recorded by Dong Fulishi. The ancient maze city is like Pandora's box. Once the lid is opened, disasters are released, and what is hidden in the box is hope. If we don't kill it, or if we are killed by it, the fog wall will not disappear, and the fog wall will always trap us in this cage. It was named the Painful Bloodthirsty Apostle by Dong Fulishi. The painful bloodthirsty apostle really floated like a jellyfish. It swung its vines in a sea of fire, and many tiny black spores fell off, pattering into the sea of blood like raindrops. Soon, with the sound of swishing water, these spores moved rapidly in the blood, revealing tiny fangs and tentacles, and rushed towards German and others like a group of piranhas. Their target was not only German and others, but also those gold and silver ingot parasites who strayed into this place and had no time to evacuate. The black spores were obviously more powerful, and they did not distinguish between enemies and friends. They jumped out of the blood pool directly, densely wrapped around the gold and silver ingot parasites, and used their fangs and tentacles to directly suck blood and flesh. Soon, the gold and silver ingot parasites became shriveled, as if only a layer of skin was left, and fell one after another in the sea of blood. Everyone was horrified. Its target is all life except itself, Jean said. Only by getting rid of it can we completely end this riot. The good news is that the spores that fall off from the painful bloodthirsty apostles will not parasitize the flesh. The bad news is that they like to suck blood and flesh, and finally return to the painful bloodthirsty apostles to nourish the mother body. German didn't say much, but calmly took out the Extreme Recovery Agent of Freedom card Sambika from the card box and unsealed it. With a snort, he injected Sambika's Extreme Recovery Agent into his arm, and a feeling of blood swelled and spirit surged up. In the next hour, his physical condition and energy recovery will be maximized. The price is that the drug effect will disappear after an hour, and he will be tired for about half a day. Seeing that German was so decisive, Jean, Bisji and Xiaodi no longer hesitated, and followed the same method to remove Sambika's Extreme Recovery Agent and injected it into their bodies. They each put on their substitute armor and prepared for a fierce battle. The reason why the four did not use the stand armor before was to focus on using it in the current decisive battle. After all, The number of stand armors that can be manufactured and used is limited. With the sound of puff, the bloodthirsty spores bypassed the sea of fire that blocked them, and finally came to the four nin users and launched an offensive. Germain materialized the Chickage of the Tachi, a samurai sword that was no less bloodthirsty than theirs. He soaked the tip of the sword in the flesh and blood of the soles of his feet, allowing it to absorb power. Chapter 214. German originally envisioned that he would soak the sword Qianing with his own or his enemy's blood to trigger its special ability and gain amplification. However, since there is a ready-made blood pool on the ground, he can't just waste it. Blood dripped from the tip of the knife, and the dark red aura lingered around the blade like a ribbon, and then wrapped around German's arm. He and the sword Qianing have merged into one, reaching the state of unity between man and sword. Swoosh! The palm-sized bloodthirsty spores rushed in like a school of piranhas, causing a turbulence in the blood pool. German sheathed the sword Chickage, and drew it out a moment later. Draw the sword and slash. The dark red slashing wave cut through the blood pool like a crescent moon, and swept towards the bloodthirsty spores that were coming in one after another. Paw! 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 The sound of nutshells cracking rang out one after another. And after this movement, everything returned to silence. German sheathed the sword again. Jean, Biscuit and Xiaoti were still on high alert, guarding against the bloodthirsty spores hugging their faces. But at this moment, they were shocked to find that they were all silent. After a while, dense bloodthirsty spores surfaced and floated in the blood pool, all of which were cut in half. This precise slash, extremely strong control. Germain has become stronger again. Everyone was surprised and happy. They were surprised at his rapid progress, which was significantly improved compared to when he first entered the ancient maze city. They were happy that he was their companion, and now they would have more confidence in fighting against the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Let's do it. Germain's low voice brought everyone's thoughts back to reality. In front of them, there was a giant monster floating in the night sky with vines swinging like a jellyfish, waiting to be solved by them. Now was not the time to be distracted, German reminded them, then stepped on the blood pool and walked towards the painful bloodthirsty apostle. The crowd dispersed to avoid becoming the target of concentrated attacks. German walked through the sea of fire created by his burning wreaths and strode to the bottom of the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Dong Fulishi's New World Chronicles, Eastern Chapter Fragment obviously recorded how he defeated the painful bloodthirsty apostle. This is equivalent to the strategy he left behind, explaining the weakness of the bloodthirsty apostle of pain. Even if it is different from the actual situation, it is also valuable for reference. What German has to do now is to get close to the bloodthirsty apostle of pain, as close as possible, because it cannot always remain in a floating state. If Dong Fulishi's record is still correct now, it will definitely fall. As German was thinking and approaching, the bloodthirsty apostle of pain launched an attack on the only 4 remaining life forms in the fog wall barrier except for it. A huge vine was down from the sky and hit German with great momentum. Maybe because it was smaller when far away and larger when near. German only realized now that the thickness of this vine was comparable to any cubic stone pillar in the ancient maze city. The huge vine brought violent pressure and hit German. German dodged to the side, and the vine hit the blood pool, raising dark red waves, like a magician's curtain. However, when the magician's curtain fell, it was German's side that performed the magic. Draw the sword and cut. Another dark red sword. And with a click, the huge vine was neatly cut in the middle, amid the sound of blood splashing and the broken vines falling to the ground. Germain continued to walk towards the painful bloodthirsty apostle. He only used the corner of his eye and the circle that had now expanded to the maximum radius of 100 meters to confirm the safety of other members. So, Germain focused more on defeating the painful bloodthirsty apostle, which was the top priority. Finally, as expected, the painful bloodthirsty apostle seemed to have found the pull of gravity and was falling down little by little, like a twisted island. German showed a smile. It seems that Dong Fulishi's record is still valid. Next, the parts that he was familiar with and had been doing in the blood curse were destroyed. Rumble. The painful bloodthirsty apostle fell, and a wave of blood surged in all directions. The thick roots pierced into the blood pool, gurgling and drinking blood and flesh. Recovering strength, German took this opportunity to run away, and the dark red knife light split the blood wave that wanted to cover him in two, and then passed through it. He came to the roots of the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Those tiny branches, like jellyfish tentacles, swished out from all corners and stabbed at German. German dodged flexibly and spun in the air. Then slashed out a dark red ring of knife light. Swish. 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 The obstructing tiny branches were cut off by his slash. And none of them were spared. German flew onto a thick root, stepped on the slippery surface, and shot up like a bullet. He saw the connection between the thick rhizome and the painful bloodthirsty apostle's body, which was throbbing like a blood vessel, absorbing blood and flesh tirelessly. As if sensing the danger brought by Germain, more small branches stabbed out from the dark shadows and stabbed him. However, Germain completely ignored them this time. He used the green substitute armor on his body to resist their stabs, and finally stepped on the connection between the rhizome before the substitute armor broke. Draw the sword, unsheath it, and slash like a dragon. Swish. The rhizome connection was cut off by the sword shinnying, and blood and flesh gushed out like a fountain. German dodged the pursued attacks of many small branches and vines under the cover of the blood curtain, and returned to the blood pool with a snap. The sword was sheathed, and German's murderous intent, which was like blood rising to the sky, was also restrained. At the same time, the other three companions who thought of the same thing as German also used their own methods to cut off the rhizome connection of the painful bloodthirsty apostle in different directions. Partial destruction achieved. After a moment of silence, a roar resounding through the heavens and earth came from the depths of the petals of the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Roar Germain felt that his blood was boiling involuntarily, and he was blown away by a sudden wave of air, and then drowned by the blood that was pouring down like a mountain. Gudong gudong. In the dark red, smelly blood pool world, Germain was swept by countless chaotic torrents and kept rushing towards the distance. When everything returned to tranquility, he swam out of the blood pool with blood, and finally got a breath of air. He found that he had been pushed far away from the painful bloodthirsty apostle by the blood wave. He wiped the blood off his face with his hands, grabbed the reeds beside him, and slowly got up, and saw that the painful bloodthirsty apostle had changed slightly. The second stage began. It was now more like a fully bloomed flower, but among the crimson petals were fine fangs and deep mouth parts, aimed in one direction. German's circle shot out immediately, but it was not radiated in all directions, but like a sharp arrow. It only shot in the direction aimed by the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Although the circle focused on one point lacked the function of comprehensive exploration, it could reach a point that needed precise detection at the fastest speed. German felt that the painful bloodthirsty apostle was aiming at Basiji and Xiaodi, who were gathered together. He opened his eyes, but did not rush blindly in that direction, but rushed towards the painful bloodthirsty apostle's body. Reason told him that the distance was too far, and by the time he arrived, the attack would have been over. So it would be better to take the opportunity to get close to the painful bloodthirsty apostle. I just hope that Basiji and Xiaodi can dodge in time. Boom. The next moment, a blood-red beam of light spewed out from the mouth of the painful bloodthirsty apostle, sweeping towards Basiji and Xiaodi's position, and cutting a whole pool of blood until it was blocked by the fog wall barrier. German ran towards the suffering bloodthirsty apostle like lightning, and from time to time used the sharp circle to detect the situation over there, before he could find the breath of Bisky and Xiaodi after the destruction of the blood-red light column. He saw a huge, beautiful female figure floating in the air with his naked eyes. That was the Archangel's breath. Now, only German and Bisky can use the Archangel's breath, and the other two have permanently lost its healing protection. In this case, the one who is using the Archangel's breath now must be Bisky. It seems that the blood-red light column just now caused serious damage to Biscuit. Biscuit himself or Xiaodi was forced to use the Archangel's breath to heal Biscuit. In a blink of an eye, the Archangel's breath ended, turning into a sky full of firefly lights, and disappeared beautifully. And German finally caught the breath of Biscuit and Xiaodi, and felt that both of them were fine. So he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he once again got quite close to the painful bloodthirsty apostle. The painful bloodthirsty apostle also noticed his existence, turned his huge petal head, and aimed his terrifying mouth parts at the rushing German. The next moment, after a short buzzing sound, a blood-red beam of light with great destructive power shot out from the mouth parts and shot towards German. German did not dodge or evade, as he just needed this blood-red beam of light to shoot. Wearing the greedy antlers helmet, he, with a strange appearance, completely and permanently consumed the spider silk lasso and covered his whole body with a layer of defensive barrier. Boom! The blood-red beam of light cut through the night sky, cut through the blood waves, and hit the defensive barrier on German's body, exploding with splashes of light. Chapter 215. The defensive barrier greedily absorbed the destructive power of the blood-red light column. However, the shock wave was too strong, and it directly knocked German flying backwards. Even though his movements were deformed in the air, he still drew his sword from its sheath, stabilized his posture, and then stabbed the tip of the sword downward into the pool of blood, and his legs fell to the ground. German took a horse stance. Schwa. German, who was covered with a defensive barrier, forcibly withstood the sweep of the blood-red light column, and finally stopped when it was at the end of its strength. The blood-red beam of light completely disappeared. A large area of the black clothes of the grave hunter on German's body was also torn, revealing the burn marks on his lean muscles. The greedy antler helmet dissipated, but the destructive power it absorbed became the nutrients of German's mind energy. It was time to deal with the painful, bloodthirsty apostle, who had already reached the second stage. German made a seal-like gesture with both hands. The next moment, the mind energy that exploded from his body turned into a vortex torrent, blasting away the blood waves around him. The light and darkness intertwined and shot out, and the huge mind beast materialized in an instant. The ominous spirit dragged its skeletal body and strange black hair, holding a giant sword soaked in flesh and blood, and jumped up in the blood pool. It was much smaller than the painful, bloodthirsty apostle. If the painful, bloodthirsty apostle was the normal size of an adult, then it was similar to a dwarf. However, a crazy dwarf holding a knife rushed towards him, looking ferocious and evil, and the scene was still terrifying. I just don't know how much fear the painful, bloodthirsty apostle felt. The ominous undead rushed forward and engaged the painful, bloodthirsty apostle head-on. The painful, bloodthirsty apostle roared in response. Each attack was the explosion and rebound of the mind energy wave. The sea of blood fluctuated with it, as if it was boiling. German did feel that the blood in his body was colliding uncontrollably, and the pressure was rising rapidly. If the increase could be made into a line graph, then the slope of this line graph would almost exceed 45 degrees. The closer Germain got to the core battlefield, the more his temples swelled, the more blurred his vision became, and his ears were buzzing. He knew that this was the effect of the boiling of flesh and blood, one of the abilities of the painful, bloodthirsty apostle. The obstacles Germain felt were greater than he had imagined. He really didn't know how dong foolish he could handle it alone. At this time, golden light flashed in the air. Jean, who had disappeared for a while, appeared again. He raised a huge golden bullet and threw it at the painful, bloodthirsty apostle, who was fighting with the ominous undead. Bang! The huge golden bullet hit Huabon's head, piercing a piece of the crimson petal. A vine swung through the air, hitting Jin's side, sweeping him far away, and he disappeared. At this time, German once again approached the painful, bloodthirsty apostle, and looked up to see the fierce fight between two giant beasts, one big and one small. The painful, bloodthirsty apostle had his vines, roots, and petals cut off by the ominous undead, and the ominous undead's skeletal body was also destroyed. Bang! Finally, the ominous undead was crushed by the painful, bloodthirsty apostle in front of Germain. It fell into the sea of blood, scattering black and white intertwined light all over the sky. The incomplete and painful, bloodthirsty apostle still had a breath, and its mouthparts were aimed at Germain, and it roared from it. Roared the boiling of flesh and blood. The rolling blood waves rose up, about to swallow up the tiny Germain. At this time, this blood wave suddenly twisted in the air, turning into a dark red water tornado, constantly spinning, and flew to the side away from Germain. German turned his head and saw Xiaodi. Xiaodi held the bulge-eyed fish and sucked all the blood-colored water tornadoes over, destroying the attack of the painful, bloodthirsty apostle. The fact that Xiaodi could produce such a strong suction force at such a long distance, and the bulge-eyed fish swallowed the blood water, so quickly proved that Xiaodi's mind ability had evolved. German had no time to care about anything else. He stepped on the air wave and flew straight up to give the painful, bloodthirsty apostle a fatal blow. Coincidentally, the pressure reached its peak at this time and broke through the limit. German was not afraid of this. Virtue Focus Highlight. Pure white holy light overflowed, lingering around German's limbs like a halo. And the sword in his hand, Thousand Shadows, returned to the sheath, and was drawn out again in an instant. Draw the sword and cut. Precise. Critical hit. This slash was really holy like moonlight, and the span was extremely wide, almost using all of German's strength. The oblique slash wave hit the painful bloodthirsty apostle, and even made the huge body, like a mountain, tremble. Swish. Then, the petal head was split in two. Bang. The huge flesh mountain of the bloodthirsty apostle lost all its strength at this moment, and slowly fell into the sea of blood. German fell into a pool of blood, and was about to be crushed by the huge flesh mountain. Xiaodi rushed out from the side, picked up German, and ran towards a safe place. Finally, before the flesh mountain completely fell, Xiaodi rushed to the safe area with German in his arms, and was blown away by the air wave of the falling flesh mountain. And both fell into the sea of blood. Gulyulu. After soaking in the sea of blood for a while, a pair of big hands reached into the blood and fished out Germain and Xiaodi one by one. It was Bisji who fished them out. Well done, Bisji said with surprise. I thought I couldn't catch up. Great. You guys solved this monster. Not long ago. In order to protect Xiaodi, Bisji used his body to resist the attack of the blood-red light column, and was forced to use the Archangel's breath. Before the treatment began, Bisji urged Xiaodi to help Germain. Xiaodi followed Bisiji's advice, and the final result proved that Bisiji's advice was correct. Before the final blow, Germain needed help from others. Germain stood up with the help of Xiaodi. He didn't have many external injuries, but mainly suffered concussions in his internal organs. His mental energy was almost exhausted, and he couldn't squeeze out much more. Do you want to use the Archangel's breath? Xiaodi, whose glasses were broken on one side, asked with concern. Germain waved his hand and said, No. If it's not a fatal injury, then don't use it. I can recover from these injuries later. There's no need to waste a life. I agree with Germain's decision. Jean strode over in the blood. His already tattered clothes were now unsightly, making him look like a beggar from a slum. German dealt a fatal blow to the painful bloodthirsty apostle, and the biggest threat no longer exists. The Archangel's breath should be saved for later. Jean patted German's shoulder and said, Excellent concentration, judgment and mental will. Without these, you can't catch the fleeting opportunity. I believe you will surpass me soon. Maybe this year. Maybe next year, Biscuit said with a smile. It's rare. Jean, you actually praise someone so much, and even use yourself as a stepping stone. This is not like you. I am like this. Jean shrugged his shoulders. You just mistakenly think I am a bastard and a scumbag. I'm not the kind of person who says things in a tough way. If you say so, then so. Biscuit shook his finger. But I also think your judgment is correct. It's a terrifying speed of improvement. She was the first person present to know Germain. Xiaodi had not met Germain directly before. Therefore, she was very impressed by how Germain had continuously upgraded in leaps and bounds in almost a year. Germain himself also got a real improvement. The gift of resentment received 10 points, which were allocated to physique and temperament, reaching the current 148 points and 159 points. In addition, he received a new form of resentment gift that was different from the past, rune blood intoxication. A strange rune, like an open pupil, was branded on German's chest. Whenever German critically hits an enemy, the rune blood intoxication will be highlighted and trigger the effect, healing German's injuries. This is equivalent to giving German a kind of endurance ability. Although it is not very stable, it may indeed play an unexpected role. While everyone was talking, the surrounding fog wall barrier slowly descended like a curtain. The ugly corpse of the bloodthirsty apostle lying in the sea of blood exuded a stronger fragrance at this time. Herbs sprouted on its back like mushrooms after rain. Everyone was stunned for a long time watching this strange scene. Biscuit reminded Little Drop, hurry up and collect all these healing herbs. Now it's time to reap the results, which they deserve after the hard battle. So, Germain turned to Biscuit, whose injuries had been completely healed by the Archangel's breath. Xiaodi jumped onto the painful bloodthirsty apostle and harvested the healing herb. Jean used a stereo camera to record the scene in front of him and said, after we harvest the healing herb, its corpse will be gradually decomposed by the sea of blood. Gold and silver ingots will provide more flesh and blood here to cultivate new painful bloodthirsty apostles. And at the same time, there will be a new batch of healing herbs waiting to be harvested. This cycle has been going on for hundreds or thousands of years. Jean turned the camera lens and pointed it at the towering tower in the distance, and snapped a photo. After Xiaodi finishes harvesting, we will go to the tower to take a look. Chapter 216. On the night of September 26th, 1998. The painful, bloodthirsty apostle fell, marking that the German team completed the attack on the ancient Maze city in just 2 days. This is undoubtedly an incredible feat. They surpassed the special forces of the Sahel United States, and were on the right track to catch up with the legendary figure Dong Fulishi. As for the result of the feat, they got the herb that can cure all diseases. Each green grass looks ordinary, but it exudes a rich fragrance. German felt inexplicably that they were more like food seasonings than medicinal herbs. After Xiaodi finished harvesting the herb for curing all diseases, the 4 members of German's team approached the ancient and towering tower. This tower was built of countless stones, and now it was covered with vines and mosses. It looked quite old and weathered. At the top of the tower was a sphere similar to a gold or silver ingot, but everyone could tell by sight that it was also made of stone. There was only one gate at the bottom of the tower, and no door. Looking inside from the stone gate, you could see a spiral stone staircase without handrails. Jean took the lead in entering the bottom of the tower to explore, and after confirming that there were no dangers such as traps, he walked out. He said to German, who had quickly recovered some of his energy and no longer needed to be supported by others, "We can go up. Dong Fulishi didn't find any important clues here. Do you think we can find them?" Jean now attaches more importance to German's point of view. As for the reason, in addition to his recognition of German's strength, there are still many confusing things about German, such as the teleportation lantern, which may be the key. German looked up, observing the tower, and said, "Don Fulish must have searched the tower more than once. If we want to make new discoveries, we need a little luck." Jean nodded. "Luck? That's true. Let's go. Try our luck as we go. This is the only way we can do now." Jean said so, but after entering the tower, he stopped every step, almost stopping in front of every brick and tile that he thought was suspicious, and carefully observed it. He was a relic hunter, and he was best at protective archaeology, which was a slow and meticulous process. He would reach out and tap and knock from time to time. Bisky was taking pictures, and he also took out the stereo camera that had been unlocked from the card state, and took pictures inside the tower with Bisky. However, Jean acted like a meticulous archaeologist, while Bisky was more like a reporter who only paid attention to the special things. The German team was not short of time, so no one disturbed Jean and Bisky's research on the tower, and they slowly climbed up. However, some things are beyond their subjective will. When they climbed to the middle of the tower, the side effects of Sambika's extreme recovery agent came. They will feel exhausted for about half a day. Everyone felt this irresistible whole body fatigue, and finally had to give up dawdling in the tower and climb to the top of the tower first. It is not a good idea to rest on the spiral stone staircase. There are no halls or rooms in the middle of the tower. When they walked up the spiral stone staircase and came to the inside of the sphere, they found that it was an empty platform with balconies on all sides, and the night wind was blowing through the hall. Sleepiness came like a tide, and their eyelids were about to droop completely. So they decided to finish dinner here in a hurry and have a good rest for the night. However, halfway through dinner, Germain felt a bump on his shoulder, and when he turned around, he saw Xiaodi's head leaning on his shoulder. Xiaodi closed her eyes, still holding a knife, fork and plate in her hands. There was some unfinished curry rice on the plate. She even opened her mouth halfway, with a small mouthful of rice in her mouth. She kept this posture and fell asleep without any scruples. Germain had to ask Biscuit to help put the knife, fork and plate away, and help Xiaodi lie down in the sleeping bag, and took out the rice in her mouth and threw it away. During this process, Xiaodi just frowned, but did not wake up, but nestled against them with confidence, and they were just like taking care of a sleeping baby. After that, the other 3 quickly finished their dinner, cleaned up, and went to sleep one after another. On this tower, they didn't need to stand guard. They just needed to be vigilant. New World Chronicle, East Chapter Fragment records that this tower is a real safe house. Whether it is the painful bloodthirsty apostle, the night raider or the gold and silver ingot parasite, they will not attack here. The reason is unknown. Perhaps this place is indeed very special. The safe house set up by Dong Fuli in multiple cubic stone pillars was actually inspired by this tower, where he spent many nights safely. Anyway, after 2 days of hard work, the German team finally had a good and relaxing sleep. In fact, Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi all had a good sleep on the tower platform. especially after the wind stopped at night. It was only cool here. However, German had a very bad sleep. And the reason for the poor sleep quality came from his dreams. He had a nightmare again. German returned to the night when he first came to this world. He walked in the dilapidated courtyard in a daze. And in front of him was the abandoned clock tower. The difference is that this time there are no members of the Phantom Troop nearby. Only himself. He walked for a long time before he walked out of the courtyard. In fact, its area should not be so large. In short, he came to the outside of the courtyard. However, outside the courtyard is not a mountain or forest, but a dark place, like an unloaded map. Nothing. Germain didn't know what he was doing here. Dreams always make people do things that contradict the logic of reality. After a while, he finally saw something. German walked over and squatted down. He saw a pot with a human face placed on the ground. The eyes on the face were closed, but the mouth was open. He looked at it for a while. Even in his dream, he felt familiar with this human-faced pot. Just as this feeling arose, the human face on the surface of the pot opened its eyes and looked at German. The next moment, black smoke came out of its mouth. The black smoke hit German's face. German took a step back. And then he found that he had stood up without knowing when, and was in an environment with only a glimmer of light around him. The human-faced pot had disappeared, and the black smoke twisted and changed in the air, turning into rolled-up white papers. They flew past German like frightened bats in a cave. German subconsciously covered his face with his hands. And then, he saw the distorted notes jumping on the white paper from the corner of his eye. They were fleeting. The white paper disappeared into the darkness. Germain's dream was destined not to end there. He noticed a door floating in the distance, and soon stood before his eyes. The door was majestic and solemn, with the emblem of surging waves engraved on it, exuding a strange power. Germain involuntarily reached out to touch it, but in the blink of an eye he found that the door had disappeared. A white object appeared on the ground in front of him. Germain approached to take a look, and he could tell without much distinction that it was the only human torso left after the head. Hands and feet were chopped off. The torso seemed to come alive, throbbing. The originally pale skin cracked, revealing flesh as red as a pomegranate, instantly engulfing Germain's vision. Germain closed his eyes involuntarily. Then he realized that he was not attacked. So he opened his eyes. This time, the scene in front of him changed again. He was no longer in the dark, but standing on a slope covered with white flowers. Not far away, a full moon slowly rose, staring at Germain like a huge eyeball. And the eyeball was filled with scarlet blood. What on earth are these? Germain could not easily accept the excessive knowledge. He only felt pain and his consciousness became more chaotic. The whole world began to break apart at this moment. The darkness fell down like paint falling off, swallowing up everything visible, including German himself. Finally, after a long time, German heard someone calling from afar. German. German. German? He suddenly opened his eyes and breathed in big gulps of air, like a drowning man who finally surfaced. Someone gently supported his back. Someone wiped the sweat on his face and neck with a towel. And someone whispered something, but he couldn't hear clearly. After a while, all human senses returned, and he was able to correctly perceive reality. The sun shone into the top of the tower, making it bright. The night had long gone. It was now daytime on September 27th, and it was almost noon. He was still on the tower of the ancient maze city, and he had never left. Biscuit was holding his back. Shooty was wiping his sweat, and Jean was squatting beside him to ask about his condition. They stared at Germain with worry. 2 hours ago, they woke up one after another and prepared breakfast. At this time, they realized that Germain was sleeping too deeply, which was not like his style. So they tried to wake Germain up in various ways, both rough and gentle. But in the end, it was useless. Chapter 217. Everyone felt something was wrong. At the same time, Germain's body became colder and colder, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. He frowned and looked serious, but he never woke up. Everyone tried to crush the herb that cures all diseases into juice, and force it into his mouth to see if it would work. In the end, after waiting for half an hour, it didn't work. After all, the herb can only cure all diseases, not all diseases. What's more, Germain's condition is not necessarily caused by disease. They were forced to take out the Archangel's breath, hoping to use it to treat Germain. But at this moment, Germain's eyelids and fingers moved, showing that he wanted to wake up. So they put away the Archangel's breath. The last resort? Biscuit and Shooty began to call Germain's name, helped him up, and shook his body. This time, their calling seemed to work. Germain suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and breathed in big gulps of air, as if he had been in a suffocating environment. Everyone was confused. And when he recovered, they asked what happened. Germain recalled the contents of the nightmare, thought carefully for a while, and roughly figured out what he had dreamed. I had a dream. I dreamed of 5 symbols. He fell asleep in the tower of the ancient maze, had a nightmare, and dreamed of 5 symbols? This made everyone think of something bad. Jean sat down cross-legged and asked solemnly, "What symbol did you dream of?" Germain had no intention of hiding it. He also needed to brainstorm at this time. The first one should be the poison pot of the Kajin royal family. Jean has done some research in this area. He is well informed and soon knows what Germain is talking about. The utensils required for the Kajin royal family's egg in the pot ceremony to select the heir are passed down from the first generation of the Kajin Empire king to this day. How did you dream of this? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. You continue to talk and explain all the symbols that appear at once. So, Germain continued, the second one should be the score of the Dark Sonata. The third one is the gatekeeper's door. The fourth one is a mass of flesh and blood. The fifth one is a scarlet full moon. After listening to it, everyone was thinking about what these symbols are and what they represent. Jean frowned and pondered. The score of the Dark Sonata is said to be the score written by the devil, with a total of 4 parts: piano, violin, flute, and harp. It is said that the performers and listeners of the Dark Sonata will encounter terrible disasters. It is a legendary horror score, and no one will try it easily. The gatekeeper's gate is controlled by the gatekeeper. It is the gate on the safe path to the Dark Continent. Countless humans who explore the Dark Continent need to pass through this gate. As for the flesh and blood and the red moon, it is simply confusing. Why do you dream about these? Bisky couldn't help asking. Are they related? Germain was also thinking about the connection. At this time, Jean said after thinking, dreams usually have a predictive effect. And if it wants to achieve the predictive effect, it must rely on some memories in the human brain. Dreams cannot present scenes and details that you have never seen. And they will graft these broken scenes and details in your memory together to tell you the answer. The answer is hidden behind the appearance. Germain, think carefully. What is the first thought that comes to your mind after seeing these scenes and symbols? Jin's guidance made Germain think of something quickly. The first thing that comes to mind is, of course, the scene where the scarlet full moon appears. That is the scene of the theoretical last level of Bloodborne. The first 3 symbols exist in this world. The 4th symbol has not been seen for sure. But blood and flesh are very common elements. Only the 5th one is a scene that Germain has seen many times. The appearance of the 5th symbol, of course, does not mean that there is such a place in this world. But the dream is covering this layer of skin and wants to tell Germain something. In this world, only Germain knows what will happen after the beginning of this dream. In the last level of Bloodborne, players will face 3 endings to choose from, and all choices must be made in front of old Hunter Germain. After meeting certain conditions, in one of the endings, the player must fight against the boss commonly known as the Moon God, and pay the price after winning and enter a new reincarnation. Whether this is considered a victory has always been controversial. If so, Germain understood that this was a cryptic hint. In the future, I might be forced to fight something called God. Germain silently said I instead of we in his heart. At the same time, he was not very sure about this conjecture, so he did not speak it out immediately. His silence made everyone more confused. At the same time, Germain said the word God in his heart, thinking about their existence, just like a key inserted into the keyhole and twisted, triggering some kind of mechanism at the top of the tower. It rumbled and trembled, disrupting everyone's thoughts. And then everyone saw purple lines appearing on the originally ordinary floor. The lines gathered in the center of the floor like blood vessels, gradually condensed into something, and slowly emerged. It was a huge lantern. Everyone looked at the appearance of this huge lantern, and was a little surprised at first. But then, they found that they were not so surprised. It was more like a boot hanging in the air. And now, it finally fell into the mud. Jean touched his stubble-covered chin and muttered, I knew that following German, some strange things would probably happen. This is our luck. He said this because of the special nature of German's telepathic ability, especially the teleportation lantern. which pointed directly to the depths of the Dark Continent. Dong Fulisai has been here many times, but never triggered such a scene. It is impossible not to associate. After a while, Germain said, "You step back. I go over and take a look." Germain relaxed and told everyone to retreat to the stairs. If a bad situation was triggered, everyone could leave immediately. He himself slowly walked towards the lantern. Of course, Germain only gave the other 3 people this choice. Whether they were willing to decisively abandon Germain after the crisis occurred was another choice. Germain reached out his hand, and his fingertips touched the cold lantern pole. Instantly, the purple light lit up, and it became brighter and brighter, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Buzz! The purple light filled the entire top floor of the tower in the blink of an eye, shining through the 4 windowsills and shining in the 4 directions of the ancient maze city. If it were at night, these 4 light beams would penetrate the dark scene, which would probably be more obvious, making this tower like a lighthouse. Germain closed his eyes to avoid the strong light. In this world where theoretically he shouldn't see anything other than light and darkness, he saw something else. Germain saw a total of 17 shining lanterns, falling around him like stars circling. 6 of them were known to him. Lanterns in the dungeon of Limolu Castle, lanterns in the dry river valley, lanterns in the muddy land, lanterns at the bottom of the spider valley, lanterns at the entrance of the ancient maze, lanterns that were not lit. There were 5 more lanterns that he had not known before, but now that he saw them, he understood where they pointed to. Lantern of the labyrinth, lantern of the wilderness, lantern of the mountains, lantern of the swamp, lantern of the bay. There are 6 other lanterns, which are completely dark, and you can't see where they are pointing, and there are no hints. In addition, the 6 teleportation lanterns owned by German exist in isolation. The remaining 11 teleportation lanterns are connected together with purple light, showing their uniqueness and closeness. When the dazzling purple light completely dissipated, Jean, Biscuit, and Xiaodi opened their eyes and saw German standing in the center of the top floor of the tower, and the lantern under his feet. The lantern emitted a faint light, and 4 skinny messenger ghosts clung to the lamp holder. Unexpectedly, they did not howl, but looked at everyone with numb eyes. Germain opened his eyes. The other 3 people confirmed that there was no danger and came over immediately. Now they were not so concerned about Germain's dream, but more concerned about the lantern that suddenly appeared in front of him. "What's going on?" Jean asked excitedly, pointing at the lantern under his feet. Germain glanced at him and replied, "This is a lantern that can be connected to my teleportation lantern, which means that we can freely shuttle between these teleportation lanterns. In the light just now, I saw a total of 11 special teleportation lanterns, which are connected to each other, and one of them is the maze lantern in front of me." Germain briefly described the illusion he saw, including the 5 known lanterns and the 6 dark lanterns, which made everyone nervous. Jean pondered for a while, then looked up at German. "Do you think the same as I do?" German smiled and asked, "Do you need us to write down the answers in our hearts on our palms, and then unfold them to each other at the same time?" "That's not necessary." Jean said that this world has the Dragon Ball comics based on Journey to the West. And of course, there are other 3 masterpieces. They must point to all disasters. It should be said that they point to all hopes. German prefers this positive statement. Huh? Biscuit understood most of it, but there were some parts that he didn't understand. "What are you 2 talking about? Explain it to me and Xiaodi." In fact, Xiaodi didn't care so much. She was more like a player who only wanted to complete tasks and achieve goals in an open game world, and didn't pay much attention to the background story. Jean added, "I estimate that these teleportation lanterns should be distributed along the shores of Lake Mobius. It is possible that Dong Fulisai missed several of them, or that he included them in the New World Chronicles Western chapter. Only after finding the Western chapter or himself can we be sure." He was very confident that his ancestor was still alive. Germain nodded. "I basically agree with your idea. In addition, I think that the new 11 teleportation lanterns, although connected to my teleportation lanterns, should have their own uniqueness." Jean looked at Germain without turning his head and asked, "What uniqueness?" "I don't know. We know after trying." Chapter 218. Give it a try? How to give it a try? The answer is of course to use the teleportation lantern to see if the place it arrives at, the scene it sees, and the enemies it encounters are consistent with what you imagined. However, you can't try it now. The 4 members of the German team are exhausted, and they have used up a lot of consumables and need to replenish them. It is not appropriate to get involved in a new round of dangerous exploration now. However, such an objective situation cannot prevent them from discussing the next target during lunch. What did Germain's nightmare represent? Whether it was real, or whether it was just the result of Germain's daytime thoughts and nighttime dreams. Because no conclusion could be drawn. So it was not included in the topic of discussion. The 11 new teleportation lanterns that really existed were the focus of discussion. Now they can go to more targets and a wider range. Germain's black robe of the Grave Hunter was torn in the battle. And now he only wore an ordinary shirt that was unlocked from the card, which set off a nondescript look. He said, I think that the next stage of the goal should be to choose the immortal disease Zobai and the alchemical plant metal ion. There are 3 reasons. First, the danger level of the immortal disease Zobai is the same as that of gold and silver ingots. Both are B+, and in many aspects, it is not as good as gold and silver ingots. Second, the herb that cures all diseases is the antidote for the immortal disease Zobai. Dong Fulishi's attack sequence is different from ours. But it does not prevent him from using the herb that cures all diseases to solve the immortal disease Zobai. Third, the alchemical plant metallion's bonus assistance to the battle is obvious. The alchemical plant metal ion is not really only able to alchemy. In fact, according to the fragment of the New World Chronicle, it is a special plant that can enchant physical attacks. Germain's analysis sounds very reasonable. In this case, Jean swallowed a large piece of hamburger this time. Then you go back tonight. I will stay in this tower until you are ready. The tonight Jean mentioned actually refers to midnight on the 28th. You want to stay here? Biscuit was surprised. Jean told Germain that he wanted to stay in the ancient maze. But he hadn't told her yet. Xiaodi said. Jean glanced at German and replied, Yes, I will stay here. This way. Next time you come to the Dark Continent, there will be one more person in the team. Just leave most of the consumables and a small amount of the healing herbs. And then take most of the healing herbs back to Greed Island. And I will have no problem. Menchi, Buhala, Sambika, Dunnan, Lister and Liza prepared excess resource cards for us in case of any eventuality. Leave all your share to me. And with the ancient maze tower as a safe house. It won't be a big problem for me to survive here until the end of the year. Biscuit also glanced at German. And when she found that German had no objection, she knew that the 2 men must have secretly talked about this topic behind her and Xiaodi's backs and reached an agreement. At the same time, she knew that one of Jin's long-cherished wishes was to explore the unknown side of the Dark Continent. To find East Fulishi and New World Chronicles, West Chapter. And Jean was not willing to go back at all. Okay. Just as he wished. After thinking for a while, she sighed and said, Then it's up to you. You choose your own life. And we will respect your choice. As for me, after returning to Greed Island, I will take a herb that cures all diseases and negotiate with the old man in exchange for more support from him. The old man she mentioned, of course, refers to President Netero. Jean nodded and said, I leave this to you. You're the only one here who understands President Netero's temperament. By the way, when you go back, go find Duan and Lister. They will give you the promised blue planet. TSK. Biscuit rolled his eyes at him. Don't think that such a small favor can buy me off. The blue planet was originally mine. However, judging from his expression and body language, Biscuit was in a good mood after hearing this. Jean turned his head again and looked at Germain. I actually have 2 things to ask of you. What is it? Germain asked. The first thing. The game console I brought doesn't work. Please take it back for me and let Duan and Lister receive it and make some changes. Wait for a chance to deal with it later. The second thing. Greed Island needs your help. It will be impacted by our action sooner or later. And I won't go back easily. I can only ask you to take care of it. Germain thought for a moment and said, I thought you would ask me to take care of your disciple Kate. Or your son Sijia. Jean was stunned for a moment. Then scratched his head and said helplessly, Don't mention them. As long as they haven't completely lost their curiosity about this world. We will definitely meet again. About this? Germain suddenly said. I have a suggestion. Tell me about it. Germain said solemnly. I want to change the entire nature of Greed Island that you created to a certain extent, so as to select suitable team members. We will need more talents from all aspects in the future. It is too inefficient to just take the initiative to find them. We need a stable selection channel. Everyone's eyes widened slightly when they heard it, revealing a look of surprise. Jean frowned and thought for a while. Then asked, "How do we do it specifically?" "I don't understand game creation," German said honestly. "I just want to propose a general direction. And leave the rest of the details to Liza. Doin'. And Lister." Jean couldn't help laughing. "You are the same as I was back then. Doin'. And Lister will definitely have a headache. So what is your general direction?" "Keep the big framework of Greed Island. Subdivide the areas. Make necessary changes and expand the buildings." German paused, then continued, "Haven't you always made it a game for people with nin abilities? Why not just implement the concept to the end? Apprentices should go to the apprentice level area. Heroes should go to the hero level area. Elites should go to the elite level area. Of course, if they want to cross-level challenges, it's up to them. In the current 6 continents, after the nin ability users actively or accidentally awaken the nin ability, they need to face a very serious choice. Is it to stay in a corner, use the nin ability to become a charlatan or a Superman in a small field, or go far away, travel across the 6 continents, and challenge all kinds of strong people and powerful monsters? Both can actually improve their own nin ability, but the latter will obviously have a greater chance of becoming a first-class or top nin ability user. But this will face risks. You are stepping on the corpses of losers. But there is no guarantee that one day you will become a stepping stone for someone else. Since Greed Island is called a game for nin ability users, we can actually make efforts in this regard to give them a smoother and more stable space for improvement. I hope that all nin users will at least become elite level after clearing Greed Island, which means that the new version emphasizes the improvement of nin ability and the battle of card coordination. In addition, it is to punish and expel those players who specialize in hunting other game players. That is, red name players, to ensure the experience of newcomers, however, regardless of whether the ending is achieved or not. Those nin users with excellent performance will stand out. We pay attention to them, give them the final trial, and then try to recruit them. Germain said a lot, which was indeed just the general direction. But except for Xiaodi, Jean and Biscuit understood it. "I don't object." Jean touched his chin and said, "But you have to convince Liza, Duin, List, Ida, Elena and others. To be honest, I have been away from Greed Island for too long. The actual operators of Greed Island are them. If you can convince them, there will be no problem on my side. I can record a video later to explain to them the reasons for staying in the Dark Continent and support your decision. Other than that, you have to work hard on your own. Of course, I think the probability of them agreeing is still very high. They, especially Duin, have long had opinions on all aspects of the current Greedy Island. He is the one who most hopes for a huge version update." Jean immediately informed German that after returning to Greedy Island, if he wanted to promote this major event about Greedy Island, he had to unite with Duin first. So, the matter here basically came to an end. Xiaodi used the bulge-eye fish to pick a total of 108 unremarkable herbs for curing diseases, leaving 30 of them to Jean, and taking the rest back to Greed Island. There was no way. The dead and painful bloodthirsty apostles would not have too many herbs for curing diseases at one time, and 108 herbs were already a considerable number. In addition, all the cards held by German, Biscuit and Xiaodi were given to Jean, which not only ensured his daily life, but also ensured the storage of herbs for curing diseases. The discussion came to an end. Chapter 219. Afterwards, the time passed 0 o'clock. German lit up the teleportation lantern on the tower. The light really tore through the darkness of the ancient maze, illuminating the distance like a lighthouse. Even though it was so conspicuous, the gold and silver ingot parasites still did not attack the ancient maze tower. Their work now was to find more living bodies to parasitize, bring them to the sea of blood under the tower, and dissolve themselves in the sea of blood with a fearless spirit of sacrifice. New painful bloodthirsty apostles are being conceived. Jean waved his hand at the 3 people and watched them disappear in the light of the teleportation lantern. After the light disappeared, only the gray moonlight remained on the top of the tower. He was left here alone. But he did not feel fear or pity, but only excitement. Starting tomorrow, he, the relic hunter, will conduct a real relic exploration of the tower and the ancient maze, just like what Dong Fulishi did. September 28, 015. The lanterns of the Limelu Castle lit up, and 3 figures appeared in the light. Before leaving, the German team said that they would return to Greed Island at midnight on September 28 at the earliest. They did it. But no one took this as the exact and accurate return time. After all, they were going to challenge the ancient maze, where there were gold and silver ingots, one of the 5 major disasters. And the risk factor of B+ was quite high. No one on Greed Island thought that this would be an easy journey. The German team will most likely encounter various difficult situations and some low-probability events. It is normal that they fail to return as scheduled. And even if they never return, it is a cruel but realistic thing. Therefore, when Sambika and Duan, who stayed here on duty, saw the teleportation lantern materialize and light up, and then a figure appeared, they were surprised and happy. It actually came back not long after 0 o'clock. However, the next moment, Sambika and Duan's faces changed drastically after seeing that only German, Bisji, and Xiaodi appeared here. Sambika was relatively calm. Or maybe she didn't like to express herself and appeared calm. She walked up and checked the bodies of Germain, Bisji and Xiaodi, who looked quite embarrassed. She didn't ask about Jean. In such a situation, was there any need to say more? Was there any need to poke their wounds? Maybe Jean was killed in front of them not long ago. They must have experienced 2 terrible days. Jean might have sacrificed himself to protect them. Such sad things should be left until they are willing to speak. Duan's face was pale. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, he really wanted to rush to the Dark Continent to save Jean. However, he knew that this was impossible, and the tragedy had already happened. In the end, he still held the wall with his hands, forcing himself to look firm and brave. Then, he took out his mobile phone and sent text messages to others. At this time, Sambika had to check the injuries of the survivors, and the survivors must be exhausted physically and mentally. Then the responsibility of delivering the obituary to others could only be done by Duan. Duan didn't hate Germain, Biscuit and Xiaodi. He believed that they were upset and Jean must have made such a choice on his own initiative. It was just a pity for Xiaojia, who had never seen his biological father since he could remember. And now he had no chance. After sending the text message, Duan thought about whether to take Xiaojia over in the future and raise him well. Duan wanted to tell him that although Jean was not a good father, he was a great man. He thought of too much in an instant, and he took a few deep breaths before he mustered up the courage to walk in front of Germain and others. At this time, Sambika had completed the entire process of the physical examination and hospitalization records. However, she frowned as she looked at the conditions of the people in the medical records while wearing a mask. How should I put it? It seems to be much better than expected. They do have injuries, but there are no signs of serious injuries. Did the Archangel's breath work? But what kind of situation forced that Jean to stay and sacrifice himself? This should be a desperate situation. However, if it was a desperate situation, wouldn't the situation of Germain and others be too good? Sambika's puzzled expression of distress was taken by Duan as a sign that the situation of Germain and the other 2 was not very good. He hurriedly asked with concern, "Are their injuries okay? How do you need to deal with them? We can prepare it here." Sambika was stunned for a moment, and before he could answer, Bisji waved his hand and said in a relaxed manner, "It's okay. It's okay. We are all fine. Just let Sambika check it out to reassure you." Germain was originally looking at what special qualities he had obtained this time, and when he heard this, he also nodded. Very calm. How could they be fine? Duan carefully observed them. They were calm to the point of being cold-blooded. No, it should be that they didn't know how to face us in this situation, so they showed this kind of self-protection behavior. In fact, they must be very sad in their hearts. Duan sighed deeply. He wanted to light a cigarette, but the situation at hand did not allow it. In short, you should have a good rest for a night, and if there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow morning. At this time, hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside the dungeon hall, and soon a group of people rushed into the room. Menchi, Buhala, List and Abengani rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw that only Germain, Bisji and Xiaodi were in front of them, they knew that Duan's text message was true. Suddenly, the dungeon hall fell into a sad and silent atmosphere. Even if they were slow, Germain, Bisji and Xiaodi realized that something was wrong. Everyone's expressions were so strange. And what was even stranger was that they didn't even ask when they saw that Jean was not there. Don't they care about Jin's life or death? Bisji rolled her eyes and understood. She couldn't help but pat her forehead and said loudly, "It's our problem. We should have explained it clearly at the beginning. Everyone looked at her, not understanding what she wanted to explain. Jean is fine. He's still alive, Bisji said with a smile. Although we encountered some twists and turns. At the last moment, German killed the painful bloodthirsty apostle, which allowed us to successfully retrieve the healing herb. The reason why Jean is not here is his personal wish. He wants to stay in the ancient maze. There is a safe house that will never be attacked. All our resources are left to him. You can rest assured. After listening for a while, everyone was stunned, and then looked at Duan with a strange expression. Duan was stunned, and asked hoarsely, Jean, is he not dead? Do you really want him to die? Germain took out his mobile phone from his arms, where there was a video recorded by Jean, and he played it for everyone to see. Although we can fake videos with telepathic ability, we don't need to do this. Right? Jean in the video was indeed fine, and he briefly explained the cause and effect. Afterwards, Germain asked Xiaodi to take out the herb that cures all diseases and show it to everyone. And now all doubts were gone. Lis glanced at Duan, couldn't help but hold his forehead, and shook his head, as if he was ashamed of his unreliable companion. Sambika's cheeks were also red at this time, but she was wearing a mask, and no one was staring at her, so no one noticed her expression change. She also mistakenly thought that Jean was dead at the first time, and she didn't expect there would be such a reversal. Duan's mouth was dry, and finally he showed a helpless smile and said, My fault. My fault. He hadn't finished his self-examination when another person rushed in from the corridor. He was as tall and strong as an iron tower. It was Lei Jia. Lei Jia rushed back as soon as he saw the obituary. Jean is dead? Lei Jia showed an expression of disbelief and looked at everyone. Where is his body? Don't tell me that we didn't even get the body back. He was about to ask for accusations, but when he saw everyone looking at him with strange eyes, he froze in his place, realizing that something unexpected had happened. So, this time, List explained, and Germain and Bisji supplemented, which made Liza feel relieved. And he laughed and scolded Duan, You should confirm it first. As soon as he finished speaking, two people came in from outside, and they were the twins Ida and Elena. The obituary sent by Duan startled them all. Kim is dead? They showed sad expressions until List spent a few more minutes to explain the matter clearly. At this time, Duan was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole on the spot and crawl into it and never come out again. Chapter 220. 8:30 a.m. on September 28th. After sleeping for 7 hours, Germain got up from the bed, washed up simply, and started his daily practice. After the required homework, Germain opened the door and prepared to have breakfast. As a result, the door on the opposite corner was pushed open with a creak, and Xiadi happened to come out of the room at this time. To be honest, Germain did not recognize Xiadi at first glance, but recognized her at the second glance. This is because Xiadi has taken off her glasses, and one side of the glasses is broken, so the whole pair cannot be used and must be replaced. A person who always wears glasses in front of others will make people feel strange if he takes off his glasses occasionally. Xiadi is like this. She is highly myopic and squinted her eyes, holding her hands on the wall, when she heard footsteps and looked at the blurry figure in front of her. She moved a little closer. It's Germain. It's me. Can't you see clearly? I can't see clearly. Xiadi moved closer again and could see the outline of Germain's face. When can the glasses be matched? Or, why don't you just wear contact lenses? I don't like contact lenses. Xiadi took another step closer. This time she leaned forward, almost to Germain's neck. You will accompany me to the eye test later. Lister said that a new pair can be prepared before noon at the earliest. Why do you want me to accompany you to the eye test? Because I can't see the road clearly. Xiadi stretched out her hand, as a matter of course. She looked Germain up and down for a while, not knowing where to hold Germain. Later, she put her hand on Germain's head and pulled a bunch of his black hair. Let's go. Let's have breakfast first. Germain glanced at her with an incredible look. Are you serious? Go. Go quickly. Xiadi didn't understand what Germain was hesitating about, and pulled the roots of Germain's hair hard as a punishment. Fortunately, Germain didn't have the trouble of hair loss, and it stayed firmly in place. Under Germain's objection, Xiadi proposed to take off her inverted cross necklace and wear it around Germain's neck, while she pulled the rope of the necklace. But this proposal was also rejected. Xiadi had no choice but to put her hands on Germain's shoulders and follow Germain's steps forward. But after walking a few steps, Germain felt that this was like a eunuch leading the Queen Mother out, and rejected this method again. This is not okay. And that is not okay. Germain, you are so troublesome. For some reason, the source of the trouble became angry with a clear conscience. Finally, when they walked into the restaurant, Basiji, Minchi and Bahala saw Shiati pulling German's sleeve and following behind slowly. After everyone sat down, German had to bring Shiati the breakfast she wanted. German's team returned 8 hours ago. It was early in the morning after all, so everyone just chatted casually for a few words. And after confirming the situation, they went back to the room to rest. They will have a meeting this afternoon to explain in detail this ancient maze journey and the future direction of Greed Island. Germain was drinking porridge. Minchi, who lived across the street, was well versed in the cuisine of different countries and regions. Then, he heard Bisky talking to him. Germain, Minchi, Bahala and I plan to protect a herb that cures all diseases together. We are going to negotiate with President Netero and are expected to be back in a week. Although President Netero didn't promise us anything, we have regained hope after all. I think the negotiation is beneficial to us. Minchi, who had 5 braids, and Bahala, who was as fat as a bear, nodded repeatedly. Germain took a sip of porridge with a spoon. Within a week, as soon as Germain returned to Greed Island, he confirmed that the cooling time of the teleportation lantern was not 128 hours as expected, but 5 days, 120 hours. In other words, 8 hours were erased, which was a good thing for Germain. However, after 5 days, Germain faced a choice. Should he go and meet Jean immediately, or wait for Biscuit and the others to come back? He planned to leave this question for discussion at the afternoon forum. So, Germain did not respond to Bisky immediately. After breakfast, Germain took Shiati to List for an eye test. List said that it would be ready in half an hour, which was faster than expected. Shiati chose the same pair of glasses as before. When she put on the new glasses, they did not slide off her nose as before, which made her a little uncomfortable. She fiddled with the frame of her new glasses, her big eyes rolling around, as if she was testing the effectiveness of the glasses with her naked eyes, and then thanked List. List, who was a boy, bowed slightly in return and watched the two leave. Shiati no longer needed Germain to be a temporary guide dog, but she happened to have nothing to do, so she followed Germain in 2 steps. Where are you going? What? I'm going to find a Bingani and ask him to help me get rid of the evil thoughts. Oh, then I go too. Why are you going? How should I know? Shiati glared at Germain with a puzzled expression, as if she was scolding Germain for asking such a question that had no answer. Germain ignored her and asked her to follow him. Soon, they came to the treatment room of Lamila Castle on the first basement floor. The structure of the entire Lamila Castle has undergone a round of changes after Germain and others joined. From the second floor up are bedrooms and study rooms, and the first floor is the dining room, reception room, and practice room. The first basement floor is the library, treatment room, and conference room. The second basement floor is the research institute and the lantern transmission hall. Germain and Shiati came to the first basement floor and found a Bengani sitting at the desk in the treatment room, flipping through a book. A Bengani, who had brown skin, put down the book in his hand when he heard the footsteps. When he saw clearly that it was Germain, he stood up quickly. Mr. Germain, you are here. A Bengani rubbed his palms together, walked around the desk and came over. Would you like some tea? You're welcome. Germain waved his hand. I need you to remove my thoughts for me. A Bengani knew why Germain came here to find him. Okay. Please follow me. With Biscuit's magic beautician Miss Cookie, a Bengani's pressure after removing his thoughts was greatly reduced, and he didn't need to wait another month to remove Germain's thoughts. The treatment room is very large, and is temporarily divided into areas for Biska, Sambika, and a Bengani. The area for a Bengani is at the innermost. A greenhouse, full of gorgeous flowers and lush green leaves. He set up the magic circle needed by the forest elves here. German returned this time and gained 2 types of traits. One is the positive trait reinvigoration. When German's life is more than half lost, he will gain combat power. The other is the negative trait poor gambling skills. When German tries to gamble, the probability of losing will increase. Of course, what German wants to eliminate from a Bengani is the negative trait. Chapter 221. He now has 2 negative traits. One is kleptomania and the other is poor gambling skills. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to remove the kleptomania that had been with him for the longest time. This time, Abangani's removal of thoughts was more difficult than expected and took longer. But in the end, the kleptomania was removed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, in this case, it should be that this thought has been with you for too long and is deeply rooted. But it can still be solved after all. Thank you for your reminder. Germain certainly knew that Abangani was reminding Germain in a roundabout way to clear up negative traits in time. Germain would remember this reasonable advice. After he and Xiaodi walked out of the treatment room, they walked down the spiral staircase for a while. And suddenly he called Xiaodi. Stand here. Don't move. You can't move at all? Xiaodi cooperated and stood by the wall. Yes. Germain looked at Xiaodi in front of him, slowly relaxed his body and mind, and stopped thinking about guarding against kleptomania. After a while, he blinked and looked at his hands. Nothing. He rummaged through his pockets again to make sure that he had not stolen anything from Xiaodi, and then said to Xiaodi, okay, you can move. After Xiaodi was able to move, he moved his whole body, as if he had been frozen for a long time. Is this a game? Yes, Germain answered. He searched in his trouser pocket for a while, took out a dice that he had prepared in advance, and showed it to Xiaodi. Let's compare the size. He threw the dice gently. It bounced a few times on the stairs, and fell on a plane below. Xiaodi blinked her big eyes. What is the rule of this game? Just now, after we looked at each other, the one who moved first gets to throw the dice first. Yeah. Germain nodded, then leaned over to see that it was 2 points. He was sure that he would lose, but he still handed the dice to Xiaodi. Xiaodi put the dice in the palm of his hand, then put his hands together, shook it like a cup, blew a breath between his fingers, and then threw it out. It was 3 points. Germain looked at Xiaodi sideways. I was just bad at gambling, but this guy was really unlucky. A big fat sheep in the casino. Did I win? Xiaodi asked. Yes, you won. Xiaodi picked up the dice expressionlessly, put it in the pocket of her jeans as a trophy. The two walked into the research institute, where the light was dim, and there was only light where Sambika stood on the laboratory table. It's not that Sambika was being mysterious, but she could concentrate better in a dark environment. Now, the 77 herbs that the German team brought back were all in the research institute, and she was responsible for researching and testing what diseases the herbs could treat. There were originally 108 plants in total. 1 was used for the unconscious German, and 30 were left for Jean, who was stationed in the ancient labyrinth. So there were 77 plants left. Although the remaining copy of the New World Chronicle, East chapter has recorded what diseases the vanilla can cure. That is after all the conclusion of East Fulisai. Sambika wants to find out whether it is really effective for these diseases, whether it can be effective for other diseases, and what effect it will have when combined with other medicines. Can the vanilla that cures all diseases be planted? If we find its truly effective medical part, can we use other drug combinations to replace it? All kinds of questions need to be solved. She was so focused wearing a mask that she was startled when Germain called her name. Seeing that it was Germain and Xiaodi, Sambika didn't relax, but shrank back like a little animal, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at the two of them. You. After a few months of getting along, Sambika was at least willing to talk to them. She moved her toes timidly. What do you have something to say? Germain didn't come to see the research process of the herb that cures all diseases. I want to try the effect of a herb that cures all diseases myself. Sambika looked up at him, then lowered her head and asked softly, is it because of tetanus? Germain was stunned for a moment, and then he understood how Sambika knew that he had tetanus, a disease caused by the constraints and oaths of the teleportation lantern. In the tetanus state, the accuracy and critical hit rate of German's attack will decrease. The reason why Sambika knew about the existence of tetanus was, of course, because of her special ability of mind physical examination and hospitalization records. After German returned, she immediately examined him and learned from the medical records that German had tetanus. The medical records also showed that German's tetanus was in the incubation period, and no obvious symptoms appeared immediately. However, as a doctor, Sambika has already thought of a treatment and care plan for German in the next period of time. However, when Germain proposed to test the drug on himself, Sambika hesitated for 2 seconds and then weakly objected. In the fragment of the New World Chronicles, East chapter, there is a record of curing tetanus. But it's too risky. She, who has social phobia, is very persistent in treating patients. She hopes that the herb that cures all diseases will first pass the test stage on mice before using it on humans. She always looks at the records written in the book by Dong Fu Lisher 200 or 300 years ago with doubt. However, Germain also had his insistence. I don't think there will be any side effects. And the answer is in me. Before returning to Greed Island, I took a plant of the herb that cures all diseases. After returning to Greed Island, you used physical examinations and hospital records to examine my body. And you should not have found any disease other than tetanus. Right? As for tetanus, it is the price of the lantern, not the price of the herb that cures all diseases. I think it is entirely possible to take a herb that cures all diseases and directly test whether it can solve the tetanus in my body. Indeed, Sambika failed to detect the abnormality through his telepathic ability at that time. German's medical records showed that his physical fitness was amazing. He didn't look like a human being, but more like a monster that had been tempered 1,000 times. In addition to tetanus, the medical records showed some old scars, muscle injuries, etc. As long as it was a human being, these were all normal. Even if there was a disease that Sambika didn't understand, there would be a note on the medical record to attract her attention. But there was no such note on German's medical record. Apart from tetanus, German was a very healthy person. Finally, Sambika was convinced by Germain. Germain drank Sambika's herbal potion, and besides the fragrance in his mouth, there was also warmth flowing through his body, which lasted for a long time before it subsided. He used the hunter badge to confirm his condition, while Sambika used the medical records to confirm it. They both found that the tetanus disappeared. The herbal potion that cures all diseases is indeed useful, and it takes effect immediately. Sambika was already having difficulty breathing with a mask on, and now his breathing became heavy because of excitement. She knew best what kind of great changes the herb that cures all diseases would bring to the medical community, and what good news it would bring to countless patients. Now, all their hopes were in this room. Although Germain looked fine and his medical records showed that he was fine, Sambika still asked Germain to tell her as soon as he felt unwell. Germain agreed, and then came out with Shiati, leaving the research institute to Sambika. After lunch, everyone on Greed Island gathered for a meeting. Chapter 222. Bizji spent a quarter of an hour describing to the people who attended the meeting the experiences of their team of 4 in the ancient maze for 3 days. The twists and turns, especially the night raid and the killing of the painful bloodthirsty apostle, were terrifying. German just listened quietly without adding anything. While listening to Bizji, everyone looked through the photos that she and Jean took with a stereo camera and then developed. These photos can be enlarged and reduced like mobile phone photos. What's even more amazing is that the photo can restore some of the touch, and the bumpy feeling is more realistic. Until now, everyone has a sense of reality. The German team has indeed accomplished a feat. They have brought back a hope from the Dark Continent. The former Bayanga team has the opportunity to become the first team to do this. They have also obtained the alchemical plant Materian, but unfortunately they failed on the return journey. The German team met the right time, right place, and right people. And only then did they accomplish this great thing. That's how it is. Biscuit with short hair made everyone a little uncomfortable. Her tone changed from the previous playful and cute tone to a serious tone, making everyone realize that she is indeed a senior. German is the first tester of the herb that cures all diseases, and the results are in line with expectations. As for all its potential, it needs Sambika to explore it. Sambika moved her body in her seat with a little pressure. She put her hands on her knees and lowered her head, like a shy student who listened carefully to the teacher's teachings. However, everyone present knew that her medical skills were superb and worthy of the title of one-star hunter. There is absolutely no problem in giving her the herb that cures all diseases to study. Despite this cute contrast, no one thinks that Sambika can't do it. It just takes time, Bizji said in the conference room while walking around the conference table. However, her figure is too small now, and people can't see her lower body. They can only see her head from her neck up, giving people a weird feeling that her head is floating around the round table. After walking around, she finally returned to her seat, next to German and Xiaoti. The next highlight is the negotiation with President Netero. Minchi and Bahala will protect a herb that cures all diseases and have a secret conversation with President Netero. I have already explained this to him in advance and agreed on a meeting place. In any case, there will be a result within a week. But we must consider the worst result. That is, the three of us are detained. And President Netero and V5 break into Greed Island. Take away all the herbs that cure all diseases. And control all of us. Biscuit turned his head and looked at Germaine. If this happens, we don't need to do anything, and just let them do whatever they want. German, don't mess around. German looked at her. Why do you think I would mess around? I'm afraid you start a fight if we don't agree. After all, you're obsessed with the Dark Continent. The reason is simple. We have successfully retrieved one hope. But there are still 4 hopes. They can't resist that temptation. In the previous explorations of the Dark Continent, V5 paid a very high price but got nothing. They need us. But our personal freedom will definitely be restricted in the future. German will definitely be under complete surveillance and become a tool for V5 to travel to and from the Dark Continent. Biscuit stared at German. You will permanently lose the opportunity to explore the Dark Continent because of your ability to read. V5 will not risk letting you continue. I know you've realized this. And I also know that you will definitely do something like attacking President Netero. So I asked you not to mess around. German listened expressionlessly, neither accepting nor objecting. This attitude gave Basiji even more headaches. At this time, Leja, who was sitting opposite the round table, put his strong arms on the table and squinted his eyes. Then, what is the good result for us? Basiji smiled. She had been waiting for Leja and the others to ask. Of course the old man is in cahoots with us. Birds of a feather flock together. Ahem. In short, he is protecting us, providing help in secret, and temporarily maintaining the status quo. At the same time, the old man will renegotiate with V5 the terms of the complete ban on exploring the Dark Continent, and remove the taboos and shackles. The Hunter Association will take the lead. V5 will fund, and humans will return to the Dark Continent. At the same time, our exploration will not stop. Later, at the right time, we will meet with the old man's team at a certain point and take back hope. In this way, Germaine's teleportation lantern will be hidden. Or, we can also reveal part of it and set it as a lantern that can only be teleported within a certain distance, rather than being able to reach the Dark Continent directly from here. Biscuit paused and continued. The other is the unstable factor. Bayanga's forces. But as long as we grasp the key, that is, pull the old man into our camp, Bayanga will not take the initiative to expose our situation if he wants to enter the Dark Continent in his lifetime. Our goals are the same as Bayanga's forces, but the means are different. I think Bayanga will make the right choice, and the old man may also untie his shackles at that time. Leja crossed his arms across his chest, revealing his angular muscle contours. So, the key point now is whether this negotiation can make President Netero stand on our side and finally achieve the plan of concealing the truth. German will not lose his freedom. We will get more funding, and Bayanga's forces will get the opportunity to set off for the Dark Continent, hoping to bring changes to the 6 continents. This is the best result. Basiji nodded. This is also the best result for Jean, who is now stationed in the ancient maze. If Germaine is controlled, then he might act alone in order to do as he pleases. Liza pursed his lips. That's indeed his style. Ah, speaking of Jean, I almost forgot something he told me. Liza looked at Duan and Lister. Here with me. Lister took out a card from his pocket, stood up and walked towards Biscuit, and handed it to him solemnly. Jean said, the blue planet is yours. Although Biscuit had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide and reveal a greedy look. He. She immediately unsealed the card, and with a bang, a blue gem, like a water blue planet, fell into her palm. Biscuit looked at it carefully, facing it to the sun, letting it emit brilliant light, and then smiled with satisfaction. You still belong to me. You can't run away. Right? Biscuit seemed to be talking to her lover, so much so that she didn't notice that List had returned to his seat. Duan spoke at this time. Game console. Teleportation spell cards don't work in the Dark Continent. But Jean said in the video that it might be because the distance is too far. He wanted to smoke a cigarette. However, before the meeting started, he just took out cigarettes and lighters, and received murderous eyes from the timid Sambika. So he had to put them back silently. As soon as he started to think about technology, his urge to smoke came back. and his legs shook involuntarily. If V5 and the Hunter Association return to the Dark Continent, then we will have a chance to build a bridge between Greed Island and the Dark Continent. Genie is really... He actually stayed there alone. We will soon be able to prepare a new batch of resource cards. When do you plan to return to the ancient labyrinth? Where are you going to explore next? Bisji was still immersed in a one-on-one low-pitched conversation with the Blue Planet, completely ignoring Duan's question. The round table suddenly fell into an awkward silence, until everyone's eyes were focused on Germain. Germain remembered that he was nominally the number one person here. In the current Greed Island, there are actually two factions. That is, Jean, Liza, Duan, List, Yida and Elena, and Germain, Bisji, Shiuti, Menchi, Buhala, Sambika, and a Bengani who moved in later. However, Jean has expressed his support for Germain's decision in the recorded video. In this way, Germain is nominally the leader here. I plan to return to the ancient labyrinth after Bisky and the others have a result in the negotiation with President Netero. As for the next place to explore, of course, it is still the Hope. The New World Chronicle, Eastern chapter has proved its authenticity and reliability in the exploration of the ancient labyrinth. It mentioned that the herb that cures all diseases can cure the immortal disease. Of course, it can only cure the early stage of the immortal disease. Once a life suffering from the immortal disease is left with only a shell, and the soul is completely dissipated, then the herb that cures all diseases will be powerless to save the life. We have quite a lot of herb that cures all diseases, which can be used to resist the immortal disease and obtain the alchemical plant metal lion in that area. Duan touched his chin. If that's the case, we will work with Sambika to seal the potion made from the healing herb into a card as soon as possible and give it to you to take with you. He scratched his afro, revealing a distressed look. Really? I thought Jean was arrogant enough when he said that he would go to the Dark Continent sooner or later. But I didn't expect someone to respond to him and achieve this. This is Jin's dream, and his dream needs your help. In order to help him, we will also help you. So, just leave this work to us. Germain nodded and said, "Thank you." Besides, Duan hesitated and asked. Jean stayed in the ancient maze to make room for the lantern transmission. Have you decided on the next four-person team? Germain held up two fingers. There are two situations. The first situation is that Basiji, Menchi, and Bahala successfully negotiate and are able to return here freely. Then our team members are me, Basiji, Shiati, and Menchi. The second situation is that the negotiation fails and Basiji and others are detained. Then our team members are me, Shiuti, and Sambika. German, Basiji, Shiuti, Menchi and Bahala are all people who have experienced lantern transmission at least once, and they have the highest priority, followed by Sambika. Chapter 223. In fact, speaking of the right medicine for the right disease, since we are going to challenge the immortal disease, it would be a good choice to bring the virus hunter Sambika. However, she now has a more important task, which is to study the herb that cures all diseases. As for Abengani, he has to lower his priority. He himself has insufficient combat power and willingness, so there is no need to force himself. It is also good to stay and work on Greed Island. There are also Liza, Duan, Lister and others. They also have the responsibility to maintain the operation of Greed Island and ensure the logistics of the exploration of the Dark Continent. And they cannot leave easily. After talking about the Dark Continent, the next thing was the update of Greed Island. I don't care about that. The petite biscuit jumped off the chair and breathed a sigh of relief at the blue planet that she couldn't let go of. You guys can chat slowly. I'm going to take a break. She looked at Xiao Di and said, "Let's go. You can take a few photos of me and Xiaolan later." The Xiaolan that Biscuit mentioned was of course the blue planet. And take a few photos was definitely a lie. 50 or 60 photos were the minimum. Xiaodi followed obediently. Menchi, Buhala, Sambika, and a Bengani left with Basiji and Xiaodi. And the conference room was suddenly half empty. Only German, Liza, Duan, and List were left at the round table. Yida and Elena did not come to the conference room to attend the meeting from the beginning. They had to ensure the basic operation of Greedy Island at their posts. And even if they needed to rest, they could not disappear at the same time. Generally speaking, Yida was responsible for letting players enter Greedy Island. and Elena was responsible for letting players leave Greedy Island. However, since they are twins who look almost identical, sometimes one of them does have to leave the post, and the other will take on 2 jobs for a while. They also need to rest. The 007 work system is something that even the cruelest vampire capitalists cannot do to such cute twins, let alone Gene and his friends. However, the twins are now in their respective positions, participating in this meeting in real time through the big screen. After all those who were not interested in the changes in Greed Island left, Liza was the first to speak to Germain among the remaining people. I have watched Jin's video twice, and he supports you in this matter. I am a death row prisoner, and this identity will not change because of how long I have been an administrator of Greed Island. Therefore, I will not participate in the decision-making of the transformation of Greed Island. It was Jean who gave me the opportunity to continue my life. No matter what Greed Island becomes in the future, my work will continue. Liza decisively cast his abstention vote. Germain was a little surprised. He thought that the biggest resistance would come from Liza, who was responsible for maintaining the existing order of Greed Island. But he didn't expect Liza to not participate in the decision-making directly. The first obstacle collapsed. Duan, List, Yida and Elena, who lived with Liza day and night, were slightly surprised. And Ning understood Liza's decision and did not force him. The relationship between them was already very deep, so there was no need to say a few words like "we don't care about your identity. You have been one of us for a long time. We recognize you," and other nonsense. However, Liz stood up at this time and cast a vote against it. Regarding the changes to Greed Island, I oppose it. This will cause Greed Island to fall into chaos for a period of time, and our workload will increase sharply. The update is likely to destroy the existing game balance of Greed Island and turn it into a shit game. Yida and Elena hesitated and did not send their decision immediately. Du-En leaned forward, raised his hands, and crossed his fingers in front of him. German, I have a question. What exactly is the content of your Greed Island version update? Actually, it's just some general directions, German said. The specific details still need to be discussed with you, he said slowly. First, ensure that the main line of collecting designated cards to achieve the ending remains unchanged. Subdivide the card distribution area, and improve the corresponding levels of rarity and difficulty of collecting cards. Since German has no talent in the field of game creation and updating, he spoke in an official tone to talented people. Second, ensure the experience of game players, especially novice players. Punish or expel red name players who hunt other players, and maintain the order of the game. Third, promote combat that is mainly based on mind abilities and supplemented by cards. Set winning conditions for players to fight against each other, and achieve the conditions to obtain the opponent's cards. Fourth, add more branch lines besides the main line, and provide more regional copies to improve combat power, so as to create playing conditions for players who do not aim to pass the game as the ultimate goal or who are in urgent need of improving combat power. Fifth, German said a lot in a row, but they were indeed just general directions, and some very critical numerical balances were not mentioned at all. However, people like Du-En and List who actually participated in the creation of Greed Island understood it as soon as they heard it. After listening, Du-En asked, how do you divide the corresponding levels of rarity and difficulty mentioned in the first point? German replied, don't your cards have a rarity classification from F to SS? Different difficulty areas should have corresponding rarity cards to allow players to have a smooth transition process. According to my classification of the levels of nin ability users, there are apprentices, braves, elites, masters, and champions. Generally speaking, as long as players clear the apprentice level to the elite level area, they will be able to collect all the designated cards and reach the ending. If players want a more difficult challenge, let them challenge the master level area, and forget about the champion level. Du-En asked again, what are the winning conditions of the player battle you mentioned in the third point? For example, setting the player's health value. German said, if the health value is 0 and the battle is lost, the loser will not die, but will be forced to hand over one or more cards to the winner. So that's it. Du-En frowned, thought for a while, and looked at German again. I kind of understand how Jean feels. Really? I don't understand what you mean. Du-En did not answer Germain, but stood up and said to Liza and List, to be honest, I agree with Germain's point of view. I have wanted to make changes to Greed Island for a long time. Germain's direction of change really hits the nail on the head. I have complained to you many times about many problems of Greed Island. But no one can really understand me. How can there be a game like Greed Island, which has never been completed since its release in 1987, and there is still no hope of completing it in the next 1 or 2 years? How can there be a game like Greed Island that fails to let players enjoy card collection and battles, but instead triggers them to kill each other, deviating from the original intention of the game? How can there be a game like Greed Island, where most game players will not play this game again after reaching the ending and getting what they need? Greed Island is called a game for non-users because only non-users can enter here. But there are many players who have wasted many years here and ended up wasting their nin abilities, such as the 1-star hunter Zetsuzera. His combat power when he first entered the game has dropped significantly from his current combat power. In this case, can Greed Island be considered a game for non-users? It should be a graveyard for non-users. Right? Duin had kept these words in his heart for a long time. He also tried to explain to the people around him that he wanted to make changes. But he had not been able to get support until now. Lister, who voted against it, frowned, but this will be a big project, and it will take at least half a year to complete the version update. What will the gamers do during this period? Duin stood up, walked around the round table, walked to German, sat down, and stated his position. If it was a standalone game, it would be understandable if there was no major version update after 11 years of release. But Greed Island is an online game with so many gamers. We should have made changes earlier. As for the major version update, let them leave the game first and keep their game data. Many of them actually wanted to leave the game a long time ago, but they don't have the ability to fight for the spell card leave. So they can only stay in the game and persevere, wasting their time. After the major version update, it is equivalent to giving them a brand new choice, whether to stay outside or enter Greed Island again. This is kindness to this part of the players. And for those old players who choose to enter Greed Island again, we will give them some benefits exclusive to old players, so that they can gain advantages without destroying the balance. Liz sighed. Duin, you should understand how much work this is. We will be very busy for at least the next 6 months. You don't have time to accompany your girlfriend to have fun. Hearing girlfriend, Duin's expression was obviously frozen for a moment. And then he became firm again. Afraid? Afraid of what? Am I afraid of her? I'm not afraid. Duin's tone was a bit like trying to convince himself. Liz could see that Duin was determined to stand on the side of Germain and King's reformists. And finally, he could only pinch his brows helplessly. Well, actually, I also want to make changes to some links, so that maybe the work of several of us administrators in the future can be reduced. We also need to recruit more reliable people. Abengani can join us. And we need to add new members. I really can't do anything about you. List was convinced, and he changed his vote of no to a vote of yes. Then, Yida and Elena also sent their votes of yes through the big screen. In this way, the Greed Island administrator team reached a preliminary consensus on the changes of Greed Island. Chapter 224. Bisji, Minchi and Bahala left Greedy Island the next morning to protect a herb that cures all diseases and went to negotiate. German made the management team of Greedy Island reach a consensus. The fact is that Duin, who had a strong desire to change the game content, pushed other members to move firmly on this path. However, like every time before, he left his seed and left it alone like a scumbag, leaving the major update of Greedy Island to Duin and others. German didn't understand the game. He just wanted to achieve his goal to transform Greed Island into a back garden more suitable for selecting future team members. Like German, Liza did not participate in the meeting to design more game elements and modify the existing main and branch lines. However, his reason was different from German. German was unwilling to compete with experts for work, while he insisted on his principles. The bottom line of a death row prisoner. It would be great if all the death row prisoners in the world were like you, German said to Liza during a casual chat. More death row prisoners are the bastards behind. Liza smiled with narrowed eyes and pointed with his inverted thumb at the pirates of the seaside city Shofurabi who were wearing white shirts. On the surface, he is the leader of this pirate group, but in reality, he dominates the lives of these unruly pirates and is their tyrant king. The pirates watched from afar. They were drinking in front of the bar, but they did not dare to make a loud noise, mainly because they had suffered countless losses before, and could only swallow the bitter wine silently. Every once in a while, Liza would beat one of the disobedients among them to death. In the physical sense of beating, the authority he established was unquestionable. German was different. It was said that he was an airborne administrator, young and handsome, and did not look strong. After such a stereotype lasted for a while, some pirates looked down on him. So, some pirates provoked German several times, and Liza ignored them. Finally, one day, two of the pirates got drunk and their ferocity was exposed. The situation naturally took a turn for the worse. German was waiting for this moment. He chopped the two pirates to the ground in a clean and swift manner. The speed was so fast that only Liza could see it clearly in the bar. After Germain took the two pirates to establish his authority, he also asked other pirates to drag away the bodies and help Germain clean up the mess. When the other pirates saw him again, they realized that he was as difficult to mess with as Liza, and they restrained themselves a lot, just like a domineering kid who immediately softened when he met his parents. Germain sat in front of a long table with flickering candlelight, looking at the sparkling sea under the cliff outside the window, and said, maybe one day, there will be a group of guys who are more troublesome than death row prisoners, and you need to manage them. A group of guys who are more troublesome than death row prisoners. Liza wiped the wine foam from the corner of his mouth, put the wine glass on the wooden table, and raised half of his eyebrows. Who are they? Germain's mind flashed the names of many people in the Phantom Troop, the Chimera Ant Army, the Bayanga forces, and the Kajin Empire forces. It's not certain now. Maybe they will all die in my hands or others. After all, there aren't that many of them willing to cooperate with me. It sounds really stubborn. Liza's eyes, which had been squinting, slightly opened. However, if there comes a day when they fall into my hands, I will treat them like the most severe warden. You can rest assured about this. He reached out and poured a full glass of beer for Germain, with foam overflowing, and gave Germain a big smile, saying, let's not talk about these nonsense tonight. Liza raised his glass. Cheers to your success in making the stagnant water of Greed Island active, and making Duan, List, Ida and Elena anxious. It seems that he is not as unconcerned about the future direction of Greed Island as imagined. Cheers. Germain and Liza clinked their glasses, making a crisp clang. The two people who stayed out of the matter drank and talked happily that night. In the face of a serious shortage of manpower, Duan and List chose to recruit a Bengani and let this mind-removing master join the team to help them complete some of the most basic work. That is, to do odd jobs. Whenever they saw Germain, Liza, and Xiadi spending their days leisurely, they would look at them with resentful eyes. But they could do nothing about it. While waiting for Biscuit's response, Germain paid attention to the recent situation of his acquaintances. There are so many people whose future has changed subtly because of his existence. First of all, his disciple Kurapika. In several communications, Germain learned that Kurapika's journey to retrieve the red eyes of the Karuta people was not smooth. However, after many threats and inducements, he successfully recovered a pair of red eyes. There are more than 30 pairs of red eyes scattered outside. Kurapika needs to determine the route, start a journey around the world, and be prepared to dawdle with the buyer of the red eyes for a long time. Next is Yuangu and Jishi. They arrived at the Sky Arena one step earlier than the original timeline. And now Jishi is challenging the towering tower with the goal of reaching the 200th floor. Then, there are Kate and Shira. They are probably in the deep mountains and forests. And there has been no news for a long time. Finally, there are Hisoka, Alumi, and the Phantom Troop. Since that day, Hisoka sent a text message stating that Alumi was suspected of leaving Kuroro, and there were no other Phantom Troop members around Kuroro. Hisoka has not contacted Germain again. There are many possibilities. Maybe Hisoka and Kuroro fight again and Hisoka dies this time. Maybe Hisoka is not dead and is still playing the cat and mouse game. What Germain can confirm for the time being is that the Phantom Troop is on the wanted list of the Kaken Empire and is considered the most likely murderer of the Fourth Prince. Disguised identities, infiltrating, brutally killing people, and stealing the Fourth Prince's collections are indeed in line with the Phantom Troop's usual style. Germain, the culprit, is watching how the news analyzes the Phantom Troop's crime pattern while waiting for good news from Biscuit. If the negotiations failed, he would never sit still and wait for death. Even if he had to face a strong man like President Netero and the raging waves from V5 and the Hunter Association. For a numerical monster like him, no matter how terrible his physique or temperament was, he could not directly show the moment when he stepped into the champion level. There was only one situation that could prove this. That was to defeat President Netero in a one-on-one battle, so that his champion-level combat power would be well-deserved. However, luck was on their side. Biscuit called on October 3rd to confirm that the negotiations were basically established, but he needed to agree to a small condition from President Netero. Chapter 225. October 5th. The sky of Greed Island was gray, and it had just been washed by a rain under the control of the administrator, and the vegetation visible to the naked eye was bright green. The sound of propellers turning came from far away. A bullet-shaped airship fell from the clouds. It had no advertisements or organization logos, and was only covered with a white shell. It looked ordinary. However, this airship carried a respected senior from the Hunter Association, which made it special. Almost all the current and working administrators of Greedy Island were welcoming the arrival of the airship on a vast grassland. Even Duan and Lister, who were busy with the recent version update of Greedy Island, came to the scene. The airship became bigger and bigger in everyone's sight. And then the strong wind brought by the propeller blew the fragrance of green grass into everyone's nostrils. It landed smoothly and without any mistakes. The propeller slowly stopped turning. After a while, the door of the airship opened with a hissing sound of air being released, and a metal gangway was lowered, setting up a way to get on and off. German and his group walked forward and waited quietly. For 5 long minutes, no one got off the airship until a caring voice, like someone protecting some treasure, came. Please be careful. There is a protruding corner here. Be careful of your head. Be careful of your head. There is a gangway leading down ahead. Walk slowly. We are not in a hurry. German and his group could see that a hunchbacked old lady appeared at the cabin door, surrounded and supported by Bischi, Menchi, Buhala, and a group of strangers. The old lady had a head full of silver hair, which was sparse. She always squinted her eyes, looked half asleep, and had wrinkles all over her face. She was Lenny Odebrew, the 2-star hunter in the Hunter Association, second only to President Isaac Netero in terms of seniority, and the greatest gourmet hunter in history. In addition, only a few people knew that Lenny had followed President Netero to the Dark Continent. Another companion at the time was Jaeger Zoldyck, the father of Zeno and the grandfather of Silva. From this, we can see that her legendary status should not be underestimated. Even if this history is stripped away, Lin Ye's other great achievements and undoubted qualifications have also established her respected status in the entire Hunter Association. Perhaps some people will secretly disdain her and think that she is just a useless, always taciturn old lady. But openly, no one dares to act rashly in front of her. Old Lady Lin Ye, supported by Basiji and Minchi, walked down the gangway step by step and slowly. And no one would be dissatisfied with this, except for German. All the professional hunters present had at least met this respected old lady once, and of course knew her status. She squinted her eyes, looking as if she was sleeping soundly, and was smoothly carried down the gangway by Basiji and Minchi. Behind them was Buhala, whose body filled the entire wide gangway. He was just like an inflated air cushion. In fact, he was going to play such a role. Once he noticed that old lady Lin Ye showed signs of falling or any other changes, he would rush over without hesitation and use his body to cushion the old lady. As long as old lady Lin Ye is fine, Buhala doesn't mind being a little embarrassed. Behind Buhala, there are 4 strangers, wearing white coats and carrying suitcases, looking very professional. They are the full-time medical staff of old lady Lin Ye. President Netero's small condition is to let old lady Lin Ye and the 4 medical staff, on his behalf, settle in Greed Island. Bischi and Minchi helped Lin Ye walk in front of everyone, and everyone called her Mrs. Lin Ye or Ms. Lin Ye in unison. Lin Ye stood like a statue, without even lifting her eyelids, and her wrinkled mouth corners turned down. Without any movement, she did not respond to anyone, nor did she speak, just standing there with Basiji and Minchi supporting her. Everyone stood there for several minutes. Shiati couldn't help but lean close to Germain's ear, covered her mouth with her palm, and asked in a low voice, "Why doesn't she speak? Isn't she dead?" She thought in the worst direction. Or rather, she didn't think this was the worst direction. She's not dead. Germain had gone beyond the external appearance and saw the essence, and the hidden mind was still flowing. Then she fell asleep? Maybe. It is rumored that Grandma Lin Ye has not spoken for several years, probably because of narcolepsy. At this time, Grandma Lin Ye suddenly spoke. "Who is Germain?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Germain, who was whispering to Xiaodi. Biscuit waved to Germain. Come here. What are you doing standing at the edge of the crowd? Granny Linny wants to see you. Germain walked over, and everyone made way for him. He stood in front of the hunchback Granny Linny, lowered his head slightly, and found that the old lady was really small. Granny Linny raised her hand tremblingly, then grabbed Germain's arm and rubbed it. She let go, touched Germain's wrist, and finally Germain's palm and fingers. Throughout the whole process, she did not open her eyes. Like a blind person. You are a veteran. That's for sure. Granny Lindy retracted her hand. You are undoubtedly the best among your peers. But how far you can go is uncertain. Her voice was hoarse and low, with persuasiveness. Germain blinked, unmoved. Granny Lindy slowly raised her hand again and pointed at the 3 layers of wrinkles on her face. Germain, do you know what these wrinkles represent? I don't know. Granny Lindy smiled. It represents the countless lives that I have buried with my own hands, which I think are worth recording. They have not reached my current level. They are all strong people of my generation who compete with each other. Many of them are more talented and powerful than me. But in the end, they all died. Only I am still alive today. Everyone has different strengths. But they all died in my hands in different ways, because I never stick to defeating them in a direct combat. If you don't want to be the next one, you have to listen to me honestly. This is my advice to you. Can you promise me? Germain remained unmoved. However, as soon as Granny Linya's threatening words came out, the atmosphere at the scene became solemn. At this time, Min Chi suddenly interrupted and said, Granny Linya, you are here again. You are not such a fierce person at all. She supported Granny Linya and turned to explain to everyone. Granny Linya has achieved the dominance of consecutive championships in the world cooking competition. Before Granny Linya withdrew from the competition, no one could beat Granny Linya. Min Chi is a food hunter. It can be said that Granny Linya is the object of her worship when she entered this industry. Naturally, she is very clear about this matter. Everyone was stunned. Granny Linya suddenly laughed, then covered her mouth. Oh, did I scare you? Did I scare you? Don't worry. I'm over 100 years old. How could I do such a thing? Hee hee. I'm just a useless old woman who retired from the Hunter Association and was rehired here. Hee hee. I was just joking just now. You guys can make the decision in the future. I'm a nominal consultant. But in fact I'm just a figurehead and get a salary. Granny Linya smiled, revealing her amiable side. Everyone could only laugh in agreement. Granny Linya slightly opened her eyelids amid the laughter of the crowd, glanced at Germain, and then closed her eyelids again. This Germain, he was as calm as a machine, and didn't respond to anything I said. But when I just focused my energy, he also focused his energy in return. A brat who has no sense of respect for the elderly? It seems that he really doesn't care whether I am an old lady or not. And he will go all out once he starts. Netero. Biscuit. You too. The master and the apprentice. Really caused me a lot of trouble. Hee hee. Chapter 226. In the deliberately old and classical hall of the Limilu Castle, the most senior Grandma Linya sat at the head of the long table. Germain and Bischi sat on both sides, and other relevant people also sat down. Grandma Linya's skinny hands were placed on the table. Her eyelids drooped, and the wrinkles on her old face drooped, as ugly as the flesh that was about to melt. She had been in this posture for nearly 5 minutes, and the awkward silence at the long table also lasted for 5 minutes. The whispers were like water in a hot pot, boiling step by step until white smoke and bubbles came out, and the whole hall was noisy. Even so, Grandma Linya still seemed to be completely asleep. Without saying a word. Is she asleep again? Xiaodi whispered in Germain's ear for the nth time. Is it really okay for us to do this? If Grandma Linya had to sleep for more than 5 minutes for every 3 minutes she spoke, then this meeting would never end. Germain closed his eyes and nodded, asking Xiaodi to calm down. Then looked at Bischi, who was across the long table, and looked at the short-haired girl in her 50s. You come. Germain's eyes said. Got it. Bischi's eyes answered. Bischi pursed his lips, and helplessly put his hands on the table, leaning his entire upper body towards Grandma Linya. She didn't dare to speak loudly, and only dared to call softly, Grandma Linya. Wake up! Grandma Linya? Bischi called in a low voice several times, but Grandma Linya didn't respond. Just when she was thinking about whether to raise the volume a little, Grandma Linya suddenly raised her chin and smacked her lips. Grandma Linya still didn't open her eyes and look at people directly. But she finally woke up. Where was I just now? You haven't started yet, Bisji reminded. Really? How come I remember saying so much? My lips are dry. Grandma Linya grumbled a few words, like a real old lady. And someone immediately brought tea. She drank slowly. I'm old. My memory is not very good. Maybe I said it in a dream. She was halfway through her words. Her voice became lower and lower. And her smacking of lips became slower and slower. She slowly lowered her head and put the teacup on the table, looking like she was going to fall asleep again. Biscuit was really afraid that she would sleep for a few more minutes. So he had to cough hard a few times. Grandma Linya was startled out of her sleepiness. She shuddered, raised her head, pursed her lips, and said, Bisji, you are coughing a lot. Are you not feeling well? Do you want my accompanying doctor to check you out? Grandma Linya. I'm fine, Bisji replied awkwardly. Oh. Grandma Linya misunderstood. That's right. Now that you have the herb that cures all diseases, you really don't need my accompanying doctor anymore. Humans master medical skills. But the herb that cures all diseases is a mysterious power beyond medical skills. The herb that cures all diseases can only be described as a mysterious power. Otherwise it is difficult to explain how it can cure hundreds of different types of diseases. Bisji blushed for a rare moment. She was always the most senior in front of Germaine and the others. Now another senior, who was almost twice her age, came out of nowhere and lectured her in front of so many people. She could only listen obediently, which made her quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Granny Linya seemed to have recovered a lot of spirit from this moment and started to talk about the main topic. Do you know why Isaac wants to protect you? Granny Linya is one of the few people left in the 6 continents who can call President Netero by his name. There was silence at the long table. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. There are 3 reasons. Although she said so, Granny Linya closed her eyes and held up 4 fingers. The first is that what Basiji said moved Isaac. Granny Linya is also one of the few people left in the 6 continents who can call Basiji this girl. You did it. Becoming the only team in V5's history to successfully bring hope back to the 6 continents. This is undoubtedly a great feat. You will definitely go down in history. Isaac didn't say it, but he must be very pleased in his heart. Especially since almost all the people in this team are from the Hunter Association. Not his idiot son's side. German. The fastest 1-star hunter. Bisji. Isaac's disciple. Virus Hunter Sambika. Gourmet Hunters Minchi and Bohala. Administrators of Greed Island. Negative Master of Bengani. Grandma Linya personally named and praised them, which was enough to make most of the people named feel proud. Even those who did not go to the Dark Continent, but stayed behind to provide support. Finally, she looked at Xiaodi, who had a black bob haircut, new black framed glasses, and a nice figure. Xiaodi, the scavenger of the dark world. If you are willing, why don't you take the professional hunter exam next year? I dare say that you are a promising talent, and your future achievements will be at least 1 star. I'm not interested in this. Xiaodi subconsciously adjusted her glasses, even though they would not slide off the tip of her nose easily now. I did want to take a hunter license before, and then I wanted to make more money. But now I realize that these can't save Meteor Street. You want to save Meteor Street? Grandma Linya revealed a tone of surprise, and then sighed. That place. You chose a very difficult problem. Let me be frank. Perhaps saving that place is more difficult than solving the A-level disaster and regaining hope. What you have to face is the malice of almost all human beings in the world. I don't care. Xiaodi blinked her big eyes. As long as more than half of the people born there can have a normal life, I am willing to destroy Meteor Street. Granny Linya shook her head and temporarily suppressed the radical idea of this too young girl. The second reason is that the herb that cures all diseases can really help many old friends that Isaac knows. One of whom is me. Granny Linya smiled kindly at everyone. All Nin users, as long as they don't die an unnatural death, can live a long life. This is because Ninchi can prolong the health of Nin users. However, not all long-lived Nin users can be like Isaac and Maha Zoldyck, who are over 100 years old and not only have a strong body, but also maintain first-class combat power. Maha Zoldyck is the oldest living member of the Zoldyck family. He is the father of Jaeger, the grandfather of Gino, and is about the same age as President Netero. For example, I left the stage of history a long time ago. I can no longer fight like I did when I was in my 80s or 90s. Experience is my only remaining sword. Granny Linya raised her hand tremblingly and pointed to the wrinkles on her cheek. By the way, do you know what the wrinkles on my face mean? Representing the countless lives I have buried with my own hands that I think are worth recording. Ahem. Min Chi had to interrupt. Grandma Linya. You have already said this once. Oh. Grandma Linya made a disappointed sound. In short, I am not young anymore. And I have a lot of injuries on my body, which made me not appear in the public eye for several years. And then I got the title of a taciturn grandma. She chuckled hoarsely. Bischi, the herb that cures all diseases brought by Min Chi and Bahala solves some of my physical pains. If I want to regulate my body, it is best to retire from the Hunter Association. Come here and use Greed Island as a nursing home. I am very grateful to you. And Isaac must be very grateful to you too. After all, I am one of the few partners who have fought side by side with him and are still alive. He doesn't want me to die so soon. Therefore, I came here, on the one hand, to represent Isaac, and on the other hand, for my own health. Of course, I'm not just Isaac's mouthpiece or monitor. If you want to recruit some professional hunters who can fight immediately, maybe you can use me. An old woman. Granny Linya made a fingertip universe gesture with her index finger and thumb. The little bit of fame I have left should be able to help you calm down and make those professional hunters, or some non-professional nin users obey you. Hearing this, Germain fell into deep thought. Indeed, during the time when he, Basiji and others went to the Dark Continent, the center of Greed Island was empty. Liza only took action to protect and maintain the order of Greed Island. Other than that, he would never cross the line. Such a character made him never become the top leader. Duin. List. Yida and Elena did not have such a strong aura. Granny Linya had the qualifications and aura. Most importantly, she was also a member of Isaac's team who secretly ran to the Dark Continent. There was no need to hide the Dark Continent from her. She knew how to balance the forces of all parties when Germain and others left Greed Island and many nin users of all kinds joined in the future. And she also had enough experience to deal with the problem. Germain silently approved of President Netero's choice. Then, he asked, Grandma Linya, what's the third reason? The third reason. Grandma Linya's smile faded. It's because of Isaac's stupid son. Before Bischi and others came to negotiate with Isaac, Bayonda found Isaac one step earlier than you. I don't know exactly what they talked about, but it must be very troublesome. As you know, more than half of the members of the 12 branches will not appear in the Hunter Association for many years, but will be busy in their own fields. After Bayonda left, the remaining members of the 12 branches also received various tasks and set off one after another. It is estimated that they will not come back for a year or so. Isaac knew what was going on, but he did not stop it. Obviously, as long as he said a word, the members of the 12 branches who respected him like a father would stay. As long as they stay, even if only 2 or 3 stay, all conspiracies and tricks will disappear and will not work. But he didn't. Isaac seemed to know what would happen next. And after decades, I saw his high-spirited side again. The clean part of the Hunter Association's 12 branches. And you guys are his backup and hope. It has been more than 40 years since he became the president of the association. And he has also protected you young people for more than 40 years. He can't always protect you under his wings. Maybe Isaac thinks it's time to send you to the spotlight and grow up. And he wants to do something selfish. Just for himself. To spend the last part of his life. Chapter 227. Is this really okay? Biscuit nervously twisted her golden hair with her fingers, which had grown past her ears. She looked towards the kitchen with a guilty conscience, listening to the shovels frying and the sizzling of hot oil, and moved her body uneasily, wanting to see what was going on inside. Relax. Germain did as he suggested, sitting on the sofa not far away, flipping through a copy of the incomplete version of the New World Chronicles, Eastern Chapter. That was Granny Linya who took the initiative to cook in person, and with the help of Minchi and Buhala, and Sambika and 4 accompanying doctors, and a large number of herbs that can cure all diseases. What can happen? Germain thought Biscuit was too worried. But Biscuit thought Germain was too indifferent, and turned a blind eye. You don't know the status of Granny Linya in the Hunter Association, Biscuit retorted with a red neck. Everyone is afraid that she will fall or get sick. And even the slightest bump is not allowed. German is the kind of person who likes to look beyond the phenomenon to the essence. I see that the old woman is in good health. And you have 2 people double-teaming her to support her. And 4 people accompanying the team as doctors. It's too exaggerated. Biscuit heard German call Granny Linya old woman. And some time ago, she unexpectedly discovered that German's note for her was little grandmother. With new and old hatreds. Biscuit, with red eyes, turned into a huge body and rushed over, trying to hold German with his strong arms. German seemed to have eyes on his back, and quickly stood up, rolled up the fragment of the New World Chronicle, E's chapter, and began to avoid Biscuit's pursuit in the hall. Don't run. Biscuit was anxious. German refused to stop. Didn't you also call President Netero an old man? I just did the same thing as you. You dare to talk back? Biscuit showed an incredible look. What is the relationship between me and that old man? You are not allowed to run. Xiao Di, help me catch him. Xiao Di was sitting quietly on the sofa by the window, taking off her glasses, blowing hot air on the lenses from time to time, and then wiping them carefully with a tissue. Hearing Biscuit's words, she didn't say anything, but just put on her glasses silently. And then when Germain passed by, she suddenly stood up, grabbed him by the waist, and threw him to the ground. Okay. Biscuit shouted in surprise. Hold him. Hold him. Xiao Di immediately used the weight of her whole body to hold Germain like an octopus, not letting him get away easily. So, when Minchi came out of the kitchen with Granny Linny and Bahala carrying the food, they saw Basiji and Shiodi punishing Germain on the floor with different choke techniques. Minchi coughed a few times to remind Basiji. When she saw Granny Linny coming, she quickly loosened her hands and feet, climbed up from the ground, and smiled embarrassedly. Shiodi didn't relax yet, as if she didn't realize that everyone was looking at her. She used the front naked choke, i.e. guillotine, with her legs on Germain's hips, her hands around Germain's head, and the back of his head stuck on her weapon. Biscuit quickly stretched out his legs and gently kicked Shiodi on the shoulder. Shiodi looked up blankly and saw Biscuit glaring at her. Stop playing. Everyone is watching. Biscuit signaled with his eyes. This member cannot receive private communications within the team. Shiodi blinked her big eyes. Get up quickly. Biscuit had to remind her awkwardly. Grandma Linya and the others are watching. As a result, when Germain forced himself to get up, Shiodi actually tried to continue the naked choke, but changed from the front naked choke to the back naked choke. Stop it. Germain easily broke free from Shiodi. His current physique is no joke. Haven't you had enough fun yet? He patted the dust off his body. Next time, I want to try the cross choke. Shiodi's cheeks were flushed because of the exercise, and she felt a little unsatisfied. Granny Linda still looked half asleep. After Min, she reminded her softly. She seemed to wake up from a dream, raised her head, and smiled kindly. Let everyone come to the restaurant and taste my cooking. A quarter of an hour later, as the broadcast inside the Lamila castle ended, everyone gathered in the restaurant to enjoy a dinner cooked by Granny Linya herself. Of course, she didn't have enough energy to cook a table of food by herself, so a lot of the work was done by Menchi and Bahala. In the soft light of the ceiling chandelier, everyone just tasted a bite of the food and concluded that their deliciousness was unmatched. Menchi and Bahala's cooking skills are already world-class, but they are still a little behind Grandma Linya. Everyone praised them. Grandma Linya accepted them one by one, and then smiled and persuaded everyone to eat more, just like a grandmother persuading her grandson and granddaughter to eat more of the food she cooked. Everyone had a full meal, which was full of aftertaste, and another wave of praise. However, the next morning, Germain woke up to a scream that echoed throughout the Lamilu castle. As soon as he got up, he felt something was wrong with his body. When he looked down, he found that his arms seemed to have become fatter. Germain put on his slippers and came to the floor-length mirror, and finally confirmed the fact. He had indeed gained weight. In the mirror, he lifted his shirt and saw that his obvious abdominal muscles were replaced by a ball of fat. It was incredible that he had gained weight overnight. Germain soon realized what was going on. At this time, his door was smashed open, and the intruder didn't even have the slightest intention of knocking. The one who came in was Biscuit, who had screamed. But now Biscuit had turned into a fat girl. Chubby. She grabbed the fat on her face in horror and was completely panicked. I've gained weight. A lot. How could this happen? Biscuit's reaction was as if the sky had fallen. German almost thought she was going to be out of breath. But she soon came to her senses. At this time, Xiaodi also appeared at the door. She heard screams and banging on the door. So she came over from the opposite door to see what was going on. What happened? Xiaodi was very curious. Biscuit quickly turned her head and looked Xiaodi up and down. She found that although Xiaodi had gained some weight, the extent did not seem to be as big as hers. Why is this? Soon, Biscuit found the blind spot and suddenly got to her head. She walked over angrily and slapped Xiaodi on the chest. Why is your fat growing here? Biscuit was furious. Later, when everyone gathered together, they found that everyone who had eaten last night's dinner had gained weight, like bread that had fermented and become fluffy. Biscuit tried to ask the magic beautician Miss Cookie to lose weight quickly, but it almost didn't work, which made her even more unbelievable. Later, they found Sambika, who was so fat that the mask couldn't cover her face, and wanted to see if this was some kind of disease. Then, Granny Lindia appeared and revealed the answer. She said cheerfully, "You don't have to look for Sambika. And don't panic. This is not a disease or poison. This is my mind ability. Transformation system. Excessive nutrition cooking. As long as you eat the food I carefully cook, your body will swell up like a balloon within a few hours. But I'm not harming you. What you have to do is to exercise until you can't move in the next few hours. In this way, the fat will disappear quickly, and your body will be transformed. The body will become healthier, stronger or more flexible. The speed of wound healing will increase, and the resistance to diseases and toxins will increase. Although they are only very small increases, they add up to a lot." Granny Lindia suddenly changed the subject and laughed eerily like an old woman in a horror story. "But if you don't lose this fat in the next few hours by exercising, it will stay on you for at least a week, and you can't get rid of it. Remember, there is only one way. Exercise. And no other way will work unless you can find a special ability to transcend this rule." Biscuit, who loves beauty as much as his life, almost fell to the ground after hearing the words that sounded like a bolt from the blue. Granny Lindia turned her head and looked at Germain again, asking, "You should be heading to the Dark Continent again soon, right? When is it?" "October 8th at midnight." Germain answered truthfully. "Oh ho ho!" Granny Lindia laughed, and her wrinkled face smoothed out. "About 2 days later? Then, except for the dinner on the 7th, all the next 3 meals will be left to me. You should still remember the story of the wrinkles on my face, right?" Granny Lindia pointed at the 3 layers of wrinkles on her face. "But countless people have given up on themselves because of excessive nutritional cooking and have become fat forever. If you don't believe it, you can try it." Hee. Everyone knew that Granny Lindia was lying, but in this atmosphere, they couldn't help but feel that she seemed to be telling the truth. Chapter 228. On the night of October 7th, close to midnight, the not-so-spacious Lantern Transmission Hall was packed with people. Granny Lindia sat on a creaking rocking chair, her skinny fingers crossed over her cushioned abdomen. She always looked like this, and no one except herself knew whether she was asleep or awake. Perhaps this was what Granny Lindia wanted. These days, she rarely showed the vitality of a young person, cooking ingredients carefully for everyone. It was a heaven and hell experience. The weight lost after sweating profusely would rebound after the next meal. In the end, everyone could voluntarily withdraw from this trial, such as Sambika, Abengani, Duan, List, and the twins Ida and Elena. They only lasted 2 meals before giving up the trial for their own reasons. The rest of the people persisted to the end, especially the protagonists of tonight, Germain, Bischi, Xiaodi, and Minchi. They passed the reincarnation path set by Grandma Lindia, and successfully forged their bodies into the right shape before setting off, keeping their lean and flexible bodies. Everyone was checking whether the necessary items were ready, and German was confirming his own status. Physical fitness, 149. Chi tolerance, 160. Comprehensive combat power, master level. Still evolving. Still unable to see the end. He knew he still had a long way to go. Ding 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 when the floor clock rang. The time passed midnight, and the noise in the hall disappeared in an instant. Everyone looked at the team members, who were about to set off to the Dark Continent to challenge the next disaster. What they were going to do was absolutely unimaginable, and there were not many people in the contemporary world who could compare with them. Only Dong Fulishi was walking far ahead of them, and his back could not even be seen. At this moment, the records of the New World Chronicles, E's chapter fragments have been verified again and again. No one would think he was a liar. And no one would think that the New World Chronicles, E's chapter fragments, was fantasy literature. If he was still alive, he must be an incredible legend. Germain lit the lantern, and 4 little ghosts crawled out, looking at them dryly. He wore a brand new hunter's black robe, but it was the original style, with a tricorn hat hanging down and a mask pulled to his neck. "Are you ready?" Germain turned around and released the final signal. The other 3 nodded in response. Everything was ready, especially since 3 of them were veterans who conquered the ancient maze, and they looked even more confident at this time. That is not arrogance, but actually climbing mountains and having a certain psychological preparation for such dangers. That is experience. Of course, if there were no Germain's teleportation lantern, Shirdi's bulging-eyed fish, Bisji's magic beautician, and Jin's combat power, the difficulty of challenging the ancient maze would undoubtedly double. With the most correct 4-person team, there is the best ending. Whether Minchi's joining and the increase in the number of people is a gift or a burden depends on the actual results at that time. The 4 members of the German team held the cold and dry hands of the messenger ghost, but did not set off immediately. They all looked at Granny Linya, a person who should never be ignored at the scene. Granny Linya slightly opened her eyes, revealing a shrewd light. She smiled kindly and said, "Go, children. I am here on Greed Island, and you only have to be careful of the darkness ahead. Go and light up the winding road there." German did not wait any longer. He issued an order to the messenger ghost, and the twisted force field made them dizzy and deformed. In an instant, for living people, and the lantern disappeared without a trace. Even those who have seen this scene again and again will feel fresh in their hearts, and those who see it for the first time will be amazed. Granny Lindia closed her eyelids, but she was the calmest here. She seemed to have left her body and followed the group of young people back to the bizarre dark continent. She remembered herself that year, as well as Isaac and Jage. The road was dangerous, but they found joy in the hardship and have never regretted starting the journey. If there is a regret, it is that she will never be able to set foot on that land again. Right? However, this group of young people gave her hope again. Perhaps with their efforts, humans will return to the land that gave birth to them. She might be able to breathe the air there again before she dies. Jean sat cross-legged beside the lamp post that emitted a dim light, looked up at the grayish-white waning moon outside the tower, and then turned to look at the empty area in the center of the top of the tower. Before leaving, Germain did not determine when he would return. He just said that the teleportation lantern would cool down after 5 days, and if they wanted to come, it would be at midnight on a certain day after that. For this, Jean left the tower during the day to explore the ancient maze, especially the areas not recorded in the New World Chronicle, Eastern Chapter, to fill in the gaps in the New World Chronicle. At night, he would return to the tower, have a good dinner, and then quietly wait from midnight to 1 o'clock at the teleportation point at the top of the tower. At 1 o'clock in the morning, when there was no response from the teleportation point at the top of the tower, he would get up to stretch his muscles, then get into his sleeping bag and take a nap. When he woke up the next day, he would repeat the process again. It must be said that this act of a lonely pilgrim was a kind of romance that he could not refuse. "You didn't come tonight?" Jean waited for a while and murmured. He was not disappointed or expectant, but he was always calm. As a party staying in the dark continent, it is inevitable to have a strong psychological quality. Otherwise, the daily torture-like suspicion will take a person's life. Jean never doubted whether Germain would come back or abandon him. Firstly, he could act alone. And secondly, he didn't believe that Germain could resist the temptation of the dark continent. Just as he was thinking about whether to turn off the lights and go to bed early, purple lines appeared where he was sitting. And these lines were like streams converging into a lake, all pouring back into the central teleportation point. "Here it comes." Jean smiled. A lantern floated up from the melting floor, and its light was like a curtain that was lifted, revealing 4 expected figures and the messenger ghosts they led. The lantern dimmed and disappeared. "It seems you are fine." Germain raised his tricorn hat and looked at Jean with his black eyes. "As long as it is not the worst case." Standing next to him were Biscuit, Xiaodi and Minchi. "Are you underestimating me?" Jean got up from the floor and raised his eyebrows. The ancient maze has lost its previous aggressiveness during this period. After all, With so many herbs that can cure all diseases, nothing will happen to me. Okay. Do you want to rest for a night? Or tell me now what happened on Greedy Island. He was still very concerned about Greedy Island, especially after he supported Germain's transformation of Greedy Island. Chapter 229. For a quarter of an hour, Germain briefly recounted what had happened on Greed Island since his return on September 28th in the cool night breeze. According to the various points in time that were strung on the timeline like Buddhist beads, the conflict in the conference hall, the secret negotiations with President Netero, and the arrival of Granny Linny unfolded like a scroll. That's good. Jin's broken hat was lost when he entered the ancient maze before, and his black hair was greasy because he hadn't taken care of it for many days. It's a good thing that Granny Linny is on our side. Although she is old, even if she is just in charge of Greed Island, she can stabilize the morale of the army. At least we don't need to worry about the rear for the time being. He actually has enough water to wash his hair. For example, using the designated card, the spring water pot, which can gush out 1,440 liters of water. The reason why he didn't wash his hair was because he was too lazy to take a shower. The smell on Jin's body caused Basiji and Minchi to complain. They pulled Shuti to sit in the corner at the top of the maze tower. Quite disgusted. In that corner, they could hear what the two men were saying and participate in the conversation when necessary. German. Jean stroked his chin. Of course, he didn't shave his stubble, which gradually grew into a short beard. Grandma Linya deliberately revealed the recent situation of President Netero to us. Right? Does she want us to do something? First negotiate with Bayongda, then negotiate with Basiji. Most of the members of the 12 branches were not in the Hunter Association, and now the last few have been sent away. It was obvious that something was going to happen, and it was President Netero himself who acquiesced. Germain sat with his back against the wall, one leg bent and the other leg straight. The dim light only illuminated half of his face, which made his expression look uncertain. No matter what Grandma Linya's purpose is, I will respect the wishes of President Netero himself. If he wants someone to disturb this fun that belongs to him, he will speak up. As long as he speaks up, let alone the 12 zodiac signs, more than half of the members of the Hunter Association will willingly put aside their current tasks and help him. This is the prestige of Isaac Netero. In other words, as long as he doesn't want to, we can interfere at will, but it will only ruin his good deeds and ruin his interest. He won't thank us. Jean pursed his lips, nodded, and put his hands on the back of his head. You are right. If that is the burning method chosen by President Netero, I will respect him. That old man, short-haired Biscuit, sat on the blanket, hugged his knees with his hands, pouted, and looked a little disappointed. He always warns us not to go to the Dark Continent without permission. But in fact he himself is the pioneer in this matter. He also warns us to always stay focused and rational as hunters, and not to overdo it. But in fact, he always likes to deliberately put himself in danger and challenge his own limits. There's really nothing we can do about him. Biscuit finally sighed. People who seek to defeat others alone may have this problem. In the Chimera Ant invasion of the original timeline, the master and apprentice did not even see each other for the last time, even though Biscuit was nearby at that time, helping Dawn and Kilo improve their strength. In the subsequent decapitation battle against the Ant King Maruam, Biscuit did not participate. On the one hand, this was Biscuit's personal wish, and she had no reason to intervene in the decapitation battle. On the other hand, she also understood President Netero's thoughts. At that time, President Netero did not call her, but chose Imolawu and Nobu, just because he did not want her to get involved. From the moment the decapitation plan was established, all President Netero needed was a chance to fight the Ant King Maruam one-on-one and lead him to a specific location. No matter what method was used, the Ant King Maruam would definitely die. Adding a few more members to the plan would only increase casualties. In fact, looking back at the decapitation operation, only President Netero died, and everyone else survived. This is an incredible miracle. In such a terrible and dangerous situation, the other team members almost died at the hands of the 3 guards, and one of them even experienced rebirth. After these words, the top of the ruined tower fell into silence. Sensing that the atmosphere was not good, Bisji decided to change the subject. Jean, you shouldn't just sleep in the tower these days. Right? How is it possible? Jean curled his lips. I have visited the areas that Dong Fulishi has not been to, and I also drew them. He exerted force on his waist and sat up straight. I have decided before. I will fill in the missing parts of the New World Chronicle Dong Pian. Of course, I will not be satisfied with just supplementing and continuing Dong Fulish's works. One day, I will write a better Dark Continent guide than him. Or a Dark Continent encyclopedia. Bisji smiled. As if the melancholy girl in her 50s before was not her. Great writer. Minchi was originally observing this strange tower. But now, he couldn't help but complain. Great writers shouldn't have such an oily hair. The oil squeezed from your hair can be used to cook. Minchi. Biscuit pushed the shoulder of the young woman with 5 hair buns next to him. Don't say such disgusting words. Isn't this Jin's fault? Okay. My fault? My fault? Minchi was defeated by Besiji's wide eyes. Jin touched his hair and twisted it with his fingers. It was indeed a bit greasy. So he said in despair, I know. I will take a shower tomorrow morning. Shouldn't I take a shower now? Besiji asked in surprise. Jin scratched his ears and said, How can I take a shower now? If I take a shower now, it will still be greasy tomorrow morning. Isn't it a waste of time? Men. Especially men with children. Besiji narrowed his eyes. TSK. Minchi and Xiaodi also made the same contemptuous sound in coordination. As they chatted, they became sleepy. So no one forced Jin to take a shower tonight. The 5 of them said good night to each other, crawled into their sleeping bags, and fell asleep. German's dreams from early morning to dawn were still not very peaceful. This time, he did not dream of anything horrible and twisted. But the 11 lanterns connected together appeared repeatedly. He could never completely get rid of the pursuit of the lanterns in his dreams. They circled around him in a disgusting way, like flies that could not be shaken off. However, this time is better than the last time. At least Germain can wake up in the morning by himself. Everyone got up one after another. Minchi unlocked many ingredients from the carts brought by Xiaodi, with a bulgai fish, and made a delicious breakfast for everyone. Finally, we don't have to eat pre-prepared dishes. Although pre-prepared dishes are convenient. Some things such as fresh ingredients, special flavors, and wok flavors are difficult to replicate. Minchi is also a food hunter. And the food she makes must be satisfactory. It's a pity that it's still worse than Grandma Linya. Bisji sighed. Grandma Linya's food makes people love and hate it. And I always can't help but want to taste it again. It's worse than Grandma Linya. I'm really sorry. Minchi rolled his eyes. Go back and ask Grandma Linya to make more food for you. And see if you don't eat it like a fat woman. No, Bisji said with a smile. She was like a scumbag. Minchi, you are already very good. TSK, Minchi laughed. Afterwards, Bisji, Xiaodi and Minchi wanted to take a shower at the top of the tower. So they drove German and Jean away and asked them to go to the bottom of the tower. German and Jean also took a shower at the bottom of the tower. The two dressed neatly and cleanly leaned against the gate of the tower, looking at the blood sea not far away. You said last night that the ancient maze has lost its previous aggressiveness during this period. What does that mean? German asked. The last night, he said, was actually early this morning. Jean raised his arm and pointed to the front. Look for yourself. German's circle sent several huge creatures walking towards the blood sea. They were the ones pointed at by the gold finger. Some of those creatures looked like giant mantises. Some looked like twisted pigtails. And some looked like skinned beasts. The only connection between them was that they all had parasitic spheres on their bodies. They ignored German and Jean in the tower. In the previous fight, this distance would have been enough for them to find the two. The tower is still the undisputed safe house. The parasitic plant weapons silently waded into the sea of blood, slowly soaking their entire bodies in it, and then dissolving like ice and snow mixed in water. As long as they are outside the tower, their aggression towards me is still there, and it is even stronger. However, as you can see, they are busy going to die, and their number is decreasing. Perhaps this is the reason why their number is only C. However, they do this to allow the painful bloodthirsty apostle to be reborn. Once the giant beast is reborn, the number of parasitic plant weapons will begin to increase again, and the reproduction capacity of B-2 and even A will stop after reaching a certain limit. Isn't there such a rumor in the 6 continents? When the Black Death was rampant, the bird-beak doctor rose up and claimed that bloodletting treatment could cure all diseases. So he used bloodletting treatment to cure the Black Death. I think the source of this incredible bloodletting treatment is the ancient labyrinth. Such an ecology gave birth to the painful bloodthirsty apostles, parasitic plant weapons, and herbs that cure all diseases. Facing the desperate situation of the Black Death, the bird-beak doctor flipped through ancient books and found records about ancient labyrinths in some ancient history. So, they launched bloodletting treatment with only a little knowledge. Human history is really twisted. Isn't that right, Germain? Chapter 230. On the floor at the top of the tower, a piece of white paper with slightly curled corners was spread out flat. On the paper was printed a simple and plain table with the title Dangerous Biological Evaluation List. After eliminating the disasters that did not need to be paid attention to for the time being, the Dangerous Biological Evaluation List only retained the immortal disease and plant weapons as a horizontal comparison. The former was the target of this mission, and the latter was an object that had actually been encountered and could serve as a reference. Their comprehensive evaluation was B+, which could be said to be on the same level. To be precise, the Dangerous Creatures Evaluation List does not reflect the comprehensive or individual combat power of this type of creature. It reflects all aspects, including ferocity, number, reproductive capacity, and destructive power. To put it bluntly, it is the average value of this species. In other words, even if a dangerous creature with ferocity of B suddenly appears, it is not surprising, but normal. The Dangerous Creatures Evaluation List has a reference value, allowing humans to understand the habits of a dangerous creature before actually contacting and studying it in depth. However, if you stick to paper data rigidly and don't start from the actual situation, it is very dangerous. The former V5 exploration team may have failed in this regard. Otherwise, they would not have sent a large and complex team of more than 1,000 people to the territory of the bred beasts. For a team of more than 1,000 people, self-management alone is a big problem. Not to mention surviving in a place like the Dark Continent, and finally facing the threat of the bred beasts. It may be a miracle and blessing that 7 people can return. In any case, the Dangerous Organisms Evaluation List has a certain role. Dangerous Creatures Rating List. Ferocity. Immortal Disease, C-. Individuals can reach A-. Plant Weapons, B. Individuals can reach A-. Quantity. Immortal Disease, E. Plant Weapons, C. Reproductive Capacity. Immortal Disease, B-. Plant Weapons, B-. Destructive Power. Immortal Disease, B-. Plant Weapons, A-. Overall. Immortal Disease, B+, Plant Weapons, B+, it can be seen quite intuitively. Germain drew a circle on the immortal disease and plant weapons with a pencil. The immortal disease is rated lower than the plant weapons in all aspects. The only thing that the immortal disease can be equal to the plant weapons is the reproductive capacity of the B- level. Jean, Biscuit, Xiaoti and Minchi all stood in a circle quietly, with their own little movements, and their minds were either memorizing quickly or thinking constantly. German circled the number again. The biggest shortcoming of the immortal disease seems to be the number of E. That is, there is only one. However, this evaluation is actually not very meaningful. It means that there is only one disease, the most original immortal disease itself, and there are no other variants or branches that are far different. This is a disease that refuses to evolve and mutate. Perhaps this is why they can remain immortal. Anyway, this is a good thing for us. That means that we can also use the method that Dong Fulisai used to solve them 200 or 300 years ago, with the herb that cures all diseases. Then, German circled the destructive power. The destructive power of the immortal disease is only B-, because it is avoidable. What is known is that after obtaining the alchemical plant, the Bayongda team accidentally deviated from the original route on the way back, and was attacked by the disease. Even in this case, among the 6 people who survived at the time, only one person was actually infected with the disease, and the infectiousness was low. This is why its ferocity is only C-. This is a disease that is limited to certain areas. Only when we step into its territory and the environment is suitable will the ferocity soar to A-. Of course, we have the herb that cures all diseases. The 4 doctors brought by Sambika and Grandma Lin Ye made some changes to the developed medicine, which is enough to take effect quickly and fight against the immortal disease. However, we should be prepared for the worst. If possible, we should try not to enter the area where the immortal disease is. At this time, Jean took over the topic and said, the distribution map of the immortal disease is very scattered, not connected together. They are like mines buried in that area. He took out a map from his arms, spread it in front of everyone, and said, "This map was drawn by Dong Fuli in the New World Chronicles. Dong chapter fragment. I believe you have all seen it. The map is a rough topographic map. Like a puzzle, it is filled with conspicuous red in the east and west, marking the blocks where the immortal disease is located. These large areas are relatively easy to avoid. The most troublesome are those red dots. That is, small areas where there is also immortal disease. The reason why they are distributed like this is that these places have an environment suitable for reproduction. However, 200 or 300 years have passed, and it is hard to guarantee whether the environment has changed. We'd better not trust this distribution map completely, because it is different from the map of the ancient labyrinth. The ancient labyrinth is a dead, closed environment, but the immortal disease is alive. So, no matter what the situation is, we must ensure that we have the potion that cures all diseases on us. This is the most important thing. When the time comes, each of us will carry some of the potion that cures all diseases, and most of it will be kept with the little bulge-eyed fish." Jean finished his supplement to the immortal disease and turned the topic back to German. German asked everyone if they had anything to add, and after getting a negative response from everyone shaking their heads, he started the next topic. "Now let's talk about my teleportation lantern. You all know that my teleportation lantern will have its cooldown time doubled after it is used once. According to this rule, the teleportation lantern I have can only be used again after 10 days. However, this rule has been broken now." Everyone was not surprised. German had already told them about this when he arrived at the ancient maze tower last time and found those special teleportation lanterns. To return to Greed Island, we still need to wait for a 10-day cooldown period. To go to the Dry River Valley, the Mudland, the Spider Valley, and the entrance to the ancient maze, it's the same. However, among the teleportation lanterns I currently have, 11 are interconnected, including the one on the tower. There is no cooldown for the transmission between them. This means that I can travel back and forth between these 11 transmission lanterns in a very short time. But everyone waited for another turn of events from Germain. I don't know what the price is yet. I need to try it out once before I can get the answer. What do you think the price will be? Biscuit asked with concern. Actually, there is a reference. Germain looked at Biscuit and Xiaodi. Do you remember what happened when we arrived at the World Tree in April? Biscuit and Xiaodi looked at each other. Of course, they would not forget that Yungu was also in the team at that time. The four of them were attacked by the invisible wall facer in front of the magnificent wall. After the attack, they were forced to teleport to the vicinity of the ancient maze. Jean and Minchi had read the Dark Continent written by Bischi, and they still remembered that part. They also asked German and others to verify it. At this time, they remembered it. The teleportation lantern reaches the destination instantly, while the wall facer takes several hours to reach the destination. This is the difference between the two teleportations, but the cost should be similar. Every time I teleport between those 11 teleportation lanterns, I may be infected with stress, characteristics, diseases, etc. Of course, these are all speculations at the moment. In addition, since one of the teleportation lanterns is located on the tower of the ancient labyrinth, the remaining 10 lanterns will also be inside Pandora's box. This is a more reasonable assumption. The Pandora's box that Germain mentioned refers to the area where all disasters and hopes coexist, such as the ancient labyrinth they are in now. Since we are in Pandora's box, we must be mentally prepared. We will immediately encounter disasters or other dangerous creatures after arriving at our destination. Germain's last words were solemn. Chapter 231. The sun gradually sets over the tower. It is afternoon. Everyone is ready to go. They gather together near the teleportation point at the top of the tower. If there are no other accidents, Germain decides to teleport twice, sending the 5 people present to the wilderness where the immortal disease is. The first teleportation is for Minchi to stay in the tower. For Minchi, this is a choice with great psychological pressure, because after Germain and others set off, if they encounter any special situation, and Germain does not return to pick her up, she will face a very bad situation. At that time, she would be left alone in the tower, and she didn't know when she would be rescued. Or maybe she would never be rescued. Even if Minchi wanted to save herself and leave the Dark Continent, it would be difficult for her to do so with her ability, and there was a high probability that she would not even be able to get out of the maze. However, even though she knew this was possible, Minchi still didn't say much. because she knew that if she really encountered a special situation, the 4 people in front of her would be the most likely to survive and come to pick her up. It would be irresponsible for Min Chi to replace any of them, or let 1 or 2 of them stay with her. She is a food hunter who haunts mountains and rivers all year round. She has encountered many life and death crises, so she has this awareness. Since she has decided to come to the Dark Continent, she can't regret it now. Min Chi had no objection, and the teleportation began. The purple lines gathered at the center of the teleportation point, and the maze's teleportation lantern emerged, revealing 4 messenger ghosts with twisted and swollen faces like lepers. They are special, just like the maze's teleportation lanterns. They don't cry and scream like the messenger ghosts in the past, but stare at everyone with numb eyes. They are so creepy, Bischi commented, hugging himself as if he was cold and touching his arms. After Germain lit the lantern, he kept half-crouching, and his black eyes, under the shadow of his tricorn, had stared at these special messenger ghosts. I don't know if the messenger ghosts gave in, or if they were just submissive. One of them crawled over, slowly shaking its body like a baby learning to walk, and stood up. It took the initiative to grab one of Germain's fingers, then stood on tiptoes and kissed Germain's fingertips with its cold lips. Germain frowned, not out of disgust, but out of an inexplicable pity. Was it this kiss that affected my mind? Or did I sense something in my subconscious mind, seeing the unexpected gentleness of these messenger ghosts? The other 3 did not want to waste any more time, and walked forward, half-crouched, and stretched out their fingers. The remaining 3 messenger ghosts also moved, crawled to the other 3, stood up in the same way, grabbed their fingertips, and kissed them lightly. The 4 of them were ready. Let's go! German temporarily suppressed the emotions that surged in his heart. Teleport to the wilderness. The scene visible to the naked eye was distorted as always, and darkness began to swallow everything. In a flash, the world changed. Before their eyes was a gray desert, with gray and white everywhere. Stacked rock layers, sparse vegetation, sand in the air, and a polluted sky. Wherever they looked, it was gray and white. Without exception, the teleportation point in the wilderness was in a sunken deep pit, surrounded by gray and white rock layers. It didn't happen as they imagined. The worst-case scenario of being attacked as soon as they landed. When the other 3 stood up from the teleportation point and looked around curiously, German remained squatting, staring at the 4 messenger ghosts. Since the messenger ghosts looked almost the same, and the 4 messenger ghosts also had extremely numb eyes, Germain could not tell whether they had been replaced. He could only put it aside for the time being. Germain checked the cooling time of the teleportation lantern and found that as long as it was pointed at the other 10 special teleportation lanterns, it would indeed have no cooling time. Germain could return to the maze now and take Min Chi over. He did not rush to do so, but first checked his own status. Sure enough, he paid the expected price. Negative trait bullseye deviation. When German launches a mid-range or long-range attack, the damage caused will be reduced. Disease severe coughing. All damage caused by German will be reduced. His pressure, even though he has the negative 7 points of pressure from the champion aura, still increased by 5 points. That is, if there is no aura blessing, he now has an increased pressure of 12 points. At the same time, almost at the moment of seeing disease severe coughing, German, who received some kind of hit, felt an itch in his throat and started coughing involuntarily. Cough, cough, cough. At first, the other 3 just thought he was coughing because of the dust in the wilderness. But when German's coughing did not stop and became more and more intense, everyone noticed something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Xiaodi walked over and asked. Cough, cough. German could not respond, and the cough made his face and neck red. While coughing, Germain fumbled around his waist and quickly took out the card box he carried with him. Xiaodi realized that something was wrong, squatted down, snatched the card box from Germain's hand, opened it for him, took out one of the cards, and unsealed a potion of the herb that cures all diseases. She lifted Germain's arm, inserted the needle of the syringe into Germain's blood vessel, injected the medicine, and finally pulled it out and recycled it. They still have the manners to take away the garbage like syringes. Jean and Bisca also came over at this time. They thought that Germain had been infected with the immortal disease, so they nervously observed whether the herb that cures all diseases really worked. Germain gradually stopped coughing and recovered his breath. I'm fine. Germain checked his condition, and saw that the disease and severe cough had been eliminated. Then he looked at Xiaodi. "Thank you, Xiaodi." "You're welcome," Xiaodi said. "Sambika has trained us before. This is how we should deal with this situation. No matter if it works or not. Just give it a shot first." Germain smiled. Then he looked at everyone and explained what had just happened. They then realized that it was not an immortal disease. Bischi sighed. "It is indeed impossible to do it without cost. In this case, frequently teleporting between special lanterns will put you in a difficult situation. When they accumulate to a certain number, you will feel their weight, and they will drag you down." Germain shrugged. "Anyway, I still have to pick up Minchi, and can't let her wait too long." "Okay." Bischi had no better way, and could only indulge him in this almost self-harming behavior. Germain lit the lantern again, aiming to teleport back to the maze. Chapter 232. Buzz. The light of the lantern once again emerged from the pit in the gray desert. Two figures appeared in the light. Of course, Germain and Minchi. Minchi let go of the hand holding the messenger kid, stood up, greeted Bischi and Xiaodi first, then raised her head and looked around curiously, whether it was a maze or a wilderness. It was her first time here, and it was normal to be curious. When Germain retrieved the teleportation lantern, he saw Biscuit coming over and asking. 2 teleportations back and forth. "What did you get this time?" "2 negative traits. No disease," Germain said truthfully. "One is death phobia, and the other is perfectionism. Perfectionism is okay. It will increase my stress by 5 points every time I make a mistake. But I have the champion's aura, which can reduce 7 points of stress every time. And perfectionism has no negative impact on me. Death phobia is a bit more troublesome. When I am seriously injured, or in game terms, my health is less than 50%. Then all events that can increase stress will increase the impact on me. That is, the amount of stress I endure will increase by a percentage." Biscuit couldn't help but bite his fingers nervously. This is troublesome. But luckily death phobia is conditional. You have to be careful. Once you are seriously injured, don't think too much. Just use the Archangel's breath. Now in this team, only Germain and Minchi can use the Archangel's breath. And the others have used it once, and cannot use it again. Germain shook his head. "I'm not a piece of porcelain that will fall down and break if touched." "Of course you are not. However, your importance is self-evident," Biscuit said seriously. "To be honest, any of us can die. But you can't. Once you die, the chain reaction will probably lead to our annihilation. As long as you are still alive, you may be able to bring back survivors." "I see." Germain did not comment. He turned his head and looked around the gray-white deep pit and asked, "Where is Jean?" "He is outside, conducting reconnaissance within a radius of 300 meters with the pit as the center. He won't go far," Biscuit replied. "Then let's go up too," Germain suggested. Biscuit, Xiaodi and Minchi all nodded, and everyone climbed up along the stone wall of the gray-white pit. The rock layer was quite smooth. If it was an ordinary person, it might be difficult to climb with bare hands. But for a person with the ability of mind, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. The 4 people left the gray-white pit, but they still did not escape from the gray-white world. There was gray-white dust everywhere. This scene was just like a nuclear winter. Germain stretched out his hand to pull up the black mask on his neck, covering the lower half of his face. He turned around and wanted to remind others, but he saw that they had taken out their masks and put them on before him. Biscuit complained, his voice muffled under the mask. "Will this grayish gravel scratch my face and hurt my skin?" Minchi also complained, but her focus was on other things. "It seems that there is definitely no food to cook in this place where no one lives. Unless you want to eat dirt. Do you need me to use a bulgy fish to suck away the dust and clear the way for us?" Xiaodi raised her hands and made a gesture of empty handshake. Germain shook his head. "Your bulge-eye fish is first in, last out. It's better not to put in unimportant things in, so as not to affect the speed of taking out the suitcase." The suitcase here refers to the silver suitcase that has been replenished with a new batch of resource cards. As long as the cards are unsealed, they can be used. "Okay." Xiaodi didn't mean to refute. Woo woo woo. At this time, a gust of wind like ghosts and wolves howling blew in the face, rolling up more gray and white gravel, making the whole wilderness look even worse. The stone mountains, stone pillars, and stone bridges that rose from the ground were all grayish white. The dust roared and crashed into them like an unpredictable beast. smashing them to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Woo, woo, woo. The dust became more and more violent, and everyone had to unlock the cards and put on goggles, so that they could barely see the faces of others. They put on their coats and hoods. Germain put away his tricorn hat and tightened the zipper, looking like a survivor walking in a blizzard to survive. In the roar that gradually turned into a rumbling sound, they had to shout at the top of their lungs if they wanted to talk. But even then, the other party might not be able to hear them clearly. Fortunately, they were prepared for this situation. This code was designed by Duan, Lister and others, and was equipped with a communication device. They only needed to press the button on the collar to talk to everyone through the built-in microphone. And everyone was on the same channel. However, in this situation, even if they used the communication device to talk, there would still be noise caused by the storm, and the rustling sound would affect the quality of the call. Finally, Germain used the simplest method. He gestured to let the others follow him, because his circle had sensed Jin's position, and it was better to reunite first. The other three, even the slowest Xiaodi, understood the gesture. They nodded, gathered together, and moved forward with difficulty in this sudden gray sandstorm. No wonder Byangda's team accidentally deviated from the original route on the return journey. They may have also encountered such a sandstorm. The visual distance was less than 2 or 3 meters, and the gray world was everywhere, as if there was no end in sight. For humans, not being able to see colors other than gray and white for a long time is more terrifying than color blindness. This situation is not torture, but worse than torture. So much so that most people in Yangda's team have serious psychological problems, and it is natural for them to make misjudgments. They walked forward for a while, and their bodies were covered with sand and dust, looking like they were covered with snow, although they kept shaking it off. As the storm intensified, the sand and gravel continued to flow like locusts passing through. But as long as they are willing to move, it will be beneficial. In such a harsh environment, if you stay in an unsheltered place without moving, you will be completely swallowed by the gray sand. After walking for a while, a figure appeared in front of them. He was also wearing a thick coat and a hood. He waved to everyone. "It's me, Sha. Jean." Jin's voice mixed with the noise came from the hoods of German and the other 3 people. Suddenly a storm came. "Sha. It's really troublesome." He stepped deep and shallow in the gray sand pool and walked over. Although he was wearing goggles and a mask, Jin's weathered face could still be vaguely recognized. German pressed the button on his collar, lowered his head, and said loudly, "Let's find a shelter first to avoid the sandstorm, and then continue to move forward." He didn't know how much of his words other people on the same channel could hear. But soon someone replied. It was Jean. "Then you follow me." Rustling. I just passed by a rustling. A huge rock that just blocked the wind direction. Hide behind it. Jean turned around and pointed in a direction. Chapter 233. German made an okay gesture. Bisji, Xiaodi and Minchi should have understood, and followed German man to make the same gesture. But Xiaodi's gesture looked like the gesture made when dancing the peacock dance. So Jean led the way in front, and the 5 of them walked in the gray and white sand for a while. And they really came to a towering rock. It was high enough and wide enough to block most of the sand. Jean waved to everyone, indicating that they should take shelter here. They hid under this rock and paced back and forth for about half an hour before the sandstorm stopped. Everyone took off their hoods and talked face to face. Even at normal volume, they could hear each other. The storm is finally over. It's so suffocating. And my body is covered with sand again. Just bear with it. There is no place here, and no time to take a shower. Xiaodi used a bulging-eyed fish to suck the gray sand and dust off everyone's body, and spit it on the ground, forming a pile of sand, which saved everyone time to clean up. The target this time is different from the painful, bloodthirsty apostle of the maze, German said. It is always active, and is not limited to staying in a certain area. Therefore, we may have to search half of the wilderness, or even the entire wilderness, before we can encounter it. This is also normal. The work of reconnaissance and search will be handed over to Jean. Okay, Jean replied. So far, the person with the widest circle here is still Jean, and his comprehensive combat power is also the strongest here. He is the one who should take on this matter. Jean took out the simple map drawn by Dong Fuli from his arms. There were several blue lines drawn on the map, which contrasted sharply with the red blocks. He said to everyone, These blue lines are the paths that bypass those huge red blocks. That is, the safe routes to avoid the large-scale distribution of immortal diseases. Beyonda's team should choose one of these. What we have to do is basically the same, bypassing the large areas where the immortal disease is distributed. As for those scattered red dots, we should take one step at a time. There is no need to panic too much. After all, we still have the herb potion that cures all diseases. I think the herb potion that cures all diseases will work, and the possibility of curing the early stage of the immortal disease is still very high. After everyone reached a consensus on this point, they took advantage of the sandstorm to bypass the boulders and set off again, with Jean walking in the front. There was an uphill road ahead of them, so they climbed up the slope. When they reached the middle of the mountain, Jean turned back to remind everyone, there is a big guy ahead. In fact, even if he didn't remind them, everyone noticed the heavy footsteps that seemed to cause a small earthquake. When they climbed to the top of the gray-white slope and looked down, they could see a large open area, which was also gray-white. And in this gray-white world, a different color finally broke into it. This is a giant beast, tall and majestic like a mountain in motion, with a small head and a long neck. It is almost impossible to tell which is its head and which is its tail at first glance. It moved forward slowly, passing in front of everyone. Biscuit raised the stereo camera with a little surprise, and took pictures. Minchie took out his mobile phone immediately and took a picture, but for another purpose. An app in the mobile phone quickly searched automatically, searching for the fragments of the New World Chronicles, East chapter, and the content stored by Duan, Lister and others. Brontosaurus, a dinosaur that has become extinct in the 6 continents. I didn't expect it to be alive here, but, looking at that, it should not be edible. Minchie had to show a regretful expression, because the Brontosaurus obviously didn't look alive. Hollow eyes, stiff steps, and blood-red flesh bulging out of its broken and exposed abdomen. It must have suffered a fatal injury not long ago, but its body was not completely dead. Through the telescope, German and others could see that the Brontosaurus's torn abdomen was actively wriggling, and the flesh and blood were constantly intertwined like knitting a sweater, trying to mend the wound. The same was true for the damaged internal organs, which were healing bit by bit, as if they were returning to their original appearance. However, looking at the lifeless eyes of the Thunder Dragon, it is known that its soul should have long been dispersed and turned into nothing. That is, it is just this body trying to repair itself. This situation has obviously infected the immortal disease. German put down the telescope and said, "This wilderness is the grave of nearby creatures and a paradise for this kind of zombie-like life. Under normal circumstances, empty shells infected with the immortal disease will not be aggressive to us. However, even if we attack the empty shells, it doesn't make much sense. Those empty shells can regenerate at super speed under the influence of the immortal disease. So, if it is not necessary, do not waste time entangled with them. They are just following their remaining instincts and wandering in the wilderness." Xiaodi touched the inverted cross necklace hanging on his chest. German, how long will this Thunder Dragon wander before it falls down? At least not less than 50 years. German thought of the unlucky guy in Byanda's team, who was infected with the undead disease, and is still being locked up in a transparent cell for research. However, given the title of the undead disease, it is possible that it will wander forever. After all, even if it falls apart, it can recover its mobility in the shortest time. This kind of immortality is definitely not a blessing, but a curse. In the 6 continents, only the legendary hell would have such a scene. But now it appeared vividly in front of everyone. After the Thunder Dragon left, the German team did not stay here for long. They climbed down the gray-white hillside and came to the open area. Next, in the open area, they encountered more undead beasts whose bodies were taken over by the undead disease. They walked forward aimlessly with heavy steps, and indeed did not actively attack the German team. It was just that these huge shadows that passed by were enough to swallow up all of them, except for their eyes. Their entire bodies seemed to be revitalized under the transformation of the undead disease. All the wounds on their bodies have healed, and they looked no different from being alive. When they thought of the reason, everyone was a little terrified. The sun sank to the end of the horizon at this time. The orange-red color matched the empty shells of these giants and the dragging and stretching shadows, which had a kind of doomsday beauty. The German team did not have time to appreciate these. They needed to find the first foothold nearby before it was completely dark, make a fire and cook, and spend the long night. Chapter 234. When the broken moon climbed up from the other side of the shadowy mountains, the huge sky changed color in the blink of an eye, just like a speculator who changed his direction according to the wind. And it became dark in the blink of an eye. The stars were originally sparse, and they were even more unclear under the gray-white smoke. Sometimes they flickered a few times, which would be regarded as some kind of illusion. Before sunset, the German team finally decided on a suitable place to stay. Right in front of them, the boulder stretched like a hill, and the cave at the bottom was its bloody mouth. And at this time, the cave entrance was emitting a dim light. Several standing floor lamp posts were placed in the cave. When the members of the German team walked, their figures intertwined with each other, as if they were dancing. Jean walked out of the cave and looked around subconsciously. In fact, his circle had instinctively spread to a farther distance, and now it was collected back to his body. In general, using the circle in the dark continent is a mixed decision. The German team can use the circle more quickly and comprehensively to understand the situation nearby, which is beneficial to them. However, the beasts in the dark continent undoubtedly also have similar skills to the circle, and their sensing range is extremely wide and irregular. As long as the circle is used, there is a possibility of being discovered. Even those beasts that are weaker than the members of the German team may have more sensitive circles than them. This is determined by their characteristics. They have been living in the wild of the dark continent for many years, relying on the circle to seek benefits and avoid harm. This is not something that humans in the gentle land can compare to. When they sense that a life is sweeping them with the circle, they will naturally remain vigilant, and may even come to check the situation. However, the situation in front of them is different. The German team is now in the heart of the wilderness. After walking for nearly 2 hours, all the people they saw who could move were zombies infected with the undead disease. They only have the instinct to wander in the wilderness. And whether they can use the circle is another matter. Even if they can use the circle, they will remain indifferent if they find the German team. Therefore, what Jean is guarding against now is not those undead empty shells, but something else. After he found nothing unusual, he returned to the depths of the cave. And then he saw German and the others putting a small tube of the herb potion of curing all diseases on their wrists. This was Sambika's suggestion. The herb of curing all diseases can only cure the life of the early stage of infection with the immortal disease. Once it is past the early stage, or even at the end of the soul dissipation, the herb of curing all diseases will be powerless to save the life. For example, the person infected with the immortal disease and Byangda's team in the basement of the V5 International Ferry Permit Office. The herb of curing all diseases can't save him. Everything is too late. The infection of the immortal disease is hard to prevent. It has a latent period, and the symptoms will not be exposed immediately, and it may not be discovered immediately after infection. Therefore, Sambika asked the German team to take at least one injection of the herb potion that cures all diseases every 12 hours when they are in the wilderness, so that they can be foolproof. German didn't know whether his hunter badge would mark whether he was infected with the immortal disease in the disease area after he was infected. He was also worried that he would be infected unknowingly, so he took a shot like everyone else. In addition, in order to reduce stress, the dinner prepared by Minchi and Miss Cookie, Biscuit's magic beautician, each played a role. Minchi's dinner can reduce a certain amount of stress for all 5 people, but the amount of reduction is relatively small. Miss Cookie, Biscuit's magic beautician, can designate 2 people to perform peach-colored breath, which can greatly reduce stress. But if used again in a short period of time, the effect will be very poor. Biscuit chose himself and Germaine as the 2 people designated by the peach-colored breath. She chose herself because her ability to read is very important for reducing stress. Her ability to read can prevent people from being tortured or even exhausted in non-combat situations. If she can't ensure that she has reason and faith, how can she protect the physical and mental health of others? She chose Germaine because Germaine's ability to read determines that he is most susceptible to various negative events, and the amount of stress will soar suddenly. Germaine is definitely the most important person among them, so reducing his stress in time is one of Biscuit's responsibilities. Everything is normal outside, Jean said as he sat down cross-legged and gave himself acupuncture. However, I still suggest that you don't sleep tonight as planned. I agree. German took out his pocket watch and glanced at it, saying, "It is 9:11 p.m. on October 8th, and there are only 10 hours left until dawn. People still need rest. Even though we are psychic users, and our physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people, Biscuit turned to look at Xiaodi. Bring the suitcase over. We need them at this time. Xiaodi picked up the silver suitcase that she kept close to her leg and handed it to Biscuit. Biscuit opened it under the dim light and swept her fingertips over the cards one by one. Found it. She raised her eyebrows, shouted, and took out 5 cards. A level card, Sleeping Girl. Sleeping Girl can take the user's place to rest and sleep up to 24 hours, during which time the user can move freely and will not feel sleepy. However, it also has corresponding restrictions and oaths. That is, Sleeping Girl is very fragile. Even if it is only slapped, punched or something like that, it will disappear immediately, and it can only be summoned again after 24 hours. Since everyone decided not to sleep tonight, the responsibility of sleeping will be handed over to these girls. Bang, 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 bang. The card was unsealed. The white smoke dissipated, and 5 petite girls without any clothes were materialized. Go to sleep on behalf of the 5 of us. Biscuit looked at them with a smile, and put his hands together on the side of his face. Sleep is the natural enemy of this beautiful girl. One of the girls yawned, and like dominoes, the other 4 also yawned. They stretched themselves and got into everyone's sleeping bags. They moved their bodies, found the most comfortable sleeping position, and closed their eyes. After just a few seconds, they fell asleep. Such a quality of sleep is really enviable. It's a long night. What are you going to do? BCG stopped looking at the 5 sleeping girls. I always have to find something to do to kill time. Minchi clapped his hands. Let's play cards. I brought poker cards. Why did you bring poker cards? BCG asked curiously. Think about it. We have to stay here for at least 10 days. Minchi said as a matter of course. So I accepted Buhala's suggestion and brought 3 decks of poker cards to kill time. BCG gave Minchi a thumbs up. Smart. I play cards with you. German. Jean. Xiaodi. What do you think? I play cards too. Xiaodi sat on the mat that Biscuit had spread in the cave, and she crawled over with both hands and feet. I'm a master at bluffing. Really? Biscuit glanced at Xiaodi half-doubtingly. Really? Xiaodi straightened her chest. Jean waved his hand at this time and said, I won't play anymore. It's a good time to spend some time sorting out today's wilderness experiences, and then supplement and recompile the New World Travels, Eastern Chapter fragments. As he spoke, he stood up, leaned against the stone wall, took out a pen and paper, and sorted out his thoughts. Since Jean joined the team, the work of organizing and recording the Dark Continent's experiences has been handed over from Basig to him. Okay, I leave it to you. Basig did not force Jean, but found his stereo camera and handed it to Jean, asking him to look at the photos taken in it as a reference. I don't play cards either. Germain took out his mobile phone and headphones and wanted to immerse himself in the world of music. Unfortunately, Basig was not so good-tempered to him. She winked at Xiaodi, and Xiaodi reacted much faster at this time and nodded. So, they stood up, walked towards Germain, and forcibly pulled Germain, who was sitting cross-legged, up from the left and right. What are you doing? Germain looked like a suspect who was arrested on the spot. Biscuit said earnestly, Don't be alone. Play with us. Jean has something to do. And you don't? Come on. Let's play cards together. It's more fun to play cards with more people. Xiaodi blinked her big eyes, reached out and took off Germain's headphones, and put them in her trouser pocket. Chapter 235. German was forced to face the card table and played several games with the 3 of them. He placed some bets and lost all of them. Trait, poor gambling skills. Biscuit laughed. German, your card skills are too bad. Right? That's right. Minchi agreed. Fortunately, we didn't bet much. Otherwise you would have lost all your property. Xiaodi also shook her head. Good food. German didn't care about winning or losing. Nor did he care about being laughed at. Since he was forced to play cards, he would just be a loyal background board. Hours passed in the noisy poker game. Everyone finally lost interest in playing cards, except Xiaodi, who had not yet completely proved that she was a bluffing master. Since 3 people lost interest, the game was over, and the 4 of them went about their own business. After an unknown amount of time, Germain was playing the Minesweeper game on his phone when he suddenly heard some heavy footsteps. In the wilderness, it was not surprising to hear such footsteps, because there were zombie-like giant beasts everywhere, and when they moved, it was like moving mountains and seas. Such sounds were heard from time to time in the dark night, and everyone was used to it. The reason why German paid attention to the footsteps now was because it was closer. And after that, more footsteps gathered. The rumbling footsteps were quite clear in the originally quiet night sky, and the inside of the cave was slightly trembling, as if there were continuous aftershocks. Almost at the same time, the 5 members of German's team who noticed this situation spread out to explore what happened. Finally, what they sensed was a group of immortal diseased giants walking towards them. Isn't it another night attack? Besiji frowned. She had a very bad memory of this. That night in the maze was really chaotic. No night attack species were found. Jean pulled the short beard on his chin. It shouldn't be a night attack. The immortal diseased giants are also less aggressive towards us. This is why Bai Yongda's team chose alchemical plants as their target. Because the dangerous creatures here are relatively easy to deal with. They did succeed in getting the alchemical plant, but they were still accidentally infected with the immortal disease on the way back. And the alchemical plant withered in the end. Just take a look and you know, German suggested, as he stood up and walked to the cave entrance, looking at the dark night and the gray soil outside. Others also came over. They waited for a while, and the vanguard of the immortal disease beast arrived here first. They moved forward silently, with loud noises and tremors with every step. But they had no interest in the German team that was so close. The giants passed by the boulders and caves one after another, heading towards the depths of darkness. Their mountain-like figures almost took away all the moonlight. Most of these giants looked like dinosaurs, such as the sickle-toothed dragon, the ostracodon, the triceratops, etc. But there were also mammoths, giant rhinoceros and other similar species passing by. Almost all of them are giants recorded in textbooks, which only existed tens of millions of years ago. Bisji raised the stereo camera, took pictures, and put forward an incredible hypothesis. Could it be that they have been infected with the immortal disease tens of millions of years ago, and have been wandering aimlessly for such a long time? Minchi was recording a video with his mobile phone. When he heard Bisji's words, he said in astonishment, "Tens of millions of years? Not necessarily that long." German gave another point of view, and everyone looked at him. You have seen the situation in the Dark Continent with your own eyes. These giant beasts only became extinct in the 6 continents. They should still have some populations here. That's right. Biscuit turned to support Germain's point of view. We can't use the more limited view of the 6 continents to look at everything that happened in the Dark Continent. Jean was paying attention to other things, scratching his head. The New World Chronicle, Eastern Chapter Fragment does not record such collective activities at night. There may be records in the missing part. Since it is the Eastern Chapter Fragment, there must be missing pages and blurred parts. It was incomplete, so Jean was not sure if his ancestors had ever seen such a scene. No matter from which angle you look at it, this scene is spectacular enough. This kind of scene of such a huge beast migrating was the first time everyone had ever seen it. Suddenly, Xiaodi raised his hand and pointed in one direction of the beasts, his glasses glowing in the light of the lamppost. It seems there are not all beasts in there. The people who were reminded turned their heads and looked over. After careful observation, they saw the tiny figures that were easily covered by the beasts. It was a creature standing upright, with 2 legs, moving forward stiffly, and 2 arms swinging in complete relaxation, letting the body move. It was too small, not even as big as a toe of the mammoth next to it, and it was easy to be ignored. Bang! Not only did the German team ignore this tiny figure at first, but even its companions did not notice it. The mammoth's thighs lifted up and pressed it under its feet, and it instantly became a pile of meat patties. However, not long after, the meat pie actually moved, and the branches extending from the flesh and blood supported it. The whole body was like a deflated balloon, gradually being blown up. Soon, it recovered to a degree similar to half of the original. At least its hands and feet had been separated from the meat pie, and it could continue to move forward. It walked back to the procession that was like 100 ghosts parading at night, and continued to move forward. However, this picture made the members of the German team frown. That thing just now. Min Chi was the first to break the silence. She stroked one of her 5 hair strands behind her ear. Is it a human? It really looks like. Bisji's face was solemn. The height, body shape, and limbs are not like the appearance that the Warcraft subhuman race can imitate. She immediately thought of the Warcraft fox of the 6 continents, because these evil foxes can speak human language and mimic human appearance. They are hired by the Hunter Association to become guides for the professional hunter exam. However, it is unlikely that the evil foxes will retain their human form after being infected with the immortal disease and crushed by the mammoth. The thing that just passed by should be a human. But how can there be humans other than us here? Xiaodi stroked the reverse cross necklace again. She remembered that the priest told her that this thing can ward off evil spirits. She didn't know if it was true. Could it be Dong Fulishi? She suddenly had a whim. It shouldn't be Dong Fulishi. Jean answered on behalf of his ancestor. Dong shouldn't capsize in a gutter in a place like this. If he returns here, he will be prepared. Who is it? Xiaodi asked, turning to look at Germain, wanting to get an answer from him. There are too many possibilities, Germain said. Throughout the ages, the public buying the team, the private exploration team, and all those who were left in the wilderness are possible. All of a sudden, the target range of the victim human just now expanded. Should we catch him, burn him to death, and let him rest in peace? Minchi felt a little reluctant. Even if they didn't know each other, he was once a part of the human race. You can give it a try, Germain said. By the way, search him to see if there are any clues left on him to prove his identity. Suddenly, they felt a chill coming. The temperature was obviously dropping, and their fingertips were frozen and painful. In the gap between the giant beasts, a trace of moonlight came through the gap, shining on everyone's faces, dyeing their faces pale. The next moment, sobbing sounded in the darkness. Woo woo woo. Chapter 236. The cold will devour people's thoughts. German felt that his thoughts seemed to be stagnant for a moment. But he quickly reacted. Here they come. The enemy they planned to stay up all night to guard against finally came. Everyone's expression was tense, and they were ready. Next, it was a test of body and mind. The incomplete moon quietly hid behind the dark clouds, watching everything that happened indifferently. And the sky became darker. Amid the woo-woo-woo ghost howling, the more terrifying monster of coldness silently enveloped this place. In a flash, long strips of snow-white cloth emerged from behind the gray-white rocks, and between the gaps between the giant beasts that were moving forward numbly. These long strips of cloth rolled up in the whistling cold wind, revealing their hideous faces, hollow eyes, rotten teeth, pale and twisted faces like skulls, bodies floating like smoke. They are resentful souls, evil spirits, all those who have been infected with the immortal disease and have escaped from their empty shells, almost forever unable to find peace, afraid of the light, and can only hide during the day and come out at night, wandering in despair. The vengeful spirits, as big as dragons and as small as flies, have no physical form, but they can bring cold and disease. They shuttled through the empty shells of the giant beasts without hesitation, exhaling breath that turned into frost. Woo-woo-woo, they soon discovered the existence of German and others, and became jealous of their warm bodies. Living creatures, they have bodies, can hug each other for warmth, can walk in the sun, and can freely feel everything in the world. But why? Why can you have such happiness, but we can only race against time and be a poor creature forever? This is so unfair. You should be the same as us. We will freeze your body, tear your soul out of that flesh, and pull you who are howling to our side to suffer forever with us. Other vengeful spirits did this to me in the past, and I will do the same to other living beings. The vengeful spirits screamed and rushed forward. In an instant, the whole dark world was filled with gray and twisted piranhas. Be careful, Germain reminded. Don't let your guard down. Everyone was alert. As soon as he finished speaking, a 3-meter-tall mantis ghost flew in front of him, waving a cold sickle and slashing at German. There is only one way to deal with the intangible ghosts in the wilderness, except for creating a large area of sunlight. Mind energy is also the natural enemy of the evil spirits. The coldness came towards him, and German pulled out the meat saw. His left hand wiped the rusty blade, and the mind energy covered it vigorously. This is a skill called Zhou. He swung the knife and chopped it with the sickle of the mantis ghost. It was like chopping on tofu, and the sickle of the mantis ghost was cut in half with a hiss, turning into light smoke. With a click, the meat saw changed shape, and German swept it across, destroying the body of the mantis ghost in an instant. More ghosts came, and German rushed left and right under the ghosts from all directions, wielding the meat saw as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. The ghosts were flying like smoke. However, the cold still slowed his movements. After a while, his fingers were covered with frost, and when he wanted to curl his finger joints, He felt like the gears were stuck. His skin became red and swollen. His head felt dizzy, and his breathing became rapid. This is one of the symptoms of being infected with the immortal disease. In the topographic map drawn by Dong Fulisai, those red blocks and scattered red dots are all the dark nests deep in the wilderness, where the ghosts hide from the sunlight. In the wilderness, more than a quarter of the land is occupied by them, either in caves, behind rocks, under gray and white soil layers, or in the only vegetation. Before night falls, they can only curl up pitifully inside, waiting for the moment of release. When night falls, they dance wildly and are freest. If outsiders accidentally invade during the day and touch these nests, there is a certain probability that they will be infected. But this is only the incubation period. Once it is night, the ghosts come out in droves, and when they touch the bodies of outsiders and tear their souls, the process will be accelerated. At this time, the period from infection to onset of the undead disease will be very short. However, German's breathing was only rapid for a while before it calmed down, and when he looked down at his red and swollen fingers, they also miraculously subsided. Not only that, at this moment, a warm feeling surged in his body, resisting the cold. The herb potion that was injected into his body before began to work. In this way, Germain had no scruples, and the mind energy wrapped around his body radiated out, forcing a group of resentful spirits to retreat, and then rush forward and chop them down with a knife, smashing them. They circled, still not giving up to torture the body and soul of the living. German's hunter badge was originally extremely restrained resentment, not to mention the resentful spirits of these resentful collectives. As long as the meat saw was chopped, they would be shattered. Unfortunately, they are immortal. German's mental attack can only destroy them temporarily. It won't be long before they are reborn. If he can kill them and absorb these resentments with the hunter badge, it will be a feast for German. Sure enough, the soul of the mantis ghost that was chopped up by him first reunited in bits and pieces and soon pieced together successfully. After a howl, it pounced on German from behind. German slashed again without looking back, and the cold light flashed like lightning in the dark. TSK. The mantis ghost vanished again. Another ghost came. Although they had no physical form, the cold and disease they brought were real attacks. As long as Germain felt his hair stand on end and was surrounded by cold, there must be ghosts entangled. This was certain. What he had to do was to use his mind to force the ghosts away from his body, and then use the meat saw wrapped with mind to smash them. When it seemed that they were going to continue to entangle with the undead ghosts, their movements collectively stagnated. Then, they all left German Man inexplicably, howling and rushing towards the night sky, flying far away. All the vengeful spirits around German Man disappeared in an instant. Ran away? Or, he looked in the direction they fled, and it happened to be the same direction as the group of silent beasts. At the end of the night sky, a strange, full gray-white light rushed towards the darkness, like a special aurora. In that direction, German Man turned around and was about to tell others when he saw that among the people who had ended their entanglement with the vengeful spirits like him, there were two people standing with pale faces. The herb potion that cures all diseases helped them resist the attacks of illness and coldness brought by the evil spirits, but it could not completely stop them from tearing at their souls and spirits. Xiaodi and Minchi's lips turned pale. They couldn't help but rub their heads with their hands, and their temples ached. If German could see their stress data, he would definitely see that it had increased a lot. Jean and Basiji actually felt uncomfortable, but their strength was much stronger, and their willpower was more resilient. Relatively speaking, they were not as affected as Xiaodi and Minchi. "Are you alright?" German asked. He looked at Xiaodi and felt that she looked like she had a fever and was a little groggy. Minchi frowned. "It's okay, but I felt a little dizzy just now. But I'm much better now." "Not very comfortable," Xiaodi said honestly. "I need to take a break." "Then let's take a break first," German said. Jean scratched his hair and looked at him, a little surprised. "You don't seem to be affected?" "You know." Even he felt gloomy and a chill after being haunted by the evil spirit and passing through his chest. "But how come Germain seems to be fine?" "I'm just used to it," Germain answered. "Used to it?" Jean heard an unexpected answer. "Ah." Bisji patted his forehead after hearing it, and then reacted, pointing at Germain, and said to Jean, "This guy has been tortured more than once. What we just did was just to accumulate some pressure. For him, it's just a common thing. Every time he comes to the Dark Continent, he has to go through this kind of mental test. If he survives it, he will gain virtue. And if he doesn't, he will be tortured. So that's how it is. Jean suddenly realized. I'm really used to it. It seems that I have to get used to this kind of thing sooner. Bisji looked at Minchi and Xiaodi, who were obviously wilted and not as lively as before, and said, my suggestion is the same as Germain. To rest here first. She and Jean both saw the light that looked like the aurora, which has not yet faded. Of course they knew what it was. That was their goal. But rushing in now is not a wise choice. Chapter 237. It's a good thing that we saw the target so quickly. But considering the situation of the entire team, it's better not to be too aggressive. Bisji said, I just let the magic beautician use her ability a few hours ago. If I use it now, the decompression effect will be poor. I want to wait until dawn, and then give Xiaodi and Minchi a special decompression treatment. It's normal for Bisji to have concerns. German is also worried that Xiaodi and Minchi's pressure will accumulate too much and affect their minds. When the stress value exceeds 100 points, they will not have virtue bonus, but will have resentment similar to torture, until they die of exhaustion. Considering the conditions of this wilderness, they may become a miserable situation where their bodies are immortal, but their resentful spirits are eternal. This is something that no one present wants to see. Germain has too much stress. So at least there is a chance that bad things will turn into good things. But other people's too much stress will definitely lead to a bad ending. What's worse is that when they are tortured, they are likely to make some crazy moves or mutter, which will affect Germain, Jean and Bisji. German was fine. He was used to it. But Jean and Biscuit had not experienced the sudden increase of pressure and torture. Maybe it would be like a domino effect. And after the chain reaction, all 4 people would suffer from torture. At that time, German could not receive any feedback from his teammates. Or the feedback he received was negative, which would be a big problem. Let's take a rest first, German decided. We already know the general direction of the target. It shouldn't move so quickly. So everyone stayed in the cave and let the giant beasts move forward in silence. Occasionally, the ghosts that passed by also hurriedly flew by, as if they were in a hurry. Deep in the cave, under the dim light pillars, the 5 sleeping girls were still in their sleeping bags, sleeping soundly, and seemed to have not noticed the movement outside at all. Germain took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was already past 0 o'clock. It was now 2:13 in the morning of October 9th. Minchi unsealed some cards, took out the small cakes, macarons and other desserts that Grandma Linya had baked with her, and distributed them to everyone as midnight snacks. These desserts were soft, sweet, and relieved their stress, and made them feel much better. Biscuit unsealed the fragrant hair girl again. As long as she existed, people nearby could slowly relieve their stress after smelling her fragrance. However, the fragrant hair girl could only exist for a period of time, and would soon disappear. At this time, Biscuit needed to unseal another one and replace the fragrant hair girl. However, the fragrant hair girl was an A-level card after all, and there were not many of them. Biscuit quickly used them up. Xiaodi flipped through the cards in the silver briefcase and read the descriptions one by one to see if there were any other cards, like Sleeping Girl and Scented Hair Girl, that could be used right now. Suddenly, she saw a card, blinked her big eyes, and pulled it out. Take a look. How about this one? Everyone looked over, and saw that she showed them the energy-enhancing medicine of the A-level card Elder. It says that it can make a part of the body extremely active. And the number and duration can be... Biscuit waved his hand to interrupt Xiaodi's words. No. 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 Xiaodi, this thing is useless. And if beautiful girls like us continue to talk, we will destroy our image. I don't understand what you mean. Xiaodi tilted her head. A little stubborn. It can make a part of the body extremely active. Isn't that a good thing? Can you give us an amplification? There was a silence in the cave. Bisji looked at the others. Minchi's face was flushed. Both Germain and Jean were unreliable. She sighed. It seemed that she was the only one who could explain it. So, she stood up, leaned close to Xiaodi's ear, and whispered to explain what the so-called part of the body meant. Xiaodi listened for a while, and was a little puzzled. If that's the case, just say that it can make Een. Don't. Bisji interrupted Xiaodi's straightforwardness again, without any taboos. No need to say it. We all know what it means. Jean coughed and explained, this is a subtle hint left by our team when we designed it. After all, there are female members. So we are embarrassed to write too bluntly. Duan is really something. Why did he put this card in the suitcase? Germain said. Duan said that it is best to put all the cards in. Because we don't know what kind of situation we will encounter. Maybe this kind of card will work. What effect can this have? Jean didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Biscuit complained, you guys had too much bad taste in the first place. So you made this kind of card. It would be better if it was more normal and more powerful. Germain said, if it's about this, Duan and Lister are already designing new cards. If necessary, our mind abilities may also appear in their cards. Oh, I know about this. They asked me for advice. Biscuit put his hands on his hips. My card Magic Beautician's Peach Breath. The rarity is definitely SS level. What about you? If you could participate in designing a card, what would you design it to be? Currently, there are only 5 cards of SS level rarity in Greed Island. Namely, the Ruler's Blessing, a Ping of Dense Forest, a Ping of Coastline, Archangel's Breath, and Blue Planet. The first 3 cards are closely related to the main storyline of the ending. Archangel's Breath is also placed at SS level because of its powerful healing effect and the restriction and oath that it can only be used once on the same person. The Blue Planet is also SS level rare because of its unique beauty. Now, the original Blue Planet is in Biscuit's hands, and the subsequent substitutes are certainly not as rare and precious as it, and the rarity naturally drops to S level. Shiodi adjusted his glasses and joined in the fun. Well, then my card is the collection of the bulging-eyed fish. It feels like an S-level card, Biscuit said like a supporting role. Mine is the ultimate knife skills. Minchie's eyes lit up. Puff! Puff! Biscuit stuck out her tongue and gave Minchie an upside-down thumbs up to show her disdain. This sounds like a card below sea level. So weak. What? Do you look down on my knife skills? Biscuit. Do you want me to compete in cooking? Ghost and you are not good at something. What? Biscuit and Minchie quarreled, but laughed in the middle of the quarrel. Like 2 crazy women. Thanks to them, the atmosphere in the cave was obviously much better. Shiodi turned around and asked Germain, if you were to design the card, what would your card be? Then let's use the meat saw and the shotgun. Germain said, let the game players have the ability to fight with materialized weapons. So ordinary. Biscuit had ended the quarrel with Minchie at this time, and rolled his eyes when he heard Germain's design. It's better to be ordinary, Germain said. It can be used as the initial weapon of the game players, so that they have a certain combat capability at the beginning. Jean said, the rarity and power of your cards will depend on how Duan and Lister design them at that time. After all, the game balance must be maintained. What about you? Germain asked. If you were to design the card, what would you design? I have already designed it, Jean said calmly. Have you forgotten that I am the original member of Greed Island? Which card did you design? Biscuit was ready to nitpick and laugh at Jin's ideas. It's not that I designed it. I just provided the ideas. Jean seemed to be lost in a memory as he spoke, but soon woke up. You have all used it. It's the Archangel's Breath. This card was designed at your suggestion? Biscuit was a little surprised, and then suddenly realized. No wonder the effect is so strong. Jean explained, the Archangel's Breath has a prototype of telekinesis. It took us a long time to find a way to replicate it, because it was very difficult. The number is very small, and it is very troublesome to replenish it. Prototype? Biscuit became curious. It's my wife's telekinesis, Jean said calmly. But her telekinesis is not as strong as the Archangel's Breath. So she passed away after giving birth to Sujia. Therefore, I told Liza, if Sujia doesn't come to Greed Island in the future, then don't hold back on him. Just attack him with all your strength. If he can survive Liza, let him come to me. If he can't survive Liza, use his mother's mind power to heal him, and let him go home. The cave was quiet again. Germain took out the Archangel's Breath from his card box, and looked at the holy woman with long golden hair on the card. This should be the image of Sujia's mother. Chapter 238. The next morning, Miss Cookie, Biscuit's magic beautician, reduced Shiodi and Minchie's pressure again. So they collected the sleeping girl and prepared to set off. After getting out of the cave, the army of the night parade of 100 demons last night had disappeared, but their footprints were left on the ground. With order in the chaos, the sky outside was still gray, with large groups of gray-white cumulus clouds covering the sky, blocking the sunlight, and it looked like it was still night. The gray-white aurora in the distant sky had not yet dissipated, and everyone walked in that direction. As non-users, they were as light as a swallow, and they shuttled quickly between the gray-white rock formations, and their figures were almost invisible. In less than half an hour, they came to a simple stone bridge formed by the work of nature, and looked at the scene in the distance. All the walking dead in the wilderness gathered here. They were bustling and formed a clever ring formation, which had completely blocked the way forward for the German team. Not only was the road blocked on the ground, but there was no way to go in the sky either. The ghosts were floating in the gray-white smoke, looking like a school of sardines gathering on the sea, looking spectacular and terrifying. In the center of the evil ghosts and zombies, there appeared a gray-white plant that was like a spear and pierced the sky. Many black balls grew on the surface of the gray-white spear, densely packed and moving up and down like a tumor. There are two huge branches at its base, which bend downward like a pair of thighs, supporting its huge body to stand up. This is the target of the German team, the disease spreader. German put down the telescope and turned around. The others were sitting cross-legged on the stone bridge, eating biscuits and making crunching sounds. What do you think? German asked. This huge formation next to the disease spreader? Shiati adjusted his glasses. It feels like believers are coming to pilgrimage. I feel more like an evil sacrifice scene. Biscuit took a bite of the sandwich biscuit and stained the corner of his mouth with some jam. You see, the cultists are offering their bodies and souls. What you two said can actually be regarded as the same statement. Minchi sat cross-legged, bent forward, one hand supporting his cheek, and the other hand flat on his thigh. Biscuit curled his lips. How can holy prayers and evil sacrifices be mixed up? Although I have never seen Shiati pray. She is half a believer. Right? You are insulting her faith. Shiati stroked the reverse cross necklace on her chest. I don't think it matters. I believe in God because I grew up in the church. The old priest protected me and taught me theology. Don't be like that, Shiati. If you say that, the old priest far away in Meteor Street will cry. Biscuit couldn't help complaining. I suddenly realized that we are all weird people here. Jean listened to the three women easily digressing the topic and coughed quickly. Let's talk about the current situation. My idea is that this is both a sacrifice and a protection. Protection? Biscuit became interested and raised an eyebrow. Protect what? If your ancestors didn't deliberately mislead us, then it should also be immortal. She spread her palms. I really can't figure out what kind of protection an immortal disease spreader needs. The answer to this question should be related to how to obtain alchemical plants. Jean pointed in the direction of the disease spreader and the sacrificial giant formation. We can get alchemical plants by attacking it. Biscuit didn't speak. She took out a handkerchief, wiped the stains on the corners of her mouth, and listened quietly to Jin's next words. We have to go back to the disease spreader itself first, Jean said. It is actually a piece of the philosopher's stone that alchemists dream of. The philosopher's stone in the mouth of alchemists is a miracle that can be transformed into the four elements of wind, water, fire and earth, and can also make people immortal. I think, just as the bloodletting therapy that cures all diseases may come from the painful bloodthirsty apostle, the ancient legend of the philosopher's stone comes from the disease spreader. Disease spreaders and alchemical plants can indeed make creatures immortal, but the price is that the soul becomes an eternal vengeful spirit and the body becomes a walking corpse. It can indeed transform into the four elements, but the price is to absorb many vengeful spirits and consume them to transform the power of the four elements. In this respect, the vengeful spirits are not immortal, because the disease spreader can control their life and death. The vengeful spirits are the consumables of the disease spreader, and during the period when it absorbs and consumes the vengeful spirits, it is the most vulnerable. So it needs so many walking corpses to surround and protect it. So, now is the best time to attack? Biscuit asked. We have to wait a little longer. Jean pointed to the sky above the disease spreader. Do you remember the aurora we saw last night and this morning? I remember. Biscuit nodded. Now the aurora has disappeared, and the disease spreader has not moved. I guess that's the external manifestation of it absorbing the evil spirits. The disease spreader should be digesting the power of the evil spirits it has absorbed, which forced it to stop. Jean said firmly, as long as the aurora appears again, the disease spreader will make a big move. And it is very likely that it will not be interrupted at will. We can take this opportunity to attack. If that's the case, Germain interrupted at this time. Now is the time. When everyone heard Germain's reminder, they all turned their heads in surprise. And then, they saw the gray-white aurora appearing in the dark sky. which was thicker than the originally diffused dust. And this gray-white aurora was spewed out from the sharp point above the disease spreader, which made it look like a chimney. The next moment, those fish-like ghosts twisted into a huge vortex in the air. They drilled into the black tumors on the epidermis of the disease spreader with sharp howls of woo and air. After a while, the disease spreader began to tremble, and more black tumors grew out. These tumors that made people have intensive phobia were about to completely engulf the epidermis of the disease spreader. "It seems that we have to hurry up," Jean said. "If my guess is correct, when there are enough black tumors, the disease spreader is fully charged, and it is at its most powerful." Chapter 239. The gray-black sky looked like it was going to rain continuously, with no sign of a turn for the better weather. Shh, 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 shh. Germain, Jean, Bisji, Xiaodi and Minchi all rolled up their sleeves and injected their arms with a full shot of the green lush Sambika herb potion. The 12-hour potency limit that Sambika reminded them of was about to expire, and they had to inject one shot to ensure the efficacy and avoid being infected with the troublesome immortal disease. After the battle began, perhaps there would not be so much time to take care of the immortal disease while injecting. If you want to get acupuncture, you should do it early. Anyway, it has a lasting effect on resisting the immortal disease. Then, they came down from the high stone bridge and gradually approached the ring formation formed by the zombies. The disease spreaders in the distance were still devouring the evil ghosts in the sky. The ghosts kept howling, as if they were being tortured. At this time, German separated from the main force, and at a distance where he could still keep visual contact, he gestured to Jean, Bisji and others, indicating that he was going in this direction. This was the tactic that was agreed upon at the beginning. Just like when challenging the apostle of pain and blood, some people would make a big noise in the front to attract firepower, while others would sneak from the side. The ones who were attracting firepower in the front were of course the combination of Jean, Biscuit, Xiaodi and Minchi. Germain quietly sneaked into the shadows of the giant beasts that formed the city wall in a daze. Like an assassin. Or, like a killer. That was his specialty. When Germain wanted to move forward, he accidentally saw a familiar figure. The humanoid creature that was crushed by the mammoth last night. He got closer to observe and confirm that this creature, which was only a shell, was indeed a human. However, although the human skin and flesh were intact, everything that could prove the identity of this person had disappeared. After all, even if this human was a member of Bayanda's team, it had been 50 years. There might be relatives waiting for him to return in the 6 continents. But his identity was destined to be difficult to find out. And Germain did not want to meddle in other people's business at this time. Germain walked in front of the zombie. Because of his height, the zombie noticed Germain and reacted instinctively, reaching out to Germain and trying to knock him down. Germain's only kindness was to use a meat saw to cut the zombie, who was once a fellow human being but was now just an empty shell, in half. However, the Walking Dead had its own ideas. After being cut in half, it started moving again after a while, but the two halves were wriggling, extending branches to each other, intertwining, and mending the cut. It's just like a regenerative hydra, German sighed, thinking of the wildlife encyclopedia recommended to him by Kulu, which mentioned this kind of aquatic creature with regenerative ability and almost immortality. He added another knife, cutting the empty human shell in half again, letting it take longer to regenerate, and then continued to move forward. I wonder if this human soul has rested in peace. And when will the desecration of his corpse stop? German's mission is not to deal with the undead creatures here, but to reach the disease spreader as unnoticed as possible. This requires the help of Jean, Biscuit, Xiaodi and Minchi. Although most zombies have no interest in German, the evil ghosts in the sky may find him. Fortunately, they are being absorbed by the disease spreader and have no chance to deal with him. However, when Germain gets close enough, the disease spreaders and evil spirits may always find him and attack him, so he will be in a passive situation. Therefore, Jean needs to make a big move. The 4 of them did so. Jin's mind ability is a strengthening system, which helps him understand and use the essence of mind ability and mind energy. In this way, his mind ability will not be so diverse when it is actually displayed. Or in other words, there will not be so many fancy functions. If we make an analogy, the mind abilities of Germain, Biscuit, Xiaodi and Minchi are somewhat similar to the stand user system, and Jin's mind ability is closer to the Kameha, Qian/Jin Jenkins' system. He did indeed pose, as if he was about to use Kamehameha. He took a horse stance, gathered his hands at his waist, and quickly gathered his mind energy. The golden light flashed. Wave cannon. Jean was a reinforcement system, but he almost perfectly blasted out a release system mind energy cannonball, and shot it forward with great momentum. Bang! A unicorn pig blocking the front was swallowed and shattered by the wave cannon, but it still had some strength left, and it pierced through the bodies of nearly 10 giant beasts before it was completely eliminated. The giant beast array wall in front of them had not been completely penetrated, but such a big movement was enough to attract the attention of the disease spreader. It was still greedily devouring the evil spirits in the air while issuing orders. Why did Jean, Bisji, Xiaodi and Minchi confirm that it issued orders? Because those zombies no longer faced the disease spreader, but turned their bulky bodies towards them and showed aggressiveness. The next moment, the giant beasts in front did not deliberately maintain the formation, but accidentally formed a fan-shaped cluster and rushed towards everyone. Biscuit used a powerful hard source fist to smash a saber-toothed tiger that pounced on her, and also blasted out her master-level strength. She completed the process from petite to giant in the blink of an eye. This time, the clothes on her body did not restrict her limbs too much and affect her movements as before, but attached harmoniously to her strong muscles. Du-In specially made an adaptive combat suit for her, which still looked like a princess dress. But as long as Biscuit became giant, the princess dress would fit her body, and would not look like it was stretched out. This solved Biscuit's long-standing problem, which was the contradiction between her love of beauty and physical combat. Now she is both. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful girl with big muscles? The zombies began to be defeated, and their formation retreated again and again. This is normal. After all, there are master-level Jean and Biscuits, and elite-level Xiaodi and Minchi. However, the zombies' undead regeneration characteristics determined that they would gradually be surrounded. It only took a few minutes for the monsters, whose bodies were shattered, to regenerate as before. Therefore, Jean, Biscuit, Xiaodi and Minchi deliberately caused chaos among the zombies. They lured the monsters to run around, and with their weight, speed and iron hose, they further trampled the still regenerating corpses into meat paste. This greatly slowed down the monsters' regeneration trend. And German also took advantage of the opportunity when all the firepower was attracted by the four-man team, and made a big circle, getting closer and closer to the center of the disease spreader. Chapter 240. As German gradually approached, but before he could make any big moves, the disease spreader reacted and moved first. It seemed that it could no longer tolerate the collapse and chaos of the zombie wall, nor could it accept the reality that the four-man team was approaching it. As the master of the wilderness, it had to do something. The disease spreader stopped devouring the evil spirits in the sky, and then slowly moved its huge body like a spear. It lowered its head and pointed the tip in the direction of the four-man team. It's coming. Nearly a quarter of the black tumor shrank back into the body of the disease spreader at this time. An incomparable powerful energy was gathering. At this distance, German had no time to interrupt. So, he pressed the microphone on his collar, trying to get in touch with the four-man team. Be careful. The disease spreader is going to attack you. It's going to attack you. Repeated again. German was not sure how many people in the four-man team would hear his call in the fierce battle over there. Fortunately, after a rustling sound, Xiaodi responded to him. Okay. I heard it. I reminded the others. You should be careful. You should be careful too. It's coming. As soon as German finished speaking, the tip of the disease spreader burst out with terrifying bullets. The wind element bullets of the disease spreader. Boom! The wind roared like thunder, clearing the giant beast in front of it without distinguishing between friend and foe, and blasted out a bloody trajectory, heading straight for the direction of the four-man team. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in that direction, and mud and flesh flew up and fell to the ground mixedly. While calling the four-man team, Germain approached the disease spreader at a high speed while it continued to blast out wind elemental bullets. After another rustling sound, this time it was Minchi who responded to him. We are fine. Please rest assured. We have avoided the attack in advance. Germain replied okay, and was already less than 300 meters away from the disease spreader. At this time, the disease spreader had stopped the magnificent wind elemental bullet bombardment, and instead pulled up its sharp body like a spear and pointed it at the sky. Then, the gray-white aurora appeared, and the vortex formed by the swirling evil spirits rushed towards it again. filling its energy void. It is indeed like this. You can't attack when charging. And you can't charge when attacking. And every large-scale attack consumes a lot of energy. So it must be charged again. In order to cover up this obvious defect, it needs to be protected by the wall of zombies when charging. And this wall is falling under the attack of Jean, Bischi, Xiaodi and Minchi. German approached a little closer and remained hidden, perfectly restraining his murderous aura. Feeling like a mosquito that had mixed into the enemy camp and would not be taken seriously. However, if you really ignore him, you will pay the price. Due to the existence of the trait bullseye deviation, German temporarily sealed his medium and long-range attack methods. To ensure that there is no risk, he needs to get close enough. Now, this is the distance and the opportunity. Unfortunately, because the sky is shrouded in gray and the light is insufficient, it is like the end of the world. And his trait Light Warrior did not work. However, the trait Night Owl was activated. This gave German the agility of physical movement and the agility of reaction. Finally, Germain got close enough to the disease spreader. He drew out his sword, Xianing, and the cold light came out of the sheath. This was not a maze of blood, and there was no large amount of blood. So he swung the blade and stabbed it into a giant beast next to him, absorbing its flesh and blood. The giant beast had a stress reaction and wanted to attack him. But he directly drew out Xianing and dodged through the giant beast's double team. Jumping out from the gap between the giant beasts, Germain landed at the feet of the disease spreader. At this time, the disease spreader also noticed that there was an enemy in front of him. So it drove the giant beast to stop him. But it was too late. It was too slow. German jumped up again, sheathed the knife, and miraculously hovered in the air for a few seconds, as if time had stopped. At this time, the giant beasts behind him rushed over, making high-pitched or low roars. He drew his knife at this moment. But the scarlet knife light flashed by, like a shocking thunder, as if it had existed, but also as if it was an illusion. Stunning! Instantly, just like the rumbling explosion that must come after the dazzling light of lightning. The power of the sword-drawing slash is fully demonstrated at this moment. Swish! All the giant beasts behind German were neatly cut in two, as if they had actively hit a transparent, extremely sharp blade. At the same time, there was another swish sound, and the left foot of the disease spreader was cut off from the middle. The disease spreader with an unstable center of gravity suddenly paused, forced to stop absorbing the evil spirits, and collapsed to the left front like the Tower of Babel. It was getting bigger and bigger in the field of vision. Boom! It was like a mountain was pressing down on the top of the head. Tall buildings collapsed. Smoke and dust rolled, and the terrain sunken. German looked at the gray dust that was as dense as a volcanic cloud not far away, blocking the vision, and could not see the current situation of the disease spreader. He was about to go over to finish him off. But Yuan felt a dangerous intuition, like a needle prick. Another huge energy was gathering. The smoke and dust were dispersed a little, and the sharp head of the disease spreader stretched out and pointed in the direction of German. Another quarter of the black tumor disappeared. The next moment, a terrifying water tornado spurted out from its tip. Boom! The water element bullet of the disease spreader. It rushed towards Germain, and because the distance was too close, it was almost in front of him in an instant. The water tornado was about to swallow Germain. Germain sheathed his sword and used another scarlet sword slash, while wearing an oversized, weird greedy antler helmet on his head. The scarlet sword slash cut the first part of the torrent in half. But the water tornado continued to catch up, twisting like a python to strangle Germain. A suffocating sense of oppression came. German was swept into the air by the waterspout. In the midst of the terrifying flood, German completely consumed the crow shield and obtained the defense given by the greedy antler helmet. All the energy that did not exceed the defense threshold was transferred to German's mind energy tank to charge. And it reached the end of the 4-stage gas tank in an instant. Come on! In this gap, the waterspout was torn open by the white bone claws, revealing a hideous monster with black hair like smoke. It grabbed the wet Germain, emerged from the water, and placed Germain on the ground. Then, its vertical pupils stared down at the giant beasts that were shorter than it. Bang! The ominous undead launched an attack without any warning, without roaring or screaming. The bone claws held a meat saw and Xianing, and it held two giant blades, rushing left and right in the giant beast wall, as unstoppable as chopping melons and vegetables. The giant beasts were manipulated like toys, knocked away, and crushed. However, The one it really wanted to threaten was the disease spreader not far away. The disease spreader's left foot was regenerating, but the ominous undead was already in front of it. Now it was not a matter of regeneration or standing up. It had to stop the ominous undead from getting closer. Another quarter of the black tumor disappeared. This time, the tip of it gushed out a red flame that burned all over the sky. Boom! The disease spreader's fire element bullet. The pillar of fire spread across the prairie, like a feather arrow shooting at the ominous undead. The ominous undead reacted. The meat saw crossed with 1,000 shadows, quickly resisted the fire column, and ejected it to the side. At this time, a figure appeared there. It was not German, but Shioti. When German was fighting with the disease spreader, the walking dead were attracted by German. In this way, the roles of German and the four-man team were cleverly exchanged. German attracted the firepower head-on, while the four-man team seized the time to approach. They did come nearby at this moment. At this time, the huge fire column was rebounded by the ominous undead with the meat saw and chinning, and shot towards Shioti, and was about to engulf her. But Shioti stood there calmly. It's not that she is not afraid of death. As she said to Germain before, she is now afraid of death. But she has overcome the numbness and fear of death, and found the power to surpass herself. Since the day she accepted Germain's invitation in Yukexen City and joined the team that challenged the Dark Continent, Shioti has been constantly tempered, and her talent has blossomed not long ago. Shioti's combat power was upgraded, breaking through the elite level and reaching the master level. Her telepathic ability, the bulge-eyed fish, also completed a special transformation. Its bloody mouth suddenly opened extremely large, swallowing the powerful fire column in one go. Swallowing the fire column into its stomach, Shioti moved the direction in which the bulge-eyed fish's big mouth was aimed. The fire element telepathic bullet from the disease spreader disappeared, and the bulge-eyed fish reflex from Shioti was revealed. Chapter 241. The pillar of fire spewed out from the big mouth of the bulge-eyed fish, and maintained the impact force rebounded from the ominous undead, who had burned the many giant beasts in front of it with overwhelming force. The sea of fire spread, almost dyeing the entire gray and white world orange-red. If you want to make an analogy, Shioti's reflection of the bulge-eyed fish just now is like the magic cylinder of Yu-Gi-Oh!, reflecting the attack back almost intact. It is equivalent to the pillar of fire entering the space of the bulge-eyed fish at that moment, unimpeded, and then rushing out of the space of the bulge-eyed fish, rushing in the direction pointed by the big mouth. The incredible fire magic was completed right before my eyes. The fire column was exhausted, and the zombie barrier that had just gathered in front of the disease spreader was also cleared. The smell of burning spread. Two figures flew out. Bisji and Minchi crossed the sea of fire and ran towards the disease spreader. The disease spreader had to use up the last quarter of the black tumor and use the last attack of the four elements. The disease spreader's earth element bullet. Thump, thump, thump. The gray dust rushed out and condensed into sharp stones, like a sharp blade, stabbing at Bisji and Minchi. Biscuit and Minchi were forced to pause and deal with the flying stones and sharp blades. German's ominous spirit and Shioti's bulging eye fish reflex also joined in. The storm of gray rock and soil was quickly calmed by the four of them. At this time, the left foot of the disease spreader finally regenerated. It slowly stood up and commanded the evil spirits in the air to join in blocking the enemy's footsteps. The disease spreader never thought that it would encounter a human who could force it to this point today. In order to avoid falling into the worst situation, it needs time to withdraw. Yes, it is not the first time that it has been forced into a desperate situation. In the past 200 years, it has been the same person almost every time. And the most recent one was just over a month ago. That person single-handedly beat it into a dormant period and stole a lot of alchemical plants from its body. It exhausted its energy in the fight with that person and failed to win. So the first thing the disease spreader did after the end of the dormant period was to break out of the ground and trigger this vengeful spirit sacrifice. This is the truth behind the riot in the wilderness last night. Unexpectedly, it attracted not only its evil spirits and zombies, but also these 5 uninvited guests. 5. Oh, right. What about the other one? Almost at the same time as he thought of this, Jin's figure fell from the sky. He raised his hands high, holding a rapidly rotating mind bomb. Small, but full of destructive power. Just like the rose of the poor, Jin threw the spiral mind bomb at the disease spreader. Bang! The spiral mind bomb hit the right foot of the disease spreader and destroyed it in an instant. And the fatly surface was thrown out. The disease spreader has no vocal cords or other organs for making sounds. It has always relied on its mind to control the evil spirits and the zombie army. At this moment, the disorderly actions of all the evil spirits and zombies in the gray-white sacrificial field, such as stagnation, panic, collision, etc., all show the emotions of the disease spreader. Pain and anger. It split open. Literally split from the tip. Blooming like a flower. Revealing many black tumors hidden inside the petals. The black tumor was agitated. And at this moment, it expanded completely. The disease spreader entered the second stage. Now, it will not consume the energy of the evil spirits, but the ability of immortal regeneration. At this cost, the world will change. The gray and white clouds rolled and condensed, forming a giant vortex spiraling downward, creating a strange scene. The violent and rapid raindrops and the angry roar of the conflicting wind twisted into a blizzard in an instant, rushing towards them like a giant beast, forcing all the evil spirits to be involved. The scorching flames and the cracked and shattered rock formations turned the gray sacrificial site into magma all over the ground at this moment, swallowing up the walking corpses. The interweaving of wind, water, fire and earth. The contradictory and strange changes in the world coexisted wonderfully, which made the whole world a real doomsday. German whistled in the wind, his body covered with rust. And the hunter's black robe whirred. If I hadn't pressed down the hat in time, it would have been blown away. I have to do something. German pressed his chest. He felt his heart pounding, as if it was about to jump out. And his blood was as hot as the magma not far away. In the terrifying riot of heaven and earth, two lights and shadows rose almost at the same time. And another light and shadow disappeared quietly. One of them turned into an archangel with a stretched body. She breathed out for help to Menchi, who was accidentally blown away by the blizzard and fell into the magma. Menchi, who fell half of his body into the magma, was treated by the archangel's breath, and then was rescued by Bischi. She held the unconscious Menchi, stepped on the only foothold, and flew over the head of the giant beast. The other light and shadow belonged to Jean. Jean faced the blizzard and fired his chi wave cannon again, aiming at the disease spreader, who had completely exposed his core. However, his chi wave cannon was blocked by a huge barrier formed by the entanglement of wind, water, fire, and earth. Bangness was like the wall of size, preventing Jin's chi wave cannon from advancing. Shua suddenly, the barrier broke. But the reason was not Jin's attack. Or rather, it was not mainly because of Jin's attack. The feng shui, fire and earth barriers were torn apart alive, just like a door was forcibly opened, revealing a hole. The one who opened the door was an incomparable beast that had never been seen before. The thick and rippling black hair stretched out in all directions in a messy manner, just like its arms. The original white bones were covered. Only the ribs and the abdomen were still exposed. And the hideous appearance was clear. And at the ribs, where the heart should have been placed, there was a person standing in the air. A hunter in a black robe wearing a tricorn hat. Jean stared blankly for a while. An incredible thought surged in his mind. He had a hunch. Really, he had a hunch that Germain would surpass him sooner or later. However, he didn't expect it to come so soon. Much faster than he imagined. However, at this moment, he had to admit that he wanted to see Germain surpassing him at this critical moment, and wanted to see the magnificent offensive launched by Germain. It started. Chaos roared out of the ominous undead, showing its ferocious fangs towards the disease spreader. The disease spreader suddenly realized the inexplicable horror and immediately retracted his power. The scene of the world's changes was retreating, but the chaos roared too fast. It broke through the wind, rain, flames, hard soil, ice and snow, and magma. The black and white breath cut through the gray and white sky like a blade, and the torn hole was enough to see the sunlight. Bang! The cracked fingers suddenly pressed on the disease spreader, pressing it to the ground. With the momentum, they rolled out in a chain. The branches and leaves were torn apart, and the last armor of the disease spreader was completely devoured by the fierce breath. And only fear remained forever. Chaos Roar opened his bloody mouth. Boom! The terrifying, completely murderous catharsis energy killed the blood battle almost immediately. It blasted the core of the disease spreader, and blasted the disease spreader into the ground. Deeper, deeper, deeper and deeper, until the top. It's over. Chaos Roar climbed on a huge crater, looking coldly at the monster corpse buried in this fresh grave. But still didn't stop. It slowly raised its head, staring at Jin's direction with its pupils erect. The next moment Jin was stared at. His hair stood on end. He had to re-energize his mind and maintain the highest level of defense. Hey. I haven't heard of such a thing. It seems that the target is the strongest enemy present, so the target is automatically changed. German. Has your mind been completely controlled by the desire to kill? This kind of thing is not bad. Let me see what level you have reached. Jin was ready to go. But before he could think about it, his pupils suddenly shrank, because the terrifying killing energy had already shot over such a long distance. So fast. Jin didn't dare to resist directly. He immediately blasted a telekinetic bullet towards the ground. Bang! With the help of the force of the push, he pushed himself into the sky, thus avoiding the situation of being hit directly by the chaos roar. Boom! The light of the explosion once again tore the earth and the sky apart. Although the power was not as strong as the last one, it was enough to be called a terrifying destructive force. Jin, who rose to the sky at the critical moment, couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat. It seems that Germain has completely released the beast in his heart. But how to end it now? Do you want me and Bisky to kill him together? The ending came faster and more unexpectedly than he expected. After this bombardment, Chaos Roar stopped moving. Its body began to shrink, and black and white light arrows shot radially in all directions, piercing the ground. A figure, German, fell from the sky and hit the gray, messy ground. He was as small as a sesame seed and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 242. As the disease spreader fell, the remaining evil spirits and zombies scattered in all directions, like monkeys falling from a tree. After a while, the gray sacrificial field calmed down. Snap, snap. Germain picked up the tricorn hat that fell to the ground, shook off the dust on the brim, and put it on his head. He closed his bloodshot eyes and gently massaged the area around his eye sockets with his fingers to relax the muscles a little. And the dryness of the eyeballs also subsided a little. When Germain opened his eyes again, most of the bloodshot in the whites of his eyes had disappeared, and the cold black eyes returned. His sanity returned. However, the dark crown hanging above Germain's head symbolized that things were not that simple. Are you okay? Jin was the first to arrive nearby. He asked from a distance with his hands in his trouser pockets. He was ready for Germain to lose his sanity, and he would need to fight hard. Germain waved his hand, indicating that things were not that bad, and Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Biscuit, Xiaodi and the awakened Minchi came over a little later and asked about Germain's condition again. They all saw the chaos roar just now, and the swift destructive power was incredible. However, Germain's current state showed that he needed to pay a price for this power. Everyone was happy about defeating the disease spreader, but they were also worried about Germain's health. This is the ability I just mastered. The evolution, Germain explained. I can't fully control it yet, so there will be some side effects. Biscuit pointed to the dark crown on his head. This is not some side effects at all. Right? There is only one possibility for the dark crown to appear, and that is that you are being tortured. Yes, Germain said. This is a restriction and an oath. As long as I use the power I named Chaos Roar, I will fall directly into a state of torture. However, this state of torture does not have any special characteristics. It just tortures my mind. Germain said it very easily. But he was clearly immersed in the absolute power of Chaos Roar just now, and he almost couldn't extricate himself. Fortunately, he regained his sanity at the last moment. His current stress value has already exceeded 100 points and reached 159 points. And he is not far from 200 points of mental and physical exhaustion. However, the power he exchanged is also considerable and worthwhile. This power helped him defeat the disease spreader in a very short time. The reward is also rich. The disease spreader sacrificed the characteristics of immortality and regeneration, and briefly exchanged for the power to change the world, but was counterattacked by German, and was driven into the ground and fell into hibernation. In this state, it is in a dead state. It will not be until the dormant period ends that the undead regeneration attribute will allow it to be reborn and return to the ground. The painful bloodthirsty apostle is similar. This bug caused German to gain the gift of resentment. His physique and temperament increased to 154 points and 165 points. But he still could not feel the threshold and limit of the legendary level. At the same time, Another rune was engraved on his chest. The huge lake, which looked like a straight scar, and many lines crossed it vertically. The huge lake can reduce some of the damage that Germain receives. And this damage is of all types, whether it is physical or mental, in addition to the blood intoxication he obtained before, which can heal himself by critically hitting the enemy. He now has 2 runes. But the price is that his chest is also covered with these strange patterns like an ascetic. Germain is not actually concerned about the torture and resentment gifts he already has. What he wants is the alchemical plant. So, he walked towards the entrance of the abyss where the disease spreader was, but was stopped by Bisky. You rest for a while. Bisky's strong arms held Germain and forced him to sit on the ground. Wait until the torture is over. Let us pick the alchemical plants. Xiaodi also came over and stood in front of Germain. She didn't say any persuasion or concern for Germain like Biscuit did, but just pursed her lips and took off the reverse cross necklace hanging around her neck. Xiaodi handed the reverse cross necklace to Germain. I don't believe in religion. Germain looked at Xiaodi's behavior with some surprise and said, This thing has been blessed by the old priest. Xiaodi pointed at the reverse cross necklace and said something that a believer shouldn't say. I will feel very peaceful when I wear it, Xiaodi insisted. And Germain had to accept it and took the reverse cross necklace in his palm. Maybe the old priest also has the ability to read, which can make the instruments he consecrated have the ability to calm people. The answer is that Germain thought too much. It is just an ordinary reverse cross necklace. Heavy. Cold. It makes people feel the existence of shackles. Germain stayed near the cave entrance, and after half an hour, the torture disappeared automatically. He felt much more comfortable. Others went deep into the ground, dug up the tumor on the disease spreader, and obtained the alchemical plant that looked like a flower bud. If it is not properly stored and exposed to the air for too long, its elemental power will dissipate and wither. Fortunately, the small bulge-eyed fish vomited out the prepared container and solution, stored the alchemical plants in it, and then picked a total of 56 alchemical plants. There are not many fruits in the disease spreader. When they returned to the ground, it was past noon. The people who got the alchemical plants were a little excited, and a little as it should be. After all, this was not the first time they had hope. Especially Menchi. She participated in the battle and helped to obtain the alchemical plant, which gave her a deeper sense of participation and belonging in this team. There is always a feeling that they will get these hopes more and more easily in the future. At that time, the disaster will not be a disaster for them. Germain also saw the alchemical plant's true appearance. It is more like a crystal than a plant like a healing herb. It is blood red all over, like a flower bud that has not bloomed. The inside of the crystal is shiny and reveals different marks. Germain took a look and found that there were 4 marks in total, which should correspond to feng shui, fire and earth respectively. This was the power they contained. When Germain actually touched them, he confirmed that they were indeed the touch of plants. This kind of roughness and softness should not be possessed by crystal stones. In this way, they obtained healing herbs and alchemical plants. Last night's riot and today's sacrificial gathering have reasons. Jean came to the conclusion after observing the disease spreader closely and thinking about it. It just ended its dormant period and was about to replenish its energy when we happened to catch it. Just ended its dormant period. Everyone looked up in surprise. Germain quickly understood what Jean meant. You mean, someone defeated the disease spreader before us? Yes. Jean smiled meaningfully at everyone. Who do you think that person is? Who else could it be? Jean had this expression. And the only person who could do this in the entire Dark Continent was most likely the legendary Dong Fulishi. Your ancestor is really not dead? Bisji showed an incredible expression. But this is indirect evidence. I can't be sure without seeing him in person. That's right. Jean nodded. But, assuming he came here, his purpose should be to replenish the alchemical plants in his hands, so that he can better move in the Dark Continent. If this conjecture is correct, then is it possible that he also went to the other 5 hopes to replenish the items he needs? Is there a possibility that Dong Fulishi will appear in the maze and want to harvest a new batch of healing herbs? Chapter 243, he may find traces related to us. Or he may keep his distance from us. Or he may contact us. There are many possibilities. Jin's feelings towards Dong Fulishi are not superstitious worship, but a heartfelt appreciation of his feats. Jin himself also wants to do the same thing. Jin was very excited when he thought about being able to see the legendary Dong Fulishi with his own eyes. Get the New World Chronicles, West. and know the reason why he disappeared in the past 200 or 300 years. It is known that the person suspected to be Dong Fulishi defeated the disease spreader not long ago, and it is unlikely that he will return to the wilderness in the short term. Then, Dong Fulishi may be in the maze, although the probability is not high. Germain has understood what Jean meant, and he said, "Then let's go back to the maze." It happens that the purpose of coming to the wilderness has been achieved. On the way back, Germain returned the reverse cross necklace to Xiaodi. "Is it useful?" Xiaodi took it and blinked at Germain. Germain wanted to say that this thing was useless, but when he looked into her big eyes, he couldn't help but change his words, "A little bit. I feel a little calmer." Xiaodi smiled at him rarely. "Let me tell you in secret. I don't understand any doctrine. I use it as a talisman given to me by the old priest. If it is useful, that's its function. If it is useless, then it's my ornament that reminds me of my life in the cathedral." After returning, Xiaodi shared a lot with Germain, such as how she could pretend to be the most devout believer in the church even though she couldn't remember the contents of the scriptures. In the afternoon, the German team returned to the maze from the wilderness. Because of the use of the no-cooldown teleportation lantern, Germain got a new negative trait, bloodthirsty. As the name suggests, he is more addicted to blood, and bleeding wounds will make him feel satisfied, which will make him more inclined to use various torture instruments to torture others or himself. As for stress, because of the champion halo and the rune huge lake, he only increased by 3 points to 162 points. Jean immediately came to the balcony of the tower and looked out, trying to find the trace of Dong Fulishi, but he came back disappointed a few minutes later. "It seems that there is no one outside." Jean frowned, still unwilling to give up. "I go around and take a look at the safe houses in those cubic stone towers." After he said that, he set off directly. The others stayed in the tower. That night, Biscuit used the magic beautician Miss Cookie to relieve the pressure on Germain and Minchi, who had experienced a near-death state. Jean returned soon after, but frankly said that he had found nothing, and there was no sign of human activity in the surrounding safe spots. Even so, he set out again the next morning to explore a farther area, and no one stopped him. At the same time, everyone began to try to use alchemical plants. Biscuit intended to attach the power of the alchemical plant to her fist, but failed. The elemental power of the alchemical plant dissipated very quickly on her fist. Later, the alchemical plant played a certain enchanting role on the weapons materialized by Germain and Xiaodi, as well as Minchi's own double swords. Minchi saw with her own eyes that her double swords were briefly wrapped in a circle of flames, making them look like torches. But the flames went out after a few minutes. "It's not very stable. The elemental power is lost too quickly." Minchi was happy and annoyed. "It seems that I have to take it back and let Duan, List and others study it." What she said made sense. Duan, List and other members of the Greed Island team were best at sealing the power in the cards and using it freely. They can do this with telekinesis, and they can do something similar with the elemental power of alchemical plants. Germain and Bisky both confirmed her idea. Jean left in the morning and returned in the evening. He still hadn't found any trace of Dong Fulishi or anyone else, which made him a little disappointed. So they maintained this kind of life in the tower, waiting for the teleportation lantern to cool down completely. Jean left in the morning to explore the maze, and others would occasionally go with him and come back before the evening. Minchi was in charge of everyone's meals. She directly set up an iron pot on the top floor of the tower. Bisky would do stress relief treatment for Germain and others every day. There were 2 people each time, one of whom would definitely be Germain. After all, his stress level was the highest, and the other person would change frequently. In this way, by October 15th, with Bisky's massage and Minchi's meals, all of Germain's stress was gone. Jean had long given up the extravagant hope of finding Dong Fulishi. He still explored the maze afterwards, but more to complete the maze map. On October 18th, Germain's teleportation lantern cooled down and they could return to Greed Island. Jean still refused to go back and wanted to stay in the maze. "I have found a safe way out of the maze," Jean said. "After the maze map is completed, I will go outside the maze to have a look." He always has a strong desire to explore. However, it was not only Jean who decided to stay, but also Biscuit. She first said to Jean, "I can't do nothing after taking your blue planet. I can't help much on Greed Island, but I have a lot to do here. In addition to helping Jean, I can also continue to practice the heart source flow in the maze." If possible, I want to break through my own limits like the old man. Isaac Netero is a role model for many people, including his disciple Bisji. Then, she turned to Germain. And, the maze is actually a good place. There are absolutely safe places like the tower here. And there is a relatively closed environment. Perhaps, this place can really become our base. Jean and I will stay. And you can bring more people here next time. There will be more and more people here in the future. The maze will be built into our base. And this possibility will be realized. If this is the purpose. Finally, Lian Minchi hesitated for a while and expressed his opinion. I will stay too. So that another teleportation slot will be freed up. We also need a chef here to improve the quality of life. To make such a decision, you need to be mentally prepared. Biscuit and Minchi obviously did not just come up with this idea now, but have thought about this issue many times. Jean nodded. That's true. When he was alone in the maze, he ate simple biscuits, bread, canned food and the like every day, so it was impossible for him to cook. Since Minchi decided to stay, he and Biscuit will have a very good diet. That's for sure. So, Jean, Biscuit and Minchi stayed in the maze, and German and Xiaodi returned to Greedy Island with the alchemical plants. And these things were decided. On October 19th, German and Xiaodi set off and teleported back to Greedy Island. Chapter 244. The news that Germain and Xiaodi returned to Lamila Castle together quickly spread throughout the Greed Island management team, and brought back good news that made everyone happy. They first went to see Grandma Lenny, and then were surrounded by Duan, List, Liza, Sambika, Buhala, Abingani and others in the castle hall. Everyone was eager to know why only the two of them came back, and wanted to know more details. The narrator was Germain, who was more organized. Xiaodi supplemented from the side, but her words often made people feel confused, and did not complete the information. The whole process was unfolded in front of everyone like a parchment scroll. When they knew that the wilderness was a strange place, and the disease spreader was more brutal than the one recorded in the New World Chronicle East chapter fragment, the listeners were very worried. But the German team still won and retrieved the alchemical plant, and everyone was extremely excited about it, because this was not a victory for the 5 members of the German team, but a victory for the silent efforts of the entire team. The members who stayed in Greed Island also played a very important role that cannot be ignored. The cards that the German team carried with them condensed the crystallization of their work. As for Basiji and Minchi's decision to stay in the maze, everyone was not very surprised. With Jean starting this, everyone accepted it quickly. In addition, they also realized that more and more members will go to the maze in the future to establish a large base, which is a general trend in the future. Buhala patted his big belly and swore like beating a drum, "Let me go with you next time. Since Minchi has decided to stay there, how can I, as a partner, fall behind?" The next candidate to go to the Dark Continent maze is yet to be determined. German is not in a hurry to make a decision. After all, the earliest time for the teleportation lantern to be used is November 8th. The most important thing at the moment is to show their achievements this time, which is very necessary to boost the morale of the team. The alchemical plants in the solution were displayed and watched by everyone. Granny Linya had received the special treatment of watching alone before them. Everyone admired the beauty of the alchemical plants. They are different from the plain-looking healing herbs. They really look like the philosopher's stone passed down by alchemists. Everyone discussed their enchantment effects. Give me and Lister a month. No, half a month. Duin narrowed his eyes, pressed his hands on the glass jar, and stared at the alchemical plants inside. We will think of ways to fully develop and utilize them. Lister put his hands behind his back and acted very elegantly. The design of Greed Island after the update has been basically completed. Next, we can indeed take some time to study alchemical plants. Greed Island has issued a notice to all game players a few days ago that it will carry out the largest version update since the game was released, which will take several months. During this period, gamers will be forced to log off and will not be able to log on until the game is updated. However, they will receive benefits for old players at that time. Even so, this notice still caused dissatisfaction among many gamers. Although no one has been able to complete the game for nearly a decade, many teams believe that they are now very close. Now that they have left Greed Island and come back a few months later, the version has been updated. So the advantages they have accumulated before may not be that great. They didn't know that even without this major version update, because of their own internal friction, no team has ever reached the ending. It was not until the combination of Sijia, Killua and Biscuit from the original timeline arrived that the Greed Island game ushered in its first clearance. However, when Granny Linya appeared as a retired consultant of Greed Island, the game players suppressed their unhappy emotions, especially those professional hunters of the Hunter Association. Some players were actually very happy. They have no ability to obtain cards to leave Greed Island, and can only stay here for several years to more than 10 years. Exhausted, Greed Island is like hell for them who are not strong. Just when they thought they would stay in this hellish place for the rest of their lives, the forced offline of the version update gave them a chance to make a new choice. Most of these weak players will probably never come back. Back to the topic. After showing the alchemical plants and their abilities to the core team members, they were handed over to Du-In and Lister for research. After that, Germain received a lot of news. Some good and some bad. The first one was of course Kurapika. He regained several pairs of red eyes, and made a name for himself as an amateur hunter. The so-called amateur hunters are nin-users, or scholars, who form a professional team with professional hunters as the core and leader. For example, the team members around Kate are amateur hunters. Although they don't have a hunter's license and may not know none, they are experts in a certain field. Kurapika became an amateur hunter because of a chance. He met a music hunter named Melody by chance on the road, and reached a cooperative relationship with her. Now they are carrying out missions together. Germain is still very interested in Melody, so he invites Kurapika to Greed Island if he has the chance. Then, there is Yungu. Shishi's performance in the Sky Arena is gratifying, and he is already the best young player in this period of time. However, Yungu is worried that Shishi will be too proud. He sincerely hoped that someone of his age could defeat Shishi once and make him sober up. But unfortunately, no one of his age has been able to do this so far. Yungu congratulated Germain and others on their achievements, and at the same time respected teacher Bisji's decision to stay in the Dark Continent. In addition to these, Yungu also told Germain an interesting news. Washer Doang is back, and he has returned with a cleansed self, and has become one of the owners of the Sky Arena in one breath. This means that his enhanced telepathic ability has not only been completed, but also evolved. Afterwards, he left the Sky Arena again, declaring that he would find Hisoka and start a new duel with Hisoka. It was also because of Hisoka that Yungu specifically mentioned it to Germain. However, speaking of it, it has been a long time since there has been any news about Hisoka. Hisoka no longer sent harassing text messages or narcissistic selfies to Germain, which made Germain a little uncomfortable. The Phantom Troop also disappeared. Not only Kuroro was missing, but also Maki, Paknoda and the Knight. Even Meteor Street has no information about them. Finally, there is bad news about the alien invasive species Chimera Ant in NGL. Chimera Ant. When Germain heard the news, he frowned, because the Chimera Ant invaded NGL. This should be a major event that happened in the millennium of 2000. Not now in 1998. Its early occurrence confirmed many conspiracy theories in Germain's mind. This is not the first early event that Germain has experienced. Shishi challenged the Sky Arena under Yungu's guidance, which originally happened in early 1999. Kurapika's acquisition of Nin originally happened after the Professional Hunter exam in 1999. The annihilation of the Een beasts and the reduction of members of the Phantom Troop originally happened in Yuxin City in 1999. Hisoka's resurrection originally happened in the Sky Arena in 2001. The appearance of Germain was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and the ripples have not stopped until now. He really changed the fate of too many people, whether he wanted to or not. Back to the Chimera Ant invasion. NGL is a closed country that advocates nature and opposes technology. Therefore, when the truth about the Chimera Ant invasion and mass reproduction was exposed, it was already half a month later. The situation in NGL was already quite serious. However, it was said that President Netero personally led 2 professional hunters, Mo Lawu and Nobu, to form a Chimera Ant crusade. They have already rushed to NGL, and believe that the Chimera Ants will be eliminated soon. Almost all professional hunters on Greed Island believe that the team led by President Netero himself will perfectly resolve the Chimera Ant invasion. If it is the original timeline, the incident was indeed resolved, but not perfectly. It is normal to have such optimism, because the Chimera Ants from the Dark Continent invaded the 6 continents and were then conquered. This is not the first time in history. The number of them is so frequent that Kate can clearly describe the various habits of the Chimera Ants, including feeding and mating, the structure of the Queen Ant, the structure of the king ant, etc. Chimera ants are definitely not dangerous species that cannot be dealt with. The predecessors have summed up countless experiences of dealing with them with blood and tears. Not to mention that the members of the Chimera ant extermination team are all experienced professional hunters. One of them is President Netero. And everyone's mood must be positive and optimistic. This is also the direct reason why Kate underestimated the Chimera ants in the original timeline and decided to take Gon and Killua to the nest to investigate the situation. Humans have never lost in a duel with Chimera ants. However, such contempt cost Kate her life, which is also Jin's evaluation of his disciple Kate. The genes and talents of the generation of Chimera ants they encountered were unexpectedly strong. Especially the king ant and his 3 direct guards, who have completely surpassed the level of Chimera ants. The king ant Maruam was born to become the king, and he indeed possessed such destructive power and brutality. If he had not known human society so little and chosen to stay in one place for too long, the human casualties might have been even more severe. In order to behead, President Netero had to use the rose of the poor after his defeat, and died together with the ant king Maruam. Maruam did die of poison in the end. Such a tragic result is something that people at this time have not expected. Even if it is the mastermind behind the scenes, it is impossible to determine the future direction. Germain can only wish President Netero the best now. Perhaps because of his existence, the ant king Maruam and his 3 direct guards were not born, which is not impossible. Chapter 245. Germain had every reason to stay out of this matter, and no one would say anything to him. However, out of respect for Jean and a little pity in his heart, Germain began to try to contact Kate, hoping that he would not get involved in this mess. Germain had a good impression of Kate, who was calm and capable. In the original timeline, Kate completed a 3-year investigation mission in the Kajin Empire. Then he and his team learned about the information about the Chimera ant from the staff of the Kajin Empire, and therefore went to NGL to investigate. Before this, Kate met Gon, the son of her mentor, and his friend Killua, and asked them to join the team temporarily. Going to NGL was the beginning of misfortune for Kate, and the beginning of his darkening for Gon. This is one of the origins of conspiracy theories. Kate learned about the invasion of Chimera ants, especially from the Kakin Empire. Was this a coincidence? At that time, before Kate arrived, professional hunter Baku took the initiative to break into NGL with amateur hunter Pence. And then one was captured by Chimera ants, and the other was eaten by Chimera ants. Bakur was an unexpected factor. He happened to be nearby at the time, and then decided to go over and take a look, and ended up dragging Pence into the unlucky situation. He brought a full set of information related to the Chimera ants' ability to the Chimera ants, which raised the overall strength of the Chimera ants. However, even without Bakur, there would be another non-user who would send information, and that was the captured Kate. If there was no Bakur, perhaps Neferpitu, one of the 3 direct guards, would not have killed Kate when he first saw Kate, but would have captured him alive, tortured him, and controlled him until he knew everything he needed. Kate simply couldn't refuse. Even with Bakur, Kate became Neferpitu's puppet after her death, and became a punching bag for the Chimera ants, helping to train the Chimera ants in combat skills. So, back to the beginning. Was it really just a coincidence that Kate got the information about the Chimera ants from the Kakin Empire? Even if Kate and Bakur didn't go to NGL, there was still a way to get 1 or 2 non-users to go there. The inspection department and the cooperative hunters were responsible for coordinating in this regard. After all, in the original timeline, Rat Pariston became the vice president of the Hunter Association in 1998 this year, and the number of missing professional hunters reached a record high in the 3 years until 2000. No matter what, Germain had to remind Kate not to get involved. He couldn't just watch him die, even if he was reincarnated successfully later. As for President Netero, let it go. After all, from the moment President Netero and D5 decided to use the poor rose, it was just a countdown to the death of the Ant King Maruam. Fortunately, Kate, who had been unable to contact before, was finally contacted this time. Kate said that he and Sheila and other team members were still in the primeval forest of the Kajin Empire before, so there was no signal, and they had just recently gone to a nearby town to rest. Their investigation mission in the Kajin Empire has not yet ended, and they will not leave for the time being. Germain breathed a sigh of relief, and then told him that the matter of the Chimera and might be related to the Byangda forces, and asked Kate not to get involved. Kate agreed, and asked about Jin's recent situation, and then congratulated them on their achievements in the Dark Continent, and said that she would come to Greed Island to take a look when she has time. The communication with Kate ended just like that. But the suspicion surrounding NGL had not completely dissipated. Many people noticed Germain's unusual attitude towards the Chimera Ant Crusade. He seemed quite cautious, and many people thought he was too cautious, as if he was worried that the Chimera Ant Crusade team could not completely control the situation. Maybe he had been in the Dark Continent for too long, so he was prone to suspicion? Everyone thought. Germain continued to pay attention to the developments of the Chimera Ants. When everyone asked him about his opinion on the matter, he remained silent. When Abenganiel was removing the thoughts from Germain, he once again asked Germain about his opinion on the Chimera Ant Extermination Team. And he finally spoke. I'm afraid it will be difficult, but the Chimera Ant Extermination Team should be able to win in the end, Germain said. After all, we have President Netero, Abenganiel said with a smile while preparing the props for removing the thoughts. He is also a professional hunter and has a blind worship of President Netero. These beliefs from the younger generation made Isaac Netero, a centenarian, bear too much responsibility. It was as if everyone thought he would never age and would always win. Germain did not comment on this. Abengani saw a lot of emotions in Germain's eyes at this time. Worry is understandable. After all, the Chimera Ants are not weak. But why are they sad? Does Mr. Germain think that someone in the Chimera Ant Expedition team will die in this battle? Emolawu, Nob? I heard that their disciples Nakulu, Shiotu, and Palm are also nearby, and they may also participate in the expedition. It is possible that they, who are weaker in strength, will be killed by the Chimera Ants. Is Mr. Germain sad that they are about to die in battle? Is he such a gentle person? Before Abenganiel thought about President Netero, he was stunned by the scarlet mind beast of Germain that appeared in the campfire. Why are there more? And so many more at once? There are a total of 6 scarlet mind beasts, representing bad gambling, bullseye deviation, death phobia, perfectionism, bloodthirstiness, and murder maniac. Among them, murderer is the negative trait that he has acquired after returning from the Dark Continent. Murderer is the result of Germain's bloodlust. Combined with bloodthirstiness, it will make Germain more obsessed with torture. In layman's terms, it means liking SM, which is definitely not okay and must be cleared out. There are 6 scarlet beasts, not to mention the golden beasts. A total of 9. They represent beast nemesis, human nemesis, light warrior, night owl, genius, tough, robust, revitalize, and evil nemesis. Among them, evil nemesis was also contaminated from the return from the Dark Continent this time. But it is a positive trait. It is in the same series as beast nemesis and human nemesis, with the same effect, but different targets. So there is no need to mention it. German began to choose the target of this cleanup. In terms of the priority of cleaning negative traits, German finally chose death fear. Once this negative trait reaches the conditions, the follow-up will be catastrophic. After German was severely injured, death fear will make him more likely to increase pressure, which is definitely not allowed. So, Germain asked Abengani to clear his fear of death. When Abengani saw the 15 beasts appear, he was shocked at first, and then slowly calmed down. There is nothing to worry about. From the moment I decided to join Mr. Germain's team, didn't I expect the situation today? To be honest, Abengani is still very satisfied with his current life. He became a member of the Greed Island Administrator team. His power was not high, but his salary was high, which allowed him to get everything he dreamed of on Greed Island. Abengani believed that as long as he worked harder, it would not be impossible for him to become a core player and reach the level of Duan, List, Liza, Ida, and the Elena twins. And who can decide all this? The old and frail Grandma Lenny? No. The indifferent Jean? No. It was Germain, who was the #1 person on Greed Island. Only by showing his ability in front of him could he have a smoother path to promotion. With this idea in mind, Abengani, who was focused, performed exceptionally well in this exorcism. German soon found that not only the death phobia was cleared, but also the murder mania disappeared. Even Abengani himself was surprised by this. And then, he was ecstatic. This kind of thing can only mean that Abengani has made a qualitative breakthrough in his mind ability. German thanked Abengani, and then gave him a few words of encouragement, and then left. He wanted to give Abengani time and space to review and summarize the experience of his extraordinary performance just now. This is a good thing for both Abingani and Germain. In the following time, Germain followed the movements of NGL through the Professional Hunter website. According to his own summary, the original Chimera ant incident was divided into 4 stages. The first stage started with the queen ant feeding and mating in large quantities, breeding soldier ants, and ended with the birth of the 3 direct guards. Kate was killed during this period, and Xiujia and Kilua escaped. The second stage started with the birth of the ant king Maruam and the death of the queen ant, and ended with the retrieval of Kate's body. A large number of Chimera ants invaded places outside NGL. The third stage begins with the invasion of the Republic of East Gothar by the ant king Maruam and his 3 direct guards, and ends on the eve of the final battle, when Nobu's heart is broken and Palm is transformed by the human body. The fourth stage begins with the final battle and ends with the separate actions, until the death of the Ant King due to poisoning, the death of President Netero, and the death of the rest of the Chimera Ant Suppression team. In the original timeline, the Chimera Ant Suppression War lasted at least 4 months. After Kate's death, Gon and Killua spent a month training, and Gon was unable to use his Nin ability because of the Nin ability of Mikuro, which also lasted for a month. So 2 months have passed. Before that, Killua took the Professional Hunter exam at the beginning of the year, obtained a Professional Hunter license, and then returned to Greed Island, where he cleared Greed Island with Gon and Biscuit. After that, the election for the president of the Hunter Association was held on August 8th of that year. The months between the two were the duration of the Chimera Ant Crusade. Now, what stage has the Chimera Ant invasion in NGL reached? Germain could only get some one-sided information on the Professional Hunter website. And just when he wanted to completely abandon the matter, an accident happened. Chapter 246. November 5th. Germain was called to Grandma Lenny's room. And then the maid left the living room. Grandma Lenny was sitting in a wheelchair on the balcony, basking in the sun. When she heard the voice, she slowly turned her head, squinted her eyes, and smiled kindly at him. "Sit down." Her skinny finger pointed to a chair opposite the tea table. Germain sat down, then looked at Grandma Lenny. "What do you want to talk to me about?" In fact, he already had an idea in his mind. In the entire Lamila castle, there were only 2 people who had never asked him or hinted at his views on the Chimera Ant Crusade. One was Shiudi, and the other was Grandma Lenny. Let's not talk about Shiudi for now. Why Grandma Lenny didn't ask a single question was a question in Germain's mind. And now he should be able to get the answer. The Queen Ant is dead. Grandma Lenny didn't mean to beat around the bush, and her expression was calm. The King Ant was born. This is much earlier than expected, which is very abnormal. She opened her eyes and looked at Germain with a smile. This matter is still confidential, but once the Queen Ant dies, the Chimera Ants will lose their restraints. It's only a matter of time before they invade the countries and regions surrounding the NGL Autonomous Region. That is to say, in about 2 or 3 days, the news that the Chimera Ants are out of control and spreading will spread throughout the world. And it is expected that millions of people will be killed or injured in the next few months. Not to mention the missing King Ant and his 3 direct guards. They are the most terrifying among the Chimera Ants. According to Isaac's speculation, the Ant King's fighting power is probably even higher than his. Grandma Linya said, while observing Germain's expression, and finally silently said, as expected in her heart, "You have rarely mentioned the matter of the Chimera Ant Crusade during this period. Is it because you foresaw this situation? Germain, you are one of the few humans who have directly fought against the monsters of the Dark Continent and survived. So you know very well that the Chimera Ant is not that simple. Not to mention, there may be manipulation by the forces of Yonda behind this matter." Germain listened quietly, without showing any obvious changes in his expression. Has the situation deteriorated to this extent? The Queen Ant has died, and the cause of death is most likely that the King Ant Maruam forced her out of her abdomen. At this point, the original Chimera Ant structure with the Queen Ant as the apex has completely collapsed. The King Ant Maruam and his 3 direct guards will act independently, and attack the east go to Republic east of the NGL Autonomous Region. The Chimera Ants will split into 2 major factions. One faction advocates independence and the establishment of its own Chimera Ant Kingdom, while the other faction chooses to cooperate with humans and help the Chimera Ant Crusade team to decapitate the King Ant Maruam. The reason why they have such obvious human social characteristics is that they are Chimera Ants produced by Queen Ants through feeding and mating with humans. They have fragments of memories of their previous lives as humans, and have thoughts close to humans. It can even be said that, except for their appearance, they are a group of humans who are ignorant of worldly affairs. This group of chimera ants, which have mixed genes of humans or other species through feeding and mating, will bring disasters to countries and regions near the NGL Autonomous Region in the future. Germain's silence has already answered too many questions. Granny Linnea didn't mean to ask further. She sighed softly and said, Isaac is a very stubborn person. He was like this before. Now that he is older, he is even more stubborn. The more others don't allow him to do something, the more he thinks it is unreasonable. The more he wants to do it. That's why he came to me and Jage to go to a place like the Dark Continent. Granny Linnea's tone was like nostalgia and complaint. Even if he became the strongest in the 6 continents, he never gave up pursuing the limits of martial arts. But he could no longer find an object worthy of his full challenge here. His martial arts life seemed to end here. Until this time. Especially after the birth of the Ant King. When I talked to him, I clearly felt that he was young again. Ant King. That is an enemy worthy of his full effort to challenge. To be honest, many people noticed the abnormality of this chimera ant crusade. Even if they were to pursue the elite squad decapitation tactic, the chimera ant suppression team should not have only such a configuration. Many people said that it was Pariston, the review department, the special hunters, and even the V5 executives who were interfering and deliberately prevented Isaac from getting enough help. Yes, but not true. In fact, as long as Isaac shouted, most of the members of the 12 branches on the mission would immediately fly to his side. He now has such prestige. Whether it is the review department and the special hunters, or the V5 executives, will they die immediately if they don't obey their orders? That's not the case at all. Because the one who wants to stop this group of people is Isaac himself. He is the biggest obstacle. As long as he doesn't give in, no one can defy his will. As long as Isaac doesn't want to, all those who want to help him have no reason to intervene. That's why I said he is really a stubborn person. As a person who pursues the limit of martial arts, he will challenge the Ant King alone regardless of everything. And as the president of the Hunter Association, he will sacrifice everything to win. If it really comes to that, he will definitely die. This is not a good thing for you and me. I will lose a friend I have known for decades. You will lose your biggest supporter. And Bai Yongda may take advantage of the opportunity to show up. And V5 will take over here. This is the worst outcome. So, we must avoid this kind of thing. German, I want to know, if I let you participate in the Chimera Ant Crusade now, and take on a certain role, would you be willing? This time, German did not think too long. If possible, I don't want President Netero to die in battle. But, will President Netero be willing to let me join temporarily? Yes, he will. Granny Linny narrowed her eyes again. Such a stubborn person actually has weaknesses. I talked to him once last night. Then, Granny Linny took out a mobile phone from under the blanket covering her abdomen, dialed a number, and then handed it to Germain. You talk to this guy. Germain took the phone, put it to his ear, and then heard Isaac Netero's voice as expected. Yo, kid. Netero laughed a few times. I heard about it. You did a good job. He didn't say what it was, but Germain could hear that it was referring to the Dark Continent. Then, Netero's tone became serious. Although it's a little sudden. Can you please come to the Republic of East Gothia? German's call with Netero didn't last too long. After hanging up, he handed the phone back to Grandma Linnea. After Grandma Linnea took the phone, she took German's hand and shook it gently. She stammered for a while and finally said, just do your best. Don't force it. November 6th. At this time, many people in Lamila Castle knew that the situation in the NGL Autonomous Region had taken a sharp turn for the worse. More and more people understood the meaning of German's solemn expression these days. When they heard that German was leaving Greed Island and going to the East Gothic Republic, they understood what was going on without much thought. Between the East Gothic Republic and the NGL Autonomous Region, there are 3 not-so-large republics, which will definitely be affected by the invasion of the Chimera Ants. Not to mention, according to the information on the Professional Hunter website, the Ant King and the 3 guards have already controlled the capital of the East Gothic Republic and are working to build a kingdom for the Chimera Ants there. Germain went to the Republic of East Gachuo, and it was obviously President Netero who personally named him to go. And the purpose was self-evident. Nowadays, Many professional hunters are silently waiting for President Netero's call. But President Netero did not name anyone else. Only Germain. Which is intriguing. Everyone was relieved soon. It is normal for people outside Greed Island not to understand. But they can understand that Germain is one of the few people who can travel back and forth to the Dark Continent. And his current combat power is also top-notch in the 6 continents. Except for Jean. He is even more suitable than any other of the 12 zodiac signs. It should be said that it is fortunate that he is the one chosen by President Netero. In any case, Germain is a member of Greedy Island. And this time, he is going to support President Netero. Everyone provided Germain with their own help and blessings. With such support, Germain set off. The straight-line distance between the Republic of East Gacho and Greedy Island is not far. It can even be said that they are in the same ocean. So it is convenient to travel back and forth. The Republic of East Gacho is calm on the surface. But it is actually under the control of the Ant King Maroon. But the normal way of entering the country has not been completely stopped. The Republic of East Gacho is actually a dictatorship, which closes the news to the outside world and implements terror rule internally. The head of the country is General Digo. General Digo is dead. But he was transformed into a puppet by Neferpitu, one of the 3 guards, to pretend that he is still alive and ruling the country. What even the Ant King Maroon and the 3 guards don't know here is that General Digo is actually a substitute. And the real general of the Republic of East Gacho has always been overseas. In short, Germain set off on November 7th and arrived at the Republic of East Gothia on November 8th. However, he did not arrive at the mainland of the Republic of East Gothia, but at an island located directly north of it, across the strait, which also belongs to the jurisdiction of the Republic of East Gothia. Germain came to the coordinates given by President Netero, and then saw a large area of dense primeval forest. He walked through the forest for most of the day, and finally convinced himself that he was approaching President Netero. Because of Germain's circle, he felt the rising mind energy, which was like a towering tower. However, the next moment, the mind energy disappeared without a trace. This cycle was repeated continuously, like a lighthouse beam, pointing the way for Germain. The closer Germain got, the more he could feel the surging mind energy, which instantly broke through the sky, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and repeated continuously. It was a terrifying thing. What he actually saw first was an airship parked in an open area. And then he saw an obviously unnatural, sunken basin. An old man with short braids and training clothes was doing a horse stance, raising his fist and hitting the ground. Bang every time he hit. The huge pit sank down a bit. And the mind energy also penetrated the sky. Chapter 247. Bang, as if he regarded the rock layer as raw iron and his fist as a hammer. Netero punched the ground again and again. And the training clothes embroidered with the word heart fluttered. Bang, he focused on forging iron and didn't even look at Germain. But Germain knew that he must have noticed his approach. Bang, Germain watched for a while, then turned around and looked into the depths of the dense forest, his eyes calm and silent. You have been watching me for so long. It's time for you to come out. Right? What a sensitive kid. The voice of an old man came from the dense forest. But 2 figures came out, one tall and one short. Zeno Zoldyck put his hands behind his back, with the words career active hanging on his hunched chest. And he showed a wolf-like smile. You have already noticed our existence. Right? The flow of mind energy cannot deceive people. We as killers hate people who are always vigilant. This will increase our workload. Germain answered Zeno's question with his usual silence. Zeno was not angry, but just laughed twice and shook his head. Silva Zoldyck, with long silver hair and strong arms hanging naturally on the sides of his thighs, looked at Germain indifferently. Compared to the last time I met him a few months ago, both his body and his temperament have become stronger. And it is an extremely terrifying leap forward. What happened to him in the past few months? What an incredible man. Silva did not go to the trouble to tell his father about his discovery, because he knew that with his father's experience, he must have seen more than he did. Although Zeno is old and has retired from the position of the head of the family, there are still many things that Sheba can learn from him. Germain was not surprised to see the father and son of the Zoldyck family here, even if President Netero did not mention it at all. He knew that the father and son would come. It was the same as in the original timeline. President Netero paid a large price. And with his friendship with Maha and Jaeger, he called Zeno and Sheba here. However, the mission of the father and son was not to conquer and eliminate the Chimera ants. if it was this mission. Even if President Netero was familiar with the Zoldyck family, they would not accept it. This is not a question of money, but a question of whether it is worth it. They are like those big families with a long history. They always put the family first before doing anything, and will not take excessive risks. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Killua, who pulled out the needle from Illumi. For Gon, he can do almost anything. Back to Zeno and Silva. What Zeno has to do is to force back the 3 guards, and then send Netero and Meruem to the designated battlefield. And then he can retreat safely. Silva came to support Zeno and take care of some blind Chimera ants. They won't do unnecessary things, such as challenging the 3 guards, or the stronger Meruem. Germain pointed at Netero at the bottom of the basin. What is the president doing? Zeno twirled his white beard like a long shrimp claw and laughed. Of course, he is regaining the power of his youth. The previous battles with the division commanders, army commanders, and soldiers among the Chimera ants can only be called warm-ups at best. Zeno suddenly restrained his smile and pursed his lips. I didn't expect Netero to call you. I thought he would be stubborn to the end, and would never let any young people from the Hunter Association intervene in this crusade. Germain raised his hand and pressed the brim of his tricorn hat. Aren't there many young people in the Chimera Ant Crusade team? Mo Lawu, Nobu and their disciples. Well, I mean, of course, except for them. Before the Ant King was born, even Netero underestimated the king to a certain extent. So did he make a team addition? Maybe this is the intention. Maybe not. Even German himself did not fully understand Netero's thoughts. How did Grandma Lenya convince him? And why did he change his mind and specifically ask German to come? In the next period of time, German should gradually figure it out. As for the punishment from the inspection department and the Hunter Association for skipping their consultation meeting and joining without permission, German didn't care at all. He let them go to hell. The procedures of the Hunter Association were never within his consideration. If he was the kind of person who followed the rules, he would not have explored the Dark Continent in the first place. It should be said that the rules trap those who follow the rules, while those who don't follow the rules are more likely to benefit. At the same time, German also thought about the situation of Jean, Bisky and Minchi in the Dark Continent. Before he and Xiaodi returned to Greed Island, they explained to Jean, Bisky and Minchi that they would wait until the alchemical plants were fully researched and developed before returning. No later than the end of this year. This is also the reason why Grandma Lenya asked him to do his best. There was a group of people waiting for the support of German and others over at Lake Mobius. At this time, the sound of the ground bombardment not far away suddenly stopped. Everyone turned around and saw Netero climbing up the earth wall step by step and coming to them. He was so aggressive when he came over, but when he stopped and stroked his fluffy white beard, he turned into a cheerful and kind old man. The change was so fast. It was as if 2 different people had switched positions in the blink of an eye. Since Germain is here, it will be easy to talk. Netero didn't want to reminisce at all, and went straight to the point. V5 and the Hunter Association are urgently formulating a new battle plan based on the new situation. However, I can't just do nothing. So you are the helpers I invited. Gino pointed at Germain. He is also the helper you invited? Isn't it an order? He is obviously a junior of the Hunter Association, so he is under your management, right? Netero nodded first, then shook his head. I didn't ask him to come and help as the president of the Hunter Association, but as an old man, I asked for his help. This is different. Gino understood and couldn't help but smile slyly. In other words, the Hunter Association doesn't know that Germain has joined. Right? Yes. He is not even a member of the Chimera Ant Suppression Team. In a sense, his current identity is similar to yours. Haha. You are indeed the president of the Hunter Association. You are very skilled in playing word games. Netero laughed for a while, then walked to the bushes next to him, took out a suitcase from there like a magic trick, and then opened it to reveal the documents inside. These are the information known to the Chimera Ants. You can all take a look first. German, Zeno and Silva did not hesitate, and went straight over, took out the documents, divided them into 3 parts, and started reading. In German's hand was the risk assessment of the Chimera Ants. He compared them horizontally with the gold and silver ingots and the immortal disease in his memory. Comprehensive assessment, Chimera Ant B/gold and silver ingot B+, /immortal disease B+, ferocity, Chimera Ant C to B. Some are A-, / gold and silver ingot B. Some are A-, / immortal disease C-. Some are A-, quantity, chimera and B / gold and silver ingot C / immortal disease E. Reproductive capacity, chimera and B-, 1 / gold and silver ingot B-, 2 / immortal disease B-, 2. Destructive power, chimera and A / gold and silver ingot A-, / immortal disease B-. It can be seen intuitively that except for ferocity, the chimera ant is higher than the gold and silver ingots, and the immortal disease in other aspects. But the comprehensive index is lower than them. The main reason is that the chimera ants have been defeated by humans too many times in history. If it weren't for the fact that Maruam and the 3 guards were a little special this time, humans would have a mature plan to deal with them. Relatively speaking, gold and silver ingots and the immortal disease rarely appear in the 6 continents in the Dark Continent. Except for Dong Fulishi and the German team, no one can solve these disasters. Therefore, the evaluation of gold and silver ingots and the immortal disease is higher than that of chimera ants. After German finished reading this data, which he had actually seen many times in the New Century Chronicle East chapter fragment, he exchanged the documents in his hands with Silva and started reading. What was exchanged was the information about the currently active division commanders, army commanders and soldiers of the chimera ants. Some of this information was obtained by other professional hunters after fighting with them, and some was given by the chimera ants who joined the human faction. German saw some familiar names, such as Zai Luo. It is the only chimera ant that has directly broken away from the rule of the queen ant from the beginning by its own will. Its previous life as a human was the founder of the NGL Autonomous Region. Now, Zai Luo's whereabouts are unknown. However, Germain did not care too much, because the main enemy he faced was not the chimera ants on this list. The only thing worth noting is that many of these division commanders and army commanders have awakened their nin abilities, because some of the hunters who fought against them fell into their hands. There is no way to deal with this kind of thing. It is just a matter of sooner or later. The chimera ants are greedily expanding outward, so someone must come to investigate or stop it. Ordinary humans cannot do it, so only nin users can come. The result is that those who have the ability to read have either become food for the queen or king ants, or become puppets transformed by Neferpitu, providing knowledge and acting as punching bags. After a brief look, Germain exchanged intelligence files with Gino again. This time, the information in his hands was about Maruam and the 3 guards. King of Ants Maruam. One of the 3 guards Mentutuyupi. One of the 3 guards Al Yafu. One of the 3 guards Neferpitu. There is very little information about the 4 of them. We only know that they are at the top of the combat power pyramid of this group of chimera ants, and the gap in strength between the 3 guards and the division commander is very large. Any one of the 3 guards can crush the division commander, not to mention the army commanders and soldiers below. The owners of these 4 names are what they have to face. Chapter 248. Netero, wearing wooden clogs with only 1 soul, walked a few steps along the edge of the basin that he had punched out with his punches, stroking his white beard. This made him, who was half bald and had fluttering sleeves, look like a Taoist priest or a monk. No matter how the rear combat meeting is held, I think the final result will tend to be the decapitation strategy with the lowest cost and the highest success rate. If that's the case, I need to open up space and fight Maruam one-on-one. The name of the ant king Maruam was learned from the dying queen ant by the group of chimera ants who turned to humans. Netero was at the scene at the time. Since the queen ant and the chimera ants basically communicated through radio waves, the queen ant's last words were conveyed by the chimera ants simultaneously. The queen ant died after she finished speaking. Her last regret was that she was unable to tell the king ant his real name in person and see him rule the world. These subhumans are really troublesome. Too smart. Too emotional. Just special humans. Just like the dictators in human history. They want to rule the world for the benefit of a small group of people. So they will let a large number of innocent people die for this, and drag the entire human world into the abyss. Netero's eyes, at this moment, were both cold and compassionate. So, I need someone to distract or stop the 3 guards. Just don't let them disturb the battle between me and Maruam. That's why I asked you to come. He turned around and put on a smiling expression when facing everyone. But it's too early to say this now. Meetings have to be held one by one. Procedures have to be followed step by step. Funds have to be allocated bit by bit. It will be boring for a long time next. No. Something's wrong. Zeno and Silva looked at each other and frowned together. They both had a subtle feeling, as if they vaguely saw the fox tail shaking behind Netero. Netero stretched out his right index finger and gestured. How about this? The four of us hold a martial arts competition, just as a way to get familiar with the intensity of the final battle, and also to kill time. How about it? Netero looked very interested. Zeno put his hands behind his back and glanced at Germain. You are totally planning to let us be the whetstone for this kid, right? Ah. Is it exposed so soon? Netero stuck out his tongue, made a face, tapped his forehead in a cute way, and tilted his head. The more Germain looked at him, the more familiar he felt. He soon saw the shadow of Biscuit in Netero's appearance. Biscuit is everywhere. I just don't know whether Biscuit imitated Netero or Netero imitated Biscuit. Netero lowered his hands and looked at Zeno and Silva with a smile. But, from now on, it's not certain who is the sharpening stone for whom. Right? There was silence at the scene. Zeno glanced at Germain again, pondered for a while, and then raised his head. It's not certain. Although this is the first time I've seen him, I have confirmed that he is a monster, and I can't figure out his details. If it's a fight to the death, I should be able to beat him in terms of experience. Zeno shook his head again. But, Netero, this matter is one thing at a time. Being his whetstone, or him being our whetstone, is in addition to the original mission. This is a separate price. How cold. Gino, I thought I would be treated preferentially as a friend of your ancestors. Then give me a 10% discount. Deal? Gino didn't expect Netero to agree so quickly, and soon realized that he was being tricked again, and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Netero didn't even intend to ask German and Silva for their opinions. He walked to Gino. Let's go. Let's have tea and rest first, and let the two of them decide the winner first. Okay. The two had just walked a few steps when Netero turned around again, as if he suddenly remembered, and pointed to the basin that he had blasted out with his fist. Oh! I almost forgot to set the rules. You all have seen this, right? It is the range, and those who go out of the range lose. Other than that, you can only automatically admit defeat. There is one more thing. Don't kill or injure anyone. Otherwise, it will not be a problem that can be solved with money. Netero waved to Germain and Silva with a smile on his face. Then, the venue is left to you young people. Play freely. Right? This time, Netero and Zeno left without looking back. They went straight to the airship and really went to have afternoon tea. German, who is about 20 years old, and Silva, who is about 40 years old, are both called young people by Netero, with an age difference that is enough to be father and son. But this centenarian said this, and there was really no sense of disobedience. It seems that a fight is really going to happen, and it cannot be refused. Silva looked at German, stretched out his hand, and made a pleased gesture. Since President Netero values you so much and the price has been negotiated, let's get started. German recalled Netero's expression just now, and gradually understood Netero's intention. The more he thought about it, the more he frowned. However, it was a rare opportunity to fight with a master like Silva, so Germain did not hesitate for long and agreed. The two kept a distance between them and walked into the basin together. Slowly walking down along the earth wall, Germain observed the entire basin as he walked. In fact, Netero's demarcation of the field boundary was disadvantageous to Germain, which meant that he, a materialization type, had to fight with Silva, a release type, in a limited space. In this situation, the advantage was on the side of the release type. If you really want to win in a head-on confrontation, you need to use the power of the ominous undead or chaos roar. However, the rules do not allow casualties, which increases the difficulty. There are many similarities with the rules set by Netero in the last stage of the professional hunter exam in the original timeline, except that there are no boundaries. Germain and Silva both simply stretched their muscles and made a clicking sound, like two killing machines starting to turn gears. Are you ready? German? Get ready. Before German could finish his words, he noticed that Sheba suddenly accelerated like a cheetah and rushed towards him. In order not to alert the enemy, Sheba released his murderous aura at this moment, and the mental energy gathered on his hands at this time. This was actually very dangerous. Sheba rushed straight to German's face without mental energy. If he was injured, it would be a serious blow without mental energy defense. To cover up this defect, The flow of mental energy must be completed before German's reaction. And the speed of such mental energy flow is amazing. In other words, once it is achieved, it can achieve unexpected results. Shiba achieved it. This is his well-honed killing skill, and his instinctive action mode every time he suddenly shoots a cold arrow. However, even if he achieved it, German still reacted. A flamethrower materialized in an instant, and spit out a fire dragon at Shiba. The fire dragon shot over with a wheezing sound, enough to devour Shiba. Shiba bent directly on the spot, and appeared in another place like a flash, and then scattered into more than a dozen almost identical figures, rushing from all directions. Dark step. Limb flexion. Among the dozen figures, some clenched their fists, some danced their arms like snakes, some flew and kicked, and some threw huge telekinetic bombs with both hands, each of which looked real. German moved quickly while making calm judgments. The fire dragon twisted and swept counterclockwise, while German himself rushed to the side in the opposite direction. The spiral cane shook a whirlwind and pierced one of the figures. In fact, each figure was the real Shiba, but he completed the attack in different directions almost in an instant, looking like a shadow clone. However, the only ones who could pose a real threat were the now moving Silba and the telekinetic bullets he threw. The rest of his punches and kicks were just a show. Silba's pupil shrank, because German had found his current position correctly. Bang, the two telekinetic bullets collided and exploded, and smoke and dust rolled. Silba flew out of the dust, then stood almost vertically against the earth wall, and glanced down at the stab wound on his left shoulder. Only a little blood flowed out of the wound, and it was quickly stopped because of Silba's physique. This kind of injury is just a daily occurrence for the Zoldyck family. So what is really important is that Germain actually saw through all the afterimages, and found his location directly. Silva's hidden steps and limb bending are much better than Illumi and Killua, and his stealth and deception are both unique. Even so, Germain still saw through it in a very short time. Is he really the Germain who was as famous as my stupid son Illumi a few months ago? Illumi has not made such great progress in the past few months. Not only that, Silva also noticed a detail. Under normal circumstances, for a nin user who uses a materialized weapon to fight, the weapon will appear where it touches the nin user, and most of them are hands. However, whether it was the flamethrower at the beginning or the threaded cane later, Silva only saw Germain raise his hand, and they floated in front of him. In other words, Germain now has freed his hands to fight with materialized weapons, and he does not need to hold them all the time. How did he do this? Shiba quickly figured out the key points. German's current strength has increased a lot. It's an explosive leap, so he can do more. The tool he first materialized has already touched his body. It should be the energy condensed on his chest. Judging from the shape, it looks like a fragment. As long as the fragment touches his body, he can free his hands, and the materialized tool will appear around him at any time without contact for him to drive. In fact, it was not zero contact, but it was almost invisible visually. But it was indeed connected by mind energy. In other words, Germain used a lot of extended mind energy to replace his hands. The young generation nowadays is really scary, and Germain is undoubtedly the best among them. Schwa. The strong wind caused by the meat saw blew away the smoke and dust, revealing Germain wearing a hunter's black robe. Chapter 249. Germain slowly took off his tricorn hat, and put it in his arms to prevent it from falling. Then, he naturally lowered his black-gloved hands, which were bare except for the light of the leather. At the same time, the meat saw, the shotgun, the flamethrower, the Kaiten cannon, the spiral cane, and the sword chickage all hovered around German, like the moon surrounded by stars. Shiba looked at this scene, and slightly widened his eyes. It can be called a terrifying tolerance and precise control. I am afraid that his tolerance is above all of us. It is also because of this that this kind of integration of the materialization system, the transformation system, and the operation system can be achieved. However, it seems that they still cannot lead Germain too far. It should be that if they exceed a certain distance, they will not be able to continue to maintain this materialization state. Therefore, as long as the distance is increased, the use of his abilities can be limited to the maximum extent. Wait, there is something wrong. Shiba narrowed his eyes, and saw another abnormality. Among the many weapons hovering around Germain, a long strip of something appeared, divided into 5 sections, and only one section accumulated a little blue. Some kind of progress bar? It doesn't look like time. Because it doesn't keep growing. Then it can only be the battle superposition. The most obvious difference between now and now is that the two of us are out of the battle. If we are out of the battle, that thing will not accumulate. When we enter the battle, it is probably a local competition of mind energy. And the difference will be counted on the progress bar. In other words, as long as my mind energy is more than his mind energy at a single point, it's easier said than done. The accumulation cannot be stopped. It can only be slowed down. If the battle goes on for a long time, something extremely unfavorable to me will happen. However, if I want to end the battle quickly, it is easy to fall into his trap, which will accelerate the accumulation of the progress bar. At this time, Silva remembered the rules set by Netero in advance. In addition to voluntarily admitting defeat, is it considered a defeat if you go out of bounds? Perhaps. I can use this point. Silva's eyes condensed, and he made a decision. He raised his hand, facing Germain with his palms, and condensed 2 head-sized bullets. Then, Sheba pushed them and shot them at Germain. Puff puff. Germain's body did not move, and the threaded staff suspended above his head suddenly stretched out, turning in the air like a long snake, and pierced the 2 groups of bullets with a hiss. Bang! Bang! The series of explosions was like thunder. However, Germain, who was concentrating, soon noticed that the 2 groups of bullets were just appetizers, and then appeared in front of him. The rain of bullets was dense. I saw Sheba constantly pushing his palm forward like a sumo wrestler. With each push, a bullet the size of a head was fired, hitting German. More than 20 bullets densely covered the entire area where German was. Bang! 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 Another series of explosions. And they continued, and the entire area was bombed beyond recognition. Swish! German dodged and left the area, circled half a circle, and then took the initiative to approach Sheba. The meat saw, shotguns and other tools always followed him in all directions, forming an offensive and defensive formation. Although close combat with the materialization and release systems is disadvantageous in textbooks, this is, after all, a practice battle that is more like actual combat. According to their own situation, close combat between German and Silva is more conducive to accumulating advantages. However, Silva immediately ran away from German, and while keeping a distance, continued to shoot a rain of bullets in the direction of German. A wonderful scene appeared. German chased Silva, and from time to time, he used the floating materialization weapon to smash the bullets that were shot, or directly dodged. Silva kept avoiding close combat, constantly keeping his distance, and using telekinesis to fight back. What did Silva want to do? German soon noticed Silva's intention. He was being pushed to the boundary set by Netero little by Silva's dense telekinesis. As long as he went out of bounds, he would lose. Using the rules to win? This is also a good way. So, German did not deliberately attack Silva, but rushed towards the center of the basin. Silva continued to force him with telekinesis, but German moved around the center of the basin and could not force him out of this area, let alone force him out of the boundary. He sighed secretly. He saw through my intention so quickly. It should be very tense next. No, that's not right. I should say that it's over. Silva noticed that German's floating 5-stage gas tank had accumulated 2 blue bars. Not only attack, as long as the local gas volume of defense exceeds the local gas volume of my attack. Will the difference also be counted in the gas tank accumulation? It's like watching a noose tighten around your neck, but you don't have any sharp weapon in your hand to cut it. That's the end. Sheba suddenly stopped, lowered his hands, and dispersed his mind. Stop, Germain. There's no point in fighting any further. I give up. Germain was a little surprised, but he also stopped. He slowly dispersed his mind, and when the hunter badge hanging on his neck disappeared, all the materialized tools also disappeared, including the gas tank. However, from now on, the progress of his gas tank will be saved. When he materializes the hunter badge next time, the gas tank will still maintain the progress of the 2nd stage, but it will be slightly reduced. Germain was puzzled. He hadn't used the means to decide the outcome yet. So why did Sheba voluntarily admit defeat? Why didn't you continue? Germain asked. Sheba closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. I just simulated various means in my mind for a moment, and found that there was no other way to break the situation except to fight you desperately. But this violates the rules of this battle. Besides, even if I fight desperately, I can't get an advantage. So I admit defeat. I think that when your progress bars are full, it is your strong period. Do I have to watch and wait here, and finally be taken away by you in one wave? Sheba smiled when he said the latter part. It was hard to imagine that this usually serious man would smile like this to anyone other than Killua. Germain thought about it, and felt that it was true. It wasn't a life and death fight. Did he have to fight until he was covered in dust before giving up? This was not in line with Silva's style. However, if the news of Silva's voluntary surrender spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. However, neither Germain nor Silva cared about this kind of false reputation. Sometimes, it would be easier to do things if others underestimated them. So the first martial arts battle ended with Silva's surrender and Germain's victory. The basin, which was originally quite flat, had been bombed by a bullet and looked like the surface of the moon that had been gnawed by a tengu. The two climbed up the earth wall calmly and walked towards the airship together. Illumi caused you trouble some time ago. Silva was taller than Germain. He walked straight forward and said this. But he didn't look down at Germain. He was referring to the time in August when Illumi cooperated with the Phantom Troop and prepared to gather everyone's strength to solve the problem of Germain on the train. Unexpectedly, Germain turned the tables, and the situation reversed. Eugen, Nobunaga, and the newly joined member number 8, Silva didn't remember the name of this guy, who died as soon as he appeared, of the Phantom Troop were all killed. The leader Kuroro was hunted by Ahsoka. And until now, there has been no news of the two. These were all told to Silva by Illumi on the phone after he withdrew from the operation. Silva paused and added, I have told him not to accept any assassination missions related to you. It should be said that none of us would accept it. I will remind him again after I go back this time. The last time Silva reminded Illumi like this was the last time. At that time, he had just killed the old number 8 member of the Phantom Troop, and then warned Illumi and others not to touch the Phantom Troop. It was not worth it. Now, Germain, as an individual, also enjoys such treatment, which represents Silva's full recognition of Germain's combat power. Before him, only a few people such as Netero had such treatment. When Germain heard what Silva said, he didn't think too much about it. He was used to being assassinated. But in the past 6 months, fewer and fewer people have tried to assassinate him. Last November and December were the times when the number of people was the highest, but the intensity was also the lowest. Later, the number of people was sparse, but the combat power of the assassins increased, especially the Een Beast and the Phantom Troop. He didn't mind adding an Illumi. At this time, he suddenly felt a little strange. Last year, and at the beginning of this year, he was still worried about encountering assassinations by the Phantom Troop or the Zoldyck family. What should he do? Should he use the last means of escape, the teleportation lantern? Now, what he was thinking was, come here. Since you are here, don't go back. This is a completely different attitude, and it is also the result of his unremitting efforts in the past year. Since Illumi was mentioned, Germain remembered what he said on the train at that time. Silva, I heard from Illumi that Killua ran away from home. Silva was not surprised that Germain would care about Killua. When Killua ran away from home again, Zoldyck family launched an internal investigation, and then saw the interaction between Germain and Killua from the surveillance at the gate. At that time, the trainee housekeeper Canaria was also nearby. So after torturing and interrogating her, some of the truth of the day was revealed. After all, Canaria was sent away by Killua later, and she didn't know much. However, because she didn't report the situation in time, she was still punished. After the punishment, she was not kicked out, but her trainee period was extended, because Silva thought that her loyalty to Killua was the only thing worth praising, and there was no need to kick her out. As for what Germain and Killua said, Silva could probably guess it with his toes. Chapter 250. Although Germain was the culprit for Killua's running away from home, Silva now has no intention of blaming Germain. After all, the incident has already happened, so there is no need to dwell on the past. He got rid of the butler who had been following him, and there was no news afterwards. However, not long ago, Illumi said that one of his friends accidentally met a child who looked like Killua. So, Illumi gave up continuing to cooperate with the Phantom Troop and turned to look for Killua. But he hasn't found Killua yet. It's worthy of being a Killua fan. Illumi gave up the mission because of the suspected news of Killua's whereabouts. And Silva and other Zoldyck family members did not express any objections. As if it was natural. Germain looked at Silva. Are you worried about Killua? Are you afraid that he will be in danger when he is alone outside? Silva heard this and smiled contemptuously. Ordinary people can't hurt Killua. If it is an end-user, Killua will avoid it before he has direct contact with the other party. I'm not worried about his safety. This is a fact. Judging from Killua's reaction when he encountered Germain's telekinesis, Killua is now most likely to have been injected with a telekinesis needle by Ilmi. The telekinesis needle will prevent Killua from attacking an enemy that he can't possibly defeat. Silva is very sure of this. It doesn't matter if he can't find it now. He will definitely take part in the professional hunter exam at the beginning of next year anyway. Right. Germain? This should be your advice to him. Silva's last sentence was not a question, but a confirmation. Germain admitted that there was nothing to hide. Yes. I just think that a genius like Killua should be released outside to have better room for growth. Silva nodded and walked up the airship's gangway. That's true. I don't like to keep him trapped like a pet dog. That will only make him more and more like Sanmao, Zoldyck family's guard dog. His top talent always needs to be fulfilled. And fulfillment requires tempering. This is inevitable. However, once the ability of Nin is awakened, the opponents he faces will be different. And sooner or later, he will be brave enough to attack enemies stronger than him. If no one guides him well, Killua will suffer a great loss. This is what we are really worried about, Silva said, looking at Germain meaningfully, and his tall body got into the airship. Then, as expected, Netero's loud laughter came. Silva actually lost? I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Gino. I won. What about the bet? President Netero. I didn't bet with you. Right? Gino's tone was helpless. Then it's settled. The bet will offset part of my debt. Ha ha ha. The second martial arts competition was not held that day, and everyone was resting on the airship. The airship belonged to the Zoldyck family, and there was only one servant on it. A tall female housekeeper named Zyponian. Zyponian had two thick and big braids, and wore a single-sided glasses on her right eye. She was a senior housekeeper of the Zoldyck family, and directly obeyed Silva's orders. This was the reason why Silva did not expel Canaria. He could see that Canaria had the potential to become Killua's direct housekeeper in the future. For example, it is good that Zyponian obeys Zeno's orders, but it is even better if Zyponian disobeys Zeno's orders for Silva. Of course, Zyponian will be punished for doing this, but she will gain deeper trust from Silva. This is the difference between an ordinary butler and a direct butler. An ordinary butler can't even eat shit when it's hot. Canaria will die for Killua, which is what Silva wants. After Zyponian brought dinner to everyone, he left the restaurant of the airship. Unless everyone rings the bell, she will not show up on her own initiative. Only Netero, Gino and Shiba are talking at the dinner table, while German is concentrating on enjoying dinner and rarely speaks. After a while, Netero's cell phone suddenly rang in his trouser pocket. He put down his knife and fork, took out his cell phone and answered it. Netero listened quietly for a while, asked a few questions with a serious expression, and then hung up the cell phone after expressing his agreement. Gino and Shiba looked at him tacitly. Only German was still cutting steak with his head down. It's Mo-Lau's call. Netero took the initiative to say, although I don't need it. He will report the latest situation to me every once in a while. Netero raised his fork, put a piece of steak that looked like it still had blood in it into his mouth surrounded by white beard, and chewed it. Delicious. If I meet Zyponian later, I have to praise her. Her cooking skills are very good, and I like all the food on this table. Gino laughed hoarsely twice. I think she would be honored to receive praise from the president of the Hunter Association. But, let's return Mo-Lau's call. Shall we? What's the situation over there? Netero stared down at the remaining steak on the plate and pursed his lips. How should I put it? Mo-Lau and Nobu are in one group, and Nakulu and Shiotuo are in another group. They act separately and operate in the territory of the Republic of Dongudo, winning battles against Chimera ants every day. In addition, 2 more Chimera ants have joined our side. They are currently in contact with Nakulu and Shiotuo, and have decided to help humans to deal with the Ant King and the 3 guards. Gino raised his eyebrows in surprise. If the Chimera ants jumped to the human camp before, it was because the Queen Ant they were loyal to died. And it was the Ant King who killed the Queen Ant and some of their companions. They cannot be loyal to such an Ant King. One group turned to humans, and the other group set up their own camp. Those chimera ants who set up their own camp should have left this area and spread their activities to the nearby Eurubian continent. Those who are still in the East Gudo Republic should be the ones who submit to the Ant King. How come there are also surrenderists among them? Netero curled his lips. It's very simple. They are born from the feeding and mating of the queen ant. And most of them are mixed with human genes. As for humans, even if some members are loyal to the queen ant and the king ant at the beginning, this emotion will begin to deteriorate later. They will recall the memories of their human period and think of their relatives and friends. Most of these relatives and friends died at the hands of the king ant and the 3 guards. The desire for revenge will prompt them to make a choice, even overshadowing the fear of the king ant and the 3 guards. Zeno nodded. So that's it. Then Imolawu, Nobu, Nakulu and Shiotuo did a good job. At least they lived up to the reputation of the Chimera Ant Suppression Team. In fact, it is not only Imolawu and other people on the list of the Chimera Ant Suppression Team who played a role in the Chimera Ant Suppression War. Now, there are many professional hunters who are secretly active in the East Gudo Republic, acting as Netero's wind ears and delivering all kinds of latest information. Sometimes, even if Imolawu and Nobu don't report their location and what they have done, Netero can quickly get the exact news through the wind ears. In addition, in order to prevent the further spread of the Chimera Ant disaster, professional hunters such as Laka recommended by Imolawu are carrying out annihilation operations in places where Chimera Ants appear. It is the outstanding performance of these professional hunters that forced most of the Chimera Ants that had originally left the NGL Autonomous Region and the East Gudo Republic to return. After the death of the Queen Ant, they planned to establish their own kingdom. It was not until they were frustrated in the human world that the Chimera Ants realized that this was not so easy. The humans in the outside world are not all weaklings. So, they found the Ant King and expressed their loyalty to him. Whether it was sincere or not is another matter. But as long as they simply expressed their loyalty, they could get the evolution of their mind ability from the 3 guards. So why not? Chimera Ants have a very short growth period and extremely high talent. For them, mastering the ability of mind is as easy as a foal learning to stand up shortly after birth. At the same time, this is also the instinct and talent of wild animals that humans gradually abandoned after the development of civilization. And those unknown hunters who were not on the list of the Chimera Ant Suppression Team, are the unknown heroes who forced the arrogant Chimera Ants back to the reality. However, they are destined not to be as brilliant as the Chimera Ant Suppression Team. The reason is not that Imolawu, Nobu and others are members of the Chimera Ant Suppression Team. It is that they dare to face the most terrifying and top group of Chimera Ants. This courage determines the difference between them. Netero put down his knife and fork, picked up the napkin, and wiped the corner of his mouth casually. To be honest, Imolawu, Nobu, Nakulu and Shiotuo, and Laku and others, no matter what happens. Hearing this, Germain couldn't help but look up. Then he noticed that Netero's eyes had an indescribable darkness, and looked extremely cold. It's not important how many Chimera Ants they killed or which Chimera Ants they cooperated with. The most important thing is how much help they can provide in the final battle. The dinner was over soon. When Netero met Ziponian again, he turned back into the smiling old man. He praised Ziponian affectionately, as if he had never existed at the dinner. Ziponian responded humbly, then glanced at German who was walking by. She noticed the result of the irregular battle on the airship. Even though Master Shiba did not use his full strength due to the rules, it was the same for German. Winning is winning. This man named German really beat Master Shiba. Ziponian was silent. This direct butler of Shiba did not show any hostility towards German. On the contrary, she was always respectful when entertaining German. As a senior housekeeper, she would never do such unprofessional things. She would only hate and be angry if Master Shiba needed her to hate Germain and express her anger. Similarly, as long as it was Master Shiba's wish, she would maintain her duties as a housekeeper of the Zoldyck family in front of Germain and complete her mission this time. The next day, the second martial arts competition began. Chapter 251. German and Gino were stretching their muscles in the uneven basin, with a distance between them. Netero still didn't come to watch the game, but this time he received a phone call, and later said it was an important matter, so he left alone. Ziponian was cleaning the airship to keep it clean, so only Shiba was watching on the sidelines. He leaned against a big tree, his strong hands entwined in front of his chest, and stared at the two people in the basin with sharp eyes. I wonder if my father can break the situation. He shouldn't be as embarrassed as me. Soon, Germain and Gino finished warming up. The battle began. The hunched Gino suddenly put his right hand behind his back and raised only his left hand, gathering his mind energy like a knife. Although I was not at the scene yesterday, Shiba told me the whole process of the battle with you. So I have your information. This is not fair. How about this? I give you one hand. How about that? Gino said so and did so, without waiting for Germain to respond. He only raised his left hand and raised it to his chest. He approached Germain with a smile. Germain directly arranged the formation of many weapons that appeared yesterday. Bang! At this moment, Gino suddenly accelerated, pulled his legs up on the spot, and the whole person turned into a shadow and flew towards Germain. However, at the last moment, he showed a ferocious smile to Germain in the air, and his right hand, which was originally behind his back, suddenly stretched out, released the system dragon head plate painting 2 thrust. The mind energy was like a purple dragon, suddenly bombarding Germain at close range. At the same time, Gino's attack was accompanied by a roar. This is his personal habit when fighting, using loud shouting to maintain his own fighting rhythm, and then disrupting the opponent's fighting rhythm. It's like two drummers fighting, using their own rapid drum beats to disrupt the opponent's drum beats. Sometimes, it works wonders. Sure enough, this father and son are exactly the same. Both like to surprise others. No, it should be said that Gino is much more cunning than Shiba. If you really naively believe Gino's words, you will suffer at the beginning. But, who would trust him carelessly and unconditionally? In my impression, only Sijia and Leorio might be hit. German had expected this, and the threaded cane suspended in the air shot out with a clang. It wrapped around the purple dragon body like a python, trying to tie up the purple dragon like a noose. A section of the air slot disappeared, and the meat saw suddenly rose, turning into a tall guillotine, and fell with a click. And the guillotine chopped towards the dragon head. Zeno smiled, swung his right leg like a whip, and stomped on the threaded cane. With the momentum, the purple dragon in his right hand got rid of the restraints at the critical moment. He flew to the side and dodged the guillotine. However, less than a meter away, Genuo suddenly swung his hands down. His mind was reverberating, and he paused in midair for a moment, then suddenly turned back and rushed towards Germain. At this moment, both of his hands turned into purple dragon heads, and his mind was as fast as an arrow. Genuo opened his mouth slightly. His eyes were fierce, and he didn't look like a kind face at ordinary times. He was clearly a greedy wolf. In an instant, a short-barreled musket flashed in front of his eyes, and the muzzle was black. Bang! The shotgun shells flew like sparks, shooting towards Gino's face. Gino made a judgment in an instant and realized the strangeness of these bullets. So he rotated the purple dragons in his palms and wrapped all the shotgun shells, and then sent them to the side without hesitation. Whoosh! The purple dragon that swallowed the bullet flew away and exploded not far away. At the same time, Gino entered the weapons that were like a sword formation circling around German. He tore through their encirclement with extremely fast destructive power and speed. When he was almost touching German, Gino's eyes widened, and his mind burst like a bomb, pushing away all the materialized instruments and smashing them. Now there was no barrier between the two of them. Fight me! Gino didn't say anything, but German could hear the violent voice in his heart. German first blocked the mine that was exploding in front of him, and then when he retreated, he noticed that Gino was close to him again, so he was forced to fight back. Swish! He punched Gino, and the punch was like a threaded cane, stabbing Gino. Genuo was not afraid at all. His dragon head painting almost changed the wind direction at the scene, and he bit towards German. Bang! His fists and palms collided, and his mind burst. Both of them were stunned. German was stunned because he realized that his strengthened physique had given him the foundation to fight against the release system, especially the release system of Genuo. He did not fall into a disadvantage as he imagined. Instead, he fought against Genuo's dragon head painting and was not forced to retreat. Zeno also realized this at the same time, and his heart sank. So that's it. I actually broke a chain tied to him with my own hands. The next moment, both sides launched a stormy attack. Dazzling for a moment, German, who reevaluated his own combat power, and Zeno, who was unwilling to give in, fought fiercely in midair. Fists and feet fought. It looked like two dragons fighting various weapons and magic treasures. Sheba finally couldn't help but leave the tree behind, walked to the edge of the basin, and stared at the fierce battle below. I thought that Jermaine yesterday was incredible enough, but I didn't expect that he actually had such a hidden trick that made my father so serious. What's more terrifying is that my father has been serious, but he still doesn't see any signs of Jermaine losing. Yesterday's Jermaine was the real Jermaine, and today's Jermaine is also the real Jermaine. Is this guy gradually adapting to our combat power and making an equal counterattack? How could this be possible? But if this is the truth, then Sheba felt a chill in his heart. He is looking for a fighting force that will not kill us or cripple us, but can actually defeat us. Zeno, who was fighting Jermaine head-on, also thought of this, and narrowed his eyes, with a hint of coldness on his smile. Smelly boy. Zeno kicked Jermaine's arm fiercely, flew backwards with the force, and then did a backflip and stood firmly on the ground. Then, he shouted loudly, raising his arms high. A purple dragon soared into the air, turned into a golden dragon in midair, and finally roared and dispersed into countless golden dragon arrows, falling like raindrops. Dragon head play painting dragon star cluster. The dense golden dragon arrows not only covered the entire basin, but also affected the woods around the basin. Such intensive attacks were simply terrifying and desperate. There was no possibility of dodging except where Gino was. Damn kid. Fly outside the border. Gino was forcing Jermaine to make a choice. And then, the next moment, he opened his eyes wide. Whisper. A vortex that was enough to distort the entire battlefield situation suddenly appeared. The golden dragon arrows that were originally intensively attacking from all directions were all forced to change direction, and were attracted by the vortex. After a short pause, all the golden dragon arrows stabbed in the same direction, aiming at German in the center of the vortex. Even Gino had to squat down and gather his mind energy to avoid being sucked into the violent vortex. What was he doing? Committing suicide? No, that's not right. The dragon stars were all locked in one direction, so there was a large space in front of him to move. Sure enough, the next moment, German pulled himself out of the vortex and ran towards Gino. And those dragon stars had followed gravity and inertia. All collided behind German and exploded. Bang, 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 bang. Against the background of golden light radiating from the explosion, German rushed towards Zeno with great momentum. Swish. At the same time, a huge figure tore through the dazzling golden light and revealed its figure. This was the skeleton of a beast covered with some black fur. But in his hand was a giant flamethrower, shooting out a sea of fire. Huff huff. In just a moment, Zeno's field of vision was full of flames. As if he was in purgatory. He was roasted by the high temperature as if he was tortured. But at this time he laughed loudly. That's right, little brat. If you want to beat me, use all your strength. There is absolutely no reason to be soft-hearted. Hee. The purple fang dragon tore through the flames, raised its head proudly, opened its bloody mouth, and was about to bite Jermaine, who was close at hand. Crack. German didn't even look at it, and swung his left hand diagonally, and his mind energy turned into a giant meat saw, chopping off the head of the fawn dragon, making it completely disintegrate. Gino pursed his lips tightly, wanting to rush up and attack again, but suddenly felt the evil spirit coming, and wanted to dodge, but found it was too late. Two bone claws swung from the left and right sides, carrying a terrifying pressure, like two heavy hammers hitting together, trying to hit the iron stone of Jinnuo. Bang. Jinnuo had nowhere to hide, and pushed his palms left and right. Zelon was so powerful that he resisted the two bone claws. Damn it. However, the bone claws were about to close. Jinnuo trembled, then shouted loudly, and clenched his teeth. Amidst the golden light, he pushed the two bone claws out a little. But unfortunately, he could not completely push them away or destroy them. At this time, German had rushed in front of him. He stared at Jinnuo with his eyes. A wave of murderous intent came over him, engulfing Jinnuo in an instant, making Jinnuo feel suffocated for the first time in a long time. The door of Zeno was wide open, and there was no way to avoid or defend. He laughed, but he looked like he was going to die calmly. With the desire to kill rising, German almost couldn't hold back the impulse to kill Zeno. But he finally kept his mind at the last moment, and his eyes became clear again. Bang. The spirit was suddenly pulled away by him, shaking into the air like a huge cloak, and finally turned into a loud bang. The owner of the bone claw. The skeleton of the beast disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. The battle ended in an instant. The world was silent for a moment, and the entire basin could no longer be seen in its original appearance. Zeno lowered his arms, that were shaking involuntarily due to pain, restrained his smile, and suddenly felt a sense of loss. And then he closed his eyes. I lost. Chapter 252. Zeno said that he was willing to give up, then opened his eyes, and put his hands behind his back. It was hard to imagine that such a hunched and thin body in its 60s had just burst out with such powerful energy. Did you enjoy it? This question of Zeno made Germain stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha. You actually reacted like this. I assume that you enjoyed it. Let's go up. Zeno twisted his white beard that was almost at a right angle like a shrimp claw with his fingers, turned around happily, and walked steadily to the top of the basin. He walked on the sloping earth wall as if walking on flat ground, without any signs of slipping or losing balance. Germain, wearing a black robe, followed like a shadow. The two climbed up the basin in silence. The boundary originally drawn by Netero had long been blurred by their fierce fight. Silva walked over calmly, and quickly accepted the fact that his father also admitted defeat to Germain. Perhaps for other people who think highly of themselves and are arrogant, admitting defeat is a humiliation. But they, father and son, do not have such a psychological burden. Great fight. This is Silva's evaluation. Germain's answer was a concise thank you. He was still immersed in the rhythm of the instantaneous fight, and could not completely get out of it. The boiling blood and killing desire during the period made Germain wonder whether it was the influence of his bloodthirsty nature or his nature. It took a long time for him to really calm down. Gino glanced at him, thought of something, and slowly turned around to face him. German, what Netero said at the dinner yesterday was very interesting. It made me think of a question. What question? Germain looked at Gino, a little curious. A playful smile appeared on Gino's wrinkled face. Many members of the Chimera ants that appeared this time have memories of their human period, and their bodies are mixed with human genes. They can talk to humans, and make the same judgments and actions as humans. They are like humans, with different personalities. Cunning, greedy, curious, kind, smart, stupid, pedantic, and clever. Even this time, they occupied the Republic of East Gacho and launched a massacre of humans, and tried to transform inferior races into as noble as they are. It can be said that except for their appearance, they are no different from the members of the dictatorial government that implemented bloody rule in other parts of the 6 continents. Then why do we go to so much trouble to take action against them, but turn a blind eye to other tyrannical governments in the world? Is there any difference between them? A good question. German took out a tricorn hat from his bosom and put it on his head, with a shadow covering half of his face. He wanted to answer that he came here to try his best to prevent Netero from going to the step of dying together with the Ant King. But he knew that this was not the answer that Gino wanted, because they are just like humans. But they are not humans. They will not commit suicide or sign a surrender agreement because of defeat. They eat humans. Humans are on their menu. Even humans are the most delicious food for them. As long as they live, they will keep eating. And hunting for this will never stop. Humans do not eat certain meats simply because they are unpalatable, poisonous, and have better substitutes, not because they are dangerous. The same is true for Chimera ants. They are Chimera ants, an alien invasive species that evolves very quickly. If they are not eliminated in time, it will be the end of our human race. German is not exaggerating. In the timeline that only he knows, Netero finally used the explosion of the poor rose to kill the Ant King Maruam. However, after the explosion, the Ant King Maruam was actually reborn. The reborn Ant King gained a very terrifying teleportation ability, and could reach any place within the range covered by his circle in the blink of an eye. After his rebirth, the range of his circle far exceeded the entire palace of the Republic of East Gothic and Neferpitu, reaching an extremely terrifying level. In other words, if it was the reborn Ant King, even if the poor rose exploded in front of him, he could teleport to a safe place immediately without any damage. In front of such an Ant King, all human thermal weapons will be meaningless. Moreover, the Ant King's wisdom is constantly improving, and it will be very difficult to trick it into a trap again. It can even be said that if it were not for Xiaomai, the Ant King would not necessarily take the initiative to leave Netero and start a one-on-one decisive battle. The reason why Netero, V5, and the Hunter Association chose to use the poor rose is that they hope that its toxins will eliminate all possible follow-up. Facts have proved that this choice is extremely correct. Gino chuckled a few times. German, don't you have any compassion for these species that have similar intelligence to us? German shook his head. I will have compassion for stray cats and dogs, because they will not pose a threat to me if I can see them with my naked eyes. I pity them because it can satisfy my spiritual needs. Give me the pleasure of dominating them, and let me enjoy the social and family status that I cannot enjoy elsewhere. Chimera ants cannot be pitied. They have self-esteem, and their species' talents are far superior to ours. Our advantage is the mature human social system that has evolved to this day. As individuals, most humans are not their opponents. They can completely replace humans and become the new rulers of the 6 continents and the top of the food chain. In other words, humans are not special. Other species can also evolve and rule the world. This is what humans fear the most. As a stray cat or dog, I will not pity humans. Even if the Ant King is a benevolent monarch and does not want humans to become extinct after winning. This emotion is only temporary, because it and other chimera ants will soon feel the same fear. They worry about how they will dominate humans one day, and how humans will dominate them in turn after they gain new evolution. From the beginning, there was no other way but to cut the grass and root it out. It is either stupid or arrogant to worry about their future when you know that they will grow up to destroy human society, eat humans to extinction, and replace humans. Zeno couldn't help laughing a few more times after hearing this. He heard the answer that satisfied him. It seems that President Netero asked you to come here not only because of your fighting power, but also because of your sobriety. Okay. Our playfulness is over. Let's wait for President Netero to come back on the airship. I had a feeling that he would laugh at me if he knew the result. But Netero did not return that night, and did not leave any message for them. Everyone waited calmly, without any anxiety. On November 13th, Netero suddenly returned to the airship, and he looked as if he had never left here. And he was very happy. As Zeno had expected, he made fun of Zeno without any hesitation after learning the result of the martial arts competition. And Zeno could not even get angry, because President Netero was much older and more senior than him. Afterwards, Netero told Germain, Zeno and Silva 3 things. The first thing is that the 3 guards began a large-scale selection and transformation of the people in the Republic of East Goth. These people will live their second life as the Chimera Ant Army. Once humans, especially nin users, are transformed into Chimera Ants, their own abilities will be enhanced. An ordinary nin user may suddenly increase his combat power. Such concentrated selection and transformation is dangerous. The second thing is that the final battle time of the Chimera Ant Crusade has been determined, which is midnight on November 23rd. Netero has already communicated with Imo Lawu, Nobu, Nakulu and Shiotuo. At that time, no matter what happens, everyone will attack the palace where the Ant King and the 3 guards are. The third thing is that Netero told everyone that if he is defeated by the Ant King in the final battle, he will use the final means, the poor man's rose bomb, to perish together with the Ant King. This was a decision made at a combat meeting far from the East Goto Republic. In the rear, Zeno's mission was updated. In addition to preventing the 3 guards from interfering with Netero's decisive battle with the Ant King, he also had to use his mind ability to send Netero and the Ant King to the wilderness above the underground war weapon test site, which was some distance away from the palace. This wilderness was open, with only a few mountains and no houses around, making it a good place to fight. Netero had been away for several days, undergoing an operation to insert the poor rose into his body and set the detonator to be connected to his heartbeat. Once his heart stops beating for more than 2 seconds, the detonator will detonate the poor rose buried in his body. This extremely small bomb can explode with terrifying power in an instant, enough to cover the entire underground war weapon test site and swallow him and the Ant King together. The reason why the poor rose was not detonated directly in the palace is that there are many humans still alive in the palace. The people at the combat meeting are unwilling to take responsibility afterwards. In addition, Netero wants to fight the Ant King, so it is just right to let Netero take the responsibility alone. This way, everything should be safe. Zeno was silent for a moment, then agreed. Netero used his eyes to stop Germain from saying anything. I know why Linnea wants you to come here, but if you don't have a better way, there's no need to say anything more. It's meaningless to just raise questions without providing solutions. And I have a specific task to hand over to you. In theory, the explosion and toxins of the poor rose are enough to kill the Ant King. However, considering that this Ant King is the most special one among all the Ant Kings that have appeared in the past, it needs to be treated differently. Netero stroked his short beard and looked at the night view outside the porthole of the airship. According to the intelligence, Neferpitu, one of the 3 guards, has awakened the ability of mind, which has the effect of repairing and transforming limbs. Although the possibility is very low, it may be able to repair the Ant King's fragmented body, eliminate the toxins of the poor rose, and then let the Ant King survive. Even if this possibility is low, it must be completely eliminated. Netero's tone became grim and unquestionable. German. Your target is Neferpitu. You either stop it from getting close to the Ant King before he is sure to die, or kill it and put an end to it. If you can't do this, then there is no need to think about it. Germain is not an emotional person. He agreed without hesitation, because Netero's words are not random speculation. The Ant King ate 2 of the 3 guards and had the abnormal ability after rebirth. What if he ate all 3 guards? The next day, Netero took the initiative to propose a martial arts competition with Germain. Zeno and Silva came to watch the battle. Chapter 253. Netero stretched his muscles and raised his head to think seriously. Well, that's what I said. But I have a detonator installed on my heart. Even if it's a martial arts competition, one mistake may make everyone's efforts go to waste. You still have to be careful. You have to take care of me. And old man, in this case, let's change the rules. Although Netero used an inquiring tone, he actually didn't mean to ask Germain at all. He had already given the final plan that he had prepared long ago, which was his usual style. It seemed democratic, but it was actually overbearing. Not only that, he had to pretend that he had just thought of this plan. Germain calmly waited for Netero to continue. Let's put it this way. The new rule is that you can't launch any form of attack on me. You can only dodge, defend, or destroy my attack. As long as you dodge my attack more than 10 times in a row, you will win. And the way I win. The decisive battle with the Ant King and the 3 guards is scheduled for midnight on November 23rd. If you don't win before midnight on the 22nd, then I win. The venue is no longer limited to the basin, but expanded to the entire primeval forest. Netero laughed. How about it, Germain? Do you understand the rules? Is there anything you don't understand? Are you ready? As expected, Netero had no intention of asking Germain for his opinion. He had already decided everything. In fact, Germain could refuse this extremely unfavorable condition, because even the Ant King before his rebirth could not dodge more than 10 attacks from Netero in a row. Netero's attack could hardly break the Ant King's defense, but he could still hit the Ant King. However, Germain did not refuse. This was actually a good opportunity to convince the stubborn Netero. He must get his real approval, just like Grandma Linya. Even if it's not for this, practicing and adapting to how to dodge Netero's level of attack is also beneficial to Germain. Since you have no objection, then Netero kicked off his clogs, revealing his legs and short white socks, and his thigh muscles suddenly bulged. Let's start. He showed a sinister smile. Bang. The next moment, Netero rose from the ground and shot into the air, as fast as lightning, as fleeting as a shadow. When he was in the air, he seemed to be completely free from the constraints of gravity. He crossed his legs calmly and made a Buddhist gesture. Come! The terrifying pressure and momentum were as dazzling as the sun. But in Germain's eyes, it turned into a huge golden Buddha statue. Many arms shining with golden light bloomed like lotus flowers behind the Buddha statue. Gorgeous and hazy. 100-style Guanyin. If you are an ordinary person, you can't see the golden Buddha statue at all, because this is not a manifestation, but a release of mind energy. Germain is a person with the ability to read. His seeing actually means that he felt the overwhelming momentum, which was enough to depict the outline of Netero's mind energy. Just like the purple dragon released by Gino's dragon head painting, Netero's 100-style Guanyin can also release unparalleled terrifying mind energy when it reaches its peak. Now Netero hovering in the air has deeply imprinted the image of the golden Buddha statue in Germain's perception of the breath, which cannot be easily erased. The action of Netero raising his hand seems so slow, but in an instant he has completed all the processes of raising his hand, gathering energy, and striking out. It was as if the few seconds in between were cut off. Bang. At the moment when the statue of the 100-style Guanyin appeared, Germain completed the mental defense and focused on seeing the direction of the attack. However, before he could react, the golden palm transformed by the mental energy had already blasted him away. Bang! He crashed into many trees. And before he could stop, he was chopped to the ground by a huge hand knife falling from the air, sinking deeply into the mud and rock. Bang! 100 styles of Guanyin first style. German, Gino, Silva and others have gathered their mind energy very quickly, and they are among the best among the top-notch nin users in the 6 continents. However, Netero is the one who has done this to the extreme, and no one in the 6 continents can surpass him. The enemy often cannot see the flow of mind energy before being hit by the attack, and cannot predict the landing point of the 100 styles of Guanyin palm in advance. The vast majority of nin users can only feel the results, but cannot see the process. Those who can see the process are the best among nin users. Germain fell into a similar situation at first, but then he gradually followed the opening and closing of the palm of the 100-style Guanyin. What he lacked now was reaction time. Germain pulled himself out of the pit, and what came into view was the huge palm of the 100-style Guanyin again. And this time, it was a combination of 2 palms. Bang! 100-style Guanyin third style. Netero, who had long earlobes and a face like a Buddha, laughed at this time. Germain, my rules require you to dodge more than 10 attacks in a row before you win. You can't win if you keep going like this. Bang! A low hammering sound rang out. A huge spear suddenly appeared, forcing a gap in the palms of Guanyin, which were transformed by the pressure of the mind. Germain flew out. The spear then shrank into the shape of a spiral cane, and was crushed into scattered mind by the palms of Guanyin. Wow! You still have some tricks. Netero smiled playfully, and then increased the difficulty. 100 styles of Guanyin 4 style. This time, Germain had to dodge the palms of Guanyin coming from 3 different directions. Surrounded by the huge palm wind, he was like a tiny mosquito flying. Zeno and Silva watched this unique chase from afar. No, that's not right. It should be a one-sided game. The entire primeval forest was shaking, and there were destructive bombardments everywhere. Silva pursed his lips. Father, do you think it is possible for Germain to dodge more than 10 attacks from President Netero before midnight on November 22nd? Zeno put his hands behind his back and shook his head. How could I know such a thing? I can't predict the future. No one can predict what will happen in the future. But what is in front of us is certain. Did you notice it? Yes, I noticed it. Even under such a suffocating series of attacks, Germain still had no obvious injuries. Gino narrowed his eyes. Among the new generation now, I thought Jean was the best. But I didn't expect there was a Germain. It's really scary. The new generation that Gino mentioned actually includes everyone under the age of 50. At over 70 years old, he was qualified to make such an evaluation based on his life experience, and no one could refute it. In fact, Germain had not just shown such a physique now. When he challenged the painful bloodthirsty apostle and the disease spreader in succession, he had not been seriously injured by their attacks. At the same time, Netero finally fell back to the ground from the suspended state. But from beginning to end, he did not stop attacking Germain not far away, and he was still increasing the intensity. The 100 styles of Guanyin has been upgraded to the 15th style. When Germain tried to dodge, Netero would stick close to him. Once he saw that Germain was adapting to the speed and power of his current palm wind, he would immediately launch a stronger style. As the ground shook, a clearing was blasted out of the forest, as if it had been dug by a giant beast. Suddenly, Germain's mind burst out, and black and white intertwined. A white skeleton with only sparse black hair suddenly broke through the air, wielding a giant meat saw and a spiral cane to compete with Netero's 100 styles of Guanyin. At this moment, the 100 styles of Guanyin has reached the 27th style. Netero couldn't help but snorted and laughed. This kid not only began to adapt to the strength and speed of my 100 styles of Guanyin, but also had the ability to fight back. If I hadn't set the rules in advance, he should have pounced on me now. Right? He is like a monster. 100 styles of Guanyin 35th style. 100 styles of Guanyin 43 RD style. 100 styles of Guanyin 51 SE style. Frequently increasing the intensity and rhythm. Netero finally suppressed Germain and his skeleton spirits again. All the directions of Germain's movements were blocked by the 100 style Guanyin almost without dead angles. Netero always started, extended his palm, and closed his palm in one go. You have nowhere to escape. You have nowhere to escape. Germain gritted his teeth, but refused to let go of any possibility of escaping from the Five-Finger Mountain. Netero laughed again. German, this is not the only method you have. Right? Are you going to stop here? I know the 100 styles of Guanyin, and I've only gotten halfway through it. 100 styles of Guanyin 64 style. Boom 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 boom. The bombardment of terrifying destructive power, accompanied by almost non-stop offensive, plus the full range of blocking. The intensity and speed increased again, and no counterattack was allowed. German has fallen into an absolute dilemma, like a beast trapped in an iron cage. It seems that there is really no other way. If you don't want to lose, you have to push yourself to the limit. A dark crown suddenly appeared, floating on Germain's head like a sword of Damocles. The thorns of torture have pierced into Germain's body mercilessly. Roar the bones were filled with flesh and blood, and the terrifying beast roared at Netero in the sky. The airtight palm wind blasted out by Netero was torn into pieces by Chaos Roar's claws. Come again! Scarlet bloodthirstiness. 100 styles of Guanyin 72 indie style. Netero blasted out calmly, but missed twice in a row. That huge figure actually had enough speed to dodge the palm wind of Baishar Guanyin now. It was incredible. Netero's expression became more serious, and he no longer had the intention of deliberately mocking. This guy really has a last trump card hidden, but it looks like the burden should be very heavy. This should be fun. Chapter 254. In the distance, German's Chaos Roar and Netero's 100-style Guanyin continued to fight fiercely, and the sound of explosions continued. Gino and Silva looked at each other and saw the astonishment on each other's faces. Because of the rules and venue, they were unable to use their full strength in the martial arts duel with German a few days ago. By the same token, they also thought that German must not have used his full strength, and must have hidden something. But they never thought that when German used his trump card, he would burst out such energy, enough to compete with Netero's 100-style Guanyin. This scene is really spectacular. German's Chaos Roar only defends, but does not attack. But it blocks every attack of Netero's 100 styles of Guanyin. His performance is already outstanding enough. Unfortunately, the condition for his victory is to dodge Netero's attacks more than 10 times in a row. It is not enough to just block the attacks. Netero did not want to talk nonsense. He also needed to concentrate now. Just now, 2 consecutive attacks on German failed, and he decided that he had to increase his strength. 100 styles of Guanyin 85th style. Chaos Roar counterattacks. Netero's breathing quickened as he blasted out the golden palm wind. He realized that he had already used the 85th style, but Germain still adapted to it. The most important thing is that Germain began to change his strategy and stopped doing more activities. Instead, he used Chaos Roar's body to resist the attacks of 100 styles of Guanyin. Chaos Roar either blocked the attacks of 100 styles of Guanyin or used his body to block the attacks. As a result, Netero's attacks failed to hit Germain for 4 consecutive times. If in human form, maintaining the formation surrounded by materialized weapons is the ultimate performance of materialization, transformation, and operation. Then his materialized mind beast has a strengthening performance that is enough to compete with my 100 styles of Guanyin. Perhaps there are also release and transformation abilities that have not been shown. Maybe. Netero raised his mouth. 100 styles of Guanyin 99th style. Boom 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 boom. The dazzling golden bombardment suppressed the roar of chaos that swung its claws and danced wildly in the air. The fluctuation of the mind made the forest and the mountains seemed to have a hurricane. Fallen leaves, branches, and dust were all flying in the air, and even the sky became a little darker. Roar Chaos Roar once again tore apart the attack of Baishar Guanyin and broke a hole in the originally airtight golden world. German got out of it and shot at Netero like a sharp arrow. Netero felt the murderous intent coming towards him, and his eyes condensed. Direct attack on me is not allowed by the rules. Has his reason been devoured by bloodthirsty desire? Then let him wake up. Netero was about to close his palms to trap the rushing Germain, but suddenly found that Germain's momentum weakened, like a kerosene lamp that gradually dimmed. Bang! The next moment, Germain fell headfirst to the ground. His mind energy suddenly dissipated, and the chaotic roar also stopped for a moment and disappeared. Only the dark crown on his head and Netero's 100 styles of Guanyin still existed. What happened? Netero narrowed his eyes and retracted the palm strike of 100 styles of Guanyin. Could it be that he still can't control this power? Can't bear its cost for a long time? It seems that not allowing Germain to attack this rule has hit the Achilles heel of his power. He can only use the beast of mind to compete with me, who uses the 100 styles of guanine. And once he uses the power of the beast of mind, the burden he bears every moment requires him to fight quickly. Netero closed his palm, and the 100 styles of guanine disappeared. He walked in front of Germain and saw that Germain had climbed up, with the dark crown still hanging on his head. What is the price of using this power? Germain rubbed his swollen temple, stood up, and his eyes were bloodshot. It's pressure. It's damage to my mind and spirit. The dark crown you see is the embodiment of stress torture. As long as he uses chaos roar, the dark crown of torture will appear, but without the characteristics of fear, paranoia, selfishness, masochism, etc. Netero understood. Then, what will happen if this kind of stress torture continues to accumulate? If it continues to accumulate, I will become mentally ill and eventually die of exhaustion. How did you solve this problem before? You can't just ignore the stress torture, right? The torture of the dark crown will disappear by itself after half an hour. As for stress, there are only 4 ways to reduce it. German held up 4 fingers, and each time he said one, he would retract 1 finger until he made a fist. Miss Cookie, the magic beautician of Biscuit, the food of the food hunter, the cards and critical hits of Greedy Island. German's champion Halo is a way to reduce some of the stress when it occurs, not a way to reduce stress after it occurs. So it is not included. Netero stroked his white beard. Biscuit and the food hunter are not here. So the only way you can rely on is the cards and critical hits of Greedy Island. I know a little bit about cards. But what is a critical hit? Germain briefly explained the definition. Netero pondered for a moment and smiled. If that's the case, things are simple. Simple? Germain was a little confused. Netero smiled and said, as long as you keep hitting critical hits, you can control the pressure to a certain extent and avoid the ending of exhaustion. Right? Keep hitting critical hits? Germain pursed his lips. This kind of thing is not so easy. The number of critical hits he had in different battles over the past year added up to less than 100. The number of critical hits in key battles was even less than 10. Although German had the characteristics of being a human nemesis, a beast nemesis, and an evil nemesis that could increase the probability of critical hits, it could not make critical hits last or become a normal state. Netero's words were really unreasonable. Just like the rules of the game he set. He couldn't help but think of Biscuit's evaluation of Netero. He is like this, often giving me or my subordinates things that should have taken a year or 2 to complete. But he told them to complete them within 1 or 2 months. Netero's current request was the same. German, I don't care what method you use to trigger a critical hit and reduce the pressure. I'm here, and the final deadline will not change. You can escape or admit defeat. It's up to you during this period of time. I will abide by the agreement and wait until midnight on the 22nd. After that, I will announce my victory. German, cherish your time and make your own judgment. If you are not careful, you may not even be able to participate in the Chimera and final battle. You may die of exhaustion or leave in disgrace. This is my reminder to you. Then let's stop here today. Netero turned and left. He picked up the clogs he had thrown away. After putting them on, he talked with Zeno and Silva for a while, pointed in the direction of German, said something, and then returned to the airship. Chapter 255. Zeno and Silva walked towards Germain. We have learned about this from President Netero. How do you plan to deal with the stress and torture? Germain already had a plan in mind. He reached into his black robe, unzipped it, and took out a box. He opened it and revealed a stack of hard cards with the English logo of Greed Island on them. Before coming here, my companions prepared some things for me. He pulled out the cards one by one. After using these cards, they can materialize some things or achieve a certain effect. They have food for gourmet hunters and the ability to directly relieve stress. I will use them. Gino chuckled twice. It seems that you will not give up this battle easily. Well, we wish you good luck. Half an hour later, the dark crown and the torture state disappeared. But this is not the point. That night, German used the card of Greed Island to unseal the dishes prepared by Minchi and Bahara and serve them on the table. But only for his own consumption. Afterwards, he used the card to summon the fragrant hair girl, who continuously provided a fragrance that could relieve stress. After that, he also tried the experimental card made by Duan and Lister. which was based on Biscuit's magic beautician cookie. After all, it was a test product, and the effect was far less useful than the real magic beautician cookie, but it was better than nothing. Due to the toughness trait, all of German's stress relief treatments were amplified. This allowed him to control his stress below the 100-point torture threshold before the battle began the next day. On this day, he first tried not to use Chaos Roar, but was blocked by Netero's 100-style guanine to the point of suffocation. So, he could only use Chaos Roar again. Once Chaos Roar appeared, the situation changed significantly. Netero's 100-style guanine was also unable to suppress Germain, and Germain's number of consecutive evasions increased. However, the load brought by Chaos Roar, after it was forced to reach the torture threshold, still made him unable to sustain it for too long. As long as Netero fights a protracted war with Germain, he will be sure to win. On this day, he triggered a critical hit, but it was only this time, and the amount of pressure reduced was not much. The torture made him very uncomfortable, especially when he saw that the pressure value was getting closer and closer to the 200 points. That was exhausting. However, he did have a way to solve the exhaustion. He brought the card Archangel's Breath. Since it is quite difficult to replenish Archangel's Breath, Germain now only has 3 cards in his hand. One of them was one he had held for a long time, and the other 2 were recently added. It was enough for him, as each person could only use one. Before he was exhausted, by using Archangel's Breath, Germain could recover to the perfect state of clearing the stress value at once. If it was unavoidable, Germain could only use one of the 3 Archangel's Breath on hand. That night, Germain heard from Netero about the new situation of Imo Lawu and Nob. Nob used his psychic ability to set up entrances and exits near and inside the palace occupied by the Chimera Ants, facilitating the intrusion at midnight on the 23rd. During this period, Nob was almost discovered by the 3 guards, but fortunately he escaped in time. In addition, his disciple Palm had to see the Ant King and the 3 guards in person in order to exert her monitoring psychic ability. For this reason, she sneaked into the palace, but her whereabouts were unknown. It is very likely that she was caught by the 3 guards, and either became the food of the Ant King or the transformation object of the 3 guards. Netero's tone was very cold. After personally experiencing the viciousness of the 3 guards' psychic energy and being powerless to do anything about the disappearance of his disciples, Nob's spirit collapsed and his hair turned white overnight. It is very likely that he can no longer participate in the decisive battle, and can only provide a certain degree of support at most. Chimera ants particularly like to eat humans, especially those with psychic abilities. They are the most delicious among humans. Once you have eaten them, you will never forget the taste. If Palm was caught and eaten, he would most likely be sent to the table of the Ant King. If he was transformed, it must have started now. German met Nob and Palm, the master and apprentice. He still remembers Nob, who was wearing glasses and was well-mannered, and Palm, who was disheveled and full of resentment. Since they have participated in the Chimera Ant Crusade, they need to play a role. Otherwise they might as well quit immediately. Their abilities are just the kind that can be used as scouts, and the casualty rate of scouts during wartime is undoubtedly very high. Therefore, German did not laugh at or despise Nob, who collapsed because of this. Nob had a mental breakdown after completing all his work. He did not delay the decisive battle, but still played a very important role. Not every Nin user can calmly achieve the mission goal in his situation. This is like throwing an ordinary person into the mental hospital and escape, and letting him escape by himself. He is helpless and hopeless. Netero said this and added, no matter what Nob decides to do in the end, the time of the decisive battle will not change, and everything will continue. As if inspired by the story of Nob and Palm, Germain decided to change his mindset. He would still try to reduce the pressure to below the 100-point torture threshold, and then he would take the initiative to do some actions to increase the pressure. Killing penalty, bad gambling penalty, bloodthirsty penalty. German must actively let his pressure exceed 100 points, and then refresh his status. Under extreme pressure control, choose one of the 2, torture or virtue. If it is torture, German uses Chaos Roar at this time, and the torture will not be superimposed. This will be a heavier price to pay than the usual use of Chaos Roar, because it needs to bear the torture with characteristics. In addition, the order of Chaos Roar materialization and torture is swapped. If it is virtue, most of German's pressure will be forced to be cleared. At this time, using Chaos Roar will not form torture due to the existence of virtue. That is, it is impossible to force the pressure to 100 points. At the same time, virtue will also increase German's critical hit probability, thereby increasing the chance of critical hit decompression. Although the probability of virtue is lower than the probability of torture, it is worth a try. German decided to use this idea to gradually control Chaos Roar, and then he used it to continue fighting with Netero's 100-style guanine. So, for the next few days, he was reincarnated between the purgatory of torture and the paradise of virtue, and he had no intention of stopping from beginning to end. In such frequent attempts, German was virtuous only 4 times, and the rest were torture. However, German still wanted to continue. Even Netero, Zeno, and Silva, who were well informed, could not help but twitch their eyelids when they saw German torturing himself like this and trying to find a way out of madness. The body was bombarded by the 100-style guanine, but it was protected by the physique and the huge lake rune. Mentally, he only had the barrier of reason. He knew it was a nightmare and was in so much pain that he couldn't sleep, but he still insisted on doing it, and cleverly thought of using the sleeping girl card to sleep instead of him, thereby avoiding a side effect. German's tenacity impressed Netero, Zeno and Silva. Chapter 256. Boom boom boom. Starting, praying, throwing out palms, closing palms. Netero had a brief moment of blossoming in the smooth attack of the 100 styles of guanine, thinking of the distant past. It was really a distant past. He was in his 50s that year, about the age of Biscuit now, and had mastered the 100 styles of guanine. After he came down the mountain, he immediately started a duel with a martial arts master, risking the reputation of his school, to test his own quality. However, Netero only threw a punch, and the other party only took a look at his sonic boom punch, and was so moved that he knelt down, admitted defeat to him, and asked to worship him as his master. Netero actually accepted many disciples, and taught them the mysteries of the heart source flow that he created and comprehended, including the martial arts master. It's a pity that the person has passed away, and the memories are much duller. The only disciples of the heart source flow faction who are still alive and have achieved something are Bischi and Yungu. I heard that Yungu recently accepted a disciple named Shishi. Yungu is very calm, and I think the qualifications of the disciples he selected are not bad. It's just that he is too upright and not as cunning as his master Bischi, who knows how to adapt. In the future. Boom. Netero's eyes widened suddenly. Under the bright moonlight, the huge beast escaped from his 5-finger mountain again and flew between the mountains and forests. No. There was an illusion similar to a revolving lantern. It seems that Germain's chaos roar has also accumulated a lot of pressure on me. Netero pursed his cracked lips tightly, and the 99th style of the 100 styles of guanine turned into countless golden lights and caught up with Germain. Boom boom boom. In the dazzling palm, fist, finger, and knife moves of the 100-life guanine, Chaos Roar tore most of them apart. Ferocious and dazzling. However, Netero still hit Germain with one palm, knocking him away from the heart of Chaos Roar. Germain, wrapped in a black robe, streaked through the sky like a meteor and fell into the dark shadow of the flattened forest. Bang! Chaos Roar chased after him. Netero looked at the dust rising in that direction and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That was Germain's latest record. He has dodged my 100 styles of guanine attack 8 times in a row. Almost. Just a little bit more. I really can't relax for a moment. The only thing I have accumulated more combat experience than him now is that I am far better than him. You can't be careless at all. Maybe he will win if you are not careful. Netero ran a few steps with a tense spirit, jumped into the air, and shot towards the landing point of German like an arrow. In the distance, on the top of the mountain, Gino stood with his hands behind his back, and Sheba stood behind him. They stood like 2 tall and short trees. They came to watch the battle every day, especially in the past few days. They often watched the whole day without feeling tired. German was tortured and troubled again and again, and found the comfort of virtue in the intervals. He has been able to hold on until now without taking a break. His willpower is amazing. Now, even if Netero uses the 99th style of guanine, it is difficult to completely suppress him. The one-sided attack is beginning to be unable to suppress Germain. I dare not imagine what will happen if he fights back. The surprise of the father and son is gradually digested in silence. Shiva retracted his eagle-like eyes and looked at Zeno. But he couldn't help but speak. Father, The time limit set by President Netero is coming soon. Do you think Germain can dodge President Netero's attacks more than 10 times in a row under such unfavorable circumstances? Zeno did not answer immediately, but just stared straight ahead. The 4 characters' career active on his chest fluttered in the night wind. After a long while, he turned around with his hands behind his back. I told you. I can't predict the future. German may or may not be able to do it. I can't be sure of that. The decision is in the hands of those 2 people. After watching their fight, they put me in an awkward position. I can neither admit that I am old nor say that I am not ready yet. Because President Netero is older than me and German is younger than me. Ha ha ha. These 2 people really blocked all my roads. He walked towards the place where the airship landed. Sheba hesitated for a moment and followed. If Germain is given more time, I think he will have a great chance of achieving the victory conditions. But unfortunately the time is too short. Gino snorted twice. This is the rule. The rule said at the beginning. Both parties agreed. What else is there to say? Sheba nodded. That's right. The 2 figures disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, Germain climbed out of the deep pit where he was knocked down by Baishar Guanin. And the dark torment crown was suspended above his head. The injured chaos roar was like a shadow of a hill, covering Germain. Only the terrifying aura showed its presence at all times. Then, it pressed down its huge forelimbs, stared at the sky with its scarlet eyes, and let out a threatening growl from its throat. Netero rose from the ground, crossed his legs while stagnating in the air, and once again made the 100-style Guanin opening pose that he had made countless times. However, the only thing that focused on Netero was Chaos Roar. Germain, however, held his head high, looking at the waning moon in the dark night, as if in a daze. Netero's eyelids drooped. Have you given up? Have you finally been unable to bear it? To be honest, the fact that he could hold on until tonight was beyond my expectation. I thought he would have collapsed physically and mentally the day before yesterday. But he managed to hold on until now. Let me praise you in my heart, Germain. The future is yours, but tonight it still belongs to me. Netero raised his hand, prayed, and slapped his palm. In an instant, he completed the 99th style of the 100 styles of Guanin, attacking Germain and Chaos Roar from all angles without any blind spots. This was Netero's final blow. Before the 99th style of the 100 styles of Guanin fell, Germain fell into deep thinking for the first time in a long time. At this moment, he was thinking about something that had nothing to do with this battle. What day is it today? What time is it now? It seems to be the night of November 21 ST. The concept of time is a little fuzzy. Looking back, the night I woke up in this world was November 21st last year. So, it has been 1 year since I came to this world. A lot of things have happened in this year. Many things that I worried about at that time are no longer a problem now. And many things that I expected at that time are now within reach. However, there are still many things that I have not yet pursued. For example, the depths of the Dark Continent. Speaking of which, why did I go to the Dark Continent? Ah, that's right. It's because I want to know all the secrets of the Dark Continent. And I want to surpass Dong Fulishi and become a hunter who has never been seen before and will never be seen again. It turned out to be this reason. Just for this, I gambled my life and the lives of my companions. Unbelievable. I really can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. In the eyes of most people, my choice must be ridiculous. The 6 continents obviously have everything I need. Given time, I might be able to dominate the 6 continents. I have already been to the Dark Continent and obtained 2 hopes. Such achievements are good enough to be recorded in history. That's enough. Right? Then change a path? Becoming the strongest user in the 6 continents like Netero. Creating a school of his own. And serving as the president of the Hunter Association is a good path. Like Zeno and Silva. Building your family into the world's #1 killer family is also a good path. Like the Ant King Maroon. Controlling a country. Using it as a starting point. Expanding to the entire 6 continents. And ruling the world according to your own ideas is still a good path. They are indeed very good. However, Germain did not choose any of these paths. Yes, the reason has long been clear. Pleasure. I am like a cat pouncing on a ball of fur. A dog chasing after the taillights of a car. And I rushed towards the direction of extreme pleasure without looking back. The trembling of fear. The wailing of despair. The climax that surpassed all of this was in the Dark Continent. I can't get rid of this temptation. Yes. I can't stop here. And I won't stop here. Yeah. I made up my mind again. Netero, hanging high in the air, clearly felt the changes in Germain at this moment. He was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but curl his lips, revealing a greedy, ferocious smile. Really? Netero closed his palm in an instant, then put out his right palm, straightened his middle finger, curled his ring finger and little finger, and clasped his index finger and thumb together. Then let me see your awareness. Behind Germain, the 100-style Guanyin appeared silently. A golden light flashed, and a pair of big hands gently sneaked into Germain's side like a dream, and then closed, trapping Germain tightly in the palm. Bang! Chaos Roar next to him only reacted at this time and wanted to turn around to save him. But it was too late. The 100-style Guanyin condensed a bullet in her mouth, which contained extremely terrifying destructive power, and then shot all of it towards Germain, who was trapped by the two palms. Zero style, a merciless roar. Boom! The destructive golden light poured out, hitting Germain in the palms of the 100-style Guanyin, and then penetrated the flat ground and cut through the thick rock layer. Boom! After the earth shook, the 100-style Guanyin finally dissipated. Netero fell from the air and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His body couldn't help but reveal the fatigue of aging, but it was not serious. Netero didn't use the full strength of Zero Style, because the full strength was to use all his mental energy as a cannonball to blast out. The purpose was to completely destroy the target. Of course, he didn't want to kill Germain like the Ant King. However, even so, the power of his close-range Zero was quite amazing. So, what would happen? He slowly calmed his breath and looked in the direction of Germain. There was dust and smoke rolling there, and Germain was nowhere to be seen. As for Chaos Roar, it also disappeared. Did it still fail? Did Chaos Roar also dissipate after Germain was knocked down by me? Chapter 257. Netero remembered that not long ago, Germain explained the function of Greedy Island cards to everyone on the airship, and mentioned the SS-level card Breath of Archangel. He had a total of 3 Breath of Archangel, and then gave 2 of them to Netero and Gino, and also gave them a special Greedy Island card box for storage. How to use them is up to Netero and Gino. Netero couldn't help but smile when he thought of that card. It seems that one of the Archangel's breath should be used on Germain now. Just as he thought of this, the smoke and dust dissipated due to a strange wind, revealing a figure. Netero was startled, because he saw Germain, who was still able to stand upright with torn clothes. He was okay. This was far beyond Netero's expectations. At this moment, Germain's body was filled with pure white thoughts. The next moment, they seemed to be a flood that broke through the dam, radiating in all directions. Buzz, the stable holy halo replaced the trembling dark crown, and his eyes were bright and unwavering. Not only Netero, but even Zeno, who was far away and wanted to return to the airship. And Sheba couldn't help but stop and looked at the direction where the mind energy came from in amazement. What on earth is this? This mind energy is so strong that they have never seen it in their lives. The firmness, fearlessness, concentration, bravery, excitement, and other ideas contained in it seemed to be transmitted to their minds. At this moment, they felt in touch with Germain, and were involuntarily infected and inspired by Germain's mind, and were fascinated by his tenacious will. Zyponian and the airship couldn't help but come to the porthole and look at the brilliant light from afar. They rushed into the endless darkness, as if to turn this place into daylight. The first to get out of this state was Netero. He calmly raised his hands, prayed, and struck out his palms, meticulously. And even at this level, there was still no mistake or omission. This was the result of his tempered body and mind. 100 styles of Guanyin 99th style. Come again! 100 styles of Guanyin. The 1,000 hands blasted out, penetrated the pure white holy light, and hit Germain mercilessly. But it missed, and Germain suddenly appeared in another place, so fast that only the afterimage could be seen. Once, twice, 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. The dense bombardment plowed the land, which was already destroyed beyond recognition, over and over again. And the terrain here will be permanently changed. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. Netero's heart sank. He had to predict his landing point and curb his momentum. 10 times. The prediction failed. 11 times. Failed to predict again. The attack of Bishar Guanin could no longer hit Germain. And the holy light was getting closer and closer. And in the blink of an eye it was in front of Netero. Netero's eyes condensed. And then, he calmly closed his palms, took a breath, and lowered his hands. I didn't expect that you really did it. The holy light on Germain gradually dissipated like a firefly. But his condition was surprisingly good. And he felt that his limbs were under control. He spoke slowly. President Netero. In the decisive battle after midnight on the 23rd, I will get rid of 2 of the 3 guards as quickly as possible. And then rush to your side. Get rid of 2 of the 3 guards. Which means that even if the Ant King Meruem is reborn, it is impossible to reach the level of perversion in the original timeline. The last 3 guards, combined with the rest of the Chimera Ant suppression team, are enough to deal with it. Netero has always been the one who speaks to others in an unquestionable way. But this time it was the other way around. And it was Germain's turn to speak to him. And now Germain is indeed qualified to say such things. President Netero showed a complicated smile. Haha. Germain. I don't need you to care about me to this extent. Humph. Whatever you want to do. It's up to you. Netero let go. 23:26 on November 22nd, 1998. There was only half an hour left before the agreed time of the decisive battle at midnight. In the plain 4-dimensional apartment, its owner, Nob, stood against the boundary wall. His originally shiny black hair had turned gray, and his eyes under the glasses seemed to have lost their luster. I'm sorry. Nob's voice contained a tremor. I really can't do it. After all, he refused to participate in the subsequent palace invasion decisive battle. All he could do was to send everyone in the 4-dimensional apartment to the set exit. It is hard to imagine that the current Nobu is the same person as the Nobu 6 months ago. And Palm's matter is up to you, find her. Nobu felt ashamed of his powerlessness. But every time he tried to muster up the courage, he recalled the 3 guards' thoughts he felt that day. The viciousness and terror crushed his mind. At that time, Nobu was like suffering from stress and torture. And he has not completely gotten rid of fear until now. He seemed to be stamped with the thought of fear and could not fight anymore. If nothing unexpected happens, his future career as a professional hunter will be limited. And it is basically impossible for him to become a 3-star hunter. Nob lowered his head and did not look at anyone in the 4-dimensional apartment. No one blamed him. Emolowu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, pushed his big pipe aside and sighed softly. Okay. I promise you. I will try to find Palm. Alive or dead. After he said that, he looked at the other people in the 4-dimensional apartment. In addition to the original members of the Chimera Ant suppression team, 2 new reinforcements from the Chimera Ant side have been added. Nakuru, who is the only one who suffers. Hideo of the Darkin. Chameleon Mirwan, the leader of the Chimera Ant division. Octopus Ikarugo, the leader of the Chimera Ant army. Mirwan took the initiative to join the Chimera Ant suppression team. He wanted to avenge his dead Chimera Ant companions, the Ant King and the 3 guards. Ikarugo and Nakuru got to know each other after fighting. He liked and admired Nakuru's temperament of valuing loyalty. So he turned to the Chimera Ant suppression team. In fact, there are many Chimera Ants who have joined the human side, but for their own reasons. They did not participate in this decisive battle. For example, the Legion leader Karuto, a Chimera Ant who looks like Legianzi. He remembered his memories as a human and found his biological sister, who was reincarnated as a Chimera Ant like him. Karuto took his sister, who turned into an ant, to the rear. The brother and sister planned to find an opportunity to return to the NGL autonomous region after the decisive battle to see if they could recognize their mother. Dr. Octopus, the White Bear Division commander, the Koala Army captain, and other Chimera Ants did not dare to confront the terrifying Ant King and the 3 guards, and retreated to the rear to accept human surveillance. Therefore, only 2 Chimera Ants, Mirwan and Ikarugo, joined the decisive battle. Without the great force of Nobu, they might not even get much support from him. And everyone felt nervous. Originally, Nobu's 4-dimensional apartment could help them fight the 3 guards more flexibly. But Nobu is now discouraged and in a bad state. If he is forced to join, he might make a low-level mistake in the extreme battle. It is better not to let him go. Since it has become like this, they have to accept the fact. In the next decisive battle, only the 5 of them broke into the palace. Oh! No. There is also President Netero. President Netero is the core of this decisive battle. But he is only one person after all, and he must fight the Ant King one-on-one. The remaining 3 guards can only be dealt with by others. Thinking of this, everyone's mood became even more gloomy. Although they did not fight directly with the 3 guards, it can be seen from various side signs that the strength of the 3 guards is all above them. The 5 members of the Chimera Ant suppression team must entangle the 3 guards to buy time for President Netero to deal with the Ant King. However, how easy is this? Not to mention, there is a terrifying possibility. What if President Netero loses to the Ant King? Who will deal with the Ant King then? Are we going to deal with the Ant King? The depressing atmosphere spread, and morale became low. Imolawu wanted to say something encouraging and inspiring, but he didn't know where to start. Ding ding ding. At this time, as if he knew what the situation here would be, Imolawu received a text message from President Netero. He read it for a while, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Everyone, listen to me. President Netero secretly found 2 helpers. They will support our actions." Secretly found 2 helpers? Everyone couldn't help but look up and curiously look at Imolawu. At this time, where would President Netero find helpers? And what kind of helpers would they be? Could it be the 12 Zodiacs? But didn't President Netero and the Hunter Association's review department and the co-op not allow the 12 Zodiacs to participate in the crusade? Imolawu's face was full of joy at this time. One is Mr. Gino of Zoldyck family, and the other is Germain. Gino Zoldyck is famous, and Nobu, Nakuru and Shoto have all heard of it. So of course they thought of the corresponding people at once. It's just German? Which German? Could it be that German? Imolawu looked at everyone. That's German. The fastest 1-star hunter. The one who killed several members of the Phantom Troop and the group of Een beasts. Nob. Nakulu. Shoto. You should be very familiar with him. It seems that President Netero personally named him to come to the Republic of East Gotu. Nob. Nakulu and Shoto couldn't help but show surprise and joy. It's really him. I didn't expect that President Netero would find German, who is always elusive. In this way, Nob's combat power gap is filled, and the hope of winning the decisive battle is increased. What a twist! Chapter 258. Marion and Ikarugo were confused. Who was Zeno, and who was German? Why did everyone get excited when they heard their names? Are there any surprises about them? Among them, the octopus-like Ikarugo emerged from a Chimera Ant corpse, and looked at the crowd curiously, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. It wore a knitted hat, and looked like a cute octopus doll. Ikarugo's ability to read is like a child playing with corpses. It can parasitize and manipulate fresh corpses. In addition, it can also shoot enemies with an air gun from a distance. Relatively speaking, it is the strongest in long-range combat, and the weakest in close combat among all the people present. If there is a partner around to cover it, it dares to shoot the Ant King and the Chimera Ants other than the 3 guards in the palace with an air gun from a distance. Unfortunately, the Chimera Ant expedition team is now short of manpower, and Nob has withdrawn from the decisive battle. The rest of the people may not be enough to deal with the 3 guards, and there are very few places where it can play a role. Without a partner, it can only use the child playing with corpses, parasitize a Chimera Ant corpse, sneak into the enemy camp, and search for the whereabouts of Palm. This is the only solution. However, things seem to have taken a turn for the better now. Hearing what Imolawu said, there are new helpers. Ikarugo was pleasantly surprised. Maybe these 2 people could become his partners. So, Ikarugo asked, who is Zeno? Who is Germain? Nakulu, with his upper body naked, puffed out his chest excitedly, and his airplane hair style trembled. Zeno Zoldyck is one of the top killers in the human world, and knows President Netero. Germain is an acquaintance of ours, and like us, he is a well-trained professional hunter. Ha ha ha. With them here, our battle will surely succeed. Nakuru said the last sentence, looking at his teammate Marion, who served as his tactical partner in this decisive battle. He was not completely self-confident without purpose, but believed in the abilities of himself and his companions. Marion's ability to read is the alibi of God. As long as it holds its breath, even Yuan cannot sense it. At the same time, it also has the ability to blend in with the outside world in disguise, and become an invisible chameleon. It can share these 2 abilities with Nakuru by touching his body. In other words, Nakuru, who has become an accomplice of God, can cooperate with Marion to get close to the 3 guards, and even the Ant King without anyone noticing and launch an attack. And Nakuru's "I don't know that I am the only one who is hurt" can be used to launch it. And the enemy can be bankrupted without knowing it. And then forced into a desperate state, unable to use the ability of mind. In this way, even if only one of the 3 guards loses his nin ability, and can only rely on the physical ability of the Chimera Ant to fight, it will be a huge weakening of the enemy. By then, the Chimera Ant Crusade team will gain an advantage. From this point of view, Merlion is a versatile auxiliary. However, the effect of Merlion with Imolawu, Shiotu, and Ikaruko is not as good as with Nakuru. For example, Shiotu is Darken. If you want to take away the enemy's part or put the enemy in a cage, you need to give a corresponding degree of damage. In the original timeline, he put Kate, who was made into a puppet, in a cage, and beat Kate to a pulp to achieve the condition. And to put the 3 guards in a cage, he must inflict even more terrible damage, which is extremely difficult to do. His attack may not even break the defense of the 3 guards. In comparison, the combination of Nakulu and Mir-1 is the most perfect. When Ikarugo heard Nakula say this, he chose to believe it immediately and raised his octopus tentacles. If so, can 1 or 2 of them partner with me? In this way, I can also play a certain role. Nakula was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. No! They came with President Netero, and they probably have their own missions. Even if they meet, they will not act with us. Ikarugo showed a regretful expression, and the octopus tentacles drooped down in disappointment. Is that so? If so, I will continue with the original plan and sneak into the basement of the castle to find the whereabouts of Palm by taking advantage of the situation. The Chimera Ants have members who have joined the human side, and the humans also have members who have joined the Chimera Ant side. Baisview, the former minister of the Republic of East Gotu, was a capitulator on the human side. He served the Chimera Ants and took advantage of this opportunity to gain benefits. He built a world of pleasure exclusively for him in the basement of the castle, and placed the selected human women there, using coercion and inducement to fulfill his desires. Either become food for the Chimera Ants, or become my woman. The helpless women could only be forced to submit. The Chimera Ant extermination team speculated that Palm might be there, or had left clues there. Nakula nodded. It's the only way. Ikarugo, be careful when the time comes. Ikarugo raised his octopus tentacles to indicate that it was okay. Germain? Nob, who was silent for a long time, adjusted his glasses, and his thoughts went back to half a year ago. He and his disciple Palm first met Germain in the hospital. He was ordered to help Germain and others transfer. At that time, Germain had just dealt with 2 members of the Phantom Troop, and the rest of the members were searching for his whereabouts. At that time, he was still at a disadvantage in the battle with the Phantom Troop. However, a few months later, 2 more members of the Phantom Troop died at the hands of Germain. Since then, the remaining members of the Phantom Troop have disappeared. The Phantom Troop was defeated by Germain and was forced to go into secrecy. Everyone clearly realized this. And now, that Germain has changed his original role and has become the one who came to reinforce them, and was personally named by President Netero. There is a reason why Netero chose only Zeno and German among so many people who wanted to help President Netero. German may have been recognized by President Netero. Nob lowered his eyes, and the lenses of his glasses reflected in the light of the lantern, so his eyes could not be seen clearly at this moment. He raised his hand and covered his chest, as if it was aching. My companions are about to fight bloody battles, and my disciples are in danger of life and death. The people I admire have no blame on me, and the people I helped are now helping me in return. Nob, are you really going to hide here and do nothing? He stood there quietly, as if his time had stopped. Imolawu glanced at the time, grabbed his big pipe, and stood up. There are 10 minutes left before the battle plan begins. Everyone get ready. In the Republic of East Goth, the palace of General Digos seemed unusually quiet in the night. Neferpitu, one of the 3 guards, squatted on the top of a palace castle like a gargoyle. It squatted here, guarding against possible attacks. This is indeed possible. Although it has never fought directly, it knows that several masters have come from the human camp and have been constantly killing the Chimera Ants. It always feels that sooner or later, there will be some big moves on the human side. Most humans are very weak, but there are also strong ones among them. Neferpitu will never look down on them. The other 2 of the 3 guards did the same. One of the 3 guards, Yupi, guarded the stairs that the king had to take to go up and down the palace. It turned out that it was right to stay here. Some time ago, they found and captured a woman who tried to break in. After Neferpiti dissected and manipulated the woman's brain, he learned that her name was Palm, and she was a member of the professional hunters who were against them. Her goal was to sneak in and see the Ant King or the 3 guards, and then she could use her telepathic ability, the lonely deep-sea fish, to remotely spy on the internal situation of the palace. Unfortunately, Palm has always acted alone, and she has no memory of the battle plans of other hunters. Perhaps considering that Palm would be captured, the professional hunters did not tell her the details of the plan. Now it seems that this has indeed worked. Neferpiti was unable to get more information from Palm, so he also let her undergo the Chimera ant transformation, and then threw the eggs wrapped around her deep in the palace. Eggs like the ones wrapped around Palm are now hanging on the treetops all over the palace, densely packed, like white fruits, waiting to break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. The king needs a partner. That is, the queen ant. The reincarnated Palm may be favored by the king, or maybe not. In any case, just treat it as a casual move. No matter what, the queen ant cannot be a human. The last of the 3 guards, Al-Yafa, has always complained about this and always nags at the other 2 guards. He thinks that the king pays too much attention to a human named Wheat, since he has been defeated by Wheat repeatedly in military chess. The king has been obsessed with it. Military chess should be a pastime, but the king is very serious about it. He turns to love Wheat and takes good care of it. Originally, Wheat should have become their meal long ago, although Al-Yapafu's idea was absurd and incredible. The 3 guards didn't mind nibbling away that tiny possibility. However, they later realized that the king was still in high spirits, and even chose to hurt himself in order to defeat Xiaomai. Neferpiti cured the king. However, the 3 guards realized that they couldn't kill Xiaomai now. Otherwise Xiaomai would become an unsurpassable figure in the king's mind. Al-Yapafu was dissatisfied with this. But for the king, he chose to endure. The people of the Republic of East Gachuo gathered outside the palace under the order of General Digo, the corpse puppet controlled by Neferpiti, and were then hypnotized by Al-Yapafu. This group of humans will be selected. Some of them will be transformed and reincarnated into chimera ants to become the king's army, and the rest will be stored as food and grass for future expansion. Everything is ready. Only the group of hunters are variables. What will they do? Suddenly, Neferpiti felt something and raised his head involuntarily. Above the high clouds that it could not see, a strange bird domesticated by the Zoldyck family flew by, and 3 figures fell from the sky. Chapter 259. There are actually 4 people on the giant bird tamed by the Zoldyck family, namely Germain, Netero, Zeno and Silva. However, only Germain, Netero and Zeno jumped off the giant bird. Silva controlled the giant bird, hovering in the sky, and would land on the ground after receiving Zeno's signal to pick him up. Apart from that, he didn't need to do anything else. In this way, even if the work of the father and son was completely completed, they could leave and return to the Zoldyck family, no matter what happens to Germain and Netero, or what the final result is. It has nothing to do with them. Only if Germain and Netero survive, they will have a chance to contact the Zoldyck family father and son again. Germain, Netero and Gino fell from the sky, and the strong wind blew up their clothes, but they were covered with their mind energy and forcibly pressed down. In this way, the 3 of them were like 3 meteorites, solid and unmatched, breaking through the air and shooting towards the palace on the ground. Their expressions were neither sad nor happy, like stone sculptures. The next moment, Genuo manipulated his hands, as if he was pinching Quanfing's acupuncture points, and a purple dragon rushed out from between his palms, dragon head playing with painting. The majestic and imposing purple dragon circled in the air and landed below the 3 people. The 3 people took advantage of the momentum to fall, stood on the dragon's body, bowed slightly, and stared indifferently below. In this way, their falling speed was slightly reduced, but it was more calm and stable, and they could better deal with the threat from below. Soon, Genuo sensed the extremely evil energy coming from below, forming an irregular circle, wrapping them and Zelone like a shock wave. Without thinking too much, everyone knew that it must be the energy of one of the 3 guards. Genuo did not even make eye contact with the others, and immediately took action. He waved his hands, and Zelone, in the violent shaking, instantly turned into a rain of arrows. Dragon head play painting dragon star group. Swish, swish, swish. The golden dragon turned into a star group of arrows, and the attack instantly covered the entire palace of the Republic of Dongwa. At the same time, Netero, Germain and Zeno all entered the posture of absolute understanding. They blended into the dragon star group. Their figures were swallowed by the night, and they waited coldly for the reaction of the three guards. The initiative came to them. Now they had placed their chess pieces and waited for the opponent to make their moves. Neferpitou, with white curly hair and a pair of cat ears, was the first of the three guards to notice the enemy's surprise attack from the air, and responded alone, moving the circle into the air in time. It believed that if it did so, the other two guards would soon realize the abnormality. However, Neferpitou was not asking for their help, but reminding them to fulfill their duties. Everything they did was for the king, and other than that, everything else was meaningless. However, when the purple dragon falling from the sky suddenly turned into a golden dragon arrow rain covering the entire palace, Neferpitou was also caught off guard. What should be done in this situation? However, Neferpitou calmed down quickly, and even gradually became excited. No big deal. This was a feint to cover up the focus of the attack. If he really dealt with the golden dragon arrow rain one by one, he would fall into the enemy's trap. Calmness, excitement, anger, worry, joy and other emotions surged in his heart, further stimulating Neferpitou's potential. Its cat-like vertical pupils stared at the night sky, and soon, it sensitively noticed the three human figures who maintained a posture of absoluteness. Then, its face changed again. These three humans were undoubtedly the strongest three among the human masters it had ever encountered. 3 to 3. 3 guards versus 3 humans. The numbers were just right. But there was no guarantee that there would be no other humans invading the palace. If there was a 4 such strong men, it would be bad. Moreover, 2 of these 3 humans were quite difficult to deal with. I am afraid that once they fought, it would be impossible to end the battle in a short time. And there was even a possibility of defeat. Before Al Yapafu and Yupi came over, it had to make a choice between the two. No matter what, it had to let one of the enemies go. The choice was very important. If it made the wrong choice, and the human that was let go passed Al Yapafu and Yupi again and threatened the king, then it would be blamed, distressed and depressed. It frowned. Which one should it choose? The old man with braids? Or the young man in a black robe? Such hesitation actually lasted less than a second, and Neferpitou made a decision. Bang! It jumped up from the cylinder, dodging many golden dragon arrows with lightning speed, and rushed straight to Netero, who was wearing the Heart Source Flow combat suit. When I opened Palm's skull, she said under my control that the president of their hunter association was the strongest person on the human side. And he was also here. According to Palm's description, this old man is probably the president Netero. Deal with him first. Unlike most chimera ants, the king ant and the 3 guards and abilities were awakened shortly after birth. This is their innate talent. Except for them, all chimera ants basically need to experience the baptism of attack from the nin ability before they can awaken the nin ability. This is the gap between them. Therefore, Neferpitou has actually mastered the nin ability for a long time and has evolved in this aspect. When it rushed in front of Netero, it used its evolved nin ability to exert its body functions to the extreme. Kuriko, my thought. The scarlet nin energy containing malicious intent made Neferpitou bare his fangs like a devil. Netero, who fell from the sky, looked at it coldly and contemptuously, with a smile on his face. Kitty, you were wrong from the beginning, very wrong, actually. You had no choice. Neferpitou widened his eyes, not understanding what Netero meant, but sensing the danger. Then, with his extreme observation ability, he noticed the movements of Netero's hands. Raise your hands. Pray. And strike out. 100 styles of Guanin's second style. So fast. This was the only thought left in Neferpitou's mind. Boom. The golden energy coming from the side blasted Neferpitou away with the force of thunder, and his entire body was shot out of the palace. Even under the king's sweep, Neferpitou was only scratched. So the bombardment of the 100-style Guanin would have the same result. However, it could hardly keep its balance under the bombardment of the 100-style Guanin, and was sent out of the palace without being able to stop the impact. Seeing that it would be blown away to a very far place, and would be out of the battle for at least a few minutes, it glanced, and saw Al Yapafu appearing not far away. Neferpitou called out to Al Yapafu. But Al Yapafu ignored him. He spread his beautiful butterfly wings, cried, and rushed to the palace where the king was. Neferpiti could not help but frown again. As long as Al Yapafu calmed down, he would definitely realize that the golden dragon arrow could not hurt the king, and there was no need to panic. But Al Yapafu was the most emotional of the three guards, and was the most willing to sacrifice everything for the king. He flew towards the king without thinking much. Regardless of whether the golden dragon arrows can hurt the king, Al Yapafu will not allow them to offend the king, even a little bit. In fact, Al Yapafu's correct choice should be to fight directly with one of the three humans in the air. But now that it has flown towards the king, let it go. Yes, Neferpiti did not intend to let Al Yapafu help him stop. It has its own way. Neferpiti used Scarlet Mind energy in the air to materialize a huge humanoid doll, with its lips sewn up with sutures and its fingers covered with silk threads, which looked quite weird. Toy Repairer. This is the ability of the Toy Repairer that can be used to heal wounds or transform the body. As a special type, it is both the special type of healing and transformation, as well as the materialization and operation type of the Toy Repairer. This is the benefit of the main and auxiliary system. Like other Toy Repairer abilities, the Toy Repairer has restrictions and oaths. The condition is that after the Toy Repairer is materialized, it can only be fixed in place, and Neferpiti is connected to its tail, and the two cannot leave a distance of more than 20 meters. Neferpiti took advantage of this restriction and oath in turn. The Toy Repairer was suspended in midair, and Neferpiti was still blasted out by the shock wave of the 100-style guanine, and did not stop. However, the next moment, their connected tails pulled Neferpiti tightly, making a creaking sound. Neferpiti stopped. It blinked its eyes, and was about to spread the circle towards the direction of the palace to explore the current situation. And then it suddenly felt a needle-like premonition of danger. When Neferpiti looked up, he saw the young man in black robes falling in his direction. Kitty, you were wrong from the beginning, very wrong, actually. You had no choice. He couldn't help but think of what the old man said. Neferpiti knew from Pom's memory that the old man was probably the strongest of this group of humans, named Netero, which was why he chose Netero as his target. As for the black-robed man in front of him, Neferpiti was unable to confirm his identity. Pom knew Germain, but her memory was complex, and most of it selectively focused on her teacher Nob. If Neferpiti wanted to get effective information, he had to analyze Pom's confession bit by bit. Such a workload would be quite large, and Neferpiti could not find all the people in Pom's memory one by one. It could only find people Pom had seen recently. Those were most likely members of the Chimera and Extermination team. However, there were two exceptions now. One was the old man who released the golden dragon arrow, and the other was the black-robed man in front of him, who was no less threatening than Netero. Among the people Pom had met recently, there seemed to be no one with a corresponding image, which meant that they were sent here by Netero alone. Neferpiti's thinking was completed in an instant. It knew that it had to fight the black-robed man here quickly. Otherwise, there would be no possibility of returning to the palace. A moment later, it realized that this was the most ridiculous idea. Chapter 260. Neferpiti felt absurd because he saw the black-robed young man raising his hand. But he had no time to react, and was blown away in the next moment. Bang. In fact, it was the Toy Repairer who was hit first. And then he hit Neferpiti hard. They were both overwhelmed by the impact, and fell to the ground rapidly. Neferpiti and the Toy Repairer were like mother and child connected by an umbilical cord, and entangled like earphone wires. First, he was blown away by Netero's Baishar guanine, and then he was knocked down by the black-robed man's attack. He was also angry. If it wants to fight back, it needs vision first. Neferpiti had to dematerialize to clear his vision. When his vision cleared, the man in black robe had disappeared into the night. Where did he go? Neferpiti's circle expanded in all directions like an amoeba. Its eyes were also searching up and down, left and right. And during this time, it was still falling involuntarily. The next moment, it felt a life rushing into the circle. But before it could react, it was kicked in the waist. Bang. As if it had been accelerated twice. Neferpiti felt the intense pain, and this time changed direction, flying to the side. It knew very well that it was kicked away, and it couldn't even see the opponent's movements clearly. How could this happen? So far, the only ones who could give it this kind of pressure were the king, Netero, and the man in front of him. Neferpiti realized that such an enemy was not an opponent that could be easily dealt with while releasing the circle. So it immediately changed its strategy and shrunk the circle to its surroundings. Give up the mid-range and long-range sensing ability and enhance the short-term reaction ability. As it got closer and closer to the ground, it did not materialize. The toy repairer just slowed down for the second time. Now there is a strong enemy on the side. If it materializes the toy repairer, it will be no different from sending its own weakness to the door. At that time, the constraints and oaths of the toy repairer to force it to be fixed at the origin will really make it suffer. Bang! Its back finally hit the ground heavily, and the gravel splashed several meters high, and its whole body was deeply embedded in the ground. Germain fell to the edge of the pit. The strong wind blew, revealing his hands and feet that had just hit Neferpitou from under his black robe, which looked quite strange. His hands seemed to be wearing gloves made of black metal. His fingers were as sharp as the claws of a monster, and his wrists were covered with spirally twisted bones. In addition, a holy halo was suspended above his head. This was the new form he gained after controlling the power of Chaos Roar the day before yesterday. Abandoning the stability of the 5-stage gas tank, like UP, he gained the ability to evolve. To use this Chaos Fusion form, Germain must still be forced into torment and wear the Dark Crown. However, once in battle, the Dark Crown will switch to the Holy Aura and gain virtue. In other words, as long as he does not leave the battle state for too long, he will be blessed with the Holy Light of Virtue and gain the power of Chaos Roar of the Mind Beast and the bonus of Virtue. Once out of battle for a period of time, the Holy Light of Virtue will switch back to the Torment Crown, hurting his body and mind. At this time, he still has the power of Chaos Roar, but it is weakened by Torment. If he wanted to completely end the cycle of virtue and torture, he would need to wait for half an hour in a state of torture. If he fought again within half an hour, the cycle would start again, and he would need to stop and wait another half an hour. Now, the cycle of heaven and purgatory belonging to Germain and Neferpitou began. Germain pointed his palm at the inside of the deep pit, and the sharp claws twisted and turned into a huge nozzle in an instant. Chaos flames spray. Huff. The flame spewed out like a fire dragon, rushing into the earth wall of the deep pit, and immediately filled the pit with flames. Sparks spread in the night sky, like bright starlight. Germain stopped looking at the pit, but followed the ground to look far away before stopping. Puff. A figure emerged from the ground, revealing its embarrassed and ferocious appearance. Neferpitou's clothes were almost burned clean, and his white curly hair was also charred black. After it escaped, its golden vertical pupils moved towards Germain again. If it hadn't materialized the toy repairer to shield it from the flames, and then watched it burn to ashes, protecting itself from the disaster. If it wasn't for Kuriko, wanting it to exert its physical ability to the extreme at the moment of life and death, it would have dug a tunnel quickly. It has now been roasted alive. However, what makes it even more uneasy and fearful is that even if it has achieved this, it can only flee here in a panic under Germain's hands, and cannot fight back. How should it fight? Neferpitou is not afraid of dying, because there is something more important than its life. That is the safety of the king. This man can threaten the king. Neferpitou clearly realized this. If he were to join the two men just now and attack the king together, the consequences would be disastrous. He must be killed here. Neferpitou's body was tense, and he ran straight to Germain with dark eyes, regardless of the burning and severe pain all over his body. He must be killed, and the king must be protected, just like an ordinary chess piece in military chess. The firm belief in protecting the king made its black pieces dance beyond their normal performance. Reaching an incredible speed, it rushed to Germain in the blink of an eye. However, Neferpitou remained calm. It did not attack recklessly, but moved quickly left and right with the agility of super black dance. It was so fast that even it was not sure where it was. Even the dark steps and limb bends performed by Zeno and Silva were not as good as Neferpitou at this moment. It should be said that there is no comparison. Germain just stood there, watching it dodge and move, without any reaction. At a certain moment, Neferpitou thought he had caught the flaw exposed by Germain. Its claws were as fast as the wind, grabbing at the back of Germain's head, trying to open his skull and dig out his brain. Germain didn't even look at it, turned sideways, and pounced on Neferpitou's face with his left palm with extraordinary swiftness. The roaring claws immediately pierced into Neferpitou's face, and blood spurted out. Neferpitou's pupils widened, and the whole movement was suddenly stopped. It tried to retreat in fear, but it was too late. Germain's left claw pulled and tugged, and Neferpitou couldn't help but pounce on Germain. And Germain's right arm suddenly turned into a metal blade, shining coldly under the moonlight. Chaos saw meet Madness knife. The sawtooth machete on his right arm chopped down, and Neferpitou was cut off from his left shoulder to his right waist as easily as cutting tofu, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Neferpitou was split in two, and his upper body fell to the ground with blank eyes. Dying? I won't accept it. It stared with its eyes wide open. But after its life passed away, its obsession to protect the king made its corpse bounce up suddenly, and it pounced on Germain like a demon. The scarlet mind energy turned into a more terrifying dark resentment. This resentment can make the mind user do incredible things after death. For example, the mind of others is sealed and deepened, and they are resurrected from the dead. Or they suddenly rise up like this and give a final blow that is enough to kill both of them. However, Germain is one of the people who is least afraid of resentment in the 6 continents. He swung his right fist and hit Neferpitou's face, making it dented. At the same time, the hunter badge on his chest released a dark vortex, greedily absorbing Neferpitou's resentment. Swoosh! Neferpitou's last grudge vanished in an instant, becoming food for Germain's hunter badge. Its upper body fell to the ground, finally becoming limp and lifeless. In a sense, Germain's mind ability is actually very similar to that of the Ant King Meruem. The Ant King Meruem strengthened his mind by devouring flesh and blood. Germain strengthened his physique and temperament by absorbing grudges. It's just that the Ant King Meruem has the blessing of his race. His ability is more abnormal, and he has the fighting power of a king when he is born. All that was left was to use its own devouring thoughts to continuously raise the upper limit of the king, because of absorbing Neferpitou's resentment. In addition to the original blood intoxication and huge lake, Germain's chest also had another rune vein. The huge deep sea. A rune that looked like a red spider lily was imprinted on Germain's chest, which enhanced his all-round resistance. All abnormal factors imposed on Germain, including mental influence, toxins, diseases, dizziness, etc., will be reduced by this resistance. It was like the physique that the Zoldyck family members had been immersed in since childhood and forged, superimposed on Germain. Germain had no time to look down to see what runes he had obtained. In fact, he didn't care now. He turned around and headed straight for the palace. From the beginning of the battle with Neferpitou to the end of the battle, Germain and Neferpitou did not have any verbal communication, and the victory was quickly determined. He and the 3 guards did not need to communicate either, as everyone had their own reasons for fighting. When Germain was running towards the palace, he saw a purple dragon circling in the sky, with 2 figures above it. One was Netero, and the other was the Ant King Meruem. Their battle was about to begin. Zeno's dragon head painting would send them to the top of the war weapon testing ground in the distance, dividing it into a new battlefield. Germain only took a glance and then focused his attention in the direction of the palace. He had a second goal. However, before Germain reached the wall of the palace, he saw a figure crossing the wall and landing in front of him. Gino hunched over and stood firmly on the ground with a serious expression, holding a girl in a tattered dress in his hands. He saw Germain, was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. My Dragon Star group accidentally injured this human girl, leaving her in critical condition. When President Netero and I found the Ant King, we saw it holding the girl. The Ant King said it knew our intention and asked us to make a deal. It can leave with us and change a place as a battlefield, but we must save this girl. It said that the girl's name is Wheat. The Ant King has always been considered a symbol of cruelty and terror. It caused so many human casualties that Netero and Gino were stunned when they saw this scene and heard its request. Is this really the Ant King Meruem, who eats a lot of fresh human flesh every day in the intelligence? It's incredible.